the Shanghai realm launches an all-out counteroffensive, and the alien races retreat steadily. Tian of the First Shanghai leads the Shanghai cultivators with unstoppable momentum, causing the aliens to collapse. The Shanghai cultivators awaken, their confidence and fighting spirit soaring. A race with faith and fervor is a truly formidable force. The battles on the second, third, and fourth Shanghai are equally fierce. Xu Qing commands brilliantly, and Zhang and Meng Hao observe, allowing more cultivators to participate in combat and nurture their fighting ability. The 8th and 9th Shanghai also complete the annihilation of the alien races. Previously dominant, the 9 alien factions are now scattered and besieged. The 1st to 4th Shanghai achieve major victories, inflicting nearly 80% losses on the aliens. Xu Qing leads troops to support the other Shanghai, gradually approaching the aliens' last strongholds. The 6th and 7th Shanghai. A decisive battle erupts, and Meng Hao's supreme puppet appears, driving the aliens to despair. The golden armored Dao Venerable represents the alien races in surrender, avoiding the annihilation of their entire race. However, the victory in the war is only temporary. The will of the Shanghai realm warns that in 3 months, the remaining 32 heavens will descend, possessing forces far surpassing the first heaven. The Shanghai realm decides to unleash its second form, with the 9th Shanghai as the core. The 9 major Shanghai will form 9 defensive lines in sequence to resist the invasion of the 32 heavens. The Shanghai cultivators eagerly respond to the challenge, vowing to defend the Shanghai realm to the death. Meng Hao's gaze burns brightly as he looks beyond the starry sky, to where the 32 heavens reside. This war has indeed only just begun. The mountain and sea realm is experiencing a drastic transformation, with the entire world akin to a giant slowly standing upright. The numerous mountains and seas float skywards, their rectilinear layout gradually forming an inclined plane, as if a titan is rising from the earth. Supreme sirens of sea and dream lead Xu Qing and Li Linger, the 2 great saints of the mountain and sea realm, who oversee the relocation of cultivators to the 9th mountain and sea. Meng Hao, a spiritual icon of the mountain and sea realm, is revered by cultivators, having traversed every mountain and sea. He observes the change of the world, feeling a tinge of unfamiliarity. Nonetheless, he remains resolute, greeting cultivators with a confident smile that inspires hope. Returning to the southern sky star, Meng Hao receives a grand welcome from the Fang clan and the entire southern sky star. Millions of cultivators line the streets, chanting his name in a testament to their support. Touched by the immense support from his brethren, Meng Hao feels a profound sense of responsibility and humbly states that the victory in the war is achieved through the combined efforts of all mountain and sea cultivators. Meng Hao spends time on the southern sky star, reuniting with his family and basking in their love. Yet, his heart remains heavy, burdened by the thought of Chu Yuyan's soul in the impending crisis in the mountain and sea realm. He comprehends that his personal wishes are trivial in the face of such responsibility. Despite the mountain and sea realm entering its second phase, the menace of the 32 heavens looms. The will of the mountain and sea realm coldly announces that only a month and a half remains before the 32 heavens descends. The news acts as a dampener on the spirits of the cultivators, casting a shadow over their hearts. In the minds of all cultivators in the mountain and sea realm, the horn of war resounded. They cast aside their fear, their eyes burning with determination. They gathered at the front line of First Mountain as per the request of Supreme Matriarch Hai Meng. And the Sea Tribe joined the battle. Meng Hao left South Heaven Star and traveled to 9th Mountain to visit Tian. He had learned that Shui Donglio was the mysterious individual from years ago, and he sensed that this person was closely related to the mountain and sea realm. After searching South Heaven Star to no avail, Meng Hao used his divine abilities to search for Shui Donglio and finally discovered a trace of cause and effect in a mountain. Meng Hao arrived at the secret place where Shui Donglio was, but Shui Donglio did not appear and instead communicated with him via divine will. Shui Donglio praised Meng Hao's growth and said that he cared more about the mountain and sea realm than anyone else. Meng Hao sensed Shui Donglio's unfathomable power, remained vigilant, and then turned and left for 9th Mountain. On the summit of 9th Mountain, Meng Hao met Tian, Ji Yin, and a man he did not recognize. Tian admitted to his grudge with the Fang family but emphasized that he never killed innocent people when he was lord of the mountain and sea. Meng Hao asked for an explanation, and Tian led him to a cemetery where 8 coffins contained Tian's skin clones. Meng Hao deduced that GTN was controlled by his own magic and unable to control his own mind. Only after Meng Hao killed Ji Dongyang was GTN freed from his restraints. GTN accepted Meng Hao's interrogation and admitted his mistakes. With this, Meng Hao resolved his karmic debt with GTN. In the depths of a spectral cemetery, GTN confided in Meng Hao, revealing his secret: the successful application of Ke Yunhei reincarnation technique on Keiju. Meng Hao was astounded, recognizing the traces of Ke Yunhei spell as methods of reincarnation and rebirth. Realizing the extent of his offenses, GTN surrendered his life and spatial bag to Meng Hao, pleading for mercy. Meng Hao paused before taking GTN's lifeline. Departing with his spatial bag, Meng Hao began preparing for the impending Shanghai battle. The Shanghai realm had deployed 8 defense lines and forbidden arrays while assembling all cultivators for the imminent conflict. Meng Hao and Dizang guarded the Yang and Moon stars, respectively. On the Yang star, under Meng Hao's command, an immense array was formed by 10,000 cultivators. Meng Hao's divine sense permeated the array, granting him absolute control over the star's power, including a hidden relic. As the Shanghai realm held its breath, the cosmos split open, heralding the arrival of the 32 heavens. Meng Hao simultaneously commanded the Yang stars array and a supreme puppet. Preparing for the grand battle, a colossal black scorpion claw breached the void, extending into the Shanghai realm, symbolizing the commencement of an unprecedented conflict. The cultivators of the Shanghai realm braced themselves, resolute in defending their home. Amidst the violent tremors in the starry sky, a colossal pincer tore through space, creating dozens of rifts in the void. This terrifying aura emanated from an extraterrestrial supreme, who declared the cleansing and destruction of the immortal realm. The cultivators of the mountain and sea realm remained silent, awaiting the command of Supreme Sea Dream. As the pincer repeatedly pierced through, its might gradually waned, releasing the aura of an 8-source supreme. This sent shockwaves through the mountain and sea realm, foreshadowing the inevitable arrival of the extraterrestrial supreme. Soon, countless extraterrestrials poured forth from the rifts, bizarre in form and insatiable for blood. A lion-headed humanoid extraterrestrial caught Meng Hao's attention, for it dawned on him that the leaders of the immortal realm were not human. At Supreme Sea Dream's command to fight, the cultivators of the first mountain and sea unleashed their most powerful divine abilities, forming an ocean of spells that surged towards the extraterrestrials. However, the extraterrestrials were overwhelming in numbers and continued to rip open rifts, causing the conflict to reach a stalemate. To turn the tide, Meng Hao intervened. He activated the astral sun formation, unleashing 2 powerful beams of light that instantly slew the lion-headed sovereign and the white-robed elder. Yet, a golden hand shattered the second beam of the astral sun, indicating that a supreme was nearby. As time wore on, the extraterrestrial sovereigns descended one after another, escalating the intensity of the battle. Meng Hao realized he must use the power of the astral sun sparingly, in preparation for the potential emergence of 33 Heaven's ultimate combat force. Amidst a deafening roar, a drop of supreme blood transformed into a boundless sea of blood, crashing onto the spell sea of the cultivators of the Shanghai realm. Simultaneously, an alien army emerged in their entirety, descending upon the first Shanghai. The alien multitude numbered no less than 1 million, originating from the second heaven continent. Behind the second heaven lay the third heaven, the fourth heaven, and so forth until the 33rd heaven. Each continent was more colossal than the last. At that moment, the second heaven was battering the Shanghai realm's barrier, tearing open more rifts to allow more aliens to enter. A golden-headed supreme being known as Xuanfang emerged, suppressing the Shanghai realm's spell sea and initiating a battle of annihilation. The alien army surged forward, approaching the first sea. Xuanfang tore through the starry sky barrier, connecting the Shanghai realm to the 32 heavens. However, the Shanghai realm harbored a cunning plan. Xuanfang's so-called stratagem was a storm, infused with the spells of the Shanghai realm cultivators, unleashed upon the second heaven continent. The storm's potency rivaled the full force of a supreme being. As the storm engulfed the 6th heaven continent, the 7th heaven continent abruptly emitted a glow, severing the connection. A colossal scorpion silhouette appeared, exposing the plan of the Sea Dream Supreme to exploit the storm to escape the Shanghai realm. However, the Shanghai realm cultivators remained unaware. The scorpion's words shook the determination of the Shanghai realm cultivators. Subsequently, the 2nd through 6th heaven continents descended, and the alien army and black cubes converged. The Sea Dream Supreme countered the Scorpion, claiming that the continents beyond the 7th heaven were employing the Heaven's Mandate concealment technique, rendering them unable to participate in battle, while the 2nd through 6th heaven continents were merely abandoned outcasts, in the face of the invasion of the 33 days foreign races. The Exalted Dream of the Sea declared that the Shanhai realm would not flee, which stabilized the hearts of the cultivators. However, the exalted ones of the alien races descended one after another, putting the Shanhai realm in a difficult situation. In order to fight against these two exalted ones, the Exalted Dream of the Sea reactivated the Moonstar Formation, trapping the foreign army, while Meng Hao controlled the foreign puppet EGU, exterminating all the foreign races in the First Sea. This move made the foreign races fearful and hesitant to attack again. In the meantime, the exalted one of the foreign races, Fang, threw himself into the trap and entered the Shanhai realm, attempting to lure Meng Hao out. Meng Hao took decisive action, urging the power of the Sun Star and the foreign puppet to fight against Fang. The Exalted Dream of the Sea also personally went into battle, joining forces with Meng Hao to face the enemy. However, after withstanding the bombardment of light arrows, Fang used the Way of Time to vanish. When he reappeared, he had unexpectedly arrived above the Sun Star and pressed down on a black bead. This series of changes put both the Shanhai realm and the foreign races on edge, as a fierce battle was about to unfold. During the battle with the alien overlord Xuanfang, Meng Hao reversed time with the temporal origin, returning to the past and mending his ravaged body. Leading 100,000 cultivators, he formed an array, unleashing a powerful light arrow to intercept Xuanfang's black pearl. Xuanfang sneered, releasing the pearl to be struck by the light arrow, causing it to shatter. However, a black mist spread from the broken pearl, and Meng Hao sensed the powerful sealing force within. Yet, before the black pearl disintegrated, Meng Hao realized Xuanfang's true target to seal this celestial body. To thwart Xuanfang, Meng Hao teleported himself, seizing the second black pearl. Xuanfang then revealed a third pearl, crushing it and releasing an intense black mist that enveloped the celestial body, creating a special realm space. Sea Dream Overlord and Meng Hao's Overlord puppet tried to break through the blockade from outside, but their efforts were futile. Xuanfang's cold gaze now shifted from targeting the alien overlords to eliminating Meng Hao. He unleashed his overlord power, forming a formidable pressure that bore down on Meng Hao. Instead of retreating, Meng Hao surged with all his divine consciousness and divine abilities. He confronted Xuanfang with a triple strike of annihilating life, demonic entrance, and god of carnage. Despite sustaining severe injuries, he pushed forward with an unyielding will. At a critical moment in the battle, Sea Dream Overlord reminded Meng Hao to hold on for 15 minutes, and they would break through the blockade. Meng Hao concentrates his will into a fist that merges his intent and fleshly power, confronting the Supreme Being, Fang. As their fists clash, Meng Hao's arm fractures, but Fang's fingers also crack. Fang closes in again, only to find Meng Hao transformed into an azure rock, unleashing the technique of a Supreme Being. Mountains and a supreme bridge emerge. Fang sneers and deploys a golden formation that shatters the mountains and the rock, severely injuring Meng Hao. Meng Hao activates the supreme bridge to suppress the formation, but Fang's golden lion avatar attempts to seize the bridge. Meng Hao seizes the opportunity and launches a blazing sun arrow, piercing Fang's brow. Though injured, Fang utilizes a secret technique to suppress it and continues the battle. He summons a golden sea, aiming to drown Meng Hao. Meanwhile, the alien army rallies, preparing to breach the light barrier. Outside the mountain and sea realm, the second alien supreme being manipulates the second heaven continent to bombard the realm's barrier, putting it in peril. Earth Spirit ignites his life force, transforming into a monstrous form to counter the attack, while the Moonstar cultivators release their life energy to support them. Fang reveals his true objective as the Moonstar. He enters Meng Hao's formation, but tens of thousands of cultivators sacrifice their lives to stall him, creating an opening for Meng Hao. Meng Hao faces a life-or-death crisis. Can he withstand the onslaught of Supreme Being Fang and rescue the Moonstar from its perilous fate? Above the Yang Star, Meng Hao led 100,000 cultivators to set up a formation, using the power of life and soul to protect themselves. facing the supreme Zhao Fang. Zhao Fang snorted and the 100,000 cultivators in the formation sprayed blood. Although he knew he was no match for him, Meng Hao couldn't bear to just watch. So he took the initiative to fight. Zhao Fang sneered and sent Meng Hao flying with a palm strike. At a critical moment, Meng Hao used the 8th forbidden technique of monster sealing, but was backlashed. In a hurry, Meng Hao used the spacetime step to appear behind Zhao Fang and slashed at him with a knife. Zhao Fang didn't have time to dodge, and blood splattered. His left arm severed at the shoulder. Zhao Fang exploded his right arm, turning it into a sea of blood that rolled towards Meng Hao. Pai Dong protected his master and was injured and weakened. Meng Hao moved out of the way, but was blocked by Zhao Fang's source golden hand. Meng Hao forcibly resisted, but was backlashed, his flesh and blood collapsing. In the face of imminent death, he desperately combined the 6 monster sealing forbidden techniques into one, trying to complete the 9 forbidden in one in advance. Heaven and earth shook, and a chaotic ball of light appeared. Zhao Fang was horrified and tried to find a way to break it, but to no avail. Helplessly, he used his life-saving technique, the shadow of time, to disperse himself into countless time periods. Meng Hao used the light ball to bombard Zhao Fang, who used the way of time to turn his figure into nothingness, allowing his soul to escape. After nearly a quarter of an hour of intense combat, Meng Hao, using the power of his 6 sources, fought against Supreme Zhao Fang, forcing Zhao Fang to resort to his life-saving ultimate technique, the temporal crossing technique. Zhao Fang used the distortion of time and space to create tens of thousands of his own spirit shadows from over the years to use as a shield against Meng Hao's imperfect Taoist technique. 6 fiends into 1. Zhao Fang's ultimate ability allowed him to instantly recover if his spirit was extinguished, provided that not more than a certain proportion of it was destroyed. Although Meng Hao's 6 fiends into 1 technique was imperfect, it was powerful enough to destroy 80% of Zhao Fang's spirit shadows. However, as Zhao Fang's final 2 spirit shadows dissipated, Meng Hao was also critically injured by the backlash and was running out of time. The 100,000 cultivators outside the formation witnessed the carnage and, disregarding their own safety, roared in unison as they desperately resisted Zhao Fang, using their lives to buy Meng Hao time. While moved by their actions, Zhao Fang became even more ruthless and stepped into the formation to approach Meng Hao. Seeing Zhao Fang closing in and the subsequent sacrifices of the 100,000 cultivators, Meng Hao was gripped by unbearable sorrow. He risked everything, lighting 33 soul lamps and using his remaining life force to launch his most powerful attack. At the brink of death, Meng Hao resolutely extinguishes the 7th soul lamp of ancient realm to save himself, who is protected by 100,000 cultivators. The consequence is brutal. Meng Hao's body withers rapidly, struck by extreme cold and excruciating pain, facing the risk of turning into dust at any time. Zhao Fang Supreme witnesses Meng Hao's desperate act with astonishment. For the sake of the Mountain Sea Realm, 100,000 cultivators were willing to sacrifice for Meng Hao. Their determination unwavering. Meng Hao feels supported by everyone, grits his teeth, and continues to extinguish the 8th and 9th soul lamps. With each soul lamp extinguished, Meng Hao's cultivation rapidly recovers, but his physical body withers more severely. He burns himself by extinguishing 4 soul lamps consecutively, at the cost of elevating his cultivation and combat power to a level surpassing that of the Dominator, making him capable of fighting the Supreme. Faced with Meng Hao's determined fight to the death, Zhao Fang Supreme evades his sharp edge and retreats constantly. However, Meng Hao has disregarded life and death. Determined to perish together with Zhao Fang, he transforms into a black great rock, his speed skyrocketing, pursuing Zhao Fang closely. At this moment, the mist dissipates, and heavens will appears. The first Tiantian continent outside the first overseas collides vehemently with the Mountain Sea Realm's light screen, causing it to shatter, connecting the Mountain Sea Realm with the external world. Sea Dream Supreme reinforces the light screen. All 100,000 cultivators die in battle, and the earth-hiding demonization shatters. Fragments surge into the Mountain Sea Realm, and an alien army invades. The battle situation changes drastically, and the Mountain Sea Realm falls into a critical moment. Amidst the fierce battle between otherworldly beings and cultivators in the Shanghai realm, the arrival of the second days pose a dire threat. The protective barriers of Shanghai realm are breached, leaving it vulnerable. In a crucial moment, Meng Hao appears and uses the Yin-Ming Pearl to capture the Supreme Being. Fang. Seeking to restore balance, Meng Hao deploys his knowledge of spatial origin to imprison Fang within a seal. Though Fang escapes by sacrificing his life force, the seal has weakened him. Another extraterrestrial Supreme Being commands the third-day continent to attack Shanghai. To avert the collision, the Supreme Being, Hai Meng, joins forces with Meng Hao to fend off the enemy, giving Shanghai time to prepare. Meng Hao suffers severe injuries and falls unconscious. As Hai Meng attempts to heal him, an ancient voice declares its intent to take over the task. The turning point of the battle is Meng Hao's strategy to confine Fang. His scheme disrupts Fang's plan, restoring Shanghai's defense. However, Meng Hao's critical condition necessitates immediate medical attention. In the ongoing war in the mountain and sea realm, the alien army splits into 5 routes. The first wave of millions of aliens clashes with the mountain and sea cultivators on the first sea. But due to the caution of the alien supreme, the battle falls into a stalemate. Under the order of Sea Dream Supreme, the first sea self-destructs after the mountain and sea cultivators retreat, annihilating the first and second waves of aliens and permanently erasing the first sea. As the war continues, the third wave of aliens launches an attack, and the first line of defense is in jeopardy, with the first mountain becoming the battlefield. At the same time, Meng Hao falls into a coma, his soul entering a strange Heartsea world. In the Heartsea world, 2 colossal statues appear, one exuding a terrifying demonic aura, its face ferocious and benevolent, both crying and laughing, one emitting a dense immortal aura, as if it were the source of all immortals, its demeanor indifferent and detached. An ancient voice tells Meng Hao that the Heartsea world is his inner heart. The 2 statues represent the demon and the immortal, and the emergence of the Luo heavenly bloodline has changed the celestial causation, turning the supreme immortal realm, which was originally meant to give birth to immortals, into the supreme demon realm that suppresses great demons. The voice asks Meng Hao whether he will choose to become the only immortal or the only demon. Meng Hao looks at the statue representing the demon and realizes that it is himself. Filled with sorrow, remorse, and hatred, he then looks at the statue representing the immortal, which also has his face, indifferent and detached, as if all past events were but a sigh. Finally, Meng Hao feels something in his heart, and the ancient voice tells him that his heart already has the answer. Meng Hao awakens from months of unconsciousness to find the alien race on the brink of war with the first mountain of the mountain and sea realm. Upon learning that his grandfather has slain 2 alien sovereigns, leaving only 7 arrows in the Sun Star, he inhales deeply, wielding a force greater than that of a sovereign. As Meng Hao regains consciousness, the Sun Star fires an arrow of light, killing an alien sovereign and announcing his return. The alien Supreme Being, while deciphering Meng Hao's spatial essence, senses his recovery and sacrifices himself to forcibly activate the spatial essence, freeing the Dark Square Sovereign. Upon his release, the Dark Square Sovereign charges the third heaven continent toward the mountain and sea realm. Another alien sovereign emerges, with the fourth heaven continent following closely behind. The sovereign puppet intervenes to protect the first mountain, as the third heaven continent enters the mountain and sea realm's territory. However, the Sea God Realm, one of the 3 great Taoist sects of the mountain and sea realm, suddenly appears. Its gates open, and 18 coffins emerge, transforming into 18 sovereign puppets that block the invasion of the third heaven continent. The arrival of the immortal realm sovereign puppets signifies the mountain and sea realm's display of power, marking the beginning of a fierce war of attrition. Xuanfang and Li Long Supreme joined forces to manipulate the fifth heaven continent to attack the mountain and sea realm. The remnants of 18 corpses exploded, destroying the third and fourth heaven continents. The mountain and sea realm withstood the offensive of the fifth heaven continent with 9 treasures of the 5 elements sword sect and an old man summoned from the void. Seeing this, Xuanfang and Li Long decided to stake everything and manipulate the sixth heaven continent to launch a decisive battle. At the same time, the alien army also marched towards the mountain and sea realm. Li Long Supreme personally took action and sealed the 9 swords of the 5 elements sword sect with a black light. The Sea God Realm sent 100,000 sea dragons and Sea Dream Supreme to confront Li Long's black dragon. And Meng Hao led his supreme puppet into battle. The immortal ancient dojo summoned a middle-aged man with a long sword to stop another of Li Long's incarnations. Xuanfang targeted Meng Hao, While the sixth heaven continent bombarded the first mountain and the second sea collapsed to block the subsequent debris. Dizang cast a light curtain to protect the second mountain. There were no other means evident after the second mountain of the mountain and sea realm. Seeing this, Xuanfang decided to launch a final offensive. He joined forces with the alien army and launched a violent attack on Meng Hao. The sun, the moon, and the stars. He also summoned the trapping immortal formation, vowing to destroy Meng Hao and the others. Upon Xuanfang's summoning, the seals of heterogeneous mighty figures from 7th heaven to 33rd heaven showed signs of weakening. They were well aware of the significance of the sun, moon, and stars, especially the moon and the star, for which they had prepared many countermeasures. In the meantime, the cultivators of mountain and sea realm rushed out of the second mountain and fiercely engaged in battle with the heterogeneous army. Sovereign Li Long single-handedly fought against the sovereign puppet, Sovereign Hai Meng, Hai Long, and the Sun Sword Sect, and even managed to hold back a middle-aged man from the Xi'an Jiyu dojo. To ensure his own safety, Xuanfang launched a fierce continental impact, forcing the 33rd heaven to prioritize securing an escape route for him at all costs. Otherwise, the battle would be a complete failure. To this end, 33rd heaven dispatched two powerful lights to descend upon mountain and sea realm, intending to trap Meng Hao and Dizang. However, a powerful light erupted from the 9th mountain of mountain and sea realm, shattering the imprisoned immortal formation. On the battlefield, Sovereign Li Long employed Dragon Demon Tyrant Body to hold back the crowd, but he suffered severe injuries as a consequence. Xuanfang attacked Meng Hao with full force but failed to defeat him. Similarly, Meng Hao couldn't shake off Xuanfang, resulting in a stalemate. The heterogeneous army was continuously being decimated by the mountain and sea cultivators. But the 7th heaven to 33rd heaven accelerated the process of modifying the seal state in an attempt to break into the battlefield. However, mountain and sea realm had gained an absolute advantage, causing the heterogeneous forces to retreat continuously. Sovereign Li Long's overlord body was about to collapse, and Xuanfang could not defeat Meng Hao in a short period of time. Faced with this crisis, the 7th heaven to 33rd heaven paid a heavy price to seal themselves beyond the 16th heaven, causing only the 7th heaven to the 16th heaven to descend into the starry sky. 10 rays of light erupted from the 10 descending heavens, one of which pushed Sovereign Li Long away, while another separated Meng Hao and Xuanfang. The 4th ray headed straight for Yang Star, instantly annihilating 100,000 cultivators and causing the star to tremble violently. Amidst a fierce battle, opposing extraterrestrial forces launched a devastating attack. Multiple beams of light struck the Shanghai realm simultaneously, with the 5th beam targeting Moonstar, gravely injuring nearly 100,000 cultivators. The remaining 5 beams severed the connection between the Shanghai realm and the celestial bodies, creating an insurmountable seal. Heartbroken by the sudden turn of events, Meng Hao witnessed his comrades perish under the beam's bombardment. At the same time, the extraterrestrial army and 10 suspended continents descended upon the Shanghai realm, amplifying the crisis with an overwhelming presence. Meng Hao piloted the supreme puppet through the seal, engaging in an intense battle with millions of extraterrestrials. The extraterrestrial supreme being, Fang, led the army towards Sunstar, while the severely wounded Li Long supreme being retreated under Fang's protection. Meng Hao recognized the precariousness of his situation but resolved to confront Fang head-on to save his comrades. Meanwhile, actions also commenced within the Shanghai realm. 3 Taoist sects and 3 senior cultivators assisted Sea Dream Supreme Being in bombarding the seal, aiming to break through the extraterrestrial encirclement. Donning artifacts from the scriptures of Great Spirit, scriptures of Tao, and scriptures of Heaven Severing, youths from the 3 Starry Sky temples emerged and joined the battle, adding pressure to the seal. The mountain support ancestor also appeared, ramming the seal with reckless abandon. The crux of the war centered around the survival of the celestial bodies. The extraterrestrial sovereign and millions of troops besieged Moonstar, seeking its annihilation. Zhao Supreme Being led the remaining cultivators in resistance, sacrificing their lives to buy time for the Shanghai realm. Supreme Being Fang set his sights on Sunstar, leading to a head-on clash. Meng Hao controlled the supreme puppet and charged towards Supreme Being Li Long, single-handedly challenging an extraterrestrial supreme being. The intense battle placed both sides in grave danger, leaving the outcome uncertain. Within the realm of mountains and seas, cultivators relentlessly attacked the seal, weakening its fortitude. However, an overwhelming deluge of mystic techniques from extraterrestrial beings threatened to engulf Yang Star. Seeing its impending collapse, Meng Hao weighed his options and detonated Yang Star in a decisive act. The star shattered with a thunderous explosion, unleashing an unimaginable torrent of light and heat. This energy obliterated the alien spells and decimated countless alien forces. However, profound Fang, the supreme being, had anticipated this move, using the souls and blood of the extinguished aliens as a medium. He forged a blade of soul force. This blade severed the connection between Meng Hao and the supreme puppet, cutting off his control. However, to profound Fang's astonishment, the severed connection did not belong to Meng Hao, but rather to a wisp of the foul gate's soul concealed within the puppet. Enraged, the wisp awoke from its slumber within the puppet, radiating fierce anger and malevolence. It confronted profound Fang, questioning his audacity to sever its connection. Profound Fang was gripped by terror. Recognizing the gravity of his mistake, the awakening of the foul gate's soul heralded an impending crisis of even greater magnitude. When the paramount puppet gazed upon Paramount Xuanfang, an immense divine sense erupted from its body. Paramount Xuanfang was gravely alarmed. While afar, Meng Hao, who had witnessed this scene, speculated that the strength of Ugly Gate Stage was unfathomable. Meng Hao realized that there were many hidden existences within the mountain and sea realm, including Ugly Gate Stage, Boatman Old Man, and Kill Shadow. He had a sense that he was in a chess game of war, and that everyone could be a pawn, while the true player was unknown. At the same moment, the paramount puppet seized Paramount Xuanfang through the air. Xuanfang struggled mightily, recognizing that the paramount puppet was not Egu or Meng Hao, but a puppet possessed by remnant soul. Meng Hao, on the other hand, discovered that after the violent explosion of the Sun Star, the formation revealed a cerulean bow, which was the supreme treasure of Paramount Nine Seals. Meng Hao gripped the cerulean bow. His aura surged, but his body began to wither as the bow absorbed his chi and blood. He chose to pursue the severely wounded Paramount Dragon, separating, stepping onto the formation and transforming into an arrow of light that shot straight towards the foreign force camp. The foreign force cultivators and dominators attempted to block him, but Meng Hao was unstoppable. His sun-like figure pierced through the heavens continent, declaring the cruelty of war and his own determination. He muttered to himself that despite being a pawn, he could sacrifice himself if his family, loved ones, and friends were safe. The cultivators of the mountain and sea realm watched this scene with astonishment. Meng Hao's parents and kin were also intently observing this fierce war. Finally, Meng Hao pulled back the string of the cerulean bow. A earth-shattering battle was about to begin. Meng Hao, a cultivator from the world of mountains and seas, is determined to kill the alien supreme being, Li Long. He draws his azure divine bow, condensing his life's memories and life force into a light arrow. The bowstring vibrates, emitting a sharp sound that shakes the heart of the Tao, and the light arrow releases a dazzling light, piercing the starry sky. Millions of alien troops and several rulers try to stop it, but they are reduced to ashes under the light arrow. The light arrow breaks through the alien encirclement and heads straight for the 16th heaven continent. Meng Hao follows closely behind, drawing his bow and shooting another arrow, a light arrow that opens the heavens and splits the earth, heading straight for the central region of the alien rulers. Li Long Supreme, on the 16th heaven continent, senses the crisis and separates a clone, which, with the help of dozens of guardian aliens, engages the light arrow in battle. However, the guardian aliens are instantly reduced to flying ash, and the clone is also unable to stop the light arrow, which quickly dissipates the clone. Meng Hao shoots the third and fourth arrows without hesitation, and Li Long's clone, in desperation, self-destructs, causing the 16th heaven continent to collapse. Li Long himself is seriously injured and flees in a panic. Meng Hao's fourth light arrow pursues him, severely injuring Li Long and reducing him to half of his original body. His cultivation realm plummeting, Li Long issues a desperate cry for help, but no one can save him. Meng Hao fuses with the blood demon, transforming into a sea of blood, intending to swallow Li Long alive. By this time, he is nothing but skin and bones, but his murderous aura and baleful energy are even more intense. A life and death battle unfolds in the vast starry sky. Li Long faces a life or death crisis after suffering the injuries from Meng Hao's fourth arrow. Meng Hao unleashes the Blood Fiend's secret art, transforming into a sea of blood that engulfs Li Long's supremacy. Li Long screams as the sea of blood takes the form of a crimson rock. Pursuing and attacking him, Meng Hao summons a blood-colored peak in the supremacy bridge, dealing Li Long severe damage. Li Long's cultivation falls to the domination realm as he struggles to handle Meng Hao's techniques. Meng Hao's time step prevents Li Long from self-destructing, forcing him to watch helplessly as the Blood Fiend's secret art devours his vitality, cultivation, and soul. Li Long refuses to accept his demise and roars defiantly, but is ultimately consumed by the sea of blood. Li Long's demise shocks and horrifies the foreign races. At this moment, the seal on the mountain and sea realm shatters, and a vast number of mountain and sea cultivators rush out. Xu Qing is destroyed under the onslaught of foreign races, while Dizang suffers severe injuries. Fang is gravely wounded by the supremacy puppet and self-destructs in an attempt to drag the mountain and sea realm down with him. The force of Fang's self-destruction overwhelms even the supremacy puppet, leaving Meng Hao grim-faced. Before his death, Fang laments his mistakes and sends a message of all-out war to the foreign races within the 33 heavens. He controls the continent of the heavens, directing it toward the mountain and sea realm, hoping to atone for his sins by ensuring the victory of the 33 heaven foreign races. The foreign races charge into the mountain and sea realm with a desperate fervor, accompanied by the rumble of the continent. Fang laughs maniacally, declaring that his sins will be remembered for ages and expressing his hope that the 33 heaven foreign races will avenge him. The day after the mainland's insane plan to attack the mountain and sea realm began, Profound Sorcerer, the Supreme who had left behind a hidden plan, moved the moment of his fall forward. He knew very well that this move would bring about the resentment of all the alien races of the 33 heavens, and that only a decisive victory could turn the situation around. But the dawn of victory was no more, and Profound Sorcerer himself was about to fall, on the brink of death. Profound Sorcerer laughed madly and announced a destructive plan when death came. He would mobilize the mainland of all heavens to strike the mountain and sea realm. Only in this way could he cause unimaginable damage to the mountain and sea realm through his death, and fight for a glimmer of life for the mountain and sea realm above the 17th heaven. With Profound Sorcerer's command, the mainland of all heavens shook violently and charged directly at the mountain and sea realm. Over 1 million aliens surrounded the mainland, killing their way into enemy territory. Profound Sorcerer closed his eyes, and when his eyes were shut, he unleashed earth-shaking power within his body, the complete self-destruction of a supreme, with the power of the origin force, exploded into the air of the starry sky. Profound Sorcerer consciously turned the power generated by this self-destruction into a driving force, accelerating the mainland of all heavens to crash into the mountain and sea realm at an unimaginable speed. Although the mountain and sea realm was prepared, this impact was far from what it had been before. Profound Sorcerer's self-destructive force, like a sharp sword, pierced through the defenses of the mountain and sea realm like crazy. The war broke out instantly, and it was incredibly fierce. The 3 great Taoist sects, the Taiyang Sword Sect, the 9 Seas Divine Realm, and other forces did their utmost to withstand the impact of the mainland of all heavens. But the effect was limited. The mountain and sea realm had lost 2 mountain peaks and 2 oceans in a row, and the land of reincarnation had also turned into dust. Only a few people like Meng Hao and Earth Treasury were still struggling to resist. But the impact speed of the mainland of all heavens was so fast that the mountain and sea realm could not resist it completely. Although the 3 great Taoist sects and supremes like Hai Meng did their utmost to attack, they only destroyed 70% of the mainland of all heavens. The rest of it pierced into the mountain and sea realm and caused devastating consequences. When the impact force of the mainland of all heavens gradually dissipated, Profound Sorcerer had died in the self-destruction, but his sacrifice had caused the collapse of several mountain peaks and oceans in the mountain and sea realm, causing much greater losses than before. The army of aliens then invaded the mountain and sea realm, engaging in a life-or-death battle with the mountain and sea cultivators. This war burst out again after a short silence, with rivers of blood and corpses scattered everywhere. The Supremes did not make a move, and the Tao realm was also restrained. Both sides fought in a melee, and the casualties continued to increase. Meng Hao incarnated into a sea of blood, and none survived where he passed by. The other mountain and sea cultivators also fought with all their might, risking their lives. After a long and fierce battle, the number of aliens was greatly reduced, and the mountain and sea realm gained an advantage, gradually repelling the army of aliens. However, the 17th heaven remained silent, with no further means at its disposal, but it observed and deduced in secret, seeking ways to defeat the mountain and sea realm. After the war, the mountain and sea realm was devastated, and the sea of blood was raging. Meng Hao was physically and mentally exhausted, but he knew that the war was far from over. He sat down with his knees crossed and began to heal his wounds, listening to the cries of the mountain and sea cultivators around him. His heart was bitter, despite all the hardships the mountain and sea realm had gone through. They had won again, resisting the fierce attacks of the first 6 days. The price paid was the destruction of 4 mountain peaks, the death of countless cultivators, and the collapse of the sun, moon, and stars. However, there was little joy left because everyone understood that the real decisive battle was about to come. The 17th heaven and even the 33rd heaven would descend all at once. When that happened, it would be the mountain and sea realm's moment of life or death. In the short rest, Supreme High Meng gave a new mission, asking the mountain and sea realm to start preparing for war and strengthen its defenses. Meng Hao was appointed by Supreme High Meng to go to the 33 heavens to gain inheritance for the future decisive battle. After the brutal war between the Shanhai realm and the 33 heavens, both sides suffered immense losses and were in crisis. Ocean Dream Supreme reveals to Meng Hao the secret of the 33 heavens, where the souls of cultivators taken captive by the 9 seals supremes are sealed, and that these souls can serve as a source for the cultivation of the Shanhai realm cultivators. However, there are risks in the 33 heavens, as absorbing souls may result in failure and death, or in successful absorption with no advancement in cultivation. Meng Hao decides to bring 33 elites from the Shanhai realm to the 33 heavens to seek a breakthrough. The group arrives at the 33 heavens and encounters the strange beast of the first realm, a giant wrapped in iron chains. The giant roars and howls, but the baleful aura emanating from Meng Hao frightens it, as it recognizes Meng Hao as someone who has slain a supreme. Meng Hao explains the pros and cons of the 33 heavens to the elites, who unhesitatingly choose to accept the risks and follow Meng Hao into the rift of the first realm. Among them are old acquaintances such as Li Linger, Chen Fan, and Wang Yukai, who witness Meng Hao's strength and determination and resolve to fight to the end for the survival of the Shanhai realm. Meng Hao leads the chosen into the 33 territories, preparing to subdue the sealed souls and mythical beasts. He emphasizes using his imposing presence to subdue them, making it easier to capture them. As the group walks through the underground palace, they find damaged walls and missing floor tiles, suggesting someone has been looting. Meng Hao does not deny it, admitting it was his doing, surprising everyone. Arriving at the greedy wolf's sealed location, Meng Hao ignores the shocked gazes of the others and absorbs the soul fire. He then expertly pries up floor tiles and pillars, looting everything. In subsequent locations, Meng Hao continues his domineering approach, suppressing the mythical beasts, and absorbing their soul fires. The chosen gradually adapt to his looting behavior, even actively helping him, transforming the formerly oppressive atmosphere into a relaxed outing. As time passes, the chosen gradually stay behind at various soul fire locations to absorb their fortune, leaving only Meng Hao in the 33 territories. There is no seal, mythical beast, or soul fire here, only a young man in a green robe sitting on a mountain peak, his cultivation unfathomably deep. Meng Hao senses the 33rd territory is different from the others and feels a special status emanating from the man. However, the young man calmly greets Meng Hao, as if he had been expecting him for a long time. Meng Hao encountered a young man in a green shirt on a mountain peak. The young man, who could not recall his name, explained that after losing a bet, he had made a promise to await someone and teach them a forbidden technique. The young man pointed to the basin below the mountain, but Meng Hao initially saw nothing unusual. However, upon looking again, he witnessed a prosperous city called the Kingdom of Clear Water emerge from the basin. With over 100,000 residents, Meng Hao astutely noted that their auras were identical to that of the young man. The young man revealed that the city was a manifestation of his forbidden technique, a world comprised of countless versions of himself. Meng Hao realized that this was the 4th forbidden technique he had been seeking. After teaching Meng Hao the forbidden technique, the young man dispersed into specks of green light. Meng Hao sat in meditation, contemplating the technique. Gradually, The scene in the basin became clear in his mind. He witnessed the birth of countless versions of himself, each with its own independent consciousness. As Meng Hao continued to analyze the forbidden technique, the city expanded into a nation. To his astonishment, he discovered invisible threads connecting these nations, forming a net centered around him. Every version of him within the net was an extension of his being. Meng Hao immersed himself in studying the technique, and 10 months later, 3 nations had materialized around him. Meanwhile, the 33 Celestials underwent the baptism of soul fires, leading to both deaths and advancements. Meng Hao finally mastered his 4th forbidden technique, known as the Forbidden Technique of Essence, which granted him the ability to create millions of incarnations with endless cycles of reincarnation. Of the 33 zones, the first to emerge was Wang Yukai. With astonishing audacity, he gouged out his eyes to attain enlightenment in the shadow of the way. Amidst his agony, he laughed maniacally, sacrificing his lifespan and life essence to break through to the sovereign realm in one fell swoop. In the wake of Wang Yukai's emergence, others emerged sporadically, but only Li Linger achieved an aura comparable to the sovereign realm, which had consumed her youth and lifespan. By contrast, Chen Fan opted to forego the breakthrough, departing with a forlorn expression. Of the 8 who relinquished their lifespans, Wang Yukai possessed the most formidable cultivation, establishing himself as their leader. They anticipated the arrival of Meng Hao, only to discover a waning vitality emanating from him. Wang Yukai resolved to depart, convinced that Meng Hao's destiny was even more extraordinary. Other prodigies, such as Li Linger and Ji Yin, emerged seamlessly. They sensed the dissipation of Meng Hao's vitality, igniting trepidation within them. The earth began to crumble, surrounded by formidable beasts, but Meng Hao remained elusive, prompting a somber silence among those present. Meanwhile, a decisive battle erupted outside the mountain and sea realm against the 33 heavens. 2 eight-source sovereigns descended, leading an army of millions of alien beings, breaching the mountain and sea realm's defensive barrier. One of these female sovereigns destroyed the 5th mountain with a single finger. Unmoved, she faced the combined assault of 3 revered masters and the puppet sovereign from the mountain and sea realm. Concurrently, the other male sovereign materialized in the southern sky star, engaging in an earth-shattering battle with Shui Donglio, pulverizing mountains and carving craters into the landscape. Amidst the crumbling 33 zones, Meng Hao's eyes suddenly opened. Myriad crystal rays surged into his body, rendering his gaze increasingly luminescent, suggesting the imminent completion of his profound transformation. After witnessing the dissipation of his sentient avatar, Meng Hao's forbidden technique breaks through to become the 7th restriction. He realizes that he is 2 restrictions short of the 9th restriction. He then summons the 33 soul lamps, 10 of which have been extinguished. He decides to ignite the 3rd withered stage of the gods, the mind-withered stage. Meng Hao's heart is ruthlessly squeezed by an invisible hand, and a great sense of pain and loneliness floods his mind. Amidst his roars, he summons a gust of energy, forming a huge vortex and abyss. He sits cross-legged within it, the torture of the mind-withered stage afflicting him with indescribable agony. With the completion of the mind-withered stage, Meng Hao's cultivation once again increases, drawing infinitely close to the venerable level. He releases his coercion, commanding the surrounding strange beasts to submit. With their heads bowed, Meng Hao leads them out of the 33 layers. Upon returning to the world of mountains and seas, the war has reached a fever pitch. The alien army launches a full-scale attack, and the cultivators of the world of mountains and seas are forced to retreat steadily. At a critical moment, Wang Yukai and others, who have returned from the 33 layers, join the battle in time, compensating for the lack of high-end combat power. However, the appearance of a female venerable of 8 sources turns the situation sharply against them. She destroys the 6th sea and a large number of sea creatures in an instant. Her power is too great, and even the combined attacks of Hai Meng and others are no match for her. Just as the 6th mountain is about to be destroyed and the world of mountains and seas falls into despair, the 17th heaven continent suddenly breaks away from the heavens and attacks the alien army. The female venerable of 8 sources strikes it down, but fails to find the mastermind behind the sneak attack. Filled with rage, the female venerable releases a powerful solar armor, greatly increasing the combat power of the alien army. As the 6th mountain collapses, 3 venerables suddenly appear and use a triangular seal to trap the female venerable within it. They vow to seal her away forever. paying the price with their own lives and Dao. In the face of a crisis in the Shanhai realm, 3 scripture guardians pay the price of their lives to cast the 3 scripture divine seals, intending to seal away the 8-source matriarch. However, the matriarch's clone uses a secret technique to awaken a sleeper within the foreign army, transforming into a gigantic ball of monstrous evil spirit that breaks the seal. Simultaneously, more than 10 mysterious powerhouses descend, not from the 33 heavens, but having seized the bodies of others. Under the foreign army's relentless assault, the Shanhai realm retreats step by step, leaving only 2 seas and 2 mountains. At this critical moment, Meng Hao appears with alien reinforcements, blocking the foreign army, but still faces the encirclement of the 10 mysterious powerhouses. Just then, Xu arrives with the ancient heavenly demon sect, and the sigh of the night resounds, causing millions of the foreign race to vanish, drawn into the time-space illusion of the ancient heavenly demon sect. Meanwhile, the Frost Earth Demon Emperor Han Shan, Lady Ji, the Fang family's powerhouses, and Dan Gui quickly gather, joining forces with Meng Hao to fight side by side. In the face of despair, the cultivators of the Shanhai realm erupt with astonishing combat power, detonating themselves to impede the foreign army. Upon the 6 mountains, the matriarch declares with disdain that the Shanhai realm will surely perish. But the 3 venerables and their disciples persist in maintaining the seal, burning their lifespans to keep it intact. However, the matriarch remains confident that the seal cannot restrain her indefinitely, predicting that the day of its breaking will be the day of the Shanhai realm's destruction. In the midst of a war-torn Shanhai realm, the alien army from the 33 heavens and the 2 great venerable realms engaged in a deadly battle with the Shanhai cultivators. Facing the formidable strength of the 33 heavens, the Shanhai realm was on the brink of annihilation. As the leader of the aliens, the 8 Origins goddess held the Shanhai cultivators in contempt and prophesied their extinction. However, she harbored apprehensions about the enigmatic Water Donlio and Meng Hao of the Shanhai realm. In the fierce battle on the 8th mountain, Meng Hao clashed with a colossal beast formed by the fusion of 6 descendants and 2 divine clan giants. The beast's deafening roar heavily wounded Meng Hao, but he utilized a starstone to transform into a meteorite, withstanding the sonic wave and drawing near to the beast before slaying it with a single sword strike. However, the beast's demise signified not only the obliteration of the descendants' souls but also their physical bodies. This shocking revelation instilled terror in the remaining descendants, who hastily retreated. Meng Hao pursued 2 of them, only to discover that the seal enslaving the 8 Origins goddess was on the verge of breaking. Once freed, the 8 Origins goddess drained the 3 great venerables dry, transforming them into withered husks, foreshadowing the doom of the Shanhai realm. Within Mount Sea realm, 3 supreme powerhouses known as venerables exist, each practicing one of the 3 scriptures and possessing godlike powers. Among them, the Spirit Shrift belongs to the Spirit Venerable, the Dao Scripture to the Dao Venerable, but the Execution Scripture lacks its Venerable. The 8-source female supreme breaks free from her seal, threatening Mount Sea realm. The Spirit Venerable and the Dao Venerable make the ultimate sacrifice, transforming their bodies into nails that pierce the 8-source female supreme, severely injuring her. Right as she is escaping, the Execution Venerable awakens, revealing his true identity as Meng Hao's grandfather, Fang He. Fang He also sacrifices himself, but a strange aura emanates from his body, causing his cultivation to plummet while his aura becomes even more enigmatic. Fang He gazes upon Meng Hao, his eyes filled with kindness, and calls him Haoer. This familiar gaze awakens something within Meng Hao, causing him to recall an old man who once held him, and he calls out, "Grandpa." Fang He averts his gaze and focuses on the 8-source female supreme, cleaving his brow to form an execution nail. With an earth-shattering roar, the nail flies forth, piercing the 8-source female supreme's heart and gravely wounding her. The sacrifice of the 3 venerables seals the 8-source female supreme, granting Mount Sea Realm a moment of respite. The mountain and sea realm faces an unprecedented crisis. The 3 venerables are not ordinary experts but seals set by the 33 heavens supreme beings to control the 8 sources supreme beings. The supreme female venerable discovers this conspiracy, but 3 scripture nails are enough to seal her cultivation, causing her to fall from 8 sources to 7 sources or even lose her supreme position. The Severing Heaven Venerable appears, his remnant soul possessing a dead Severing Heaven cultivator. Unleashing the power of the severing heaven scriptures. A crimson nail shoots towards the supreme female venerable, causing her cultivation to plummet. At the moment of crisis, the female venerable sacrifices her soul, summoning the Wayfinder, a powerful being from the 33 heavens. The Wayfinder descends with a giant staff, shattering the 8th mountain and sea. The mountain and sea realm is on the verge of collapse, and water east flow appears to confront the Wayfinder, blocking his further attacks. The mountain and sea cultivators retreat to the 9th mountain, using it as their final stronghold. At this moment, the mountain and sea realm only has the 9th sea and 9th mountain left, facing the threat of the Wayfinder and the approaching forces of the 33 heavens. The 9th mountain in the mountain and sea realm was covered in silence. The millions of surviving cultivators, weary from years of war, were close to despair and exhaustion. Currently, the foreign army of tens of millions had surrounded the 9th mountain, their forces seemingly unstoppable. The most concerning fact was that a third 8 Origins Supreme, Fang, had appeared on the enemy's side. Faced with the formidable force of 3 8 Origins Supremes, the mountain and sea realm appeared doomed to fail. The atmosphere within the 9th mountain was filled with the weight of a crumbling realm. Just as everyone was falling into despair, Supreme Sea Dream's words broke the silence, calling out Shui Donliu's identity. She asked Shui Donliu if he was Zhao, intending to rekindle the hope of the mountain and sea cultivators. After a moment of silence, Shui Donliu nodded, admitting he was Zhao. This news invigorated every mountain and sea cultivator, reigniting their hopes of survival. Zhao was a legend in the mountain and sea realm, the supreme who created the world, and his appearance seemed to herald a possible turning point. However, Meng Hao, Dizang, and Supreme Sea Dream quickly realized something was amiss. They saw that Shui Donliu was not the real Zhao, and Supreme Sea Dream's question seemed to have deliberately prompted Shui Donliu to admit to being Zhao. As time passed, the foreign army called out again, offering conditions for surrender. They demanded the mountain and sea cultivators hand over their cultivation levels and become enslaved. This condition, however cruel, provided the mountain and sea cultivators a possibility of survival, but also caused internal division. Some families, including the Fang family and the Wang family, began to waver, preparing to surrender. The Li family also made the decision to surrender, much to Li Linger's chagrin. As the incense was burning out, Shui Donliu made a declaration. He gave the option of leaving the mountain and sea realm to those who chose to surrender. But if they turned against the realm after the war, they would face his merciless retaliation. With the surrender of the Wang family and the Li family, the atmosphere within the 9th mountain grew heavier. The mountain and sea cultivators faced a choice between life and death, wavering on the edge of despair and hope. As the alien army besieged, the Shanghai world was facing a severe crisis. However, on the eve of the decisive battle, sects and clans from the 9th mountain declared their surrender, totaling over 1 million, which dealt a heavy blow to the morale of the Shanghai world. Upon learning the news, the alien army became disdainful and mocked the weak will of the Shanghai world. However, as the alien army prepared to launch its attack, a shocking scene unfolded. Countless Shanghai wandering cultivators not affiliated with any sect or clan demonstrated astonishing willpower at this moment. They self-destructed collectively, perishing together with the alien army while shouting the slogan, "We live as Shanghai people. We die as Shanghai ghosts." Even cultivators from certain sects and clans dispersed, not hesitating to self-destruct to express their loyalty to the Shanghai world in a heroic manner. The deafening sounds of these self-destructions caused chaos among the alien army and ignited the blood of the Shanghai cultivators, boosting their morale instantly. It turned out that all this was Shui Donliu's improvised countermeasure, aimed at inspiring the fighting spirit of the Shanghai world. At this moment, Meng Hao also understood the true meaning of the Tao. The spirit evolved to the extreme, forming a subtle yet omnipresent willpower in the world. As the Shanghai cultivators roared, "Shanghai world cultivators! If not now, when?" A bloody battle began. The cultivators of the Shanghai world, with the determination to die, swore to resist the invasion of the alien army to the death. Upon learning of the complete defeat of the war, the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm charged out of their camp without hesitation, determined to fight the enemy to the death. The battle was fierce, and although the mountain and sea realm knew that the outcome was uncertain, they fought with dignity until the very end. Among the traitors, there were both true and false. But King Ninth Si and the Wang family had indeed betrayed them. Just as the Wang family was about to be overwhelmed by the enemy forces, a sword light burst forth to save them, causing the foreign race to panic. The cultivators of the mountain and sea realm fought like madmen, killing the foreign race at the cost of their own lives. Their roars shook the heavens and earth, striking fear into the hearts of the foreign race. Despite the mountain and sea realm's weakness, they managed to force back tens of millions of enemy troops. The foreign race's shock and confusion gradually turned into horror as they were stunned by the mountain and sea realm cultivators' madness and cruelty. Meng Hao and the other great experts launched an all-out attack to intercept the enemy's dominator. Meng Hao even directly confronted the female supreme who had killed his grandfather. The situation on and off the battlefield changed constantly. The foreign race's army was forced to retreat, but the mountain and sea realm cultivators were also sacrificing themselves. As time went on, the battle became increasingly unbalanced. In the 9th mountain star region, where the sun and moon could not be seen, countless mortals knelt down and prayed to the heavens for the victory of the mountain and sea clan. This battle for their race was a matter of life and death. Sun Zi, covered in blood, crazily bit into the neck of a foreign race until his whole body was shattered before detonating himself in a fit of despair. Fan Donger, her hair disheveled and covered in the blood of the foreign race, collapsed from exhaustion after killing her way through and chose to disappear with the corpse of the white-clad woman who had protected her. Song Luotian laughed wildly as he charged alone into the foreign race's army, fighting until he was killed and his body surrounded by the foreign race. His fighting spirit and dignity shocked even the foreign race. The song of the mountain and sea realm cultivators echoed constantly, singing of their unwavering faith and determination to sacrifice themselves. This battle, regardless of its outcome, would be recorded in history as a forever tragic chapter in the annals of the mountain and sea realm. In the fierce battle of the mountain and sea realm, Meng Hao and Hai Meng fought side by side, but they had to endure the onslaught of various alien forces. Facing the attack of the 8th-source female venerable, Meng Hao used the monster sealing prohibition, but was disturbed by a big-headed cultivator, almost allowing the female venerable to escape. Subsequently, Meng Hao used the original prohibition, creating countless clones, and launching a fierce attack on the female venerable. In the meantime, the big-headed cultivator reappeared and defended against Meng Hao's attacks together with the female venerable. The battle was deadlocked, each side taking turns, with no clear victor. On the other side, the mountain and sea realm cultivators also sturdily resisted the alien invasion. As the aliens invaded the 9th mountain galaxy, the mountain and sea realm cultivators gradually retreated. The western Blessed Star and the northern Reed Star were destroyed one after another, and the eastern Victorious Star also collapsed under the frenzied attacks of the alien army. Seeing his former homeland turn into ashes, Meng Hao's heart was filled with pain, but a glimmer of hope still burned in his heart. When the southern heavenly star was invaded by aliens, Meng Hao rushed to the battlefield without hesitation. His family, friends, and past memories were there. However, the 8th-source female venerable and the big-headed cultivator hindered Meng Hao's progress. Seeing his parents and loved ones fall under the alien army, Meng Hao became furious to the extreme, and his battle cry shook the heavens and earth. Meng Hao forcibly broke through the light of origin, despite the obstructions posed by the big-headed monk and the female supreme. His stars shattered, and his transformation into the rock was soon followed by its collapse. Finally, he tore through the gelatinous armor, escaping the sea of light. However, the female supreme, unwilling to let Meng Hao pass, cast a spell, causing the sea of light to explode and once again engulfing Meng Hao. The big-headed monk, unable to bear it, spoke out to stop her. But Meng Hao's roars could be heard within the sea of light, his footsteps shaking the heavens and the earth. Moments later, a blood-red energy surged, and Meng Hao emerged from the sea of light, covered in blood. The big-headed monk and Meng Hao collided head-on once more. The female supreme obstructed Meng Hao's path by forcibly using her powers to transform into a sea of blood. Meng Hao, determined to succeed, fired 2 arrows using his life force, piercing through the sea of blood and forcing the female supreme to retreat. However, by the time he returned to the southern sky star, tragedy had already unfolded. Fang Wei led the Fang family in self-detonation, and the Fang family's great elder perished. Fang Yanyu and others also committed suicide, and countless Yama geniuses fell. His parents and Fang Yu were severely injured. Emperor Tang, leading the souls of the Li family, charged into the alien army, self-detonating in a formation, decimating up to 40% of the surrounding enemy forces. With this act of sacrifice, the battle ended. The words as cultivators of Yama, "Our souls belong to Yama, in life and death," echoed in the hearts of the Yama cultivators, moving them deeply. Beyond South Heaven Star, millions of alien races were still in shock, but the explosion of the formation had also stripped South Heaven Star of its protection. The alien races surged in, and mountains and rivers were instantly engulfed in bloodshed. Just as South Heaven Star was on the verge of collapse, Meng Hao rushed back and used divine fire to burn the aliens. Saving his severely injured father, Fang Shofun, he held his own, and the power of his counterattack crushed all the aliens around him. The alien army retreated in fear, and Meng Hao's eyes burned with anger as he went on a killing rampage. The big head cultivator and the female supreme appeared, and the female supreme unleashed a purple sea of energy towards Meng Hao. Meng Hao fought back with the Sun Star bow, firing free arrows that severely injured the big head cultivator and killed the female supreme. However, the female supreme used a life-saving secret technique to shatter her foundation and then recondensed it with even greater resentment. She once again unleashed her essence secret technique, sending a polluted sea of blood towards Meng Hao. Meng Hao struggled, but with the female supreme's own power added to it, the polluted blood sea devoured his Tao, bloodline, consciousness, and cultivation. He spat out black chunks of blood and laughed bitterly as he stood in front of everyone, resisting the alien invasion. Meanwhile, beyond South Heaven Star, the ninth sea mountain was steadily losing ground, and the mountain sea realm was reduced to shattered mountains and rifted stars. An epic war was nearing its end, and the planned war arc of the novel would also conclude soon. The next volume would begin a new chapter. Badly injured, Meng Hao fights to protect his loved ones on Nantian Star from an invading alien army. The Eight-Source Matriarch, a powerful sorceress, taints Meng Hao's blood, causing his cultivation to plummet. Against an inexhaustible horde of aliens, Meng Hao grits his teeth and fights with all his might. When his left hand is severed, he fights with his right. When his right hand is severed, he bites with his teeth. Even when his knees are shattered, he roars at his enemies with defiance. Meng Hao's father, Fang Shofun, seeing his son's plight, leads the Fang clan out of their territory to assist in the battle. To prevent himself from becoming a burden to Meng Hao, Fang Shofun self-destructs amidst the alien army, sacrificing his own life to clear a path for his son. Meng Hao's world is shattered by his father's death, leaving him despairing and lost. Yet Fang Shofeng's sacrifice also fuels Meng Hao's resolve. He swears to avenge his father and fight for Nantian Star. Meng Hao's spirit beasts, including the Mastiff, Blood Spirit, and Blood Demon, join the battle and fight alongside him. The alien army, despite its overwhelming numbers, begins to waver in the face of Meng Hao's indomitable will and the unwavering determination of his father. As the battle rages on, Meng Hao's cultivation falls below the Xian level, yet he stands defiant, a symbol of unyielding resistance amidst the invading hordes. His loved ones, though battered and broken, continue to fight with the same ferocity, using self-destruction tactics to create openings for Meng Hao. Amidst the brutal interstellar war, Meng Hao witnesses the heroic sacrifice of his father who shields his family. The weight of his father's love reverberates within Meng Hao, igniting agony and fury that lacerates his soul. Grieving, the Fang clan members self-sacrifice, fighting the alien invaders in a life-for-life exchange. Meng Hao's mother, a woman of unwavering strength, choosing to follow her husband upon witnessing his demise, fulfilling their vows of love in death. Against the abominable invasion from the sky by the female supreme, Meng Hao initially resists valiantly. Yet, his father's sacrifice transforms his resolve. He willingly surrenders his Tao foundation and immortal veins, enduring the contamination, transforming into a mutated state. Meng Hao's body trembles, his eyes turning an eerie crimson, his physique enveloped in a web of black veins, his once black hair extending endlessly. The aura of his mutation sends shivers down the spines of the alien invaders. Resembling an oppressive force from the depths of the void, Meng Hao summons countless soul lamps ablaze with spectral flames. These flames, despite their silence, set the entire starry sky roaring. Meng Hao's transformation stuns all. As he embarks on a divergent path, his fires of vengeance destined to burn brightly throughout the interstellar realm. In the exalted celestial realm, where immortals were supposed to be born, a monstrosity was unexpectedly brought into the world. A fiend, Meng Hao, after witnessing his loved one's self-destruction in the roaring of the cosmos, transformed from a celestial being into a fiend, emanating a chaotic demonic aura, as an extraterrestrial army intended to eradicate the mountain and sea realm. Meng Hao seethed with anger, his demonic aura surging as he vowed to make the invaders pay. With a single stride, the soul-withering tribulation descended upon him, extinguishing 3 of his soul lamps. Meng Hao's fiendish presence intensified as he charged towards the alien female sovereign. Shattering her with a single palm strike, the sovereign's soul attempted to escape, but Meng Hao grabbed it and devoured it in front of the multitude. Despite the intervention of a powerful alien cultivator, Meng Hao's menacing laughter and cries held him back. Meng Hao pursued the cultivator, wounding him and sending him fleeing in terror. Sensing the dire situation, the alien army retreated. Meng Hao, alone, chased after millions of aliens, driving them out of the southern celestial star. His clothes were stained crimson, and his laughter resembled mournful cries. His aura both sinister and enigmatic. The alien forces within the 9 mountains were shaken by Meng Hao's presence, declaring him a madman and a fiend. Even Dao Fang and the 8 Origin Sovereign were astonished, recognizing the extent of Meng Hao's threat. Meng Hao's roars echoed with vengeance, declaring that the aliens would pay for their actions, and turned his sights on Dao Fang and the 8 Origin Sovereign. His voice boomed through the realm. Now, it's your turn. I may not be able to defeat you, but I can devour you. In the chaotic battlefield, Meng Hao's eerie voice came out of nowhere, sending a shiver down the spines of the foreign races. The middle-aged man, the 8 Sources Supreme, was enraged and led his army to fight, but was shocked by Meng Hao's 7 steps of the god and his vicious killing intent. Meng Hao fought recklessly, eventually biting the middle-aged man's throat and severely injuring him. Just when the middle-aged man was horrified, Meng Hao's aura changed again, becoming immortal and full of vitality. With magic techniques surging like a tide, the thunder cauldron transformed into a cyan rock and struck with a punch. The middle-aged man fought back desperately, but when he touched Meng Hao's right arm, the force was deflected, and Meng Hao seized the opportunity to bite his wound. Dark energy spread, and the middle-aged man realized it was Meng Hao's resentment. He retreated in terror, his primordial spirit escaping his body. Meng Hao regained his right arm, and a terrifying demonic energy enveloped the battlefield, forcing all the foreign races to retreat. Meng Hao's madness and ruthlessness shocked Dao Fang, making him realize that Meng Hao was not invincible, but a potential and formidable threat. Everyone on the battlefield fell silent, witnessing the terror of this newly born demon. Shui Dongliu appeared, confessing his schemes against Meng Hao's family and expressing his guilt. He admitted to planning Meng Hao's tribulation at the age of 7, orchestrating the fate of his grandparents and parents, aiming to cultivate him into a new will of the mountain and sea or an immortal. However, Meng Hao's fate had changed. Shui Dongliu promised that if he succeeded, he would self-destruct and offer himself to the Fang family bloodline if he failed. He would also perish, fulfilling Meng Hao. A decisive battle concerning the fate of the mountain and sea realm was about to unfold, and this newborn demon would play a pivotal role in it. Shui Dongliu conspires with the Fang family to use the Fang family's nirvana as a lure to summon the immortal divine continent. The immense immortal divine continent descends from the starry sky with 9 suns, exuding a supreme aura that destroys the 9th mountain and awes the mountain and sea realm. A statue identical to the male figure in the sequence's Heaven Sovereign Law stands on the continent, radiating a terrifying pressure. The immortal divine continent demands the submission of the supreme immortal realm, but is severed by an unknown figure in black summoned by Shui Dongliu during its descent, separating a vast landmass. As the 8 primal sovereigns, the alien army, and Hu Daofang stare in shock, Meng Hao laughs maniacally. At this moment, the 33 heavens tilt and, steered by Ru Feng, fly towards the broken edge of the immortal divine continent. Colliding with it, the force from the impact tears through the starry sky, creating a colossal void. From the immortal divine continent comes a terrified roar. They have broken the seal and are escaping. As it turns out, the purpose of the collision was to blow open a passage to escape the seal of the immortal divine continent. At the moment of crisis in the Shanhai realm, Shui Donliu's ultimate plan surfaces. He meticulously orchestrated this war with a threefold purpose: to prolong the war, to preserve the essence of the Shanhai realm, and to use the alien forces to destroy the southern celestial star. To break the seal, Shui Donglio leverages the arrival of the immortal continent, the aura of the 33 heavens, and the demonic energy to collectively weaken the seal's power. Then uses the force of the continent's impact to blast open a hole. The sacrifice of 99% of the Shanhai cultivator's souls is used to activate the seal on the southern celestial star, allowing the alien race to destroy it. However, Shui Donglia's scheme does not end there. At a crucial moment, the mountains and seas of the Shanhai realm that were shattered in the war re-emerge, showcasing the true might of the Shanhai realm. The ninth sea betrays Shui Donglio and leads the alien army to his location. Simultaneously, the three venerables of the Shanhai realm, the immortal ancient, dozens of sea gods clad in brown armor, the 10 billion flying swords of the Taihong sword sect, and the will of the Shanhai realm itself all awaken or erupt, demonstrating the astonishing depth of the Shanhai realm. Finally, the giant of the three-eyed god clan rises from the first sea, wielding a battle axe and roaring towards the heavens. The subordinate forces of the Shanhai realm that were once loyal to Shui Donglio now make their presence known, vowing to resist the alien invasion to the death. The depth of the Shanhai realm once again shakes the world. Between the second mountain and the sixth mountain, the profound strength unleashed by the various mountain and sea realms manifested as mighty powers, such as war chariots and the river of Samsara, which terrified the alien army. At the same time, a deafening roar echoed from the south heaven star. Donglio Shui initiated a plan, releasing 100,000 imprisoned Supreme Celestial Realm prisoners of war and a colossal butterfly. This butterfly, called the Devil Butterfly, was one of the few world butterflies in the demon realm that had been captured by the Celestial Realm. However, Donglio Shui had erased its consciousness, transforming it into a new carrier for the mountain and sea realms. This gave the realm a chance to break free from the battlefield and gain time for further development. The Devil Butterfly had perished, yet its wings retained a spark of life. Meng Hao was astounded to discover that his parents' auras lingered on the butterfly's wings, signifying a rebirth in a different sense. Upon Donglio Shui's call, the mountain and sea cultivators were drawn into the butterfly, disappearing into a new world, including Meng Hao's loved ones. Meng Hao stood guard around the butterfly, protecting his homeland, the alien army, the Taoist factions, and the powerhouses from the celestial and divine continent attempted to thwart their actions. The mountain and sea formation absorbed all the profound strength of the realms, resisting foreign invasions. As the butterfly neared the passageway, peril emerged. 4 sun-like orbs and countless cultivators from the celestial and divine continent launched a relentless assault with overwhelming might, shaking the mountain and sea formation. Just when the mountain and sea realms teetered on the brink of annihilation, the divine fire source beneath the south heaven star erupted, unleashing its vengeance upon the Taoist factions. Donglio Shui's plan, though merciless, had sacrificed the lives of many mountain and sea cultivators in exchange for the power to confront the celestial and divine continent. The mountain and sea formation rumbled violently, repeatedly repelling enemy forces, escorting the butterfly as it drew closer to the passageway. An army from the immortal and divine continent marches towards the mountain and sea realm to reclaim butterfly. The 8 Source Supreme and a 9 Source Supreme attack the mountain and sea realm's formation. A beautiful woman in a purple dress appears and shatters the formation with a single palm strike. The backlash from the mountain and sea realm's formation weakens her. Shui Donglio seals her with mountain and sea seal. A white-robed elder and a 3-eyed clansman join the battle to block the 8 Source Supreme. Meng Hao also enters the battlefield, his murderous intent rising and his devouring heart stirring. Butterfly moves closer to the passage. The woman breaks the seal and tries to stop her. Immortal Gu Taoist self-destructs to push Butterfly through the passage. The 8 Source and 9 Source Supremes pursue. The mountain and sea realms' ancient sovereigns, flying swords, and sea depths self-destruct to resist the enemy. Shui Donglio buys time for Butterfly, using the shrunken mountain and sea realm and his own cultivation to create a supreme cultivator beyond the level of supreme. Meng Hao accepts Shui Donglio's forbidden technique and cultivation, becoming the new hope for the supreme immortal realm. Shui Donglio, with his immense power, blocks the immortal and divine continent army single-handedly, carving out a path for Meng Hao and Butterfly. Within the roaring passage, Meng Hao and the others follow the butterfly as it darts through. The passage's swirling vortex gathers explosive force, propelling the butterfly forward at unimaginable speeds. However, when they look back, they find cultivators from the celestial lands standing like mountains outside the passage, including Water Eastflow of the Ninth Essence Realm. At this moment, Water Eastflow's body swells and he transforms into a middle-aged man. His aura surges violently as he ignites the Ninth Essence Realm within him. But he is unable to act. He seals the passage entrance with his own body, preventing pursuit. Simultaneously, he establishes contact with Meng Hao via the Mountain and Sea Realm seed and infuses Meng Hao with his lifelong insights on cultivation, understanding of the heavens, and the essence of life. Outside the passage, cultivators from the celestial lands gasp in shock, recognizing that Water Eastflow is employing a forbidden technique from the Supremacy Realm. A sinister method by which one burns oneself to empower others. The Ninth Essence Realm woman, the white-robed elder, and 8 other 8th Essence Supremes all join forces to attack Water Eastflow. Water Eastflow laughs, revealing that he still has a wisp of the Ninth Seal's soul within him. He fights back with all his might against the combined assault, sustaining injuries but refusing to yield, declaring that he was born for the Mountain and Sea Realm and dies for the Mountain and Sea Realm. He chooses to self-destruct along with the other cultivators, heavily injuring the pursuers and igniting a final beacon of light for Meng Hao's inheritance. Water Eastflow's self-destruction and the swirling vortex propel the butterfly forward at incredible speeds. And Meng Hao receives the inheritance while unconscious, his body violently trembling. The boundless starry sky appears before the cultivators of the Mountain and Sea Realm, the first time they have ever witnessed the world beyond. However, the celestial lands continent crushes the rift and continues its pursuit. A lone boat drifts through the emptiness, and the old man aboard lets out a sigh, perhaps the only one who knows the destiny that awaits Meng Hao and his companions. Another emaciated cultivator emerges, his face clouded with doubt as he questions the purpose of this conflict. Ultimately, no onlooker, including the black-robed figure, can predict the outcome of this cataclysm. Water Eastflow's sacrifice provides the Mountain and Sea Realm with a glimmer of hope, allowing them to grasp their own destiny and gain their freedom, though at a grave cost. However, the prelude to this war has only just begun. The celestial lands pursuit continues, and Meng Hao's inheritance is nurturing an unprecedented storm. Xu Qing sacrifices himself to hold back the enemies, giving Meng Hao time to rebirth, leaving behind a complex enigma of merits and faults. Meng Hao remains in a slumber, placed outside the butterfly's body, guarded by Supreme Being Heimeng and others. Fang Shofun and his wife, Meng Hao's parents, appear in a unique form, gently watching over their son. They fuse with the butterfly's spirit, gaining rebirth. The butterfly continues its flight, carrying the displaced to an unknown destination. The immortal god continent relentlessly pursues, while from a distant desolate land, the butterfly draws a silent continent toward Meng Hao's current location. In his dream, Meng Hao comprehends the first ban of Xu Qing, the sealing ban, as well as the legacy bans of the demon sealing clan. His cultivation constantly escalating, he immerses himself in the sea of cultivation, comprehending the Tao. 8 ban seals appearing on his brow, the 8th yet incomplete. 33 soul lamps surround Meng Hao, 18 ablaze, 15 extinguished. As time passes, the extinguished lamps release dark smoke, strengthening Meng Hao's body and cultivation. Supreme Being Heimeng, sensing the approach of the immortal god continent and demon world continent, resolves to execute her long-prepared sequence plan. She sacrifices her life to send 2 members of the sequence to the immortal god continent and demon world, planting the seeds of subversion to seek a glimmer of hope for the Mountain and Sea Realm. Dao Tian and Yuan Jian enter the samsara, sacrificing their lives to carry out missions on different continents. Supreme Being Heimeng burns her life and cultivation, unleashing a powerful divine sense, searching for new hope for the Mountain and Sea Realm. Her divine sense spreads relentlessly, seeking a glimmer of life, until her body withers, fading into specks of light. The divine consciousness of Supreme Being Heimeng penetrates into the vast expanse and finds a distant whirlpool that is grander than Supreme Immortal Realm. Within the whirlpool, there is a terrifying pressure that contains countless cracks, with a cerulean coffin in the center, where the corpse of a woman lies. The faint text on the stone tablet outside the coffin reads, "The entire starlit sky owes me. And I owe you. You can awaken, But you are reluctant. So I will make the starlit sky vast and desolate to accompany your burial. This area is unrelated to the mountain and sea realm instead. It is an ancient world that exists independently and seems to be the origin of the vast starlit sky. Supreme Being Haemong recognizes that the woman in the coffin is unknown. Yet she has an intuition that this is where the vitality of the mountain and sea realm lies. The whirlpool contains the method of time, and Supreme Being Haemong cannot gaze upon it for a long time. When the pursuit from Immortal God continent appears, Supreme Being Haemong transforms into a beam of light, pushing the butterfly carrying the mountain and sea cultivators away while pointing them toward the cerulean coffin whirlpool. Her beam of light gradually dissipates, leaving the butterfly to race away. As the butterfly approaches the cerulean coffin whirlpool, the Immortal God continent catches up. The vast starlit sky is boundless, containing countless whirlpools and floating continents. But only the cerulean coffin whirlpool is designated as a forbidden land, rumored to hold the secret of the vast desolation. The woman from Immortal God continent warns the butterfly group that seeking the cerulean coffin whirlpool is suicide, claiming that the path of time is hidden there, and the person who captured the path and cultivated the woman in the coffin is the reason why the starlit sky became a desolate expanse. She suggests handing over Meng Hao to avoid total annihilation. The butterfly cannot resist the pressure from Immortal God continent. And just as the Immortal God cultivators approach, a radiant light suddenly flashes from the butterfly, forming a protective barrier. Dizang and the other mountain and sea powerhouses charge out heroically, ready to fight to the death. A fierce battle erupted on the back of the butterfly. The Sun Emperors of the Immortal God continent were like a force of nature, and Earth Concealing and the others were no match for them. Meng Hao was also in imminent danger, and Earth Concealing's butterfly world was on the verge of collapse. At this critical moment, a thunderclap erupted in Meng Hao's mind, and countless silhouettes of him coalesced, calling out to him to wake up. His sea of cultivation was burst open. Meng Hao's body trembled, and his eyes sprang open. In an instant, a towering pressure swept through the area, causing the heavens and earth to tremble as the intimidation of the nine origins manifested. All cultivators in the vicinity were subdued. The cultivators of the Immortal God continent were suppressed and forced to kneel on the ground. And the eight origins emperors were aghast. Meng Hao's gaze was like a scorching flame as he looked directly at the middle-aged man who was the eight origins emperor who had attacked first. The middle-aged man felt his scalp tingle. His mind throbbed with pain, and his primordial spirit was damaged, forcing him to retreat. Meng Hao pursued without hesitation, ramming into him 3 times in succession, causing the middle-aged man's physical body to explode, leaving only his primordial spirit to flee. Then, with a wave of his hand, he expelled all the cultivators of the Immortal God continent from the butterfly. The Immortal God continent was shaken, and countless cultivators were terrified. Even 9 origins emperors took action. However, at this moment, Meng Hao's battle prowess had reached the level of the 9 origins, and he was unafraid of the challenge. Meng Hao's demonic energy surged into the sky, and the butterflies behind him fluttered excitedly. His parents, Fang, Xu Qing, and other relatives accompanied him. He faced the formidable army of the Immortal God continent, and a cruel smile spread across his face. Since Meng Hao had transformed from an immortal into a demon, he had gained a battle prowess that was not inferior to that of the 9 origins. However, he was not at his peak. He still had 10 soul lamps that had not been extinguished, forbidden arts that had not been exhausted, and a primordial source that had not been completed. Just as the 9 origins emperors of the Immortal God continent took action, 9 mountains and 8 seas flew out of Meng Hao's forehead, forming the mountain and sea realm. At that moment, the mountain and sea realm was in his grasp. Assisted by the mountain and sea realms, Meng Hao released his divine power and consciousness, activating the mountain and sea ray, which enveloped him within the butterfly, protecting his family and friends. He then stood alone against an icy woman, engaging in an intense duel. In the fierce battle, Meng Hao demonstrated his extraordinary power, first summoning mountains, then transforming into a blue rock and lunging at his opponent. The woman was caught off guard and forced to defend herself. Meng Hao seized the opportunity to cast a forbidden spell, sealing the woman's movements. Simultaneously, a white-robed elder joined the fight. Immortal cultivators also breached the mountain and sea ray and besieged Meng Hao. Meng Hao suffered severe injuries but ignored them, utilizing his teleportation ability to traverse the enemy formation. killing several in the process. Facing the destructive light emitted from the immortal continent, Meng Hao narrowly dodged and sealed the icy woman and the white-robed elder with the mountain and sea seal. Seizing this opportunity, he returned to the butterfly, preparing to retreat. However, the immortal continent launched another attack, destroying his mountain and sea seal. In this critical moment, Meng Hao waved his hands and performed the sealing heaven technique, summoning the true power contained within the mountain and sea realms. 9 mountains and 8 seas surged forth, merging into one, releasing earth-shattering pressure. This power filled the hearts of the immortal continent's cultivators with terror. At this moment, Meng Hao comprehended the true essence of the sealing heaven technique, understanding that the true path lay within his heart and his gaze. Everywhere his eyes rested became the path, becoming the true way. Suddenly, the 9 mountains tilted simultaneously, their peaks pointing directly at the immortal continent. Releasing the cataclysmic power of the mountain and sea realms, Meng Hao waved his sleeves, and the mountain and sea roared, the heavens and earth trembling as if the end of the world had come. Amidst the desolate expanse, 8 turbulent oceans raged like an inferno, unleashing the wrath of the heavens and earth to form a colossal vortex. A chilling aura permeated the air, sending tremors through the souls of all. On the immortal realm, 2 venerable immortals sped towards the border as the entire realm quaked. Countless cultivators unleashed their powers, forming layers of shimmering light for protection. Simultaneously, Meng Hao unleashed an incantation, conjuring the might of 9 mountains and 8 seas, manifesting a colossal apparition with Meng Hao's visage and a menacing horn. The phantom exuded an aura of demonic malevolence that shook the heavens. With a wave of Meng Hao's arms, the 9 mountains slammed into the immortal realm, while the 8 seas transformed into monstrous soldiers, unleashing carnage. The immortal realm trembled, its defensive barriers shattering, leaving a gaping rift. However, the radiant statue at the realm's core released a terrifying aura, obliterating the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Yet, they did not vanish, but crumbled into countless fragments that scattered across the realm. Meng Hao witnessed all this with caution, and controlling his butterfly, he sped away. The mountain and sea realm had not disappeared, but instead, it rematerialized before him, coalescing into a mountain and sea bow. An aloof woman pursued Meng Hao from the immortal realm, but Meng Hao drew the mountain and sea bow, firing 5 arrows of astonishing power, sealing off her escape. The woman unleashed frigid energy, freezing the starry sky, but she was unable to withstand the arrow's onslaught, and the vast layer of ice cracked and crumbled. Simultaneously, the immortal realm surged with even greater power, pursuing Meng Hao with incredible speed. However, just as the ice reached within 100 feet of Meng Hao, the frozen arrows exploded with a roar, tearing through the sheets of ice. Meng Hao and the butterfly vanished from sight, leaving the woman and 3 old men in silence. They realized that their assumptions might be flawed, and that this war might not have the approval of their ancestors. They resolved to pursue Meng Hao, claiming that retrieving the mirror would summon the ancestors back. The immortal realm activated once more, crushing the desolate void in its pursuit of Meng Hao. However, another force churned within the emptiness, a vast array of butterflies pulling a continent with a coffin atop it. As a chant reverberated, the continent unleashed a frenzy of power, matching the immortal realm's speed. Meng Hao sits atop the butterfly with a grave expression. His cultivation base is unstable, and he is unable to enter its interior. His parents speculate that he needs to fully absorb the good fortune from Xu Donglio in order to restrain his aura and enter. Although Meng Hao does not interfere with his duty to guard the butterfly, he remains apprehensive. Inside the butterfly, the people of the mountain and sea realm are struggling to establish a new home. Among them are Xu Qing, Wang Yukai, and Chen Fan. Chen Fan has obtained a special good fortune in the 33 heavens, and his whereabouts are unknown. Meng Hao remains vigilant, as he feels 2 auras locking onto the butterfly, one from the enigmatic demon realm and the other from the murderous immortal and divine continent. In the vast expanse, Meng Hao witnesses all sorts of strange phenomena. These include a life form resembling a broken statue, an eerie freezing mist, corpses of giants from ancient times, a clamorous palace of stone, and an old man wearing a core. As the butterfly passes the old man, it trembles suddenly and attempts to approach the old man's fishing hook. Meng Hao probes with his divine sense and discovers a crack in the old man's brow, from which emerges a figure with green horns. This green-horned figure exudes an aura of chaos and laughs heartily. claiming to be chaos in the vast expanse and offering to assist the butterfly. Under the guidance of the greenhorn figure, ripples emanate from the butterfly, causing the surrounding starry sky to tremble and generating an astounding speed in preparation for breaking through an unseen barrier. Meng Hao inquires as to the identity of the greenhorn figure, but the latter claims that he will not have the chance to learn and promptly vanishes. He leaves behind a series of thought-provoking questions, touching upon cosmic origins and the nature of the white pearl, black pearl, four great realms, and vast expanse, leaving Meng Hao with much to ponder. Meng Hao's butterfly, powered by the power of time, breaks through numerous barriers and reaches the center of the vortex of life. However, his presence is revealed, attracting the attention of the immortal continent and the demon continent. The two continents overlap, unleashing the power of teleportation and descending upon the vortex. Meng Hao ventures deeper into the vortex and sees a black hole at the end, containing a green coffin. Just as the time storm intensifies, pursuers from the immortal continent and the demon continent arrive. Meng Hao empowers his butterfly with his cultivation, enabling it to fly towards the black hole at full speed. However, at this moment, the void of the demon continent and the immortal continent are torn apart simultaneously, and two vast continents descend with a roar. The immortal continent reveals 4 nine sources supremes, while 3 figures of light emerge from the demon continent, forming a giant figure of unparalleled charisma. Meng Hao is surrounded by countless cultivators and powerhouses. Feeling desperate, however, he decides to use his own body to block the enemy, buying time for the butterfly to enter the black hole. He sacrifices the mountain and sea realm, forming a great array, and engages in a fierce battle with the ice-cold woman from the immortal continent. As the battle intensifies, the giant from the demon continent unleashes the divine 7 steps, confronting Meng Hao. Meng Hao employs various divine abilities, dodging and weaving, and stalling for time. Meanwhile, 3 nine-source powerhouses from the immortal continent try to bypass Meng Hao and attack the butterfly. Meng Hao unleashes his final trump card, the Supreme Bridge, intending to halt the pursuers by self-destructing. Finally, the Supreme Bridge explodes with a deafening roar, releasing world-shattering energy. Amidst the chaos, the butterfly carrying the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm flies into the black hole, towards the direction of life, guided by the Supreme of Dreams. In the midst of a fierce battlefield, Meng Hao unleashed his astonishing power, fending off the pursuit of the immortal and fiend continents, single-handedly holding back the formidable 9 sources cultivators. Facing 3 9 sources old men, Meng Hao blasted them with his soul Dao power, forcing them to temporarily retreat. However, 3 more 9 sources cultivators from the fiend continent emerged, heading straight for the butterfly flee behind. Meng Hao fought desperately, blocking them with arrows and unleashing a life-threatening charge, buying time for his companions. However, a blinding light from the immortal continent engulfed him, gravely injuring his body. Under the siege of 8 9 sources cultivators, Meng Hao suffered severe wounds and his aura weakened. Nevertheless, he fought with everything he had, heavily injuring one immortal continent elder and desperately biting the frost maiden on her forehead, preventing her from pursuing the butterfly. The butterfly approached the vortex black hole, but the light of the immortal continent and the nether dragon of the fiend continent pursued relentlessly. Determined to stop her escape, Meng Hao used his body to block the light beam, injuring himself further. Seeing the 8 9 sources cultivators drawing near again, Meng Hao unleashed the 8 prohibitions, forming a massive vortex that hindered their advance. A late-stage 9 sources cultivator from the fiend continent attempted to seize the butterfly, but Meng Hao countered with the power of the mountain and sea realm, preventing the hand from closing. Finally, Meng Hao released the full force of the mountain and sea realm, causing a devastating explosion that shattered the starry sky within the vortex. The explosion decimated countless cultivators, gravely injured the 8 9 sources cultivators, and created an opportunity for the butterfly to enter the azure coffin. Amidst the collapse of the mountain and sea realm, Meng Hao lay severely wounded, tears streaming down his face. He vowed that if he ever rebuilt the mountain and sea realm, he would use the mountains of the immortal and fiend continents as his mountains and fill his seas with the blood of his enemies, fighting for the peace and legacy of the mountain and sea realm. Amidst the boundless vortex, a chaotic battle unfolds. Powerhouses from the immortal continent and demon continent emerge, their unfathomable depths exceeding imagination. Meng Hao endures valiantly, Vowing to protect the butterfly carrying the mountain and sea cultivators despite his severe injuries. He summons his soul lamps, sacrificing them to delay the immortal continent's forces. 13 soul lamps explode consecutively, the ice-cold woman relentless in her pursuit. In desperation, Meng Hao ignites his life-bound soul lamp, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. The ice-cold woman sustains grievous injuries, her spirit fleeing. At that moment, a parrot emits a mournful cry, its expression grief-stricken. Pai Dong and the Tibetan Mastiff appear, using their life force to shield Meng Hao. With their protection, the butterfly escapes into the azure coffin. Enveloped by the passage of time, Meng Hao coughs up blood, a gentle smile on his lips. Exhausted and close to death, he finds solace in the butterfly's safety. The deafening tumult gradually fades, the parrot's cries echoing through the celestial expanse. The powerhouses of the immortal and demon continents are stunned, their gazes drawn to the bronze mirror in the parrot, which emanate an enigmatic light. In the apocalyptic battle of the mountain and sea realm, Meng Hao was severely injured while defending it, facing imminent death. His companions were grief-stricken, but Meng Hao smiled apologetically, urging them to leave. A spirit beast named Parrot witnessed this. Overwhelmed by guilt, it held itself responsible for the calamity and vowed to atone. It detonated the bronze mirror, which had accompanied the creation and destruction of the mountain and sea realm, drawing the attention of all powerhouses from the immortal and demon continents. Meanwhile, another spirit beast, Jelly, used its life as a source to cast a teleportation spell, sending Meng Hao away. Its body dissipated during the transfer, its deep friendship with Meng Hao driving its sacrifice. The powerhouses of the immortal and demon continents attempted to intercept Meng Hao's transmission, but Parrot's determination and threats compelled them to compromise. They agreed to let Meng Hao leave in exchange for the bronze mirror. Parrot ultimately self-destructed, its consciousness vanishing and leaving behind the spirit of the bronze mirror. This spirit radiated an imposing aura, instilling awe in all cultivators. It proclaimed itself as originating from the vast Tao, demanding that cultivators voice their wishes. Its voice echoed through the void, ancient and frigid. On the shores of a vortex carrying the world's hopes, cultivators from the immortal and fiend continents gather. A divine parrot appears, offering a wish that could alter destiny, but at the price of the parrot slumbering through the cosmos, requiring a long wait for a second wish. Feeling the powerful will of the parrot and a bronze mirror, the powerhouses of the immortal and fiend continents speculate that they stem from an existence beyond their comprehension. Faced with a single wish, the two continents' hostilities escalate. Ultimately, the wish is made, but its content remains unknown. The bronze mirror vanishes, and the vortex flows with an endless torrent of chaotic time that even ancient beings cannot traverse. Only butterflies from the mountain and sea realm can enter, prompting speculation that someone awaits them. The two continents seal the vortex, posting cultivators to guard it while mountain and sea realm cultivators settle nearby. The immortal and fiend continents search in vain for Meng Hao's remains among the stars. In time, 33 heavens gradually form outside the azure coffin vortex, preventing the mountain and sea cultivators from escaping. Fang remains, guarding the seal. The immortal and fiend continents slowly forget the events there. Yet, mountain and sea realm cultivators pass down their stories, never forgetting their world, their demon lord Meng Hao, or their hope for his return. Xu Qing, Meng Hao's wife, waits in her high position within the Fang clan, believing he has not fallen. She gazes at the starry sky, anticipating his arrival. In the vast expanse, a skeleton and a shriveled dog floated, as if long dead. The skeleton, clad in cracked armor, was Meng Hao, who had lost consciousness after a life or death catastrophe. Back then, Meng Hao had been transported away, and before he blacked out, he had seen everything that had happened. His heart had been torn apart, unable to stop it all. But he refused to die. He thought of his nirvana bloodline and the bronze lamp he had taken from the immortal ancient Taoist field. After using the insane secret technique of soul lamp of possession, Meng Hao had merged the bronze lamp into his body. In the following millennium, the bronze lamp had gradually replaced Meng Hao's lost soul lamp, rebuilding his meridians and cultivation. His flesh began to grow, his organs revived, until one day, 1,000 years later, his heart started to beat again. As the blood flowed and the bronze lamp burned, a spark of life ignited within Meng Hao, emitting a terrifying aura. But this power was not enough to wake Meng Hao. He needed more life force. So, His body withered again. His aura dissipated. Only a spark of life that had not existed before continued to burn. 10 years later, a flying shuttle passed by. On the shuttle were a young lady and a timid young man. The lady wanted to take the young man to the sacred daughter's son-in-law selection of the Vast Sect. And the young man was the Yun clan's heir that she was pretending to be as she fulfilled her family's agreement. The lady discovered Meng Hao's skeleton and happily collected it, intending to sell it for travel expenses. As the flying shuttle continued on its way, Meng Hao's body floated in the vastness, waiting for the opportunity to open its eyes once more. In the midst of a vast starlit expanse, a flying shuttle hurtles through the void. Inside lies Meng Hao, a gravely injured young man whose unconscious body has been absorbing the ethereal mists of the cosmic expanse through the shuttle, gradually restoring his consciousness. Aboard the shuttle were a brother and sister, the woman, bold and forthright, and the boy, timid yet astute. As the shuttle approaches a colossal celestial star, a light barrier suddenly appears, freezing the surrounding cultivators in the stellar expanse. Concurrently, a sonorous bell tolls from celestial star, a sign of the impending arrival of the esteemed Nine-Source Venerable. The immobilized cultivators are astounded, realizing that the bell's ringing heralds the approach of the Venerable. The woman on the shuttle, mistaking this for a welcoming gesture from the Celestial Sect, is overcome with joy. However, the boy senses something amiss. Meanwhile, Meng Hao regains consciousness, attributing his survival to the protective powers of his animal skin pouch and mastiff as well as the enigmatic force he had fused with the bronze lamp. He secretly vows to exact revenge while biding his time to restore his cultivation. Several months later, the shuttle arrives at the outskirts of Celestial Star. As the woman prepares to land, she remains unaware that Meng Hao's soul has awakened and gazes upon the planet's immense form. As the shuttle draws nearer, a surge of oppressive force emanates from Celestial Star, immobilizing all nearby cultivators in the starry expanse. Beyond the vast universe, a group of straightforward women accidentally received an ark full of miscellaneous items and Meng Hao's corpse. They planned to use these treasures as dowry, avoiding small losses for greater ones. When multiple rainbows came roaring over, the women put on a cold demeanor, claiming to be Yun Shan and leading her younger brother Yun Feng to pay a visit to the seniors of the Kangming Sect. The leader of the Kangming Sect was called Zhao, whose eyes were as sharp as lightning. He glanced at Yun Shan's storage bag but did not pay much attention. Zhao announced the highest ceremony of the Kangming Sect: open Kangming. Descend the starry path, spread the million disciples, pave the vast expanse road, and welcome the honored guests. 2 giants raised starlight high, while a million disciples laid out a starlight path leading all the way to Yun Shan's ark. Yun Shan was stunned, unable to believe that she was witnessing such a grand spectacle. Zhao asked Yun Shan to take out her storage bag and released a shocking pressure. Yun Shan felt as if the sky was falling and the earth collapsing, and she could hardly bear it. Yun Feng instantly vomited blood and fell into a coma. Zhao snatched Yun Shan's storage bag and opened it, only to see sundries scattered and corpses revealed. Zhao's gaze froze and he was drawn to a withered corpse. The moment he saw the corpse, his eyes burst with dazzling brilliance. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhao slowly said, "Fellow Taoist, could you please come out and meet us?" At the same time, the heaven and earth rumbled. An array was formed, and the million disciples transformed into a trap, imprisoning the Yun Shan siblings. The hellish pressure caused Yun Shan to panic and lose all sense of direction. Zhao frowned and found that the Yun Shan siblings seemed to be truly ignorant. So, he waved his hand and took out the corpses in the storage bag. The withered corpse appeared in front of Zhao. He scrutinized it carefully, and his eyes emitted an unprecedented brilliance. The sudden appearance of the corpse created an unprecedented shockwave, causing the faces of the million disciples of the boundless sect to turn pale and their blood to spurt out. Tens of thousands of powerful cultivators felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy, overwhelmed by the sight of the corpses roaring and howling on the mountain. This imposing aura shook the heavens and the earth, causing the sky to roll and clouds to billow. An indescribable pressure seemed to envelop the crowd, causing the million mountains to rumble and the ground to tremble as if dust was about to rise into the air. The chain bridge between the million mountains shook violently, unsettling the minds of countless disciples. The boundless momentum that the boundless sect had built up was instantly shattered by an invisible force. All of this caused everyone around to gasp in shock. Only the brother and sister duo were unaffected by the pressure. But the woman turned ashen upon witnessing the cataclysmic changes around them. She remembered the corpse she had picked up along the way and murmured to herself. At that moment, exclamations erupted from all around. This is a supreme corpse. Oh my God, this is the corpse of a nine-source supreme. No wonder the boundless bell tolled. There aren't many nine-source supremes in the entire boundless realm. Now, the Yun siblings have a supreme corpse in their storage bags. This is a priceless treasure. Just as the crowd was in an uproar, an elder clothed in a purple gold robe stepped forward and sealed the pressure of the supreme corpse. When the crowd regained their composure, the elder's gaze fell upon Meng Hao's corpse, then turned to Yun Shan, the woman, and asked calmly, "Where did this corpse come from?" "We found it," Yun Shan stammered. Her words shocked everyone, and some even found them incredulous. The purple gold elder was also taken aback and chuckled bitterly. He surmised that the siblings had stumbled upon the corpse on their way, triggering the boundless star's formation to ring the bell. He had previously mistaken the supreme corpse to be hidden within the woman's storage bag. After some contemplation, the elder discovered that there was still a trace of vitality present and deduced that Meng Hao had suffered severe injuries before his death, causing most of his soul to disperse. But he had retained a sense of gratitude toward the siblings. The elder eyed the supreme corpse greedily, about to take it away. But his brow wrinkled. There's actually a causal connection. This is troublesome. It seems that although this person's soul has dispersed, he still has a sense of gratitude toward these siblings. The elder in the purple gold robe pondered. At this moment, the gazes of the surrounding crowd turned to Meng Hao's corpse. Yun Shan trembled, regretting her decision to pick up the corpse. At her side, Yun Feng held his sister's hand, giving her courage. After a while, the purple gold elder's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on his face. "Are you selling this corpse?" Yun Feng stepped forward and said solemnly. "Junior Yun Feng has come to the Boundless Sect to marry the Boundless Holy Maiden. This corpse is not for sale, it is a betrothal gift." The purple gold elder looked at Yun Feng with interest. "You have some courage. If you join the Boundless Sect, I will give you a spot as an inner sect disciple. As for the matter of marriage, I can give you a chance. If your cultivation can reach the Dao realm within 2,000 years, I will facilitate your union with a boundless holy maiden of that generation." Yun Feng hesitated, but his sister was overjoyed. "But my sister?" Yun Feng asked. "Her foundations are set, and she cannot cultivate the boundless arts. But you can recruit servants. Your sister can become your servant," the purple gold elder replied. He then glanced at the supreme corpse, saw that the causal connection had been severed, and left without another word, whisking Meng Hao's corpse away with a wave of his hand. The crowd was still in a state of shock, marveling at the supreme corpse. The purple gold elder carried the supreme corpse into the inner region of the boundless star, where there was a sea of fire and a half-broken star. In midair, he displayed the supreme corpse, causing 7 nine-source auras to erupt. 6 figures appeared, expressing their awe of the supreme corpse. Suddenly, a divine sense much more powerful than theirs erupted from the interior of the star, encompassing the surroundings. The 7 figures, including the purple gold elder, immediately stood in awe and bowed with cupped fists. "Greetings, Sect Patriarch." This formidable divine sense rivaled that of the weathered elder Meng Hao had encountered in the demonic continent. Though also at the nine-source realm, it had reached its peak. Those who stood at the nine-source peak possessed the courage to strive for the Dao-source realm. But success was rare throughout history. There had only been 4 in the entire desolate faction, and their next step was the Dao source. However, those who took this step were even rarer. There had only been 2 or 3 instances in history, and only a handful had succeeded, while the rest had perished. At this moment, this divine sense enveloped Meng Hao's body, probing deeply. The 4 elders' expressions were solemn. Half an hour later, the divine sense withdrew, and a weathered voice echoed. "This person has inherited an inheritance technique and forcibly ascended to the nine-source realm. But it has left him with many hidden problems. Even if he did not die on the spot, his chances of progressing in any realm for the rest of his life are next to impossible. He has experienced extreme grief and catastrophe. His world was destroyed, and he alone escaped with his life. His resentment is deep, his obsession lingers, his comprehension is strong, and his fleshly strength is powerful. He has mastered some incomprehensible source techniques, which is astonishing. The important point is that his aura is strange. Unlike anything in the immortals, demons, or desolate, unprecedented. You should have some guesses. One of the white-haired elder's eyes flashed as he calmly said, 1,000 years ago, in the realm of mountains and seas. Meng Hao. The surrounding elder's eyes flickered, and the purple-gold elder examined Meng Hao's body once more. It must be him. 1,000 years ago, the immortals, gods, and demons joined forces to eradicate the realm of mountains and seas. It is said that a world butterfly flew into the azure coffin whirlpool. That Meng Hao, who had inherited the Tao to the nine-source realm, was badly injured and teleported away when he was on the brink of death. If he is Meng Hao, and the immortals, gods, and demons are searching for him in the desolate, never mind, we only want his body. Not for him to return to life. They discussed and decided to keep Meng Hao's body here for the time being. Once the ancestral treasure was stable, the sect leader would erase his remaining soul, use the resources of the desolate faction to restore his body, and make it the vessel for the ninth supreme being's arrival. Meng Hao's soul hid within the bronze lamp wick, only releasing a part to deceive his enemies. He gambled that he would not be discovered within the desolate faction, and he hoped to use this as a hiding place to continue cultivating, striving to break through to the Tao source realm as soon as possible. He needed the resources of the desolate faction to heal his injuries, and perhaps even provoke a war between the desolate faction and the immortals, gods, and demons. In the process, he discovered the connection between the bronze lamp and the desolate star, which gave him a glimmer of hope. Several days later, the sect leader's divine sense descended, completely dispersing the remnants of Meng Hao's soul. Meng Hao's body was thrown into a huge medicine cauldron, and the seven supremes poured in their cultivation, using precious medicinal herbs to refine Meng Hao's body, repairing all his injuries. Meng Hao's soul hid within the bronze lamp, feeling his body's injuries rapidly recovering. Although he was cautious, he also felt a sense of comfort. However, as time passed, 19 days passed, the medicinal herbs in the cauldron were almost exhausted, and Meng Hao's body had only recovered by 30%. The supreme beings were surprised and continued to add precious treasures. A month later, Meng Hao's physical body had recovered by 70 to 80%. But the bronze lamp continued to absorb medicinal liquids and the power of heaven and earth, its light growing stronger and brighter. 3 months later, Meng Hao's body had recovered by 99%. But the bronze lamp's absorption power still did not stop, astonishing the supreme beings. The void within the half-star was quaking violently as the powers of heaven and earth surged ceaselessly into a massive cauldron. Within the cauldron, Meng Hao's body, which had already been restored, was being tempered anew as his psychic powers were enhanced by the medicinal plants and the powers of heaven and earth. The bronze lamp absorbed this energy and poured it into Meng Hao's body, transforming it to make it more suitable for wielding his powers. Meng Hao's meridians, veins, and heart were all optimized, and his flesh and blood hardened like jade, radiating an ancient aura. Simultaneously, within a crimson sea of flames deep within the half-star, a huge turtle shell pinned down a certain entity. However, recently, this entity had become abnormally active, leaving the old man who was suppressing it exhausted from his efforts. Meng Hao continued to absorb the energy, and the ancient aura he radiated became progressively more intense. Even the surrounding starry sky outside the wildlands began to warp and distort, drawing over the surrounding wildlands mist. This vortex, like a black hole, continued to expand, swallowing up the wildlands region and causing terror to countless wildlands creatures. The 7-9 essences celestials had exhausted all of their resources. Yet to their shock, Meng Hao's body had still not been fully restored. They had no choice but to request reinforcements from their sect, which responded by throwing all of its natural treasures into the cauldron. Meng Hao's body constantly swelled and shrank as it was stimulated by these resources, causing both his physical body and cultivation base to strengthen. Furthermore, the primal energies contained in the natural treasures began to merge with the 8 forbidden law imprints in his forehead, which continuously enhanced his primal energy. 3 months later, the powers of heaven and earth, as well as all of the medicinal plants within the cauldron, had been completely consumed. Enraged, the 7-9 essences celestials charged forward to forcibly extract Meng Hao's body. However, it was at that moment that the cauldron shook violently, and the powers of heaven and earth, as well as the medicinal liquid, became instantly still. Meng Hao slowly drifted out of the cauldron, his shocking aura spreading out and enveloping the entire wildlands. Simultaneously, the vortex outside the wildlands star expanded without limit, causing the wildlands mist to rotate. The entire wildlands shivered, and countless creatures were terrified. On the immortal god continent and the demon world continent, several heaven-shaking auras suddenly sprang up, looking out over the wildlands. The butterflies within the green coffin vortex were also roused, drawing wildlands mist into their world. Xu Qing sensed Meng Hao's presence, and tears flowed down her cheeks. Yet she wore a smile. Meng Hao's body hovered in midair, radiating a sweet fragrance, and he looked like a jade sculpture, elegant and breathtaking. The 7-9 essences celestials were stunned, realizing that Meng Hao had shed his mortal form and had become a treasure. Meng Hao's body burst forth with iridescent light, revealing his extraordinary flesh. The fluctuations emanating from him shook the heavens and created a vast whirlpool. The 7 Supremes were astounded by this sight, realizing that Meng Hao's body possessed unimaginable talent and potential, and they dubbed it the boundless Tao physique. Meanwhile, the elder on the turtle shell sensed the disturbance and opened his eyes. He was likewise amazed by Meng Hao's body, and he released a portion of his divine consciousness into Meng Hao's body to thoroughly search his soul. Confirming that Meng Hao's body was devoid of a soul, the elder warned the 7 Supremes that transcendence was of utmost importance, and he urged them to abandon their avarice for Meng Hao's boundless Tao physique. The elder placed Meng Hao's body on the 9th altar on a half-star, and declared that in 3 days they would await the arrival of the 9th Supreme of the boundless Tao. The violet gold elder and the others weighed the pros and cons before agreeing to the elder's decision. 3 days later, the entire boundless sect gathered on the half-star, and with the combined power of all living beings, they activated a teleportation array, opening up communication between the boundless star and the main sect of the boundless Tao. A pillar of light shot up into the sky, piercing through the boundless starry sky, awaiting the arrival of the 9th Supreme Soul. Meng Hao's soul, hidden within the bronze lamp, sensed everything around him and prepared himself for the upcoming challenge. He believed that with the enigmatic power of the bronze lamp, he would succeed in wiping out the soul that possessed his body, becoming the 9th Supreme of the boundless sect, and gaining the protection and assistance he needed for revenge. As a beam of light pierces the vast starry sky from the desolate planet, causing a stir, 3 places on the desolate planet vibrate violently. The first is a garden resembling a fairyland, where a young man sits cross-legged with his eyes turned into vertical pupils, observing the changes outside. The second is an icy cave with snowflakes swirling, where a woman gazes upon the sky, her eyes carrying a mixture of reminiscence and complexity. The third is a scorching desert, where a figure walks amidst a sandstorm, laughing raucously upon hearing of the beam's emergence. Simultaneously, a fragmented soul appears within the beam, descending upon the desolate planet with difficulty. A violet eye flickers in the soul's core, emitting an insane glow. 8 top-notch powerhouse San-Age Master and 7-9 Source Paragons join forces, breaking through the barrier and escorting the soul into the desolate planet. However, the soul continuously dissipates during its descent and encounters even stronger resistance upon approaching the desolate planet. Just then, the chants of the desolate faction's cultivators transform into a surge of energy that merges with the beam, preventing the soul from collapsing. Ultimately, the violet eye descends upon the desolate planet, merging into Meng Hao's body. The aged master and his companions, having prepared in advance, immediately deploy the soul sealing formation, attempting to confine Meng Hao's soul. However, Meng Hao anticipates this move and opens a small gap in the bronze lamp, luring the 9th Paragon soul filament in. The 2 souls entangle, beginning to consume each other. The 8 Paragons try to intervene but discover that the bronze lamp repels their divine senses. Meng Hao's soul, with its protean nature derived from demonic energy, fuses with the 9th Paragon soul filament, swiftly devouring it. In the end, Meng Hao's soul consumes the 9th Paragon soul, thwarting the aged master's plan. The aged master, impressed by Meng Hao's tactics and strength, acknowledges his defeat. On the altar of the half-moon stars, the patriarch of the Vast Expanse sect and the 7 Supremes of 9 sources looked grim as they suppressed Meng Hao's spirit with the soul-sealing formation. However, with the transformation of Meng Hao's demonic energy and the obstruction of the bronze lamp, they could not judge the effectiveness of the formation. Time passed, and half a month later, The devouring of Meng Hao's spirit continued. The spirit of the Ninth Supreme gradually weakened, and his consciousness was about to dissipate. In desperation, he begged for mercy from Meng Hao and was willing to give up everything. Meng Hao devoured most of the Ninth Supreme's spirit, leaving only a spark. He learned the memories of the Ninth Supreme, including the plans of the Nether Palace and the Vast Expanse Sect. After a month of digestion, Meng Hao regained control of his body and his spirit energy surged, on par with the mid-stage of 9 sources. At this moment, the 8 Supremes watched Meng Hao nervously and hesitantly. The soul-sealing formation had failed, and they could not judge who had won between Meng Hao and the 9th Supreme. The Patriarch Supreme suspected that the 9th Supreme had succeeded in his possession. But he also guessed that Meng Hao might have absorbed the spirit of the 9th Supreme and inherited the characteristics of the Vast Expanse secret art. Meng Hao woke up with only coldness in his eyes, devoid of his previous warmth and smile. The 8 Supremes released their killing intent, but Meng Hao ignored them. A Dao Eye appeared on his forehead, radiating an AWE-inspiring coercion. Resisting the killing intent of the crowd, Meng Hao stood up. The heavens and earth changed color, as if an ancient will had awakened. He declared himself as the 9th Supreme. After observing Meng Hao's Dao Eye, the Patriarch Supreme and others, although complicated at heart, still expressed their welcome to the 9th Supreme's arrival in the vast expanse. They believed that as long as there was the Dao Eye, it was enough to prove his identity. Under the meticulous planning of the Kangming sect, a mysterious man named Meng Hao is summoned to the inner starry sky, becoming the legendary 9th Supreme. Despite never having met the true 9th Supreme, the Kangming sect leader and the 9 origin Supremes count on his potent Dao Eye to help them accomplish a grand plan. Opening his eyes amidst hostility, Meng Hao fearlessly activates the Dao Eye in his glabella, instantly dissolving all imminent threats. The intimidating might of his Dao Eye serves as a testament to his strength and intentions. The sect leader and the Supremes realize that whether or not Meng Hao is authentic, his possession of the Dao Eye is sufficient for their needs. Thus, they settle Meng Hao in the Great Hall, the abode prepared for the 9th Supreme. However, upon Meng Hao's departure, the Supremes fall into contemplation. They cannot ascertain Meng Hao's true identity but recognize his remarkable intellect and decisiveness. After deliberation, the sect leader resolves that regardless of Meng Hao's true nature, he shall be their 9th Supreme and orders preparations for a celebratory ceremony. Meanwhile, in the hall of the 9th Supreme, Meng Hao learns of the entitlements that come with his status, including 10,000 disciples, 1,000,000 clansmen, vast territories, and precious cultivation resources. He becomes aware of the profound depths of the Kangming sect's foundation. Serving him in the hall are 10 women, of whom 3 are dominators and 7 or 6 origin Dao venerables. Meng Hao deduces that these arrangements are intended to cater to the 9th Supreme's presumed affinity for dual cultivation. Yet, excluding the ever-smiling and amiable dominator, the other 2 dominators and the Dao venerables harbor underlying vigilance and animosity towards Meng Hao. As the gentle dominator enumerates Meng Hao's wealth and power, even he is startled. The resources and authority bestowed upon the 9th Supreme by the Kangming sect far exceed his expectations. To his further astonishment, he learns that 5 8 origin Supremes and 10 7 origin Supremes serve under his command. In the boundless Vast Sect, Meng Hao's rise to the 9th Supreme shocked the entire faction. The Vast Sect stands alongside the Immortal Continent and the Devil Continent as 3 formidable powers, far surpassing the Mountain and Sea Realm. Through conversation, Meng Hao gradually grasps the vast power of the Vast Sect. A sense of foreignness washes over Meng Hao as the environment, people, and events differ vastly from what he is familiar with. Memories of the destruction of the Mountain and Sea Realm and the sacrifices of his kin weigh heavily on his heart, filling him with pain and solitude. Meng Hao determines he must find a way to return and exact revenge while rebuilding the Mountain and Sea Realm. To do so, he must enhance his own strength. His destiny lamp has transformed into a bronze lamp, and extinguishing it will multiply his cultivation base. However, he lacks the key power, the 9th prohibition, to extinguish the bronze lamp. Meng Hao resolves to create his own 9th prohibition, drawing inspiration from the Sealing Heaven Ju. Simultaneously, he recognizes the need to bolster his forces for the coming war of revenge. Thus, he commands his supreme subordinates to expand his sphere of influence by several times within a millennium. The 9th Supreme Palace's rampant expansion ignites conflicts and killings. But Meng Hao remains indifferent to right or wrong. His sole focus is revenge. Preparing even for the possibility that he may not achieve transcendence. He requires more manpower and resources to ensure the mountain and sea realm's revival. Meanwhile, the Vast Sect's grand ceremony takes place. Meng Hao makes a single appearance. His imposing aura and cold indifference leaving all in attendance oppressed. His first order to his supreme subordinates is to aggressively expand their power. Preparing for the war of revenge. For a decade, Meng Hao has been expanding his influence, with his many supremes under his command constantly engaging in battles. And his reputation as the ninth supreme has risen. However, he has always maintained propriety, never setting foot in the regions already controlled by the Vast Expanse School beyond his expanding territory. At the same time, the Vast Expanse School has also been brewing a major plan, and Meng Hao has gradually gained recognition over the past decade, earning him eligibility to participate. Just as Meng Hao was immersed in a closed-door cultivation, a sandstorm suddenly struck, and a vague figure emerged from within, questioning Meng Hao's identity. Meng Hao responded with the power of the Eight Prohibitions' origin, his immense strength shocking the figure. In the past decade, Meng Hao has only left the Vast Expanse Star once to help his subordinates quell a rebellion, demonstrating his astonishing 9 nascent soul middle stage power. As time went on, Meng Hao received a summons from the Patriarch of the Vast Expanse School, calling him to the Nether Palace. The Nether Palace is the relic of the Vast Expanse Patriarch, and it is said to contain the secret to transcending the 9 nascent souls. Meng Hao is filled with anticipation for the Nether Palace, speculating its connection to the origin of the bronze lamp. Before leaving, Meng Hao summoned his 2 strongest 8 nascent soul supremes, Su Yi and Xin Yu, preparing to bring them with him. The 9 nascent soul supremes of the Vast Expanse School gathered, activating the teleportation array and preparing to enter the Nether Palace. However, at this moment, Meng Hao's 2 8 nascent soul supremes were late. The 6th supreme took this opportunity to make things difficult, demanding that they leave. Meng Hao ignored this and immediately sent a message to Su Yi and Xin Yu, asking them to wait outside the array and prepare to find another way to enter the Nether Palace. As the teleportation array opened, the supremes of the Vast Expanse School stepped into the Nether Palace, while Meng Hao chose to remain outside the array, observing the changes. Outside the 9th altar, the 8 Source Supremes under Meng Hao's command were blocked by the 6th Supreme and unable to approach. Meng Hao unleashed a terrifying aura, heavily injuring the 6th Supreme with a punch, breaking the posting barrier, and rescuing his companions. The infuriated 6th Supreme attacked Meng Hao but was easily neutralized. Meng Hao used spatial origin to awe the crowd and used his Dao eyes to restrain the divine abilities of the head elder. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Hao charged at the 6th Supreme and bit off his flesh. The 6th Supreme was horrified and filled with dread. The head elder interfered, but Meng Hao refused to back down, leaving a bloody mark. This incident shocked all the Supremes present, who realized Meng Hao's ruthlessness and strength. Meng Hao turned and left, while the 6th Supreme could only return to his altar in silence. As the teleportation opened, everyone vanished and embarked on their journey to the Netherworld Palace. Meng Hao had established his authority in the eyes of everyone, with Su Yi and Xin Yu becoming even more respectful of him. In the secluded regions of the vast cosmos exists the enigmatic area known as the Azure Coffin Abyss. Its laws are utterly different from the universe, rendering it inaccessible even to 9 Essence Supremes and said to have been established by someone beyond comprehension. Such regions are connected to the universe, the divine land of immortals, and the demon realm, each power nurturing the path to transcendence holding authority over several of these areas. The Celestial Palace of the Universe Patriarch is one such area, its location unknown to all, and the method of entry known only to a select few. It is said that the palace resides in a world without celestial laws, where the laws of nature become chaotic or even cease to exist. Meng Hao and his companions enter the outer regions of the palace for the first time, finding it a boundless expanse of stars, with 9 continents linked by bridges, and an endless number of meteorites. The high priest guides them cautiously through the treacherous terrain. 2 hours into their journey, they witness an 8 Essence Supreme wither and vanish instantly from an inadvertent glance at their surroundings, leaving only a floating sheet of skin. The high priest warns them against looking around carelessly and reveals that their journey to the palace will take 3 days. A day later, as they approach the first continent, Another 8 essence supreme inexplicably decays into a pool of blood. Meng Hao notices that the High Priest's calculations for their path seem to be based on the trajectory of the meteorites. Suddenly, Xin Yu and Su Yi are inexplicably drawn to an unknown force. Their bodies beginning to wither. Meng Hao uses his Dao Eye to perceive a massive ghost city in their midst. The meteorites revealed as the dilapidated remnants of ancient structures. Countless ghosts inhabit the ghost city, their eyes all fixed on Meng Hao, letting out piercing wails as they surge towards him. Meng Hao releases the baleful energy within him, forming a swirling vortex that repels the curse and preserves his life force. Amidst an expanse of desolation, Meng Hao and a group led by the sect leader of the Vast Expanse Sect encounter an enigmatic ghost city. With his formidable Dao body, Meng Hao discerns a concealed passageway within the city. However, hordes of frenzied ghosts obstruct their path, unleashing a bone-chilling aura. In the face of crisis, Meng Hao's third eye on his forehead opens, subduing the ghosts. The sect leader unveils a legend. This city was once a prosperous metropolis known as Saint City, the site of a mysterious mass death. Subsequently, the Vast Expanse ancestor transformed it into the Infernal Palace. Guided by the passage he had witnessed earlier, Meng Hao leads the group through the ghost city, evading the hindering spirits. As they approach the first continent, a formidable icy aura erupts, carrying with it a terrifying presence that even Meng Hao fears. The 6th and 8th Supremes accuse Meng Hao of leading them astray, endangering the entire party. Though helpless, the sect leader resolves to withdraw. However, Meng Hao observes that the ghosts bear no ill will towards him. He opens his third eye once more, causing the ghosts to bow in unison. Meng Hao senses the remnants of an emperor's aura compelling the ghost's submission. He surmises that the ghost city is verily the fabled Saint City, and that the transcendence they seek in the Infernal Palace may lie at the end of this concealed passage. Amidst the gloomy ghost realm, Meng Hao's formidable aura subdues all present cultivators. His presence exudes an aura of submission, astonishing even the 6th sovereign. The Patriarch Elder realizes the wisdom in his decision to acknowledge Meng Hao, who reveals he has always possessed the ability to control ghosts but feigned weakness. Despite his unwillingness, the 6th sovereign questions Meng Hao, only to be sharply dismissed and threatened with replacement. The 8th sovereign's muted response raises Meng Hao's suspicion of an enigmatic figure behind him. Under Meng Hao's guidance, they traverse a previously impassable path, leading them to the edge of the first continent. There, they encounter a precarious bridge connecting the continent to a meteor. Meng Hao activates his Dharmic Eye, exposing the bridge's true nature as a living construct of flesh and blood. Perils, including lurking three-headed giants, are revealed by lingering restrictions. The Patriarch Elder explains that the bridge serves as the sole pathway to the first continent, and Meng Hao's Dharmic Eye grants them an advantage against its threats. The Patriarch Elder appeals for Meng Hao's assistance on behalf of the group, promising a place should they achieve transcendence. Meng Hao accepts, preparing to lead them across the treacherous bridge, summoned by the exalted Patriarch. Meng Hao assists his group in deciphering the restrictions on the bridge of the Palace of the Underworld. Using his third eye to analyze the bridge's surface, he pinpoints the restrictions and guides the team to safety. As they venture deeper, ferocious creatures from the fog harass them, but Meng Hao intervenes swiftly, fending off the threats and ensuring the group's survival. However, as they near the bridge's end, three-headed giants emerge, seizing Meng Hao. In this critical moment, he employs his divine ability, managing to fend them off. Simultaneously, the 6th and 8th exalted patriarchs attack him with the assistance of a 9th source golden-robed youth. Meng Hao is trapped in a desperate four-way assault, with the three-headed giants roaring below and dangerous creatures in the fog lurking. Chilling energy permeates the starry sky. Unbeknownst to his adversaries, Meng Hao has prepared a defense. His internal bronze lamp stirs, and a beckoning call reverberates from the void abyss. Sensing an opportunity, he captures the three-headed giants, temporarily neutralizing the threat. As the group looks on astounded, the golden-robed youth strikes, unleashing his 9th source energy. Meng Hao snorts in defiance, intending to counter with his spell, but his bronze lamp suddenly pulsates vigorously. The call from the void abyss grows more distinct. Celestial Judge, come, come, come. Meng Hao feels his bronze lamp vibrating vigorously within him, urging him towards something. Despite facing joint attacks from the golden-robed youth and the Overlord, and the threat of encroaching mist, Meng Hao decides to descend into the abyss. Guided by the bronze lamp, Meng Hao reaches a land deep in the abyss, where he discovers a colossal statue, towering tens of thousands of meters tall. The statue depicts a ferocious young man with a crack on his brow. Meng Hao realizes that the vibration of his bronze lamp originates from within the crack. Beside the statue stands a tombstone inscribed with the words "First Incarnation of this Venerate fell in Luotians," erected by the desolate patriarch. Three-headed giants pursue Meng Hao, whom he fiercely resists. During the battle, Meng Hao discovers the giant's thick and resilient hide. Only after employing the 8th restriction of the Fiend Seal does Meng Hao manage to shatter the head of one of the giants. Finally, the remaining giant recognizes Meng Hao and begs him to end his life, as he would rather die than be controlled by Luotians. Understanding the giant's plight, Meng Hao grants his wish. Searching within the statue for clues, Meng Hao finds ancient murals depicting countless beings worshipping a figure overlooking the starry sky Luotians. The contents of the murals, along with the inscriptions on the statue and tombstone, led Meng Hao to realize that a profound secret lies hidden, one that intricately connects the bronze lamp and the desolate sect. In a dark stone chamber, Meng Hao peers intently at a mural on the wall, his heart pounding with a revelation. The mural depicts a figure known as Luo Tian, who dissipates into 4 fingers, each exuding the aura of ghosts, gods, demons, and monsters. One of the fingers, emanating a divine aura, reminds Meng Hao of a statue on the immortal continent, while another, with a demonic presence, aligns with the demon continent, and the first finger's aura strikingly mirrors his own. Meng Hao realizes the mural holds a profound secret. Luo Tian may not be a singular entity but rather interconnected to the cosmos, the stars, and all living beings. Luo Tian's eventual demise, symbolized by the 4 fingers, heralds the emergence of ghosts, gods, demons, and monsters. His exploration continues, and in a second chamber, Meng Hao discovers another mural depicting the continent where the Azure Ancestors' Netherworld Palace resides. The mural showcases a young man, possibly the Azure Ancestor, undergoing a celestial trial while enduring an unending lightning storm. At a critical juncture, a light descends from the sky, bringing forth a finger that replaces the cosmos, obliterating all life on the continent except for the young man. The mural shifts again, depicting the deceased beings resurrecting as undead spirits who attack the young man. The man's sorrow and despair are palpable in his anguished cries. Ultimately, the mural ends, leaving Meng Hao lost in contemplation. He understands that the annihilation of the myriad worlds realm was not a random event but intertwined with the secrets hidden within these murals. Determined to uncover the truth, Meng Hao resolves to seek out the 4th mural. Unlocking the enigmatic mystery, he senses that a grander conspiracy lies behind the destruction of the myriad worlds realm. And the disappearance of Luo Tian in the murals holds an inextricable connection to himself. Deep underground in the first continent, Meng Hao ascends through a subterranean passage to the 4th stone chamber. Within the pitch-black chamber, 4 colossal pillars emanate an AWE-inspiring aura, remnants of the Luotian. Meng Hao's gaze penetrates the darkness, revealing a vast, swirling sphere that seems to embody the profound abyss. Within the vortex, he witnesses the shattered remnants of the former mountain and sea realm and a monkey seated in meditation, with the 33 heavens continent and a cerulean coffin below. Crucially, he glimpses his own profound sect in a fragmented region in the starry sky housing a nether palace formed by 9 continents. There, celestial masters and others stand upon an altar, exuding an aura of transcendence. Shock ripples through Meng Hao as he realizes he may be witnessing a world beyond the profound abyss. The 4 pillars being the 4 fingers of the Luotian. He also discerns the Luotian's dying words. Luotian fears the immortal, and harbors doubts. After a moment of reflection, Meng Hao exits the chamber. He deduces that the 6th celestial master is fleeing towards the altar and decides to vent his anger by slaying him first. Summoning his bronze mirror countenance, he pursues with formidable force. The 6th celestial master, filled with terror, contacts the golden-robed elder and the 8th celestial master for aid. Yet, he proves no match for Meng Hao. Desperately fleeing as he is pursued relentlessly, the 6th supreme unleashed all their power, brandishing their beast hata, attempting to resist Meng Hao's menacing demon head. However, Meng Hao's demonic aura was overwhelming, destroying the banner and forcing the 6th supreme into retreat. They utilized the splattered blood to create countless afterimages, Intending to escape, Meng Hao's ghost domain enabled him to see through the Sixth Supreme's true form and restricted their movements with the Eighth Seal of the Demon Seal. Despite the Sixth Supreme's defense with a blood shield, Meng Hao's 3 consecutive punches shattered their protection, grievously injuring them. Realizing their predicament, the Sixth Supreme fought back with a desperate summon of the Black Giant, which Meng Hao countered by transforming into a Cyan Peng. The Sixth Supreme then unleashed the Source of Night, attempting to cover all. Unfazed, Meng Hao absorbed the darkness, consuming the Sixth Supreme's 9th source. Horrified, the Sixth Supreme escaped as a phantom. Meng Hao pursued with his God 7 steps, immobilizing the Sixth Supreme with a spatial seal, leaving them to choose self-destruction of their source in despair. Beneath the vast firmament, the Sixth Supreme being faced Meng Hao's relentless pursuit, sensing an unprecedented threat to his life. Desperate for survival, he triggered a self-detonation of his essence, unleashing a cataclysmic storm to obstruct Meng Hao's impending seal. Undeterred, Meng Hao countered with a more formidable sealing force. His palm transformed into a celestial dome, obscuring the heavens and the earth. Disregarding the Sixth Supreme Being's self-destruction, he shattered the storm with a single strike. The Sixth Supreme Being was gravely wounded. His essence weakened. He could only seize the opportunity created by the impact to retreat and regroup with the Eighth Supreme Being. Just as the Eighth Supreme Being believed Meng Hao would halt his pursuit, Meng Hao unveiled an astonishing technique. He took a step that warped the fabric of spacetime, reversing the flow of time and dragging the Sixth Supreme Being back to the moment before his escape. As Meng Hao's right hand descended, a seal manifested on the Sixth Supreme Being's forehead, enveloping his entire being. In a flash of radiant light, his body, cultivation, spirit, soul, and even his very existence were sealed within a painting that fell into Meng Hao's hands. Witnessing this spectacle, the Eighth Supreme Being was paralyzed with terror. He recognized that Meng Hao possessed a trace of Essence Origin's aura, imbued with the terrifying fusion and sealing of spacetime. When Meng Hao threatened to pursue him, the Eighth Supreme Being, panic-stricken, fled without hesitation, sacrificing his longevity. Scoffing, Meng Hao spared the fleeing Eighth Supreme Being for the time being, shifting his focus to the location of the youth in golden robes and his companions. Knowing their exact whereabouts, he set out to settle his scores. The twists and turns of fate have made Meng Hao a paranoid and vengeful extremist. He has sealed the Sixth Supreme and declared that he will hunt down anyone who opposes him. As time goes by, Meng Hao chases the Eighth Supreme to the central location of the first major landmass of the Nether Palace, where a gigantic black altar stands. On the altar, the leader of the Meng Sect, Sha Judong, and the golden-robed youth are sitting cross-legged, comprehending the method of transcendence. The Eighth Supreme flees to this place and asks the Meng Sect for help, begging them to stop Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao ignores them and continues his pursuit. The 3 people on the altar also sense the aura of transcendence, and their expressions alternately show joy and worry. The Meng Sect understands that the method of transcendence lies within these 9 altars. The golden-robed youth and the others have been comprehending it for 5 days, and their Tao source aura is gradually increasing. If they can comprehend the 9 altars, their chances of transcendence will greatly increase. At this moment, the voice of the Eighth Supreme is heard. Filled with misery and despair, he has been chased by Meng Hao to the point of utter desperation and pleads with the Meng Sect for help. However, the Meng Sect does not respond because they are fully focused on comprehending the method of transcendence. Meng Hao's figure cuts through the sky, and he races forward with a single goal in mind: the Eighth Supreme. A bloody pursuit is underway. The escape route of the Eighth Supreme becomes increasingly difficult, and Meng Hao's murderous intent grows stronger. Deep within the Abyss Palace, the paragons of Vast Expanse Sect gathered at an ancient altar. Their expressions changed drastically when the 8th paragon made a wretched appearance. Shocked that they had been unable to sense his arrival, they realized that the altar had mysterious powers to shield one's divine consciousness and 5 senses. Meanwhile, Meng Hao appeared in the sky. His presence stunned everyone who had believed him dead. They discovered not only had he survived but he had chased the 8th paragon there. The 8th paragon claimed Meng Hao had killed the 6th paragon, stirring the paragons with shock and rage. Ignoring their attempts to stop him, Meng Hao pursued the 8th paragon relentlessly. With a gleam in his eyes, he noticed the 3 youths in golden robes on the altar, and sensed an aura of Tao origin within the altar itself. He realized that finding the altar was Vast Expanse Sect's goal, as it had the power to help one transcend. Meng Hao suspected there might be 9 such altars within the Abyss Palace. If true, who had built them? With these questions racing through his mind, Meng Hao was determined to slay the 8th Paragon as a stern warning to Vast Expanse Sect. Employing his seal the monster prohibition in 8 seals into one, he heavily wounded the 8th Paragon. Seeing the 8th Paragon about to escape to the youths in golden robes, Meng Hao detonated the prohibition within him, causing the 8th Paragon's body to explode. Just as the 8th Paragon called out to the youth in the golden robes, the youth opened his eyes and shot a gaze as sharp as a blade at Meng Hao. Shouting, "How dare you!" Meng Hao ambushes his pursuers with a forbidden spell. On the altar, he destroys the 8th Supreme with a single finger, splashing blood on the elder and then onto Jin Yunshan, the youth in the golden robe. Jin Yunshan is enraged and attacks Meng Hao with murderous intent. Meng Hao responds calmly, stating that he intends to kill Jin Yunshan as well. Jin Yunshan laughs and splits into countless shadows, attacking Meng Hao. Meng Hao unleashes his divine fire and forbidden spell, engaging in a fierce battle with Jin Yunshan. The earth shakes as Meng Hao's unpredictable and ruthless attacks clash with Jin Yunshan's formidable cultivation. Jin Yunshan employs the heavenly venerate technique Golden Sun Path, transforming himself into a golden sun. He then conjures billions of golden swords that fill the sky and descend upon Meng Hao. The Kangming sect disciples retreat in terror, but Meng Hao remains composed and continues the battle. Jin Yunshan, the youth in the golden robe, a supreme cultivator at the 9th origin peak, controlled hundreds of millions of flying swords that were attacking Meng Hao. Meng Hao transformed his azure light into a black rock and cast his feather storm divine ability. With a million feathers circling around him, forming a defensive shield, the two sides engaged in a fierce battle, with hundreds of millions of flying swords being constantly shattered while the feather storm was gradually shrinking. At a critical moment, Meng Hao employed his divine sense division, infusing his divine sense into each feather, which transformed into a million rocks. They joined forces to resist the hundreds of millions of flying swords, creating a magnificent and AWE-inspiring spectacle. However, the vast number of flying swords gave them the advantage. Meng Hao tore the seal painting, releasing his life force and cultivation, which he infused into the million rocks, causing them to multiply once more. The clash between the two sides gave rise to an earth-shattering battle, with the heavens roaring and the earth trembling. In the end, hundreds of millions of flying swords were broken to pieces, and a million rocks were decimated. Jin Yunshan's face was grim, and he had suffered severe injuries. He realized that Meng Hao's power surpassed what could be resisted by a 9th origin peak cultivator. Hence, he unleashed his second divine ability Tear the Heavens. His hands became golden, ripping apart the void, forming a massive rift that sought to shred Meng Hao. Meng Hao sensed this terrifying divine ability, with the void around him already torn open, putting him in a perilous situation. At the critical juncture, Meng Hao unleashed his formidable divine abilities, using the Extinction Fist, Sacrifice Fist, and Blood God Fist to forcibly break free from the void's restraints. However, the rending heaven force remained in pursuit, relentlessly closing in, leaving Meng Hao with no escape. Faced with a life or death crisis, Meng Hao activated the legacy of the Water East Flow, comprehending the fourth fist, the Demon Slayer Fist. This fist technique employed the backdrop of darkness, where light pierced through the gloom, tearing apart the opponent's essence. The fourth fist descended, darkness dissipated, and the golden robed youth's rending heaven technique was shattered. The golden light from his hands stripped away. The golden robed youth was utterly horrified. He had never encountered such a devastating technique. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Hao unleashed the 8th interdiction, locking down space and casting the golden robed youth into a perilous situation. The golden robed youth bit his tongue and activated a secret technique, summoning countless golden thunderbolts' 9th source, the vast calamity thunderclap. As his source erupted, the energy of the vastness converged to form an enormous golden finger that swept towards Meng Hao. Sensing the aura contained within the thunderous finger, Meng Hao couldn't help but recall the scene in the underground mural where the one finger of the heavenly expanse annihilated the world. A cataclysmic collision of divine abilities was about to unfold, the earth trembling and the heavens paling in comparison. In the vast universe of the starlit sky, comprehending lightning's origin to become a Taoist expert is not uncommon. but cultivating it as the paramount ninth origin is exceptionally rare. The young man in a golden robe, Jin Yunshan, is such a prodigy. He comprehends the origin of celestial lightning tribulation. And once he transcends to the Taoist origin realm, he can control celestial lightning tribulation and a part of the starlit sky. Against Meng Hao's formidable strength, the young man in the golden robe unhesitatingly deploys the ninth origin, condensing countless heavenly tribulations into a finger of lightning tribulation, aiming it at Meng Hao. The finger of lightning tribulation seems unstoppable, shattering the sky and shaking the earth. Meng Hao remains calm in the face of danger and consecutively deploys 8 fiend sealing techniques, which transform into 8 threads entangling the finger of lightning tribulation, attempting to confine its power. However, the young man in the golden robe unstintingly sacrifices his cultivation base, allowing the finger of lightning tribulation to instantly break through the layers of confinement, drawing only 50 meters from Meng Hao. At the critical moment, Meng Hao unleashes his first technique, merging the 8 fiend sealing techniques into an indestructible net that rapidly contracts, tearing the finger of lightning tribulation into pieces. The young man in the golden robe is stunned with disbelief, while Meng Hao's momentum soars, unstoppable, upon the solemn altar of the Golden Cloud Sect. The elderly Grand Master and the golden-robed youth watch with astonishment as Meng Hao confronted Golden Cloud's ninth origin with his 8. The Grand Master marveled at Meng Hao's ability to challenge such a formidable force with only 8 origins, while the golden-robed youth was shaken by Meng Hao's hidden capabilities. Meng Hao's display of prowess inspired awe among the cultivators of the Vast Expanse sect, who recognized his terrifying strength that surpassed their own and realized his destined rise to become the 5th supreme figure in the Vast Expanse star system. The golden-robed youth, enraged by his unsuccessful attempt to defeat Meng Hao despite using his full power, was determined to force Meng Hao to reveal his 9th origin. He unleashed a technique that surpassed the 9th origin, the God transformation. This technique allowed him to fuse his origin with the universe, making him a master of creation and granting him the power to control the world. The golden-robed youth's God transformation was overwhelmingly powerful, his strikes unleashing the force of the universe, creating a terrifying storm. Meng Hao fought valiantly but was forced back, coughing up blood. As the golden-robed youth prepared to strike again, Meng Hao's third eye flared with a blinding light. As if summoning something, Meng Hao's bronze lamp emanated a bright light, which spread outwards as a summons as his third eye opened. The countless ghosts who had once worshipped Meng Hao on the Nether Palace continent sensed the call and were thrilled. They transformed into icy waves that swept over the void, bridges, and ruins outside the continent and surged into the continent itself. Every ghost within and outside the continent responded to the summons, flying from their surroundings towards Meng Hao. The excited sounds they emitted shook the heavens and the earth, announcing Meng Hao's return. Within a dilapidated hall, a vague figure ignited a tremendous aura, transforming his soul staff into a cold current. A colossal ghost emerged from a river, opening its eyes in excitement, and a white-robed man on a mountain peak flew towards Meng Hao in a frenzy of excitement. As the ghost shadows appeared like a tide, the earth shook violently, the cold spread, and the world changed color. The black snowflakes falling from the sky were the traces of countless ghosts. Meng Hao raised his hands in the air, freezing everything in all directions. The summoned ghosts rushed forward and knelt before him, addressing him as the Demon Emperor. The young man in the golden robe had merged with this world, but he was horrified to see the countless ghosts gathered around Meng Hao, respectfully worshipping him in a voice that shook the heavens and the earth. Even some existences that chilled him to the bone were among them. He realized that Meng Hao had summoned almost every ghost within and outside the continent, turning it into a realm of ghosts. Meng Hao sensed his status as a monarch. With a wave of his wide sleeves, the countless ghosts raised their heads simultaneously and emitted mournful howls, pouncing on the young man in the golden robe. The young man was unable to resist and could only use the power of the virtual god transformation to fight back. But he had forgotten that the true masters of this world were the people who had once lived on this land. Now they had become vengeful ghosts and would protect Meng Hao with all their might. On Planet Desolate, a cataclysmic battle raged outside the Nether Palace. Meng Hao confronted the gold-robed youth, a 9 essences peak cultivator, revealing his astonishing power. Employing the black rock transformation and the 8 bands into one technique, he shattered the gold-robed youth's virtual god transformation spell. At a critical juncture, The gold-robed youth fused with the world's wind, earth, vegetation, killing intent, heavenly fire, rivers, and other source powers, attempting to harness the world's might against Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao summoned countless ghosts from the Nether Palace, wielding his will to unleash a fierce assault on the gold-robed youth, forcefully stripping away his fused source powers. Sect leader and Sha Judong, the powerhouses of the Desolate Sect, intervened to assist the gold-robed youth. Yet, they were unable to withstand the onslaught of ghosts. Forced into retreat, sect leader swore an oath that if the gold-robed youth provoked Meng Hao again, he would join forces with Meng Hao to suppress him. Sha Judong pledged the same. The gold-robed youth, driven to desperation, bowed low to Meng Hao, offering a bracelet filled with treasures as recompense. Meng Hao accepted the bracelet and commanded the ghosts to withdraw. In this battle, Meng Hao decisively defeated the gold-robed youth, shattering his virtual god transformation technique. He became the fifth giant on planet Desolate, on par with the sect leader. Within the Nether Palace, Meng Hao possessed unrivaled control, becoming its undisputed sovereign. After a brief silence, Meng Hao put away the bracelet, and his killing intent vanished. Everyone sighed in relief. The golden-robed youth retreated and sat cross-legged, accompanied by the old sect leader and Sha Judong, who were both protecting and restricting him. Meng Hao's fight with the golden-robed youth proved Meng Hao's qualifications as a giant. The old sect leader explained that the reason for the golden-robed youth's attack was that he believed in the will of the vast expanse ancestor and thought that killing Meng Hao would please the ancestor and gain enlightenment. Meng Hao pondered after sensing with his divine sense, and found that the altar was the place where the Nether Palace transcended. The old sect leader invited everyone to the altar to gain enlightenment. And they were all delighted, except for the golden-robed youth who secretly lamented that he could no longer fight. On the altar, everyone sat cross-legged and gained enlightenment. Meng Hao's divine sense connected with the altar, and his mind worked rapidly. He saw scenes like the starry sky and the passage of time, similar to the murals he saw in the passage. He realized that the altar could enhance his enlightenment, so he decided to comprehend the ninth prohibition, the heaven sealing prohibition. Based on the heaven sealing formula, the existence of the altar accelerated this process. On the second day, the 8 origin supremes began to fail and flew out of the altar one after another. On the third day, only Meng Hao and the 7 9 origin supremes remained. The golden-robed youth sneered, guessing that Meng Hao could only hold on for 2 more days, while the others would definitely wake up tomorrow. The golden-robed boy, the old sect master, and Judong watched the 8 9 seals sovereigns on the altar with great attention. With the passage of time, the 4th day arrived, and the 7th, 5th, and 4th sovereigns could no longer withstand the pressure of the altar and woke up to leave. Meng Hao, on the other hand, immersed himself in the comprehension of the sealing the heavens prohibition, gradually forming 9 seals within his body and extracting a trace of immortal energy, making the aura of detachment in his body grow even stronger. When the 5th day arrived, only Meng Hao, the 2nd sovereign, and the 3rd sovereign remained on the altar. However, the 3rd sovereign suddenly vomited blood and woke up to leave, while the 2nd sovereign erupted with the aura of the 9 seals peak in pain. At this time, the golden-robed boy believed that Meng Hao would not be able to last past the 5th day because his body was trembling violently and his aura of awakening was evident. However, Meng Hao was not willing to give up. He discovered that the 9th seal was shattered, but the reason was unknown. Unwilling to give up, he tried again to condense the 9th seal. Meng Hao sensed cautiously, avoiding any mistakes. With his efforts, the outline of the 9th seal gradually appeared. Just as the 5th day was about to end, the 9th seal slowly took shape, and the aura of detachment within Meng Hao's body reached an unprecedented level. As the 5th day neared its end, the golden-robed boy's face turned grim. He had asserted that Meng Hao would not be able to persist through the 5th day. But not only had Meng Hao lasted the 5 days, he had now recovered his composure. The others around noticed this and their expressions shifted. Though Meng Hao still faced skepticism, the possibility of him creating a miracle had begun to emerge. Should he create an unprecedented miracle, he would eliminate all doubt and establish his supreme stature and prestige. The golden-robed boy predicted that the 6th day would be Meng Hao's limit. Yet Meng Hao persisted for another day. This pattern continued, with the golden-robed boy's prophecies being repeatedly overturned. Much to his embarrassment and chagrin, The seventh day came and the golden-robed boy's face was ashen. Even the sect leader was forced to acknowledge Meng Hao's extraordinariness. Yet just when everyone thought the seventh day would be his limit, Meng Hao once again persisted into an eighth day. A profound shock ran through the hearts of those present. The extraordinary aura on Meng Hao, and the coercive force erupting from the altar, filled them with an unprecedented awe. They even felt as if Meng Hao was undergoing a form of transcendence. The golden-robed boy muttered in disbelief at Meng Hao's tenacity. Time moved forward, and on the 12th day, Meng Hao achieved an astonishing miracle. He had persisted for longer than any known peak 9 source cultivator. The doubts in the hearts of those present vanished, replaced by awe towards Meng Hao. Even the second paramount, who had previously intended to challenge Meng Hao, dropped his disdain. The golden-robed boy realized that Meng Hao's previous battles had not been his full strength, that he had been feigning weakness, biding his time to eliminate him. His heart was filled with fear and bitterness. The sect leader, an old man, had a grave expression, the shock still not fading. He believed that Meng Hao had been concealing his strength, using the golden-robed boy as a stepping stone to establish his prestige. Sha Zhudong shared this belief, his fear of Meng Hao reaching an unprecedented height. However, Meng Hao's focus was not on solidifying his 9th prohibition, but rather on finding the unseen hand that was preventing him from doing so. In the moment when the 9th prohibition seal collapsed, he finally discovered the truth: someone was secretly hindering him. Meng Hao's eyes turned bloodshot. He looked up at the vast starry sky, his expression filled with madness and ferocity. He roared, "So, it was you!" Meng Hao persisted on the Transcendence altar for 16 days, astounding everyone at the Vast Expanse sect. As his 9th forbidden mark collapses for the 3rd time, he senses a force hindering his transformation, akin to the aura of Luo Tian, the one-finger world-ending figure in the mural. Meng Hao discovers that the power of Luo Tian is akin to his own demonic energy. Heaven's might descends to suppress him, compelling his submission and warning him against reversing his status as a demonic celestial. In the face of such power, Meng Hao laughs to the heavens, summoning countless vengeful spirits around the altar. These spirits are former victims of Luo Tian's wrath, now vengeful ghosts who vow never to yield. Meng Hao raises his arms. The storm of vengeful spirits surges toward the heavens, forming a tempest of vengeance that sweeps through the lands, targeting the vast expanse. Just as the storm seems like it will succeed, an indistinct figure emerges from the shattered heavens, and with the power of transcendence, an invisible wall descends. The wall is an unstoppable force, crushing the storm and the vengeful spirits, effortlessly quelling Meng Hao's act of retribution. This encounter reveals to Meng Hao the inspiring power of transcendence, and he realizes the chasm between the transcendent and non-transcendent realms is akin to the vast difference between a raindrop and a fog. Amidst the darkness, a blurred figure emerged, long hair flowing, dressed in a long robe. Its gaze was cold and merciless, like a lifeless weapon. From behind the wall came a roar. Storms shattered, and ghosts dispersed. The earth trembled, cracks spread wide, and the altar shook, yet it remained intact. The disciples of the Azure Order were horrified, resisting with all their might to no avail. Meng Hao's bronze lamp burned within him. The crisis imminent. Suddenly, a ripple from the 9th mountain and sea was felt, transforming into a single word: sever. This sound shook the heavens and earth, sweeping across, becoming the word vanish, pulverizing the sky and tearing the invisible wall apart. The blurred figure dissipated with it. A single word, earth-shattering and unparalleled. A mysterious entity from the 9th mountain and sea had overturned the heavens and earth with its utterance, shaking the power of the Luotian. Meng Hao's mind was in turmoil. A burning desire to visit the 9th mountain and sea ignited within him. The sky returned to peace, nature restored, but doubts plagued Meng Hao's mind, who had uttered the word vanish. Why did the Luotian fear immortals? What was the connection between the demons and the Luotian? What was the truth behind the destruction of the mountain and sea realm? The old sect leader and the others looked on with complex expressions, clearing their throats to speak. At that moment, the earth suddenly shook, the sky distorted, and a gentle light spread, dissipating the frigid aura. Vegetation turned lush, buildings rose from the ground. Time seemed to rewind, and ruins were reborn. The entire first mountain and sea experienced a miraculous transformation in an instant. The sect leader's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "Time is up. We must leave immediately, or face certain death." Everyone fled at once. Meng Hao felt his bronze lamp dim and his connection to the ghosts vanish. He, too, flew forward without hesitation, joining the others towards the exit. The sect leader explained that there was a time limit for the opening of the Netherworld Palace. 1 month for the first mountain and sea, and 10 days outside the exit. Staying beyond this time would trigger unpredictable and sinister phenomena. Meng Hao looked back at the continent, where ruins had been replaced by prosperity. City statues stood tall, and mountains were cloaked in greenery. A mix of awe and a sense of exploration and fear filled his heart. Meng Hao and his companions are drawn into a strange and ancient continent inhabited solely by cultivators. Despite its abundant spiritual energy, natural treasures, and frolicking mystical beasts, a sense of danger pervades. Meng Hao realizes they have been forcibly transported to the ancient past. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoes through the sky, signaling someone is undergoing a tribulation. The thunder strikes a chord with Meng Hao, who recognizes it as the day of the heaven annihilation finger. Abruptly, a colossal finger descends from the heavens. Its immense pressure forces blood from Meng Hao's mouth. He and his companions flee desperately for the exit, but the finger's aftermath pursues, annihilating everything in its path. As Meng Hao nears escape, he senses a familiar aura. Turning, he witnesses a vibrant parrot flying from afar and crashing into the heaven annihilation finger. The parrot, the spirit beast from the bronze mirror, greets him unexpectedly, stirring emotions within Meng Hao. Standing at the exit of the Nether Palace, Meng Hao hesitates, 1 foot inside the exit and 1 foot out, feeling the pull of the suction force. Looking back at the sky, he sees the bronze mirror disperse into 9 fragments, one of which falls towards the 3rd continent. In this life or death moment, Meng Hao struggles to turn back and witnesses the destruction of the bronze mirror. As the parrot and the gelatin sacrifice themselves to protect him, filled with grief and anger, he decides to venture to the 3rd continent to find the mirror fragment, hoping to reconnect with the bronze mirror. However, as he enters the exit, 2 8-source supremes turn to ash before him, signaling imminent danger. Teetering on the edge of life and death, Meng Hao uses his 3rd eye to locate the mirror fragment and steps through the exit, disappearing without a trace, as the ripple of death follows close behind. Returning to the Azure Vastness Sect, Meng Hao learns that it will take at least a year for the Nether Palace passage to open again. Yet he remains determined to find the mirror fragment at any cost. The Grandmaster Elder proposes including Lady Dust of White Mist in the next expedition lineup to increase their chances of success. However, the golden-robed youth, Jin Yushan, harbors resentment towards Meng Hao's actions and provokes him as he passes by. In a fit of anger, Meng Hao activates the Forbidden Unity spell, suppressing Jin Yushan. The Grandmaster Elder and Sha Judong intervene, and Meng Hao eventually retreats into seclusion, while Jin Yushan inwardly vows to never become an enemy of Meng Hao again. In the perilous expedition to the Hades Palace, the Desolate School suffered heavy losses, but the survivors reaped abundant rewards. Within the Transcendence Altar, they glimpsed their path to transcendence, providing a clear goal for their future cultivation. Among them, Meng Hao was particularly dissatisfied that he couldn't condense his 9th forbidden technique. He surmised that the conflict between demonic energy and immortal roots was the reason. Thus, he resolved to create an immortal body clone free of demonic energy, to comprehend and condense the 9th prohibition. Using the Nirvana fruit as a foundation, Meng Hao forcefully opened his 4th life and molded it into an immortal body clone. This clone shared the same origin as its main body, but their nature differed. The clone was completely devoid of demonic energy and would experience a 7-year childhood in the mortal realm before awakening its memories and embarking on the path to cultivate the 9th prohibition. Meanwhile, the other powerhouses of the Desolate School secluded themselves in meditation, digesting their insights from the Hades Palace expedition. Tranquility settled over the Desolate Star, with only the forces under Meng Hao's command continuing their expansion. However, beyond the Desolate Star, things were not so smooth sailing. A white-haired young man accompanied by a woman attempted to enter the Desolate Realm but was met with fierce rejection. Upon learning that he had severed a finger there in the past, incurring the Desolate's resentment, the young man sighed and turned away. In the same year, a prodigy from a cultivation family joined the Desolate School and was personally received by the sect master. On the edge of the Desolate Star, a middle-aged scholar discovered an infant floating in a river. accompanied by a small dog and holding a golden jade fruit imbued with the aura of reincarnation. On the edge of the nebula's ninth continent lies a meandering river, flanked by villages and towns, including the Peach Blossom Village. The villagers were descendants of a large clan who had experienced significant changes after migrating there. They lived peacefully, relying on hunting and fishing. However, beneath the tranquility lurked secrets. A 6 or 7-year-old boy named Fang had lively eyes and a keen mind. Whenever poultry or belongings went missing, he seemed to be involved. Fang claimed to have apprenticed himself to a disheveled old man, offering large roosters as tuition for the ways of the immortal. One morning, Fang captured a large rooster to take to his master. The old man lied, claiming he needed to exorcise the evil creature and enticing Fang to protect him. As Fang waited alone outside the courtyard, a shadowy figure emerged behind him, Meng Hao's clone, who was approaching his 7th-year tribulation. The clone in Fang body suffered from the tribulation, spewing blood and trembling. Hearing the villagers' sighs, Meng Hao's clone felt a pang of pity for the abandoned child. As Meng Hao prepared to intervene, the disheveled old man lifted Fang into the air, displaying his immortal power to leave Peach Blossom Village. Meng Hao sensed his clone's awakening and, anticipating significant change, departed. That night, purple mist shrouded the village. The sky darkened, and thunder roared, foretelling a coming storm. In a remote village, a dying child is discovered by an unkempt old man. Upon learning that the child's illness is beyond mortal reach, the old man decides to seek the power of cultivators. He unveils a precious jade slip, activating it to emit a brilliant light that summons 3 cultivators from the Reliance Sect. Upon examining the child, they discover he possesses rare supreme aptitude, spirit bones, enlightened spirit, and a melting spirit blood lineage treasure coveted by their sect. They promptly heal the child with their spiritual energy and take him back to their sect, where several elders perform further healing. Upon his recovery, he is inducted into the sect and becomes a disciple. As the child regains consciousness, his eyes glimmer with brilliance and coldness before returning to normal, harboring a secret plan to use this incarnation to achieve the 9th prohibition. With his exceptional aptitude, the incarnation becomes an inner disciple of the Reliance Sect's branch academy. His cultivation progresses rapidly, guided by Meng Hao's true self and the enhancement of the bronze lamp's transformation of his body. In the same year, Han Bei of the First Sect becomes a quasi-saintess, while Meng Hao's incarnation, Fang embarks on his own cultivation path. No one could have foreseen that this newly inducted child would one day become a rising star on the Kangming star. The core of Transcendent Profundity Sect's cultivation lies in the power of the profound, not the power of heaven and earth. A year after Meng Hao's clone, Fang entered Transcendent Profundity Sect, he summoned 9 bolts of lightning and successfully established his foundation. The following year, another lightning tribulation descended, and he broke through to the core formation realm. The 3rd year, 999 bolts of lightning roared, and he achieved nascent soul. The 5th year, 999 bolts of lightning refined him to the spirit-severing realm. The 7th year, 10,000 bolts of lightning questioned the Tao, and Meng Hao successfully passed it. In the 10th year, the lightning tribulation descended, and Fang was about to become a celestial. The 9th divine sovereign sent a female Tao venerable to protect him. However, the profound seemed to harbor fear towards Meng Hao and sent down 1,000,000 bolts of lightning. Meng Hao's clone closed his eyes and bathed in the lightning, allowing it to strike him, all the while remaining at ease and fearless. However, at the end of the heavenly tribulation, a scarlet bolt of lightning containing the might of the Tao descended. The profound was willing to defy its own laws to eliminate Meng Hao. At the critical moment, Meng Hao's main body arrived, shattering the red lightning with one hand and forcing Han Bei, who had been hiding in the void, to appear with the other. However, a Luotian and demonic aura erupted from Han Bai's body, surprising even Meng Hao's main body. On the Kangming planet, Meng Hao pursued Han Bai's aura, forcing her to the teleportation gate. Han Bei teleported back to her sect's secluded cultivation ground and set up multiple prohibitions. Meng Hao's main body followed in hot pursuit. Han Bei trembled with unease, realizing that Meng Hao's understanding of her exceeded her imagination and becoming troubled as she recalled her connection to Luo Tian. Meng Hao unleashed his formidable power, bombarding Han Bai's cultivation grounds. Han Bei defended with her compass, through which Meng Hao sensed Luo Tian's aura, confirming Han Bai's connection to him. Han Bei claimed to have never met Meng Hao, responding calmly, but Meng Hao saw through her pretense and ceased the pursuit. To protect herself, Han Bei sacrificed Chu Yuyan's soul, merging it with her life soul, hoping that Meng Hao would care about Chu Yuyan's existence. Meng Hao's divine sense found Chu Yuyan's soul and saw that it had become symbiotic with Han Bai's life soul. Understanding Han Bai's reliance, Meng Hao lapsed into silence, reminiscing about the past. Meanwhile, news of Meng Hao's clone's tribulation reached the Kangming sect, causing a stir. Fang Mu's name echoed across the entire Kangming planet, attracting the attention of countless cultivators. However, some arrogants dismissed Meng Hao's clone's achievement, believing that the gap between his cultivation realm and theirs was too vast and that arrogants should pursue greater goals, such as the Kangming stage and the Transcendence path. After the tribulation, Meng Hao's avatar cultivated diligently while guarding the reincarnation of Chu Yuyan. Yanner. For 10 years, Meng Hao secluded himself from the outside world, devoting himself to understanding the 8th prohibition source. Meanwhile, Han Bei had advanced to the ancient realm and received the favor of the changeable sect's headmaster. One day, Meng Hao emerged from the 9th sect and traveled to Yanner's hometown. He accepted Yanner as his disciple, teaching her cultivation techniques and alchemy. Yanner's talent in cultivation and alchemy excelled, earning her respect from the sect elders. 7 years later, Yanner had blossomed into an 18-year-old, becoming the center of attention in the 9th sect's branch. Meng Hao was aware of Yanner's feelings for Bai Yun, the sect's proud son. Therefore, Meng Hao allowed Yanner to go to the market town, where the prodigies of changeable sect and other sects from the continent gathered. Meng Hao continued to retreat in seclusion, steadily improving his cultivation and nearing a breakthrough to the ancient realm. He discovered a flaw in the perfection of the 9th prohibition, leading him to contemplation. Meanwhile, Wu Yu, the son of the 8th sect's master, arrived near the 9th sect and fell for Yanner at first sight. His guardian, upon investigating Yanner's background, informed Wu Yu that she was a nobody, encouraging him to make a move. Immersed in cultivation, Meng Hao was unaware of the danger Yanner faced. Wu Yu's sinister gaze had already set upon Yanner, and a crisis was about to unfold. The 8th sect's young man was warned by his protector and became emboldened because his grandfather was a powerful figure in the sect. He desired Yanner, a cauldron-refining female cultivator from the 9th sect. But mindful of his grandfather's warning, he decided to take her back to the 8th sect. Days later, the young man approached Yanner and learned that she would be entering secluded cultivation at night. As night fell, Yanner was sucked away into a whirlpool during her secluded cultivation. At the same time, a whirlpool appeared before the young man, and his protector emerged with Yanner in tow. However, a ferocious beast at the Dao realm, known as the Mastiff, sensed something amiss and arrived swiftly. It heavily injured the protector and lunged at the young man. The young man fought back with Yanner, but the Mastiff was relentless. It forced him to crush a jade token and teleport away. However, the Mastiff's attack caused the ground to collapse, swallowing the protector. The Mastiff howled and vanished into the depths of the starry sky. Meng Hao was enraged when he learned of Yanner's disappearance. His true aura erupted, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, alarming all the exalted ones. The 8th sect's young man returned in a sorry state, vowing revenge on the Mastiff and Meng Hao behind it. He slapped Yanner, causing her to tremble in fear. She reached out to Meng Hao for help. The young man summoned reinforcements. But when a Dao Venerate came to inquire, he claimed to have been pursued by an assassin and implied that Meng Hao was involved. The son of the Dao Venerable, the eldest son of the Patriarch of Qifeng, provoked Yanner, the 9th disciple of the 9th Supreme Venerate Meng Hao, resulting in a Dao realm fierce beast attacking Yanner. The Dao Venerable, enraged, summoned his followers to seek revenge. However, Meng Hao suddenly appeared, using his Supreme Venerate might to deter the 8 sects and save Yanner. The Dao Venerable was filled with shock and fear when he learned that Meng Hao was the 9th Supreme Venerate. He realized that his son had provoked a terrifying being, endangering the entire Qifeng lineage. Yanner recognized that Meng Hao was not her master, but a disciple of the 9th sect. Meng Hao discovered the handprint on Yanner's face, which ignited his anger. The entire 8 sects fell into silence, with everyone trembling. Meng Hao's aura covered the heavens and earth, immobilizing the cultivators of the 8th sect. His icy voice boomed like thunder. declaring his anger and killing intent. The patriarch of Qifeng, the lord of the 8 sects, was awakened from his seclusion, his fear reaching its peak. Meng Hao's fury erupts upon witnessing Yanner's bruises, unleashing a mighty pressure that shakes the heavens and earth. All present tremble and kneel. He confronts Yanner about the perpetrator, and upon learning it was a youth from the 8th sect, dispatches him with a single strike, annihilating both body and spirit. Yanner implicates more cultivators who plotted against Meng Hao's master. Meng Hao ruthlessly exterminates them. Patriarch Qifeng, witnessing the carnage, trembles in fear and self-destructs his body, allowing his spirit to escape. He beseeches Meng Hao for mercy. Seeing Qifeng's sincerity, Meng Hao spares his spirit but strips him of his flesh, denying him the possibility of becoming a 9 source. With Yanner in tow, Meng Hao departs, the authority of the 8th sect dissolving. That day becomes an unforgettable lesson for its cultivators, who watch Meng Hao recede with awe. In the boundless sea realm, Meng Hao, who lost his beloved, comes to the Vast Expanse sect, intending not to seek revenge against the 8th sect, only because of lingering guilt. To repay his debt to his deceased friend, he chooses to protect Chu Yuyan, his amnesiac lover from his past life. To warn those who dare to harm Chu Yuyan, Meng Hao carries out a bloody massacre in the 8th sect, revealing his terrifying power. At the same time, Meng Hao realizes that his clone's status is too lowly to protect Chu Yuyan. He decides his clone will challenge his limits and climb the Vast Expanse platform in the 9th sect to establish a powerful backing for her. The Vast Expanse platform has 9 levels for each sect. The top 100 become Vast Expanse heavenly geniuses. The top 30 become core disciples. And the top 3 become true disciples. Meng Hao's clone knows little about the platform, but he realizes that it tests not only cultivation level, but also potential and comprehensive combat strength. He resolves to prove his strength to the world, to show everyone that Chu Yuyan's master is not someone to be trifled with. Meng Hao's clone ascends the platform, breaking through countless fellow disciples effortlessly. The pressure increases as he climbs higher, but it has no effect on him. As he continues to advance, the disciples watching below grow in astonishment. Meng Hao's clone surpasses more and more disciples. As each disciple is effortlessly surpassed, they mistakenly believe the pressure has decreased, leading them to advance only to be expelled from the summit. At this moment, Meng Hao himself arrives at the 9th sect with Chu Yuyan. She does not believe the old man before her is her master. Suddenly, an ancient bell tolls through the 9th sect, signaling that someone has reached the 1,000th step of the platform, causing many disciples to gasp in awe. Meng Hao smiles and disappears, while Chu Yuyan cries out. Realizing her master is on the platform, she rushes to his aid. Within the 9th sect, melodious bells echo through the heavens, heralding someone ascending the vast 1,000 steps of the desolate stairway, drawing the attention of all. A young cultivator, Meng Hao, with his handsome appearance and graceful stride, ascends the steps with ease, eliciting gasps of astonishment. As Meng Hao sets foot on the 2,000th step, another bell tolls with deafening impact. The short interval between tolls astounds the spectators. Meng Hao's pace quickens, effortlessly traversing the 3,000 steps and triggering an incredulous third chime. Within a mere incense stick's time, Meng Hao has ascended the 1,000th, 2,000th, and 3,000th steps and, while still in motion, crosses 10 additional steps, provoking the 4th and 5th chimes. His speed is like the wind, astounding the observing cultivators, while the bells continue to reverberate incessantly. Upon the 9th bell's echo, Meng Hao's speed surges once more, covering 10 steps in a single stride, causing the 10th chime to quake the heavens. This unprecedented feat stuns the countless cultivators, sensing that a momentous event is about to transpire. Meng Hao's figure becomes a whirlwind, soaring up the steps of the desolate stairway, leaving behind a haunting cascade of bells that reverberate through every corner of the 9th sect. A series of bell tolls breaks the silence that has long enveloped the 9th sect, plunging it into unprecedented pandemonium. Millions of cultivators soar out of their sanctuaries, their gazes fixed on the Tower of Vastness as they bear witness to an uninterrupted sequence of tolls. Never before have bell tolls sounded with such rapid succession, signifying an exponential surge in aptitude. Amongst the throngs of cultivators, whispers abound, speculating on the origin of the tolls. Some attribute it to sheer coincidence, while others, with a sense of astonishment, propose that a single individual may be responsible. Cultivators from outside the Tower of Vastness gather at the foot of the mountain, intent on uncovering the truth behind the perplexing phenomenon. Meanwhile, deep within the mountain's peaks, Meng Hao continues his ascent. Each 1,000 steps he takes provoking a toll, the swiftness of his progress breathtaking to behold. As the tolls mount to 20,000, gasps erupt from the crowd. For such an unprecedented number of tolls within so short a time suggests the shattering of all existing records. With each toll that reverberates, reaching 30,000, 40,000, an eerie silence descends upon the mountain's surroundings. Every cultivator holds their breath, sensing the birth of a prodigy like no other. Just as the 40,000th toll echoes through the air, a pursuer emerges behind Meng Hao. Recognizing Meng Hao's identity, the cultivator proclaims in a voice that carries, "I have seen it with my own eyes." Not a group, but a single person it is. Fang Mu. The name Fang Mu instantly ignites a spark of recognition in the minds of all who hear it. Recalling the young genius who, within a mere decade, ascended from mortal to celestial, the 50,000th toll ascends into the heavens, intertwining with the utterance of Fang Mu, forging an epic-defining moment in the annals of the Ninth Sect. Fang Mu, a former peerless genius who disappeared for many years after entering the immortal realm 10 years ago, has resurfaced in the martial arts world and ascended to the Ninth Sect's Kangming platform. When the bell tolled, it was astonishing to discover that his cultivation base had reached an incredible 50,000 steps, leaving everyone in awe. Although Fang Mu had been away from the martial arts world for 20 years, his reputation remained intact, and his reappearance sent shockwaves through the Ninth Sect. Fang Mu's climb was unstoppable, as he continued to break through the 60,000 and 70,000 steps. From 60,000 to 70,000 steps, he ascended at an unbelievable speed, causing the bell to ring incessantly, shocking everyone present. Even the Ninth Sect's top 3,000 geniuses were alerted and made their appearances. On the Kangming platform's stone tablet, Fang Mu's name proudly emerged, ranking him 3,000th. This news reached Fang Mu's disciple, Yanner, who was overjoyed and couldn't contain her excitement. Fang Mu's ascent continued, his speed increasing exponentially 500 steps at a time. 10,000 steps in 10 pace until he reached 90,000 steps. He felt the pressure, but he pressed on relentlessly. Finally, he set foot on the 99,800th step, just one step away from the Kangming platform's tower. Watched by the countless pairs of eyes below, Fang Mu took his final step, reaching the peak of the Kangming platform 100,000 steps. This was an unprecedented feat in the Ninth Sect's history. A new legend in the making. The bell rang thunderously, showering Fang Mu with its purifying light and revealing him to the world. The crowd gazed up at Fang Mu, awe and respect filling their eyes. Fang Mu's gaze softened as he looked down and met Yanner's eyes. In that instant, the world seemed to stand still, time flowing like an eternity. Fang Mu's smile and wave evoked an inexplicable feeling within Yanner, as if a connection from a previous life had been reawakened. The disciples of the Ninth Sect of the Kangming School gazed intently at the Kangming terrace ahead on the mountain peak. Meng Hao, with his long hair flowing in the wind, wore a calm and composed smile. The Kangming terrace, a 10-story tower, was the symbol of the Ninth Sect's most talented disciples. As one of the top 100 geniuses, Meng Hao drew attention from all sides. As he stepped into the first level of the Kangming terrace, a sudden pressure descended, attempting to crush his divine sense. However, Meng Hao's will was as firm as a rock, remaining unaffected. As the pressure intensified, Meng Hao released his astonishing immortal aura, resisting with his formidable will. The pressure was gradually countered by Meng Hao, reversing the situation. Finally, with a force that shook the heavens and earth, he suppressed the first level, creating the legendary First Heaven Glory. At that moment, Meng Hao's name ascended to the 90th position on the stone tablet. Just as everyone was amazed, the first level of the Kangming terrace burst forth with a brilliant light, transforming into the second heaven. This meant that Meng Hao's innate talent and aptitude were almost cheating, instantly illuminating the second level's formation and shocking everyone present. Beneath Meng Hao's calm demeanor lay an astonishing secret. He had modified his clone according to the Kangming Patriarch's bronze lamp, gaining extraordinary aptitude. As a result, he excelled in the Kangming School's trials. as if cheating, quickly creating the legend of the second heaven. Meng Hao excelled in the first stage of the Profound Academy's assessment with his willpower. In the second stage, he discovered that the Profound Academy emphasized the most compatible bodies for their cultivation method. Profound Patriarch embodied the most compatible body type for the Profound Academy's method. After Meng Hao entered the third stage, he continuously created miracles, successively opening the fifth, sixth, and seventh heavens, astounding everyone. He became the first cultivator in the 9 sects to reach this height and generated anticipation for him to create an unprecedented 10th heaven. In the 8th stage, the assessment became comprehensive, and Meng Hao's cultivation became a limitation. However, unwilling to give up, he decided to break through his realm from the immortal realm to the ancient realm. He employed the 4th seal of the demon sealing technique. Ego sealant his body transformed into countless clones, simultaneously identifying and eliminating the mastermind controlling the puppets. After the 8th stage dissipated, Meng Hao's ego seal was lifted, and he stood in the center of the 8th stage. He realized that the 8th stage's assessment encompassed a comprehensive evaluation of cultivation, divine sense, judgment, and observation. Despite achieving perfection through the ego seal, he underestimated the difficulty of the profound platform. Simultaneously, the 8th stage burst forth with brilliant light, forming the 8th heaven. The entire 9 sects erupted in excitement, as all cultivators understood that Meng Hao was only one step away from creating the miracle of the 9th heaven. The appearance of the 9th heaven would prompt the ringing of the sect bells in all 9 sects of the Profound Academy, symbolizing the highest honor. Dark clouds gathered in the sky above the 9th peak of the heaven-devouring sect, blocking out the sun and releasing an immense pressure. When the cultivators realized it was the tribulation of heavenly thunder, they were stricken with panic. Upon learning that the tribulation was targeting Meng Hao, the 7 paramount sovereigns of the sect and the other powerful figures present were greatly alarmed. Resolving not to permit the tribulation to harm Meng Hao, they all took action to block it. At this same time, Meng Hao stepped onto the 9th level of the vast expanse platform. There, he discovered that passing the trial required him to create a divine ability and imprint it onto an empty stone tablet. He decided to refine his heaven sealing restriction, drawing upon the 1,000,000 techniques he had come to comprehend in this location. Through Meng Hao's painstaking efforts, the heaven sealing restriction grew increasingly perfect, even dividing into multiple imprints. He imprinted the first imprint onto the empty stone tablet, causing the tablet to emit a peak aura and become imbued with the intent of a paramount technique. When Meng Hao fused the second imprint into the tablet, it unleashed an aura far more powerful than that of a paramount technique. However, when he attempted to fuse the third imprint, the stone tablet could not bear the pressure and was instantly shattered. This unexpected outcome filled Meng Hao with joy. He realized that he had found a way to condense his 9th restriction 9 imprints, each representing a different layer of the heavens. When all of the imprints were fused, that would be the moment of the 9th restriction's birth. As Meng Hao contemplated these insights, the 9th level of the vast expanse platform collapsed, and a 9th layer appeared above the 8th heaven. Simultaneously, the ancient bells of the heaven-devouring sects, 9 major sects, all rang out, causing a sensation throughout the region and catching the attention of countless cultivators and powerful figures. On Kangming, the 9 sects of the Kangming sect clanged their bells, shaking the heavens and earth. A cold, merciless voice shocks the entire Kangming sect. 9th sect, Fang Mu, 9th heaven. These 8 words are like a mountain, weighing on the hearts of the Kangming sect cultivators. 9th heaven, an unprecedented realm in the history of the Kangming sect. Fang Mu creates a myth and a miracle, becoming a legend in one leap. The bell's sound travels throughout Kangming, heard everywhere. Everyone realizes that Fang Mu has announced himself to the world in an unprecedented way. The geniuses of the 9 sects are deeply stimulated. They are not convinced, and a desire for challenge rises within them. They see themselves as eagles soaring high. But Fang Mu's appearance is like that of a rock, overwhelming their spirits. At the same time, Han Bei calmly realizes that Fang Mu's shaping of an incarnation action may be of extraordinary significance. Within the 9th sect, the name of Fang Mu, the eldest brother, resounds, and the disciples cheer with joy. But the 7 sources venerable is full of ambition, hoping that Fang Mu will create more glory and open the 10th heaven. Fang Mu ascends to the 10th level of the Kangming platform and discovers a wall that tests the strength of divine abilities. Although the stone tablet on the 9th level had already exploded, Fang Mu still decides to try, hoping the wall will not suffer the same fate. Meng Hao casts the first seal of the heaven lock with his spiritual sense on the desolate platform, leaving a mark on the wall and pushing out the previous first-place ranker, whose number was over 30 million. Meng Hao continues to fuse the second, third, and fourth seals, and the numbers on the wall skyrocket, reaching over 300 million, 1 billion, and 60 billion respectively, representing the increasing power of the divine ability. However, when the fifth seal is integrated, the wall cannot withstand it and collapses with a loud bang. Meng Hao sees that the number behind Fang Mu's name has exceeded 10 billion, and realizes that the 5 seals of the heaven lock can kill any 9th heavenly venerate when combined. With the collapse of the wall, a dazzling light erupts, forming the 10th heaven. No one has ever created the 9th heaven, but Fang Mu breaks the precedent. The desolate sect is shocked. The proud disciples are devastated, and the venerables are moved. Meng Hao walks out of the sky tower, his figure like a celestial being, attracting everyone's attention. The 10th heaven gradually dissipates, transforming into streams of light that merge into his body, helping the first seal of the heaven lock within his body to solidify to about 30. However, dark clouds suddenly erupt in the sky, unleashing myriad thunderbolts that head straight for Meng Hao. Facing the lightning tribulation, Meng Hao shows no fear and takes the initiative to strike. His figure, filled with dominance and flamboyance, soars into the sky, leaving an unforgettable mark on the hearts of the 9th sect disciples. Amidst thunderous roars that shook the heavens and earth, Meng Hao's right hand swung forth, unleashing his ancient realm cultivation. Dazzling light emanated from his body, causing the myriad lightning bolts before him to erupt into a blinding flash. With a single step, dark clouds surged, and 10,000 thunderbolts descended. Meng Hao scoffed, formed incantations with his hands, and effortlessly neutralized the bolts. Despite the furious roars of the dark clouds, Meng Hao remained unmoved. Instead, he cast divine abilities and spells, transforming them into thick plumes of smoke that surged forth to clash with the thunderbolts, creating a deafening cacophony that echoed through the heavens. As the 10,000 thunderbolts dissipated, more followed in their wake. Meng Hao, however, remained fearless, standing tall and exuding an aura of invincibility. He condensed the 9th prohibition, summoning 108 spirit lamps that radiated with blinding brilliance. Meng Hao took the initiative, directly engaging the lightning bolts that had coalesced into a colossal hand of thunder. The heaven and earth trembled, and the thunder roared deafeningly. The colossal hand of thunder shattered into pieces, while Meng Hao's streaming light, though dimmed, still shone brightly. The dark clouds contracted once more, their oppressive aura enveloping everything, as 800,000 thunderbolts descended with a vengeance, coalescing into a finger shape that pointed directly at Meng Hao. At this critical moment, the hearts of the 9th sect disciples rose to their throats. But witnessing Meng Hao's valiant battle against the heavens ignited a burning flame within them. One by one, the paragons stepped forward and shouted in unison, "Brother Fang, we fight alongside you, against this tyrannical sky and its thunderbolts." 1,000 disciples, 5,000, 30,000, a million, and eventually tens of millions of disciples surged forth together, their combined momentum astounding the Dao realm powerhouses and supremes. The 800,000 thunderbolts paused mid-air, as if momentarily stunned by the fearless display of defiance. The entire 9th sect was abuzz as millions of cultivators answered Meng Hao's call and soared into the heavens to confront the ninefold heavenly tribulation on his behalf. As their cries filled the air, a sense of belonging filled Meng Hao's heart, while the tribulation grew stronger than ever before. 8 million bolts of lightning descended upon him. But this time, Meng Hao was not alone. The millions of disciples rallied to his aid, their blood pooling into a crimson sea that surged towards the clouds. The tribulation raged for hundreds of breaths, leaving the disciples battered and bruised. But their eyes shone with unyielding resolve. Dao realm powerhouses arrived to witness the spectacle, their gazes fixated on the 9th sect disciples' indomitable spirit as they fought against the heavens. The tribulation was not over. The dark clouds in the sky contracted once more, forming a pitch-black needle imbued with soul-destroying energy that shot towards Meng Hao. The needle aimed to pierce his sea of consciousness with a divine soul spell, obliterating him. Meng Hao did not flinch. He allowed the black needle to penetrate his body. But at that moment, He activated the 9 heavens sealing technique, shattering the thunderous black mist one by one. Finally, 7 of the sealing techniques merged, forming a cage that trapped and branded the black needle. As the black needle disintegrated, the tribulation dissipated, and sunlight poured down. Meng Hao had weathered the ancient realm tribulation. His silhouette was bathed in the evening sun, a hero in the eyes of all the disciples. Amidst the cheers, Meng Hao realized that he had grown. He needed this clone to step into the Tao realm, to gather enough cultivation power to condense the first seal of the heavens sealing technique. At that moment, the elder sect leader transmitted a divine soul message, informing Meng Hao that all preparations were complete and that they were about to depart for the underworld palace. After Meng Hao returned to the Azure planet, he learned about the news of the copper mirror fragment in the underworld palace. He led the 8 supreme beings into the underworld palace again. This time, their goal was to find the fragments. The elder sect master revealed a plan. They could survive the 10-day catastrophe in the underworld palace with the magic of the white mist immortals and the Azure sect's treasure. The tortoise shell. According to ancient books and observations, it was discovered that an area on the 3rd continent was relatively intact. That might be where the power to stop the destruction was located. Meng Hao instinctively felt that the area was related to the copper mirror fragment. Before leaving, the youth in the golden robe actively gave Meng Hao a storage bracelet filled with spirit stones and magic treasures to please Meng Hao and resolve the previous conflicts. Meng Hao accepted the storage bracelet and secretly rejoiced. With his fire eyes, he had long seen through the youth's greedy nature. Everyone activated the teleportation formation and arrived outside the underworld palace. Meng Hao felt the familiar aura in the underworld palace and his authority as the underworld emperor. He closed his eyes and vaguely heard the cheers of countless ghosts. At this moment, he only thought about the copper mirror fragment and would do everything to find it. Deep within the underworld, Meng Hao and his group enter the ruins. Meng Hao's gaze flickers, eager to find the bronze mirror fragments in the 3rd continent. He leads the group to rush, passing through the periphery of the underworld to the 1st continent. However, on the 1st continent, the white mist immortal notices Meng Hao's anomalies and becomes hostile toward him. The sect master and others also notice the change in the white mist immortal's attitude and decide to go to the 3rd continent with them. Meng Hao does not tolerate the obstruction and summons the ghost from the 2nd continent to forcibly cross the void between the 2 continents. Reaching the 2nd continent, the white mist immortal follows closely, claiming that the 3rd continent is crucial, and pursues Meng Hao. The elderly sect master, the golden-robed youth, and Sha Judong also sense something amiss and fly out in pursuit. The other 9 Source Supreme Ones head straight for the Transcendence Altar of the 2nd continent. The true purpose of the white mist immortal surfaces. She senses the existence of an item in the 3rd continent, and Meng Hao's goal seems to be similar. A chase ensues as the group sets foot on the 3rd continent. Facing new challenges. On the 2nd continent of the Netherworld, Meng Hao speeds through the air, trailed by an army of countless ghosts. His goal the 3rd continent. As he approaches his destination, the white mist dust immortal appears, drawn to Meng Hao's objective. She relentlessly pursues him, depleting her life force to stop him. However, Meng Hao's ghostly sea blocks her palm strike, forcing her to retreat. Continuing on, Meng Hao enters the 3rd continent and heads straight for a vast desert. He commands the ghosts to seal off the area and uses his divine ability to gather the desert sand into a towering mound. It pierces the clouds, transforming the desert into ruins and revealing a colossal mirror fragment. The mirror stirs Meng Hao's memories, and he reaches out with a deep breath. Simultaneously, the sect patriarch, Sha Judong, and the golden-robed youth arrive, guided by the white mist dust immortal's secret message informing them of Meng Hao's target, the 2nd mirror fragment. Driven by greed, the trio confront Meng Hao, intent on acquiring the fragment. A fierce clash ensues as Meng Hao's ghostly sea collides with their divine abilities, shaking the heavens and earth. Beyond the desolate desert, Bai Wuchen, Sha Judong, the sect elder, and the youth in the golden robe join forces and storm into the Netherworld Palace with the intention of killing Meng Hao. Meanwhile, Meng Hao discovers that the lens in his hand has the unique ability to summon the copper mirror and determines that 7 more exist within the vast expanse star system. As the quartet breaks through the blockade of the Sea of Phantoms, Bai Wuchen unexpectedly brandishes a lens larger than the one Meng Hao had acquired. She activates it with her life source, emitting a dazzling light that temporarily quells the Sea of Phantoms' assault. The four-corner Meng Hao. With Bai Wuchen striking first. Meng Hao counters with his Demon Slayer fist. Sha Judong transforms into a stormy onslaught. And the sect elder attacks with his divine will finger. Meng Hao deploys his spatial source to resist. Just as the youth in the golden robe is about to strike, he suddenly turns against his allies. Employing his Sky Rend technique on the sect elder, the youth righteously declares that he has reconciled with Meng Hao and will not break his word. Bai Wuchen is taken aback, recognizing the youth's treachery, and interrupts Sha Judong's and the sect elder's attacks. Meng Hao deduces that the youth's betrayal stems from his desire to prevent Meng Hao from obtaining the 9 sorcery refining fruit once Bai Wuchen's promise is fulfilled. He scoffs internally, understanding that oaths in the cultivation world carry no weight. The battle for the lenses among the four becomes even more unpredictable. Bai Wu Chengshan's scheme backfired as the golden-robed youth, Jin Yunshan, unexpectedly chose to break away from her. Jin Yunshan acknowledged Meng Hao's madness and refused to offend him. But he also declined to provide direct support, hoping to profit as the situation shifted. Bai Wu Chenxian, the sect master, and Sha Judong joined forces to attack Meng Hao, who remained calm and cast 8 forbidden spells to counter the attacks of 3 peak 9 source powerhouses. The battle was intense, and although Meng Hao found himself at a disadvantage, he showed no signs of panic. Bai Wu Chenxian sacrificed the copper mirror lens, attempting to kill Meng Hao. But Jin Yunshan covertly released his cultivation to alert Meng Hao of his presence. Meng Hao responded calmly, collected, and declared that this was his first time encountering 3 peak 9 source cultivators. Meng Hao made a startling revelation, correcting Bai Wu Chengshan's improper use of the copper mirror lens. To the astonishment of everyone present, he displayed his own lens and proclaimed that he would demonstrate the mirror's correct usage, hinting that he had further cards up his sleeve. Meng Hao focuses his gaze on a lens and infuses it with his spirit, controlling it in the same manner as he wields a bronze mirror. The lens radiance surpasses that of the Hazy Mist Immortal's lens, becoming the most dazzling light in the world. The Hazy Mist Immortal is filled with dread, having studied the use of lenses for many years. She understands that the brighter their light, the stronger their power. As the light becomes blinding, she watches the lens melt away, enveloping Meng Hao's right hand in a black gauntlet. The gauntlet emits a violent aura, as though a long-suppressed treasure has finally re-emerged. Despair fills the Hazy Mist Immortal's heart as she realizes the error in her methods. As her mind reels, her lens flies uncontrollably toward Meng Hao, merging with his right hand to form a black arm guard. At that moment, the surrounding ghosts awaken and kneel before Meng Hao. The world falls silent, and all eyes are fixed upon his arm guard. The Taoist Patriarch and Sha Judong wear solemn expressions, while only the Hazy Mist Immortal remains incredulous, desperately launching attacks against Meng Hao. Meng Hao's gaze sharpens, and his fighting spirit surges. He throws a punch that, despite its slowness, the Hazy Mist Immortal cannot evade. Her fundamental mist is evaporated. Meng Hao unleashes a relentless barrage of punches, forcing back the Taoist Patriarch and Sha Judong. Finally, he lands a blow on the Hazy Mist Immortal, severely injuring her. The Hazy Mist Immortal coughs up blood, her breath ragged. The Taoist Patriarch and Sha Judong, seeing this, unwillingly retreat and offer their storage pouches as a gesture of submission. The sea of ghosts surrounding Meng Hao remains loyal, forming a massive whirlpool that engulfs the heavens and earth. He exudes an oppressive aura, causing the heavens to tremble, and solidifying his position as the master of this realm. On the third continent of the Netherworld, Meng Hao faces off against the defeated Bai Wu Chen, deeply disillusioned by the shattered hopes of transcending home with the lens. Bai Wu Chen reveals clues to the primeval ancestors' Dao platform and the arduousness of the path to transcendence. As Meng Hao questions the true appearance beyond planet Vast Expanse, Bai Wu Chen describes her home of primeval Vast Expanse as an extravagant, vibrant paradise brimming with immortal spiritual energy. This description starkly contrasts with the barren and desolate Vast Expanse Meng Hao saw on the first level of the Netherworld. Touched by Bai Wu Chen's yearning for her homeland, Meng Hao resonates with her longing to return home. He collects the lens and prepares to depart the Netherworld, searching for the 6 remaining to summon the bronze mirror. Meanwhile, Bai Wu Chen and the principal join other elders to comprehend the Transcendence Altar, hoping to escape the Netherworld's constraints through transcendence. Returning to planet Vast Expanse, Meng Hao secludes himself in cultivation. He attempts to summon the bronze mirror but lacks the power, requiring additional lenses. He resolves to leave the Vast Expanse sect and venture into the starry skies, guided by the lens's indications to find the remaining 6. Although the path is fraught with danger, his strength now rivals that of 9 essences zenith, giving him confidence to overcome any obstacles. Concurrently, Meng Hao's avatar emerges victorious at the Vast Expanse platform, becoming a direct disciple of the 9th sect and residing on a privileged mountain peak. Due to Meng Hao's reputation, he is frequently visited by disciples, predominantly female, much to Yanner's chagrin. Yanner, a disciple under Meng Hao, believes she has the responsibility to supervise her master, especially toward charming female disciples. Whenever they try to visit her master, she unleashes a barrage of opposition and even privately vents her disapproval outside his closed-door retreat. Upon hearing of Yanner's complaints about the rough men, Meng Hao becomes curious. Yanner explains that these female disciples pretend to be delicate even though they are rude, leaving Meng Hao both amused and bewildered. He suggests Yanner focus on her cultivation rather than waste her time on these matters. Dissatisfied, Yanner believes her master is dismissing her concerns. Her incessant murmuring in the courtyard has even started to annoy the mastiffs. The brief respite from sect visitors is short-lived when beautiful handmaidens are sent from foreign cultivation clans, and proposals for marriage start rolling in. Yanner is driven to the brink of insanity. To her horror, the 7th Prime Paragon, who had once aided Meng Hao in overcoming his tribulation, arrives with an alluring woman. The Paragon intends for her to become Meng Hao's Dao companion. Upon learning of this, Yanner experiences a mix of emotions. She impulsively rejects the offer, her heart pounding with unknown tension. Meng Hao looks at Yanner with a gentle gaze, causing her heart to skip a beat. Meng Hao turns down the marriage, stating clearly that he has no need for a Dao companion. Enraged, Prime Paragon Flowing Cloud storms out, and his clansmen mock Yanner and Meng Hao's master-disciple relationship before departing. On the 9th summit, Meng Hao's romance with his disciple was revealed by a woman who called Yanner disgusting. Yanner's face paled upon hearing these words. She took a few steps back before spewing out blood from her mouth. Meng Hao flew into a rage when he heard this. His aura suddenly appeared, causing the woman's face to change drastically, and she became extremely frightened. The Cloudflow Sovereign tried to stop him, but was deterred by Meng Hao's gaze. Another 7 Sources Sovereign from the 9th sect stepped forward and demanded that the Cloudflow Sovereign give the 9th sect an explanation. Meng Hao acted, slapping the woman twice from a distance and deforming her face. The Cloudflow Sovereign, bound by the power of the 9th sect, was forced to leave with his people. The Sovereign of the 9th sect wanted to take Yanner as a disciple, but was rejected by Meng Hao. Meng Hao patted Yanner on the head, consoling her not to be sad and that he would help her resolve this matter himself. As the sun set, the moonlight cascaded like water. Meng Hao told Yanner a distant story, revealing a deeply emotional bond between a teacher and disciple. The woman in the story was named Chu Yuyan. Yanner remained silent for a long time after listening to the story, and her eyes were no longer filled with confusion. She asked about what happened next, and Meng Hao said that he could continue telling the story. However, Yanner did not want to hear it right now, hoping to wait until a later opportunity. Meng Hao consented to her request. Beyond the desolate star, in a region where 3 whirlwinds emitted eerie radiance, as if from different worlds, Meng Hao sensed the presence of a copper mirror shard and activated his third eye to investigate. The 3 whirlwinds contained perilous worlds, one with a colossal monitor lizard guarding a shard. Meng Hao sought. Resolutely, he flew towards the lizard, triggering a thunderous clash. Meanwhile, Meng Hao's clone meditated on the desolate star. As his disciple Yanner gradually regained her memories and began to comprehend the story of Chu Yuyan her master had shared. The contest on the desolate stage intensified as prodigies from 8 other sects arrived at the 9th mountain to challenge the stage, aiming to seize the ranks of the 9th mountain disciples, sparking an invisible competition. The 9th mountain disciples cultivated diligently, yet most ranks were occupied by the visiting prodigies, leaving the 9th mountain disciples humiliated. As time passed, rumors spread, claiming Meng Hao had only won by luck and was now severely injured, even regressing in cultivation. The 9th mountain disciples defended Meng Hao's reputation, but as more from the other sects believed the rumors, their situation worsened. 9 years later, Only a few thousand ninth mountain disciples remained among the top 30,000 on the desolate stage. A sense of shame and fury lingering in their hearts. Yanner too was disturbed, realizing that the visiting prodigies treated the ninth mountain as their domain. Amid the chaos outside, Meng Hao remained in seclusion, undisturbed by the turmoil. The ninth mountain disciples eagerly awaited his emergence, hoping he would lead them to break their dilemma and avenge their disgrace. Within the ninth sect of the Vast Expanse School, the appearance of external cultivators sparks controversy. Initially, the disciples of the ninth sect intend to eradicate them, but the sect's higher UPS intervene. Due to the vast benefits the ninth sect has gained through the Vast Expanse platform and the prolonged absence of the Nine Source Supreme of the Vast Expanse School, these external cultivators are permitted to reside in the ninth sect, albeit under specific conditions. Meng Hao emerges from seclusion, and the external cultivators question his abilities, proposing a challenge on the Vast Expanse platform by his disciple, Yanner. Yanner responds calmly, recounting her past humiliation by the cultivators of the 8th sect and Meng Hao's intervention to avenge her. She further reveals that Meng Hao's motive for challenging the Vast Expanse platform was to protect her from potential abuse. The external cultivators are shaken by Yanner's words, recognizing Meng Hao's strength and his regard for his disciples. They wisely depart, not daring to provoke him further. Meng Hao continues his seclusion, extinguishing the immortal soul lamp within him while his true self ventures outside, seeking the third copper mirror fragment. Months later, Meng Hao's true self emerges from a vortex, holding the third mirror piece. He encounters a powerful monitor lizard and engages in an intense battle that spans a decade. Ultimately claiming the mirror piece, Meng Hao makes an offer to the monitor lizard to serve him, but it declines, questioning him in turn. Meng Hao remains unperturbed, predicting that he will visit it again in the future. He then sets off for the location of the fourth mirror piece. Meanwhile, within the ninth sect, Yanner's immortal tribulation descends. Meng Hao watches over her, witnessing her transformation. Yanner requests Meng Hao to recreate a moment from their past, smiling upon the mountains, causing Meng Hao to reminisce about bygone times. Meng Hao stayed silent for a long time, struggling with whether to go down the mountain. He only wanted to protect Chu Yuyan and make her happy. Yan Yan looked at him with concern. Meng Hao stroked her hair and promised to go down the mountain. Yan Yan excitedly suggested going to the Kangming platform again, but Meng Hao thought it was meaningless. When Meng Hao's figure appeared at the foot of the mountain, tens of thousands of NINTHSECT disciples cheered, and the outer sect cultivators gasped. Meng Hao's gaze swept over the surroundings. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist friends, are you willing to accompany me to the various sects and try the Kangming platform once?" Meng Hao's proposal shocked everyone. The NINTHSECT disciples were very excited, and the outer sect geniuses were also raring to go and preparing to challenge Meng Hao. The 7th sect supreme smiled and activated a teleportation array that brought everyone to the 8th sect. Meng Hao took Yan Yan to the 8th sect Kangming platform. All the way, the sound of bells rang, which baptized Yan Yan's body and created great opportunities. Meng Hao took Yan Yan to the 10th level, looking at the heavenly clouds in the distance, and told her the larger one's horizons are, the larger their perspective will be, and the larger their heart will be. In the Kangming sect, Meng Hao and his disciple Yanner embarked on a journey to the 10 heavens. Meng Hao's gentle words ignited Yanner's determination, allowing her to comprehend the true meaning of cultivation. The disciples of the 9th sect erupted in cheers. While the 8th sect was overshadowed, Meng Hao declared his intention to lead his disciples through the Kangming arenas of all the sects. The geniuses of the other sects were terrified, realizing that Meng Hao's strength was not unfounded. Meng Hao and Yanner successively challenged the 7th sect, 6th sect, and finally the 1st sect, sweeping through the Kangming arenas of all the major sects with their domineering presence, creating the miracle of the 10 heavens. In the baptism of the bell, Yanner obtained unparalleled fortune, and her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Meng Hao's actions shocked the entire Kangming sect. Countless disciples revered him. Taoist powerhouses also appeared one after another, regarding Meng Hao as a supreme seedling, acknowledging his talent and potential. After the 10 heavens of the 1st sect were opened, Supremes descended and witnessed Meng Hao's miracle. Despite the vast disparity in strength, they had to admit that Meng Hao had surpassed them and had the potential to stand shoulder to shoulder with them in the future. Meng Hao's journey not only brought rich fortune to Yan'er but also proclaimed the strength of the Ninth Sect to the Kangming Sect. Responding to the challenges of other sects with practical actions. With his strength and courage, he wrote a bold chapter in the history of the Kangming Sect. Meng Hao, a man of supreme potential. He separates a clone from himself, embarks on the sovereign path, and sweeps through the Mangming platform from the 8th to the 1st sect of the Mangming faction, leaving behind an immortal legend. However, Meng Hao's ultimate goal is not to become a sovereign, but to transcend the mundane world, taking his loved ones and power, to take revenge on the celestial, divine, and demonic realms, and even the entire Netherworld Palace. He chooses a difficult path to transcendence, the Mangming faction's path to transcendence. Meng Hao senses that on this path, he will condense the first 9 restrictions, seal and unravel the secret of his own 9th restriction and ultimate condensation. However, he also understands that this path is fraught with the unknown, and he may never return. To this end, before leaving the 1st sect, he takes back his beloved young apprentice Yan'er to the 9th sect and devotes all his energy to teaching her the methods of cultivation. Yan'er has an extremely high talent, and under Meng Hao's guidance, her cultivation advances rapidly. However, she senses that her mentor is about to make a long journey, and her heart is filled with worry. 3 years later, Meng Hao has only 7 soul lamps left in his body, and Yan'er has reached the peak of the celestial realm. Meng Hao knows it is time to embark on the path to transcendence. He flies alone to the sky and disappears into the vast expanse of stars. Although Yan'er is reluctant, she understands her mentor's obsession. 9 years later, Meng Hao has only 3 soul lamps left in his body, yet they remain unextinguished. At the same time, Yan'er's cultivation has reached the Tao realm, and she is ready to embark on the path to transcendence and follow in her mentor's footsteps. Within the Mangming faction, countless disciples have witnessed Meng Hao's legend and departure, with awe in their hearts and an unattainable sense of loss. And the 9th sect, founded by Meng Hao, under the leadership of his eldest disciple, Fang, and many other disciples, has become a force to be reckoned with within the Mangming faction. 13 years later, Yan'er's ancient tribulation arrives. Meng Hao personally sets up a formation and summons the power of heaven and earth from the 9th sect to protect her until the tribulation ends after several days. After experiencing the ancient tribulation, Yan'er blooms a soul lamp, filling Meng Hao's heart with contentment. However, Meng Hao realizes that it is time to let go. He engraves the images of Chu Yuyan and Yan'er in his heart. He guides Yan'er on the path of cultivation after reaching the ancient realm, reminding her that the essence of cultivation lies in cultivating the mind. Several days later, Yan'er understands Meng Hao's decision. Although she had sensed her master's intentions long ago, she still finds it difficult to accept. Meng Hao leaves behind 9 jade slips, 7 volumes of scriptures, 100,000 medicinal pills, magic treasures, and celestial spirit stones, providing Yan'er with ample resources. However, Yan'er refuses these, fearing her master's departure. Meng Hao sternly rebukes Yan'er, making her understand that she has grown up. Finally, Yan'er accompanies Meng Hao to a village by a river. Meng Hao gazes at his former home, his heart filled with warmth and emotion. He leaves longevity pills and a protective jade slip to the old Taoist who raised him. At dawn, Meng Hao leaves the village. Upon returning to the 9th sect, Meng Hao bids farewell to the Supreme and requests to open the transcendence path. The Supreme's gate appears, with a 7-colored staircase connecting heaven and earth. Meng Hao transforms his soul fire into a soul lamp and entrusts it to Yan'er. Stepping onto the staircase, Meng Hao embarks on the transcendence path. At this moment, Yan'er's heart is filled with reluctance, but she knows she must be strong. Before stepping into the rift, Meng Hao promises Yan'er that when he returns, he will tell her the rest of Chu Yuyan's story. As Meng Hao disappears into the celestial rift, the entire 9th sect falls silent. With complex emotions, everyone understands that a heavenly talent like Meng Hao is destined to embark on the path of transcendence. Yan'er, after her master's departure, becomes even more determined to continue cultivating and await his return. Along the crucial transcendence path in the Vast Expanse sect, disciples enter an alien realm with countless sword peaks, which is the true form of the transcendence path, a gigantic bronze lamp. Meng Hao steps into the bronze lamp, entering its inner world. However, he is greeted by an unparalleled pressure, like countless mountains weighing down on him. Despite his strong will, It takes great effort for him to even stand up, causing one of his 7 soul lamps to extinguish. Meng Hao takes a difficult step forward, traveling alone in the desolate world of the lamp. During this year, many significant events occur in the vast expanse sect. Fang, the legendary pioneer, enters the Transcendence Path. The sect leader and others return from the Underworld Palace, and Red Peak Patriarch becomes the 8th Supreme. Meanwhile, Meng Hao's main body endures an intense pursuit by a horde of white ants in the endless starry sky. Though he escapes with the help of prearranged formations, it comes at a considerable cost. Meng Hao's main body realizes the extreme difficulty of collecting all the lenses, the unforeseen challenges of the Transcendence Path, and the overwhelming time needed to condense the 9th seal. Nonetheless, he continues his journey, determined and exhausted, in search of the 5th lens. 3 years later, within the desolate mountain sect, the mountain peak where Meng Hao had once resided was still sealed. Yan'er lived there alone, visiting the secluded area of her master Meng Hao every day to pay her respects to the flickering soul fire and confide in it. However, one day, the flame began to dim, appearing as if it would soon be extinguished. At the same time, on the path to transcendence, Meng Hao was enduring the test of a surging coercive force. When the pressure abruptly increased tenfold, he was almost destroyed, both physically and spiritually. However, relying on his immortal body and formidable spiritual sense, he managed to hold on. Upon learning of her master's fading soul fire, Yan'er grew anxious. She decided to venture out of the sealed mountain and challenge the desolate arena in hopes of quickly increasing her strength and accompanying her master on his journey to transcendence. 6 years later, Meng Hao trudged on, his body gradually adapting to the terrifying pressure. However, another tenfold increase in the coercive force led him to witness a Taoist cultivator being instantly reduced to blood mist. Faced with this horrific scene, Meng Hao understood that excessive preparation could lead to hesitation. When the critical moment arrived, Meng Hao resolutely stepped forward, enduring an unprecedented 50-fold pressure. His entire body shattered, but through the ignition of a soul lamp, he regained his life force. In the 9th year, the pressure surged to 50-fold once more, extinguishing the 4th soul lamp. Meng Hao persevered, and in the 12th year, he finally encountered 4 other individuals. These 4 were the lords of the 3 origins. Puzzled as to how Meng Hao, a cultivator of the ancient realm, had survived the previous ordeal, Meng Hao continues his journey, encountering constant challenges within the trials of the desolate path. He meets 4 Tao lords, who inform him of the upcoming 4th trial and its pressure that is 100 times stronger. Despite the warnings of the Tao lords, Meng Hao steps forward without hesitation. Facing the immense pressure, his body instantly collapses, leaving only 108 soul lamps, of which only 3 remain lit. Using the power from the soul lamps, Meng Hao reconstructs his body. Enduring the hardships, this stuns the 4 Tao lords, revealing the existence of a great secret within Meng Hao. As time passes, Meng Hao gradually acclimates to the 100-fold pressure and continues his progress. Eventually, he reaches the boundary of the 5th trial, where he encounters 2 quadruple Tao lords. The 2 Tao lords propose a transaction with Meng Hao, but he ignores their offer and steps directly into the 5th trial. The pressure increases to 150-fold, causing Meng Hao's body to collapse again into a mist of blood. However, this time the blood mist does not dissipate, but instead coalesces into a humanoid form. The extinguishing of the soul lamps triggers an earth-shattering aura from the blood mist, causing the 2 Tao lords to change countenance. Meng Hao's last soul lamp is extinguished, releasing an unparalleled power and signaling his unwavering determination. Beyond the 5th tribulation, 2 peak 4th sources felt horror as the immense momentum from the blood mist left them choking. As the blood mist dissipated, Meng Hao's form emerged, with 808 soul lamps encircling him, resembling a deity in meditation, radiating boundless immortal intent that shattered the surrounding pressure. Meanwhile, 9 sun-like imprints emerged within Meng Hao, their pressure shaking the heavens. The 2 4th source Taos only glanced at them before their physical forms crumbled and their souls escaped. As the 9 imprints shone, the 808 soul lamps connected into a radiant immortal root. Like an immortal tree entwined with the imprints, the first branch of the immortal root was multicolored, emitting vibrant arcs of lightning. Connecting to the first imprint, Meng Hao opened his eyes, his gaze containing a sense of sealing the heavens as the aura of the Tao realm surged. After a moment of silence, he realized that in this life, he could only condense one of the 9 imprints for the 9th prohibition. And the immortal root was the key to completing it. Through the branches of the immortal root, Meng Hao traced his life through this incarnation. From birth, growth, to embarking on the path of transcendence. All his memories were as clear as yesterday. He understood that each branch of the immortal root represented a lifetime. And by condensing an imprint, he could reincarnate and progress. Achieving the 9th prohibition of sealing the heavens, he decided to abandon his memories of this life, enter reincarnation, and begin his 2nd. He closed the 5th tribulation, capturing the souls of the 2 fourth source Taos and injecting them as nourishment into the reincarnation vortex. With a wave of his right hand, Meng Hao shattered the void, forming the gate of reincarnation. He severed his master-disciple bond and his body began to die. His soul floated out, stepping into the reincarnation vortex, beginning the 2nd life of his incarnation. At the same time, at the 9th sect of the desolate sect, Yan'er felt a pang of heartbreak and rushed to Meng Hao's secluded grounds. However, what greeted her was an extinguished soul fire. Her master was gone. On the 8th continent of vast expanse, a young man named Fang was born. His extraordinary intelligence led him down the path of scientific examinations, and he eventually became a powerful minister. Despite his power, he remained unmarried, devoting his entire life to political machinations. At the age of 80, Fang reminisced about his past in a plum orchard. He sensed the call from another world and ordered an end to a rebellion, passing the throne to his 8th son. He then passed away peacefully, leaving behind a dynasty in mourning. Meanwhile, Meng Hao's main form found more fragments of the bronze mirror while cultivating in the starry sky. Although his connection to his avatar was faint, he perceived the 3rd life of his avatar, Shi Hao. As fate would have it, Yan'er of the Vast Expanse sect became the 2nd 9 swirls genius after Fang Mu. She retraced Fang Mu's path to transcendence and, under the size of the venerable of the 9th sect, embarked on a journey to find her master's traces. Meng Hao's main form continued searching for the remaining bronze mirror fragments, his cultivation progressing rapidly to the point where he could rival old monsters at the peak of 9 essence. As the imprint of his avatar solidified, his 9th forbidden technique neared completion, and the time for his return to the mountain and sea realm drew near. A millennium ago, the 9th Supreme made a mistake which inadvertently started Fang Mu on his path to transcendence. Today, upon seeing Fang Mu's only disciple Yan'er embarked on this path once more, the Supreme feels regret but is unable to intervene. 5 years later, thanks to Yan'er's determination, she has stepped onto the path of transcendence, her goal being to uncover the truth behind Fang Mu's demise. 15 years later, a boy named Shi Xiaohu, born in the 7th continent, has grown into a skilled hunter. However, an accident led to his father going missing and his mother dying from excessive grief. Shi Xiaohu began a long journey in search of his father, and eventually discovered his father's remains with an arrow wound. In order to avenge his father, Shi Xiaohu spent 10 years tracking down the killer, exterminating his entire clan. After sacrificing the killer's head to his parents, Shi Xiaohu collapsed from his wounds, his soul emerging and lighting up the 3rd samsara seal. At the same time, Yan'er, on her path of transcendence, has overcome the 2nd tribulation, and her cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the One Source. Meanwhile, Shi Xiaohu's soul has entered the cycle of rebirth, embarking on his 4th existence. Meng Hao's 4th clone was born into a lavish estate on the 6th continent of the Azure Star. As Chen Lei, the estate's young master, he was filled with high expectations. However, Chen Lei indulged in pleasures and neglected his martial arts. 10 years later, Meng Hao's main body arrives on the 6th continent and discovers the 8th copper mirror fragment hidden within a colossal flower bud. To wait for the flower to bloom, he decides to stay. Meanwhile, Chen Lei experiences the highs and lows of life: early success, travel, indulgence in women, and family decline. It is not until he is near 40 that he realizes his mistakes. But it is too late. His family has been wiped out, and his loved ones are gone. At the end of his life, Chen Lei encounters a princess he once pursued, but she does not recognize him. Chen Lei has come to terms with his wasted life. Years later, in the midst of falling snow, Chen Lei collapses into his coffin. Reflecting on his life, he feels immense regret. However, he has been forgotten by the princess, leaving him with only remorse and sorrow. On the path of reincarnation, Meng Hao goes through 5 lives, each leaving behind a 9 prohibitions mark. In his first life, he was a peerless talent in his second. He was all-powerful in his third. He was a bloodthirsty killer in his fourth. He was miserable and destitute. With the death of his fourth life, the fifth 9 prohibitions mark condensed. The reincarnation continues, and the fifth life begins on the fifth mainland. The infant little mute was abandoned at birth due to his disability, and was adopted by a coroner. Despite being unable to speak, little mute gradually became an excellent coroner under the guidance of his adoptive father, displaying a unique talent for identifying corpses. Half a lifetime later, little mute became famous in the capital city, becoming a master coroner. However, even so, his humble status could not be changed. In his old age, little mute returned to his birthplace, where he passed away quietly in the wind and snow. Ending his ordinary life, the soul of his fifth life ascended, and the 9 prohibitions mark shone. As the sixth life began, Yanner faced many hardships on her path to transcendence, finally reaching the 5th stage. However, she discovered that Meng Hao's body seemed to be sitting in meditation. But there were many doubts. Yanner pressed her hand on Meng Hao's glabella, discovering a crack in the path of reincarnation. She guessed that Meng Hao might not be dead, and set out on a journey to find her master. In the 4th continent's 6th reincarnation, Meng Hao's avatar, Xu Liuyan, descended into the mortal world as the 6th son of the wealthy Xu family. The Xu family dominated the grain trade. Xu Liuyan was exceptionally clever, assisting his father in the family business as a teenager and displaying remarkable business acumen and ruthlessness. Upon reaching adulthood, Xu Liuyan took over the family business, swallowed up competitors, and expanded his influence, becoming the grain lord of the city. His merciless tactics inspired both awe and fear within his family. Xu Liuyan secretly cultivated scholars and martial artists and strategically positioned himself in the imperial court and the military, seeking greater advantages for his family. At 40, Xu Liuyan had expanded his family business throughout the country, becoming an imperial merchant and reaching the peak of power and influence. He foresaw an impending famine and decided to seize the opportunity to acquire land for profit. The Xu family used all their power to raise grain prices and forcefully acquire land from the people, leaving countless families destitute. Although the Xu family profited greatly from the land grabs, it also invited resentment and opposition. Xu Liuyan used various means to quell dissent, including secret assassinations and strategic alliances. After many years, the Xu family became a formidable power within the dynasty, controlling vast amounts of land and wealth. At 60, Xu Liuyan became involved in the succession struggle, supporting a prince who eventually ascended to the throne. He became the prince's adoptive father and gained significant power within the court, his influence rivaling that of his second incarnation. After 70, Xu Liuyan's health declined, and internal conflicts arose within his family. A year later, Xu Liuyan sensed the impending chaos within his family. To prevent its downfall, he resolved to seize the dynasty and consolidate family conflicts through imperial power. However, after careful consideration, he abandoned this plan and chose an alternative, sacrificing himself to ensure the family's survival. Upon Xu Liuyan's death, the Xu family fell into turmoil and was eventually exterminated by the emperor. However, thanks to a letter, some family members survived, reclaiming their ancestral home in their homeland. The Xu family's century of glory had been like a fleeting bloom. Meanwhile, Meng Hao's 6th reincarnation ended. With the condensation of his 6th imprint, he embarked on his 7th incarnation. His disciple, Yanner, continued her quest across the continents, determined to find his reincarnated form. Meng Hao's true self remained in meditation within the vast void, awaiting the blossoming of that flower. In the heart of the arid 3rd continent of Azure Planet under the scorching summer sun, a snowfall blankets the depths of the Gobi Desert. Within this snowy landscape, an infant is born, the 7th reincarnation of Meng Hao's avatar. As he grows in poverty, he is named Goer Dog. At 3 years old, Goer's father is killed by a venomous snake. At 8, his mother abandons him, revealing that his father was a bandit who murdered her family. Goer is taken in by an old man and sent to the infernal purgatory training ground for assassins. In this ruthless environment, Goer faces life and death challenges, becoming cold, heartless, and adept at killing. At 17, he undergoes final trials in another training ground, slaughtering hundreds. Afterward, he receives etiquette training and scar removal, launching his career as an assassin. Known as Earcutter, Goer gains notoriety for his brutality. During a mission, he witnesses the maltreatment of a blind, mute beggar, triggering an inner transformation. He defies his organization's orders and massacres the tormentors. This act incurs the wrath of the organization. After years of wandering and battles, the old woman passes away, and Goer learns her true identity as his mother. Vowing revenge, he returns to the organization's headquarters, eliminates the assassins, and returns to the Gobi Desert as a guide. Years later, a group of pursuers confront him in a fierce battle. Goer vanquishes them, but exhausted, he retreats to the Gobi. He grows old, awaiting the end of his life amidst the falling snow. As the seventh reincarnation ends, Goer's soul enters the cycle of rebirth. At that moment, a distant rainbow streaks across the sky. Carrying a woman Anner, she finds Goer's body and senses the familiar aura of reincarnation. Recognizing her master's rebirth, with determination, Yanner follows the trail of reincarnation, believing she will find her master once more. In the second continent, Meng Hao's eighth life of the Avatar is born. Bearing a special affinity with snow, he is born in a stockade, his father being the second in command, and his mother, the leader. Through his parents' teachings, he bears the mission of continuing his family's legacy from a young age. As he grows older, with the aid of numerous maidservants, he develops formidable martial arts skills. By the age of 20, he has already fathered 59 children. To fulfill his ambition, he leaves the stockade for the outside world. With his handsome appearance and charm, he continues to complete his mission. However, this mission proves to be extraordinarily difficult. At 40, he fathers his 107th child in a small town. By 60, he leads his sons and grandsons to occupy a third town. As his children and grandchildren grow up, the mission expands, encompassing the entire dynasty. Nearing a century in age, his family has grown to hundreds of thousands. Though he dies alone, he is filled with pride, believing he has altered the course of the dynasty. Meanwhile, Meng Hao's original self learns of his avatar's absurd actions but chooses not to intervene. As the ninth life begins, to his surprise, this avatar, unlike its predecessors, is formed from his own bloodline. Its soul and body united. His connection to the ninth life of the avatar becomes unclear, preventing him from knowing its status. Concurrently, in the first continent's capital city, a couple adopts a blind infant named Little Treasure. Little Treasure is cherished by his parents but longs to see the world like others. It is not until a neighbor's child calls him blind that he realizes his difference. He gently comforts his mother, never asking about it again. And this secret will remain with him throughout his life. Since that day, Little Treasure no longer asked where the light was, for he knew he would never see the world. But despite his blindness, he yearned for friendship, forcing a smile, only to be mocked by his peers. In desperation, they used a game as an excuse to abandon him in the depths of the forest. Lost in darkness, he wandered hopelessly, until a mysterious woman, Yanner, appeared, offering him a glimmer of warmth. Unbeknownst to him, 10 years had passed, and Little Treasure had grown into a young man. Still enveloped in darkness, he mastered woodcarving, using his nimble hands to sculpt the world of his imagination, earning the admiration of his villagers. Though unable to see, he created with his heart, as if he had long forgotten the existence of the heavens. Then, Little Treasure's parents arranged a marriage for him, and a young woman from a humble family willingly agreed. In the bridal chamber, Little Treasure touched the bride's face for the first time, and it felt familiar, as if it had been destined. That touch awakened his past life memories, and he recognized her as the reincarnation of Yanner. Yanner, in her past life, was a celestial sage who was banished to the mortal realm for breaking a heavenly law. Now, as Little Treasure's wife, she carried her past life memories, knowing that her purpose was to accompany him, bringing light into his world of darkness. Little Treasure, though blind, possessed a heart more perceptive than most, and he sensed Yanner's love, banishing his loneliness forever. As time flowed by, the ninth avatar of Meng Hao discreetly emerged on this continent, while his original self continued his search for the last fragment of the bronze mirror. Meng Hao stepped into a gigantic flower, only to find that the icy aura within was chillingly terrifying, capable of instantly freezing life into sculptures. Even with the might of 9 origins, he found himself struggling to resist. During his journey, Meng Hao encountered the 10-mile ice mountain giant he had met previously. The giant attempted to break through its seal, But Meng Hao ignored it and continued his expedition. After years of exploration, he noticed the icy aura gradually diminishing and spotted a city on the distant ice field. These cities were inhabited by enormous giants, similar in appearance to the ice mountain giant but of even more titanic proportions. The strongest among them had reached the initial level of 9 origins and appeared as a mountain peak 10,000 feet high. At the end of the ice field, Meng Hao beheld a verdant plain dotted with cities. The beings dwelling there resembled cultivators but sported crimson wings on their backs. Continuing his exploration, Meng Hao stumbled upon a scorching land and encountered an incandescent fire phoenix. The fire phoenix possessed a cultivation base comparable to the peak of 9 origins and displayed fierce hostility towards Meng Hao. Perceiving him as an invader, Meng Hao unleashed his divine abilities, transforming into an azure rock and engaging the fire phoenix in an intense battle. The clash between their formidable powers caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Ultimately, the fire phoenix, filled with reluctance, inquired about Meng Hao's intentions. Meng Hao revealed his encounter with the ice mountain giant and its subsequent sealing, stating that his current purpose was to retrieve the bronze mirror fragments. The fire phoenix was astonished by Meng Hao's strength, discernibly accepting the validity of his claims. After a moment of silence, she questioned his intentions once more, prompting Meng Hao to reveal the bronze mirror fragments. Meng Hao arrived in the ice-fire realm, making no secret of his purpose to search for a fragment of the copper mirror. He communicated the importance of finding this artifact and indicated that he would destroy the entire realm if he failed. Faced with Meng Hao's straightforward demand, the Icefire Realm's Fire Phoenix was overwhelmed. She confessed that she had never seen the mirror fragment but was willing to aid Meng Hao in his search. However, her evasive language and shock raised suspicion in Meng Hao, leading him to believe she was withholding information. Meng Hao unveiled his determination and abilities to the Fire Phoenix, stating that if he did not locate the mirror fragment, he would seal the entire realm and proceed to kill the Fire Phoenix and the Ice Mountain ancestor. He expressed his reluctance but declared that if pushed, he would not hesitate. The Fire Phoenix fell silent, eventually revealing the origins of the Icefire realm. According to legend, a mirror fragment descended from the heavens, dividing the land into 2 separate realms, one of fire and one of ice. She disclosed that Meng Hao was not the first outsider to seek possession of the fragment. Meng Hao proposed using a sealing technique to isolate the fire and ice, promising to return within 1,000 years to resolve the matter. The Fire Phoenix, however, remained skeptical of Meng Hao's promise. Meng Hao decided to seek the Ice Mountain ancestors' consent. The group ventured into the depths of the ice plains, where Meng Hao undid the seal, releasing the Ice Mountain ancestor from his frozen confinement. Enraged, the Ice Mountain ancestor launched an attack on Meng Hao, with the Fire Phoenix joining the fray. Unfazed by their combined assault, Meng Hao unleashed his formidable cultivation and monstrous qi. A colossal, grotesque head emerged behind Meng Hao, its long black hair flowing behind it. Its blood-red eyes radiated an aura of malevolence, while its monstrous qi shook the heavens and the earth. The copper mirror fragment on Meng Hao's right hand transformed into countless black threads that enveloped his body, forming a suit of black armor that exuded an even more potent aura. Meng Hao's overwhelming presence stunned the Ice Mountain ancestor and the Fire Phoenix. With confidence, he beckoned them forth, issuing his challenge: "Do you desire battle? Come forth." Within the icy realm, Meng Hao clashed with an ice giant and a flame phoenix. Unleashing a black skull, Meng Hao engulfs his foes. Yet both the giant and the phoenix showcase startling resilience, demanding the location of the fragmented item. Meng Hao is met with defiance. Desperate, Meng Hao unleashes his ultimate attack, the demon-slaying strike, colliding with the ice axe of the giant and the fiery claws of the phoenix. Despite their overwhelming strength, Meng Hao, empowered by forbidden origins and an unyielding body, shatters the giant's axe in the phoenix form. As his foes recover, Meng Hao swiftly targets the giant, piercing its cold aura with finger tactics and unleashing a barrage of 1,000 fists. Shattering it, simultaneously, he seals the phoenix flame clone, vanquishing it with 13 more devastating blows. The giant conjures an ice dust flower while the phoenix summons a blazing flower, both imbued with the destructive power of unity. Meng Hao gathers 8 forbidden origins, forming 8 prohibitions into one to combat the icy and fiery blossoms. Amidst a cataclysmic tempest, Meng Hao uncovers a bronze mirror, redirecting the storm's impact towards the ground. The colossal force fractures the ice, revealing a hidden subterranean passage. Sensing the potent aura of the eighth mirror fragment, Meng Hao fearlessly enters the underground chamber. Meng Hao flew into the underground palace, chasing a copper mirror fragment. An ice giant and a fire phoenix pursued him. But Meng Hao was faster and kept ahead, thanks to his familiarity with the palace. After more than a month of chase, Meng Hao finally reached a deep pit, half of which was ice liquid and half was magma. With the last copper mirror fragment stabbed into the center, Meng Hao grabbed the fragment without hesitation, triggering a reaction within the pit. Ice and fire dragons flew out of the pit, trying to stop Meng Hao. Meng Hao cast the Seal Demon Forbidden spell to subdue the dragons and used avatars to seal them. At the same time, the copper mirror fragment trembled and detached from the pit. Grasped by Meng Hao, the fragment integrated into his armor, completing it and releasing an astonishing aura. By then, the ice giant and fire phoenix arrived. But Meng Hao had already obtained the fragment. He cast the ultimate divine ability, 8 Forbidden into 1, sealing the ice liquid and magma in the pit, preventing their fusion and saving the world from destruction. Meng Hao promised to return in 10,000 years to resolve the crisis, gaining the ice giant's and fire phoenix approval. Then, Meng Hao left the palace and stepped into the vast universe. Years later, Meng Hao selected a barren continent as the place to summon the copper mirror. He set up an array of formations and prohibitions, using 8 copper mirror fragments to form a magical array. Meng Hao connected his spiritual consciousness with the fragments, which burst into a dazzling light, summoning the copper mirror and the parrot back. As Meng Hao's longing call echoed in the desolate starry sky, a strange force enveloped the 8 pieces of bronze mirror fragments and ascended into the sky, shaking the entire starry sky. Not only has this beam of light caught the attention of countless powerful beings, but it has also awakened the dormant will of the starry sky. A vague voice resonated throughout the starry sky. Destroy the formation. Stop him. Upon receiving the command, powerful beings from all corners of the desolate starry sky began to converge. Countless ghostly spirits, crimson dragons, ferocious faces, ice gold giants, fire phoenixes, and many other existences swarmed towards Meng Hao, attempting to impede him. Meng Hao had prepared for this, setting up 9 layers of defenses in the Great Path. The first layer of defense was on the verge of collapse under the onslaught of wave after wave of spirits. Meng Hao detonated the first layer of defense without hesitation, eradicating most of the spirits. However, the crimson dragons descending from the distant starry sky were far more powerful, their numbers easily surpassing 1,000,000 and easily breached the second layer of defense. In the face of danger, Meng Hao remained calm and continued to deploy formations. As the second layer of defense shattered, he unleashed a powerful shockwave, destroying even more crimson dragons. Although his defenses continued to crumble, Meng Hao remained unfazed. He could sense a familiar aura from the beam of light the bronze mirror was flying towards him. And he only needed to endure for 7 more days. At the same time, a bronze mirror embedded in a withered tree at the edge of the desolate starry sky suddenly trembled, and a confused parrot emerged from it. It gazed into the distance as if reminiscing, and eventually recognized Meng Hao's call. Though it had forgotten his name, it felt a sense of familiarity towards the title 5th Master. The bronze mirror shot out from the withered tree and transformed into a meteor, hurtling towards Meng Hao. Meng Hao felt the bronze mirror's approach, and his heart surged with excitement. He believed that he could revive his friend Padong one day. However, he could also sense the growing malicious intent around him. Countless powerful beings were closing in on him. He had long since set up defenses and prepared to face the impending fierce battle. Beyond Meng Hao's protection, 3 large hands with the power of a 9 sources peak emerged and seized the surviving spirit bodies and the scarlet dragon. However, the army of bugs and corpses pressed into the continent in full array, crashing into the protection. Meng Hao's expression fell as he closed his eyes to sense the direction of the copper mirror. As time passed, the copper mirror moved closer and closer, while protective layers of the continent continued to collapse. Innumerable rockmen, minotaurs, bizarre races, arrow rain and other foreign armies incessantly battered the protection until only the 7th layer remained. This was when Meng Hao opened his eyes and used the spirit body's face to force back the foreign army. However, on the 6th day, the 7th protective layer shattered as the foreign army continued to attack relentlessly. Meng Hao sensed that the copper mirror was near. But at that moment, A colossal planet was transported over to collide with the ninth protective layer, creating a breach. A woman infiltrated, but Meng Hao saw through her disguise and killed her. Immediately afterwards, Meng Hao employed the demon slaughtering punch to slay several alien supremes before heading to the front of the star giant and piercing it. As Meng Hao acted, the 10th layer of protection he had arranged emerged to protect the formation that was summoning the copper mirror. Meng Hao released his killing intent and stood outside the protection, determined to guard the magical formation. As the cries of the stellar giant echoed, countless alien races were shattered. Meng Hao, transformed into a great rock, was about to return to the continent when he suddenly sensed a crisis. He hurriedly transformed back into human form, dodging a black beam of light. At this moment, an empty coffin appeared in the distance. On its surface, the face of an old man materialized, his eyes deep and unfathomable, on par with Meng Hao. Meng Hao immediately recognized the danger and returned to the continent. Although they were evenly matched outside the continent, Meng Hao knew he could suppress the other on the continent with the help of the forces there. However, the old man on the coffin did not follow, but stared coldly at the formation at the breach. Meng Hao stamped on the ground, sending out ripples that exterminated the aliens invading the continent. As time passed, the aliens gradually retreated, but suddenly, two auras appeared from the depths of the starry sky, those of the immortal god continent and the demon realm continent. Murderous intent surged in Meng Hao's eyes. The aura of the immortal god continent was an unforgettable pain for him. In an instant, 10,000 cultivators from both continents rushed into the continent, attacking alongside the aliens. Meng Hao took 7 steps, causing the heaven and earth to tremble, trampling countless flesh and blood, and appearing in front of a giant from the demon realm continent. He slayed him with a single move, then faced 8 peak existences alone. At that moment, the old man on the coffin descended, unleashing his strongest attack. Meng Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. As the old man's finger approached, he cast a spatial seal, imprisoning him in a painting. Immediately, Meng Hao used the 8 forbiddance to 1 deity ability, causing countless aliens and cultivators to become transparent and turn into life essence. In the blink of an eye, the continent fell silent, the alien army horrified. Meng Hao's figure became a silent warning. Time passes, and Meng Hao stands in the center of the continent. Outside the ruined continent, an army of aliens surrounds, but they dare not enter. Meng Hao feels the copper mirror approaching and is excited. Suddenly, a ripple appears in the air, and an ordinary finger is extended, shaking the starry sky. The finger lands on Meng Hao's chest, and heaven and earth tremble. The continent collapses, and the aliens bow down. Then, a thin middle-aged man appears, calling himself Angel of Law. The Angel of Law's coercion is astonishing and asks Meng Hao to kneel. But Meng Hao resists. Meng Hao's demonic energy erupts, using all his strength to suppress the Angel of Law. The Angel of Law retreats and wants to break the formation, but Meng Hao intercepts him. Just as the Angel of Law presses towards the copper mirror fragments, a light shoots in from outside the continent, piercing through the Angel of Law and integrating into the formation. The complete copper mirror appears, and a breath of vicissitude spreads. The parrot in the mirror appears and looks at Meng Hao with indifference. Meng Hao's heart aches as he understands the cause and effect of the parrot and wishes it finds a better master. The Angel of Law mocks that the copper mirror is no longer Meng Hao's possession and will push him back to his destiny. Meng Hao struggles, and when it is critical, the copper mirror that had been moving away suddenly stops. The parrot recovers its memory, and its agreement with Meng Hao comes to mind, and it decides to return. Meng Hao encounters a mysterious parrot and a bronze mirror which trigger a series of astounding events. The parrot and bronze mirror resonate with each other, provoking fragments of memories deep within Meng Hao, awakening a slumbering artifact spirit. Recognizing Meng Hao as the owner of the bronze mirror, the artifact spirit returns without hesitation, fusing with the mirror to form a set of imposing black armor that envelops Meng Hao. Named the Armor of Transcendence, this armor possesses a power that surpasses the 9 sources, nearing the realm of transcendence. Clad in the armor, Meng Hao exudes a majestic aura, accompanied by a colossal ethereal black parrot that commands the starry sky. With a single gesture, he severs the source of power within the starry sky and imprisons the Luotian Angel Envoy within a confined area. Face to Luotian Angel Envoy's relentless retaliation, Meng Hao remains fearless. effortlessly breaking their trident with his mighty left hand. Driven to despair, the Luotian envoy calls for aid from the Luotian sovereign. However, Meng Hao's intention is not to kill the envoy but to utilize soul-searching to unravel the secrets of the Luotian Starry Sky will. At this moment, Meng Hao, adorned in the armor of transcendence and wielding the black battle soldier, emanates an unprecedented aura. He becomes the center of attention in the starry sky, causing extraterrestrial armies to flee in terror. Meng Hao stands amidst the storm, overlooking the world like an invincible deity of war. At the moment of searching the soul Luo celestial soul, Meng Hao heard a unique voice resonating in his mind from now on. You are the Luo celestial. This voice reverberated incessantly, attempting to imprint itself on Meng Hao's mind and transform him into a new Luo celestial. Meng Hao discerned the Luo celestial's intention. He activated his demonic aura and the power of the bronze mirror, forcibly suppressing the voice and wiping it out. As the imprint dissipated, the Luo celestial's body trembled and aged instantly, losing all its memories. Through his soul search, Meng Hao witnessed the Luo celestial's past. In a different realm, there were legends of immortals. The Luo celestial had once ruled that world but was forced to become a demon in a war against alien invaders. Embarking on a path of vengeance ever since, he escaped that realm, endured tribulations, and attained a realm of half-transcendence. He discovered that the culprit responsible for destroying his hometown was the will of the Luotian Starry Sky. With great effort, he found a point of weakness, broke out of the Luotian Starry Sky, and entered the vastness beyond. However, the Luo celestial's memories ended abruptly there. Everything he had encountered in the vastness beyond had dissipated. When he reappeared years later, he had already become the Luo celestial. Serving the Luotian will, Meng Hao released the Luo celestial, watching his body dissipate, revealing a frail and bitter appearance. Just like me, you also have a mission of vengeance, he whispered. Before dispersing, the Luo celestial revealed a startling secret to Meng Hao. A woman had guided him to find the weak point in the vastness. Meng Hao's heart skipped a beat. He had chosen this location to summon the bronze mirror because he had sensed the scarcity of vastness energy here. The Luo celestial's last words made Meng Hao realize that the anomaly in this space could be related to that woman. He immediately used his power to reverse time, discovering that he had once passed through this place. Before that, this continent had been floating alone in the starry sky. Meng Hao surmised that the person who had guided the Luo celestial might also be the one guiding him. He felt a chill, as if he was not entirely in control of this game of wits. Meng Hao discovers a previously non-existent continent has suddenly appeared 10 years after it vanished. Realizing that the celestial will of the firmament starry sky is trying to manipulate him, he encounters Han Bei, who reveals that she bears the celestial will and that Meng Hao is a son of the celestial. The celestial will plans to send Meng Hao beyond the vast expanse through a weakness in the continent and cultivate him as a new celestial envoy. Meng Hao exposes that the celestial will had manipulated the immortal god and demon realm continents and destroyed the mountain and sea realm. Han Bei admits that they are son and daughter of the celestial. The celestial will descends upon Han Bei, preparing to have Meng Hao return and erase his past, becoming a new celestial envoy and protecting the celestial will. Meng Hao is unable to resist the pull of the celestial will and is absorbed by a black hole. After the black hole dissipates, there is silence. Han Bai's true self in the vast expanse star feels the arrival of the celestial will and coughs up blood. Unable to host its descent for a century, she hopes for Meng Hao to return, shaping a new seed in the vast expanse star. On the vast sky star, Meng Hao's ninth life clone, Xiao Bao, suddenly felt a sense of detachment, as if a cord in his life had been severed. At the same time, the young man in the golden robe and others on the vast sky star also noticed that Meng Hao's memory in their hearts was becoming blurry. In the deeper parts of the Luotian starlit sky, everyone related to Meng Hao, including Xu Qing, felt an inner change, as if they had lost a part of their connection with Meng Hao. Meanwhile, Meng Hao opened his eyes and found himself in an unfamiliar starry sky. There was no vast mist here, only bright stars and a vibrant atmosphere. At this moment, several rainbows came roaring over, and a middle-aged man and a beautiful woman flew anxiously towards Meng Hao. The woman excitedly threw herself into Meng Hao's arms, calling him senior brother. Meng Hao was confused, but he soon remembered a memory. He was the proud disciple Meng Hao in this starry sky, and he had entered a secret realm called the Vast Sky Realm with his fellow disciples. However, something happened in the secret realm, and most of the geniuses died, leaving only him and his senior brother Chen Fan to escape. Meng Hao felt unfamiliar with this memory. But when he heard the name Chen Fan, everything became familiar. The group took Meng Hao back to the Canghai sect, and along the way, he met many fellow disciples. Although he felt unfamiliar, the name Chen Fan was like a light, giving him a sense of déjà vu. After returning to the Canghai sect, Meng Hao saw his wife and son and felt unfamiliar yet familiar. At this moment, he heard himself blurting out the words 8th ban. But there was no response. He checked his storage bag, and the items inside were familiar, except for a bronze mirror. The bronze mirror made him feel both familiar and unfamiliar, as if it held an unspeakable importance to him. Just when Meng Hao was confused, the door opened, and a young man with a weary expression walked in. The moment Meng Hao saw the young man, a deeper memory surfaced in his mind, and he blurted out senior brother Chen Fan. Meng Hao reunites with Chen Fan, but his memory is in disarray. Chen Fan reveals that the vast expanse realm was an illusion, and the true world is here. Chen Fan tries to calm Meng Hao by explaining that the vast expanse realm was a secret realm that had died out eons ago and that they had gotten trapped within it, succumbing to its unreal hallucinations. However, a part of Meng Hao still doubts this, and he questions the truth. As more fragments of his memory resurface, Meng Hao begins to realize the connection between the people in the illusion and his current life, including his family and friends. But Chen Fan insists that they are all fabrications of his mind, and that Meng Hao belongs in the Canghai sect of Vast Expanse. As one of the geniuses of the 100 sects, Meng Hao is confused, and he tries to accept his current identity. However, one rainy night, Meng Hao is again lost in his thoughts, unable to shake off the experiences and people he encountered in the Vast Expanse realm. He begins to doubt Chen Fan's words, and he wonders if the world around him is real. The cold rain and wind rustle the leaves of the trees, and the icy raindrops fall on Meng Hao's palm. He mutters to himself, Is this place real? In a rainy night of the desolate secret realm, Meng Hao resolutely makes up his mind to venture the secret realm again to explore the truth. He keeps the decision deep in his heart and embarks on the journey alone, leaving his wife with complex eyes staring at him in their cottage. Meanwhile, inside the Canghai sect, Chen Fan watches Meng Hao leaving, with a heart filled with emotion. He recalls the past between him and Meng Hao, as well as the changes Meng Hao has gone through since he came out of the desolate secret realm. Chen Fan chooses to remain silent, letting Meng Hao find the answer by himself. Meng Hao transforms into a colorful rainbow, flies away from the desolate sect, and sprints all the way. When he passes through the starry sky, he feels the obstruction of the secret realm's arrangement protection. However, he takes out the jade slips in his storage bag and passes through successfully. Meng Hao's cultivation has reached the peak of the ancient realm, but he realizes that there is a slight difference between his memory and cultivation. He senses the only one soul lamp left in his body that has never been extinguished. Wondering why this happens, with persistence and determination, Meng Hao flies towards the location of the desolate secret realm. Along the way, he passes through countless teleportation arrays, exhausting his cultivation. However, at this moment, there is a heat flow produced in his body, which instantly restores his cultivation. Meng Hao finds that the bronze mirror in his body releases the heat flow, which automatically circulates in his body, as if to awaken something. He realizes that he doesn't need to absorb the power of heaven and earth from the outside world, because the heat flow will continuously restore his cultivation. Meng Hao's steps are firm and unwavering. His destination is the Waterway Sect, where he can use the teleportation array to go to the desolate path, and then teleport again to reach the desolate secret realm. When passing the Waterway Sect, Meng Hao recalls a woman named Xu Qing in his vague memory. He is both expectant and nervous, not knowing whether he hopes the memory is true or not. Finally, the disciple of the Waterway Sect tells Meng Hao that Xu Qing flies here every day to collect the heavenly water pearl in the East China Sea for cultivation. Meng Hao decides to stay in the Waterway Sect temporarily, waiting for Xu Qing's arrival. Meng Hao's heart is filled with contradictions and doubts. He is eager to find the answers to the desolate secret realm but cannot ignore his attachment to Xu Qing. He will wait in the Waterway Sect until the truth comes to light. Meng Hao waited anxiously for half an hour before finally spotting a woman, Xu Qing, flying towards him from the horizon. Dressed in white, she exuded an otherworldly aura. her beauty both alluring and distant. Meng Hao's heart skipped a beat as he inquired about her well-being. Xu Qing calmly replied that she had regained her senses and understood the difference between reality and illusion. She informed Meng Hao that Lord Luo Tian was about to descend and that the selection for the 99th Luo Tianzi was approaching. If Meng Hao were to become Luo Tianzi, they would have a chance to reunite. Meng Hao's emotions were a mix of joy and disappointment. He realized that his feelings were unusually intense and recognized that something was amiss. Leaving the formation, he headed straight for the vast expanse Dao, only to encounter Li Fugi just outside the stars. Li Fugi revealed that the vast expanse secret realm had been sealed and that everyone's memories had been restored. Meng Hao flew to the edge of the vast expanse secret realm and gasped at the sight of a giant whirlpool. He attempted to enter but was blocked. At that moment, Li Fugi and other close friends from the vast expanse secret realm appeared. Their memories intact, Meng Hao learned that Chu Yuyan, Wang Yukai, and Sun Hai were also among them. They reminisced about their bonds in the dream world and expressed their desire to continue their friendship in reality. Meng Hao grappled with an internal struggle, confronted with the memories of his companions. He questioned his own confusion. Yet, he still felt a profound sense of loneliness, causing him to doubt the authenticity of the memories. Just as Meng Hao raised the wine jug offered by the chubby youth, everyone's gaze turned towards him, as if expecting something. Oblivious to their anticipation, Meng Hao was about to drink when his bronze mirror suddenly grew hot, preventing him from doing so. As Meng Hao is about to drink, a long rainbow shoots toward the whirlpool of the desolate secret realm with astonishing speed. Meng Hao is startled to see an unkempt middle-aged man slamming against the realm's barrier, spewing blood. The man's eyes are blood-red, and he laughs maniacally, claiming that he will break through the realm regardless of its defenses. Meng Hao instantly recognizes him as his godfather, Ninth Mountain and Sea Supreme Qianhai. Qianhai once met Meng Hao during the primordial True Spirit Night and treated him like a son. Meng Hao's mind buzzes, and he cries out, "Father!" Qianhai turns to Meng Hao, revealing that the secret realm is a hoax. He had died long ago. And if he is dead, the realm is a ruse. If not, it is also false. Then, Qianhai charges at the barrier, causing a thunderous explosion. The barrier releases a force that instantly obliterates Qianhai, scattering his flesh and blood. As Qianhai dies, his laughter echoes through the air. He urges Meng Hao to see the truth and realize that the heavenly Tao is imperfect and that there is no perfection. He uses his life to prove his point, revealing the secret realm's deception. Meng Hao is consumed by grief. He rushes to where Qianhai died, feeling the blood mist and hearing his godfather's last words. And his doubts intensify. However, a formidable force from the surrounding starry sky descends, suppressing the awakening of Meng Hao's mind. Meng Hao coughs up blood and falls to the ground, his consciousness suppressed, while the copper mirror on his chest releases a surge of heat. Voices around him beg him to wake up, to end his confusion. But Meng Hao roars, using his nine-source aura to shatter the figures around him. A roar echoes from the void, but Meng Hao remains unmoved, charging at the barrier once more to prove the truth with his life. The barrier's recoil is immense, severely injuring Meng Hao, but he doesn't die. Chen Fan and others pull him back, and he falls into unconsciousness. Upon awakening, Meng Hao is silent and stands by the window, his eyes dull. The copper mirror's heat intensifies, occurring more and more frequently, and the world around him distorts. Meng Hao's killing of various individuals provokes the wrath of numerous sects, who unite to attack the Vast Ocean Sect. The Vast Ocean Sect fights back with all its might, but Meng Hao stays out of it until his wife and son are killed. Meng Hao finally breaks his silence, saying enough, enough. In the Canghai sect, during the moment when Meng Hao was overwhelmed with grief, an immense and boundless consciousness descended, causing all cultivators to cease fighting and bow down in worship. A voice from Luotian announced the upcoming trial for the next Luotian child, with one candidate from each sect to be chosen and blessed to enter the vast and mysterious realm on a mission. Luotian seeds are scattered throughout the vast realm, and cultivators must fuse with them to participate in the trial. The battle within the Canghai sect subsided, and the sect's disciples and elders gradually obtained Luotian seeds, preparing to take part. However, the bronze mirror within Meng Hao's mind released an intense heat and fused with him, allowing him to hear a voice. "I am Meng Hao." Meng Hao's memories awakened. and he recalled his experiences in the vast starry sky and the world of mountains and seas. Realizing the supposed reality before him was a colossal lie. The sky became mist, the peaks desolate, and the sect dilapidated. His wife and children were now rotting corpses. Only Chen Fan remained ordinary. Meng Hao understood he had been trapped in a false world. Meng Hao resolved to awaken Chen Fan. But the latter could not comprehend his words. Out of pity, Meng Hao ended his wife's suffering with his own hands. The disciples and elders of the sect were horrified and accused Meng Hao of being possessed by a demon. But Meng Hao slaughtered them all with the power of a 9-source peak. Blood stained the ground, but all Meng Hao saw was decayed black mud and bones. He finally completed the fusion with the bronze mirror. And a voice declared, "I cannot forget. I cannot forget the false images. I would rather remain lost in the dream, never to awaken." In the silent courtyard of the sect, Meng Hao and his senior brother, Chen Fan, confronted each other, the atmosphere heavy. Meng Hao looked at the dead bodies around him, his heart heavy with grief, but still crushed the Luo Tian seed. Chen Fan, grief-stricken and furious, questioned Meng Hao as to why he would sacrifice everything to sink into a false world. Meng Hao confessed that he had his own reasons, unwilling to explain to Chen Fan. Chen Fan remained silent for a long while, then laughed bitterly, saying that he had given everything to resurrect his lover Linger, and his only hope was for Meng Hao to sink. But Meng Hao refused him. Chen Fan was possessed by the will of Luo Tian, his cultivation skyrocketing, determined to prevent Meng Hao from leaving. Meng Hao and Chen Fan fought fiercely, Chen Fan using an eerie memory spell, using Meng Hao's memories as a means of attack. Meng Hao fell into crisis, but the bronze lamp within his body erupted, blocking the erosion of the will of Luo Tian. In a critical moment, Meng Hao used the sealing demon forbidden spell, severing his karma with Chen Fan. With one strike, Meng Hao heavily injured Chen Fan, breaking free from the constraints of the will of Luo Tian. But the entanglement between them could still not be erased. Their beliefs and choices shattered in this battle. Assisted by the bronze lamp, Meng Hao severs the connection between Luo Tian's will and Chen Fan's memories, erasing all karma relationships bound to Chen Fan. To protect the Shanhai realm, Chen Fan sacrifices his sanity, becoming a pawn of Luo Tian's will. Upon learning the truth, guilt-ridden, he decides to atone by sacrificing his own life. With Chen Fan's demise, the world crumbles, revealing a desolate wasteland. Meng Hao discovers 5 colossal pillars supporting the starry sky, 3 of which have already collapsed. Investigating the pillars, Meng Hao senses the auras of transcendent powerhouses within them. He witnesses the sacrifice of the Demon Realm Continent's Transcendence Expert, the rise of the Immortal Realm Transcendence Expert Lu, and the legendary experiences of the Kangling Ancestor. Finally, Meng Hao arrives at a pillar and senses a powerful resonance of demonic qi. He realizes that the demonic qi within him may be deeply intertwined with the fate of the Kangling Grand Realm and resolves to continue exploring this enigmatic realm. As Meng Hao approached the last pillar, he felt a strong resonance between the demonic qi within him and the pillar. But he hesitated before pressing on it, sensing a sudden sense of danger. Observing, he found the sense of danger dissipated only when he distanced himself from the pillar. Ultimately, Meng Hao decided to press on. In an instant, he saw a world of nothingness within the pillar, filled with an endless fog. In the center hovered a titanic cyan red silk thread, outlining a humanoid figure. Upon the thread grew 98 fruits, each bearing a face. Meng Hao was shocked to find the face of Song Daisy, who had previously prevented him from summoning the copper mirror. Among them, he realized that these fruits were demons transformed from immortals, and that the humanoid figure was missing a fruit for its heart. Suddenly, the 98 faces on the humanoid figure opened their eyes, piercing Meng Hao with their gaze, and let out eerie laughter. "We are missing just one, don't leave." Meng Hao's divine sense immediately withdrew, but the faces turned into rainbows and pursued him. Meng Hao tried all his means, including his slaughter intention, copper mirror armor, and battle slave, but nothing could stop the faces. They ignored all attacks and closed in around Meng Hao, intending to devour him whole. Just as Meng Hao fell into despair, the parrot flew out of his armor, letting out a piercing cry. The unexpected change caused the faces to freeze in their pursuit. Amidst the chaotic void of stars, 2 figures danced on the precipice of life and death. The parrot, awoken by memories, recalls its profound bond with Meng Hao. It wields the vortex of black threads, drawing forth the face of devouring from Meng Hao, granting him temporary respite. Yet, a colossal human skin, adorned with disfigured faces, pursues them relentlessly. The parrot urges Meng Hao to utilize the bronze mirror to assemble a teleportation array, retreating into the unfathomable expanse. Meng Hao, however, resolves to employ the formidable ninth prohibition despite its incompleteness. Driven by desperation, Meng Hao executes the first 7 seals, unleashing earth-shattering force. However, the human skin evades the brunt of the attack. Undeterred, Meng Hao unleashes the unfinished 8th seal, combining the 7 seals into a radiant purple light, launching it towards the skin. The purple light possesses immense power, severing the pillar representing the demon. Simultaneously, on the vast expanse star, Meng Hao's clone suffers a backlash, collapsing in a torrent of blood. The seal of the 9th prohibition flickers upon his brow, hinting at an impending transformation in Meng Hao's destiny. Beyond the vast battlefield, Meng Hao gathers the power of 8 restrictions and unleashes a blinding beam that surpasses 9 source powers. The beam instantly shatters the guardian faces on the pillar, but Meng Hao notices an expression of relief and gratitude on their faces before they vanish. Meng Hao targets the demonic energy pillar, and his beam strikes it, leaving a glaring crack. The pillar remains standing, but the crack persists. Within the pillar's realm, a humanoid silhouette composed of threads lets out a mournful roar. Although Meng Hao cannot yet destroy the pillar completely, he vows to return and finish the job. However, at the moment the crack appears, a colossal eye representing the will of the Luotian emerges in the starry sky. The eye opens, releasing a terrifying aura, attempting to stop Meng Hao. Assisted by the parrot, Meng Hao uses the power of the broken bronze mirror to activate a teleportation array. Escaping with the parrot, the Luotian's eye gazes at their disappearing figures as mournful roars reverberate from within the demonic energy pillar. Meng Hao and the parrot teleport to a dusty region of the Luotian starry sky. Meng Hao coughs up blood, and the parrot is severely weakened. The parrot reveals that the Luotian is the original consciousness of the boundless starry sky. But it has gone mad. Meng Hao reflects on his fragmented memories and suspects that the Luotian has a different origin. He questions the parrot about whether the Luotian was created by the original ancestor of the boundless. And the parrot confirms this but hesitates slightly. Meng Hao vows to demand answers, confident of his safety within the boundless and declaring his intention to avenge Pidu. Grief-stricken at the news of Pida's death, the parrot swears to accompany Meng Hao on his journey to the 33 heavens, the immortals' continent, and the demons' continent, and even to defy the will of the Luotian in the vastness beyond. Months later, Meng Hao arrives at the boundless star, breaking through its protective barrier. His return draws the attention of other supremes. The golden-robed youth and the Grandmaster return to the boundless star after their defeat at the Nether Palace, and they sense Meng Hao's intimidating presence. After returning from the perilous outer realm, Meng Hao's aura has transformed, striking fear into the hearts of his opponents. He heads to the first continent in pursuit of Han Bei, the saintess of the first sect who plotted against him in the past. Han Bei flees to a minor sect on the first continent, which deploys various traps to obstruct Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao's immense power proves overwhelming. He destroys 9 mountain peaks with a single palm and defeats thousands of cultivators and formations. Meng Hao relentlessly pursues Han Bei, forcing her to flee to another minor sect and attempt to escape using a teleportation array. Meng Hao anticipates her plan and breaks through the teleportation array, unleashing his 8th prohibition technique, which generates terrifying power from his fingertips. Numerous powerhouses from the desolate star, including the head elder and the golden-robed youth, witness Meng Hao's indomitable strength and are awestruck. They speculate that Meng Hao has encountered unimaginable opportunities during his time in the outer realm, granting him unparalleled power. Amidst the deafening roar, the 8th forbidden space origin manifests, sealing the heavens and earth. Meng Hao ignores the destructive powers, steps into the formation, and clutches onto Han Bei. Han Bei lets out a gruesome laughter, threatening Meng Hao that if he kills her, Chu Yu Yan will die. Without hesitation, Meng Hao crushes Han Bai's body, discerning that she is but a clone. Meng Hao follows Han Bai's blood and flesh aura, discovering that she has escaped to a mortal nation. It is where Meng Hao's 9th life clone resides. Han Bei assumes that Meng Hao cannot perceive the nearing completion of the 9th forbidden. But Meng Hao knows his clone's location through connection. Meng Hao realizes that Han Bai's knowledge of the ninth life's location might not be a coincidence. He speculates that Han Bei and Chu Yuyan are soulbound, allowing her to vaguely sense where Chu Yuyan is. Han Bei attempts to stay close to Chu Yuyan to ensure her survival. Meng Hao pursues Han Bei, intercepting her before she can enter the city. Thunderbolts crash and torrential rain pours as Meng Hao's murderous intent surges. Ice pellets condensing. He recalls his first encounter with Han Bei, evoking a multitude of emotions. Yet swiftly, Meng Hao calculates with his fingers, revealing the forbidden of causality, restraining the causal threads of Han Bei and Chu Yuyan. Ice pellets transform into sharp blades, severing the causal threads. Han Bei exerts the Luo Tian will, but at a great cost. Meng Hao recognizes that Han Bei is merely a Luo heavenly messenger. Her internal organs and bones shattered. Han Bei, in order to push Meng Hao into the vast expanse, had paid an extreme cost by summoning the heavenly will, but as a result her body had been broken apart. Nevertheless, with the power of the heavenly will, she had condensed a piercing ice arrow. When Han Bei was ready to shoot the arrow, Meng Hao appeared behind her abruptly. Meng Hao sacrificed the broken copper mirror, shards of which shot out and pierced into Han Bai's body. Han Bei employed several miraculous abilities trying to escape, but Meng Hao chased her relentlessly, piercing what was left of the copper mirror shards into her vital points. Han Bei was able to sense that the copper mirror shards would take her life, so she struggled to employ a secret technique. But Meng Hao had anticipated it and cut off the causal connection. Han Bei, in desperation, chose to self-destruct her soul, trying to inflict pain on Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao had been prepared and used the ninth piece of the copper mirror to sever the soul fusion between Han Bei and Chu Yuyan. The parrot brought Chu Yuyan's soul back from Han Bai's body, and the pieces of the copper mirror were once again able to be pieced together. Meng Hao's pent-up killing intent erupted and he shattered Han Bai's body with a punch. Before dying, Han Bei disclosed the secret of the Luotian family to Meng Hao. The Luotian family is the lineage created by the heavenly will with the intention of allowing the heavenly will to be reborn at its peak. Han Bei also stated that Meng Hao was the son of the heavenly will and their vendetta will continue. The boy in the golden robe and the religious head witnessed this earth-shattering battle with great trepidation. Meng Hao confronted the heavenly will's favor and Han Bai's treacherous schemes and remained clear-headed. He came to the realization that there is only one will within and outside the vast expanse Luotian. And Luotian's existence is established by 5 fingers: immortal, ghost, god, devil, and monster. The birth of an immortal will accelerate the heavenly will's demise because the immortal's innate power is too overwhelming. Meng Hao speculated that the vast expanse ancestor was thwarted by Luotian when he was on the verge of becoming an immortal, subsequently becoming a ghost. The vast expanse continent was turned into the palace of the netherworld. The vast expanse ancestor severed one finger but could not annihilate Luotian. Luo Tian's emergence triggers a battle among gods, devils, and immortals, all intending to eliminate Luo Tian. But to no avail. Luo Tian awaits the emergence of the demon, hoping to be reborn through the demon's mutation and regenerative power. The Luo Tian clan not only gives birth to humans but also nurtures the demon race. Meng Hao proclaims himself a demon. He has experienced 98 lifetimes, each of which he has become an almost demon. The 99th is his final preparation for Luo Tian, reincarnated as a blind carpenter. Little Treasure. Little Treasure possesses keen perception. He carves the 9th seal of the 9th prohibition and marries Chu Yuyan. Little Treasure's 9th reincarnation differs from previous ones, and Meng Hao feels both familiarity and unfamiliarity. Little Treasure's artistic conception in carving wood sculptures leads him to realize that the statement "if the eyes have no heaven, then it can seal the heaven" is not entirely correct, as there is heaven in Little Treasure's world, and he is carving this heaven. Meng Hao witnesses Little Treasure carving a wooden sculpture for his daughter and gradually entering old age. When the 9th seal wood carving is completed, Little Treasure's life will also come to an end. Meng Hao chooses to accompany him silently, waiting for Little Treasure to complete his mission and witness the end of his reincarnation. 1 year later, Xiao Bao continued his wood carvings. When he reached half completion, the heavens boomed with thunder, as if the sky itself was enraged. Meng Hao felt a gaze on him from the sky. The downpour continued for 7 days before turning into snow and freezing rain for months thereafter. Cultivators who attempted to alter the elements were met with heavenly punishment and perished. Amidst the storm, Xiao Bao's home remained dry thanks to his wife's protective spell. As the storm turned to snow, the biting cold shook the very foundations of the heavens and earth, freezing the entire first continent. Cultivators had their powers stripped away, reducing them to mortals. The first sect was forced to relocate, and the first continent was sealed off, devoid of spirit energy. Prophecies foretold of a power capable of upending the Luotian galaxy. And that power had originated in the first continent. Xiao Bao's family struggled to survive. Food became scarce, revealing the darker side of human nature. Beautiful women faced persecution, and Xiao Bao's wife was left with an unsightly scar. Despair and sorrow consumed Xiao Bao's family as they struggled through their tears. Meng Hao watches from the sidelines as his estranged ninth persona undergoes trials and tribulations. His wife, Yanner, also witnesses the harsh realities of life as she selflessly endures torment and humiliation for his sake. Their daughter, Meni, falls into peril, and Meng Hao, unable to bear watching his descendants suffer, finally intervenes. In the midst of a deadly snowstorm, Yanner faces constant danger. She agrees to a relocation in order to protect her family. But even their new refugee camp is not without its tormentors. When Meni is kidnapped, her parents are devastated. When Yanner becomes the target of harassment, Meng Hao finally takes action. He intervenes, unleashing devastation and fear upon his family's tormentors. The couple discovers the bodies of their persecutors, but Meni is nowhere to be found. Meng Hao takes Yanner and Xiao to the ninth continent, where he claims Yanner as his own and assures Xiao of her safety and honor. He then returns to the first continent, where he notes the changes that have befallen the camp. Xiao has become harder after his experiences, gaining the respect of those around him. The couple eventually finds the bodies of Meni's captors, though their daughter's fate remains unknown. Xiao and Yanner take hope in the belief that someone has saved her and cares for her well-being. This gives them the strength to continue living. However, Xiao falls ill and nearly dies. His wife nurses him back to health over the course of a year. In the aftermath, Xiao becomes even more silent, focusing on his wood carving. His effigy, a testament to their arduous journey, now serves as a symbol of the hardships they have overcome. Years later, Master Carver Zhao Bao completes his masterpiece. However, sub-zero temperatures outside the cave, dwindling food supplies, and mounting casualties force Zhao Bao to confront mortality and seek a new habitat. During an avalanche, Zhao Bao's wife Yanner shields him, donates her blood to warm him, and saves his life. Upon returning to the cave, Zhao Bao realizes his wooden sculpture is missing. Despite her weakened state, Yanner ventures into the avalanche area alone to retrieve it. Days later, Yanner returns with the sculpture but collapses due to blood loss. Zhao Bao awakens to find his wife barely alive and distraught over the sacrifices she made for him. Memories of their past happiness flood his mind. Carrying Yanner's body, Zhao Bao returns to the cave. Tears stream down his face as he whispers to her, using his body heat to warm her cold frame. After a long while, the realization of her death dawns on Zhao Bao, sending him into an abyss of despair. In a snowy mountain cave, Zhao Bao finds his wife frozen stiff. Desperate, he bites his wrist and tries to warm her with his blood. But to no avail. He is the only one left in the cave. All others having frozen to death are left. Again, Zhao Bao bites his wrist and pours his blood into his wife's mouth. But it solidifies into ice. He weeps over her body, alone in the world. However, this time, he is no longer afraid of solitude. He caresses his wife's face, his eyes filled with tenderness. Zhao Bao reveals his secret: he once carved wooden sculptures for others, who then in another world urged him to complete this mission. He has superhuman abilities, seeing things others cannot. Zhao Bao realizes that he is an incarnation of Meng Hao, and his wife is a disciple of Meng Hao's incarnation. He accepts his fate silently but refuses to be controlled. He picks up his carving knife, not to sever his connection with Meng Hao but to carve the wooden sculpture. As Zhao Bao carves, visions of his past 9 lives appear around him. 9 lives become one, carving 9 sealing imprints on the sculpture, culminating in the heaven sealing imprint. Zhao Bao touches the will of Luo Tian, releasing an aura that rivals or even surpasses it. The sculpture is completed, and the 9th imprint descends onto the Luo Tian starry sky. The earth regenerates, barriers crumble, and all things are renewed. The heaven sealing imprint's power sweeps across, destroying the will of Luo Tian. Meanwhile, Zhao Bao's soul merges with the 9 lives visions. returning to his body and carving the final stroke on the wooden sculpture. In the firmament starry sky, the completion of the heaven ceiling formation brought an unprecedented miracle. All creatures that had perished, be it cultivators, mortals, ferocious beasts, or plants, miraculously revived. Collapsed mountains and shattered structures instantly rebuilt themselves. As if reborn, this wave of revival not only shook the vast expanse star, but also spread to every corner of the firmament starry sky. All living beings, including cultivators, exotic races, and other entities, felt the tremor from the heavens, their hearts filled with awe and astonishment. On the vast expanse star, the golden-robed youth, Sha Judong, and others were stunned. The sect master, an elderly man, was utterly horrified. They suddenly felt an urge to bow in worship towards the first continent. As if an aura surpassing the vast expanse had been born there. Similar anomalies occurred on the immortal and demon continents. All creatures were frozen in place, with only a few individuals like Dao Tian and Dao Fang on the mountain and sea butterfly able to move freely. They sensed a familiar aura and were overjoyed, realizing that the revival of the first continent was related to their past experiences. Finally, the firmament starry sky shook violently, and a furious roar reverberated in all directions. It was the voice of Luo Tian, the will of the firmament starry sky, expressing its fear of this power that surpassed its own. This power was called the Mandate of Heaven, possessing unparalleled might that no one could defy. Meanwhile, on the first continent of the vast expanse star, Meng Hao completed the inscriptions for his ninth seal, after incorporating the soul of his clone. Little Treasure's power vanished, leaving behind a carving knife and a wooden statue. The clone had sacrificed its existence to strengthen its original. After Little Treasure's soul dissipated, Yan'er appeared. Meng Hao reunited her soul with her past life's memories, but she refused. Choosing to forget the regrets of her past, she bid farewell to Meng Hao and stepped into the vortex of reincarnation. Only seeking a fulfilling life in this existence, Meng Hao watched Yan'er leave, a pang of melancholy in his heart. However, he quickly buried his emotions and gazed resolutely into the distance. He resolved to fuse with the ninth seal, extinguish the bronze lamp, attain transcendence, and then bring his companions home. Meanwhile, a voice echoed across the firmament starry sky, "I am coming back." A world-shaking rumble spread throughout the world of the mountain sea butterfly. Xu Qing, the chubby cultivator, the icy cultivator, Li Linger, Fang Yu, Ji Shang, and others associated with Meng Hao all felt a strange sensation. In their sects, amidst a frigid atmosphere, a blind cultivator opened his empty black eyes, a smile forming on his lips. Li Linger of the Sea Dream lineage also opened her eyes, a subtle radiance in her expression. Fang Yu, meanwhile, reminisced about the past. In the sky, Kjusi rode the true spirit knight, a flask of wine in hand, his face flushed with excitement. Within the Kunlun Dao, the pill demon gazed upon Chu Yuyan's coffin, his eyes wide with surprise as he witnessed her eyelashes flutter slightly, a spark of life flickering within her. Amidst the collective excitement, Meng Hao strode out of the desolate star, accompanied by his dog and parrot. Upon returning to the ninth continent, he attempted to fuse with the statue of the ninth prohibition, but encountered resistance from the heavenly will. Recognizing the heavenly will's interference, Meng Hao realized the need to find a place beyond its reach for the fusion. The Netherworld Palace presented an ideal venue, and so he activated the teleportation array. However, the golden-robed youth, Sha Judong, White Mist Dust, the sect leader, and others arrived just in time, requesting to accompany him to the Netherworld Palace. They surmised that Meng Hao intended to open the ninth layer continent and sought to seize this opportunity. Meng Hao accepted their storage bags, promising to assist in their entry into the ninth layer continent. As the teleportation array commenced, the group prepared to enter the Netherworld Palace. However, the desolate star suddenly trembled violently, and a suffocatingly powerful will descended. On the vast star, a majestic will descends, suppressing everything and permeating vast mist, preventing teleportation from being activated, causing the 9 Origin Supremes present to feel a grave crisis. The will's voice echoes, declaring all teleportation forbidden. Besides Meng Hao and the preceptor, the other Supremes are all severely injured. Seeing this, Meng Hao wields a blade to cleave the heavens. Confronting the will condenses into a giant hand that strikes, and everyone joins forces to resist. Just when despair sets in, The preceptor casts a forbidden technique, awakening the Vast Sect's guardian treasure, the hand bone of the Vast Ancestor. The hand bone emerges. Its immortal aura thick, and the induction within the bronze lantern is particularly strong. The hand bone collides with the giant hand of the vast heaven wheel, and a deafening roar erupts, causing the will to disperse. The teleportation array activates once more, and Meng Hao and his group teleport into the Nether Palace. Despite the vast heaven wheel still existing, its pressure has been greatly weakened. In the Nether Palace, Meng Hao is suspected by everyone of being related to the wheel's arrival. But he offers no explanation. He promises to fulfill his promise to travel to the 9th layer continent. And everyone expresses their support. Meng Hao gazes towards the 9th layer continent, discovering the traces of the vast heaven wheel growing more and more faint. Realizing that this place will become his own land of transcendence. As the world transforms, he exchanges gazes with figures on the continent and embarks on a new journey. Several hundred years after returning to the Netherworld Palace, Meng Hao once again leads the Celestial Patriarch and others deep into the palace to explore the path to transcendence. They learn of the catastrophe that befell the Netherworld Palace and find an area of refuge. But they are unable to reach the 9th mountain and sea. This time, the Celestial Patriarch and others discover that the key lies in opening the door to the 9th mountain and sea. Meng Hao, who has the unique ability to control the Netherworld Palace ghosts, realizes he can take these ghosts out to form a formidable army that will help him fight his way back to the 33 heavens. Meng Hao calls out to the ghosts and sets out for the first mountain and sea. His presence electrifies the ghosts, who rally to his side and escort him through the levels. The Celestial Patriarch and others both envy and admire Meng Hao's authority. Once in the first mountain and sea, Meng Hao uses his powers to summon ghosts, attracting countless spirits to his cause. These ghosts coalesce into a vast sea that accompanies Meng Hao as he campaigns across the other continents. As he progresses, Meng Hao's ghost army grows exponentially, becoming a staggering force. When the ghost army reaches the chasm-like entrance to the 4th mountain and sea, the giant and crimson-eyed beings that previously barred the way sense Meng Hao's might and the terror of the ghost army, and they retreat, unable to impede Meng Hao's advance. Meng Hao leads the ghost army across the chasm and into the 4th mountain and sea. The Celestial Patriarch and others witness Meng Hao's prowess with awe and anticipation, believing that this time, he may finally set foot on the 9th mountain and sea and unravel the secret of transcendence. Meng Hao enters the 4th realm of the Netherworld Palace. In the desolate continent, he discovers scattered skeletons. The old Taoist priest informs him that as he progresses, the skeletons will gradually increase in number. Meng Hao spreads his divine sense, and the skeletons all come to life, transforming into ghosts that surge towards him frantically. Unmoved, Meng Hao continues his journey, heading towards the towering statue that leads to the 5th realm. The statue is towering, immovable, and the group decides to wait for the statue's 6-month contraction period before attempting to pass through. However, Meng Hao is unwilling to wait and uses his divine sense to command the sea of ghosts. The ghosts surge towards the statue like a tidal wave. Amidst deafening roars, the statue slowly rises. Faces emerge on the surface of the statue, roaring in anger, but they are suppressed by the ghosts' cries of "Be quiet." With Meng Hao leaping across, the statue is forcibly moved aside, and the sea of ghosts sweeps across the 5th realm. Meng Hao employs the same method to traverse realms 5 through 8. And the sea of ghosts continuously expands, forming a gigantic vortex that devours countless ghosts and condenses into enormous, grotesque heads. In the 8th realm, skeletons on the ground come to life and charge towards Meng Hao. Thus, in less than 10 days, Meng Hao leads the sea of ghosts through the first 8 realms of the Netherworld Palace. Shocking the Taoist priests, they realize that under Meng Hao's leadership, the journey through the Netherworld Palace is no longer the same, but an unstoppable conquest. Between the 8th and 9th continents lies an enormous, towering gate that separates the 2 realms. Despite repeated attempts, the Master and the 9 Source Sages have failed to move it. Upon arriving at the gate, Meng Hao unleashes an overwhelming aura that surpasses the pinnacle of 9 Sources cultivation. Clad in black armor, his power surges to unprecedented heights, awing all present. However, the gate remains unyielding. Meng Hao summons the Sea of Ghosts, releasing countless ethereal spirits and the massive ghost head, which charge at the gate, producing a deafening impact. The Master and the 9 Source Sages join forces, unleashing their full power. As the ghosts and their corpses pile up, the gate slowly creaks open, transforming into the Azure Pung. Meng Hao enters first, followed by the Master and others. They traverse the gate and enter the enigmatic Ninth Continent, the final level of the Nether Palace. Upon this continent lies an imposing throne, awaiting Meng Hao's arrival. It signifies his path to transcendence and holds the ultimate secret of the Nether Palace. Meng Hao steps onto the Ninth Heaven Continent, leading a boundless sea of ghosts that roars with his arrival. The headmasters and other paramount beings of 9 sources are overjoyed, never forgetting how Meng Hao helped them break through, and promise to support him with all their might in the future. Meng Hao politely declines and says that he must pay respects to the supreme being of the Ninth Heaven Continent, the ancestor of the Azure. The others, guessing that Meng Hao's control of the Sea of Ghosts is related to the ancestor, take their leave and head straight for the altar of transcendence. Meng Hao races toward the gigantic seat of green stone. The Sea of Ghosts does not dare follow him and prostrates itself on the ground. The light of the bronze lamp grows stronger, and the phantom of a bird circles the stone statue before its gaze lingers on the memories. Meng Hao bows to the stone statue and asks the ancestor to protect him. The statue's gaze turns soft, its sorrow seemingly dispelled. Meng Hao sits cross-legged and merges with the 9th prohibition, triggering an aura so powerful it pierces the heavens. At the same time, outside the underworld palace, the starry sky of Luotian trembles, and a roar echoes throughout the void. Ripples coalesce into a gigantic figure, and an AWE-inspiring presence descends into the world. On the altar of transcendence on the 9th Heaven Continent, the headmasters and other paramount beings of 9 sources join forces, their power surging and bursting into the heavens. The arrival of Luotian outside the underworld palace and Meng Hao's transcendence on the continent ignite an earth-shattering clash. Within the nether palace of the Luotian Starry Sky, Meng Hao faces his most challenging tribulation of all: transcendence. The will of the Luotian Starry Sky is determined to prevent his transcendence, and it descends upon the nether palace with a vast consciousness, seeking to thwart his plans. However, the nether palace's resentment repels the Luotian will, preventing it from fully descending. The Luotian will change his tactics, gathering 100 billion meteorites and condensing them into 9 massive nails. These nails pierce through the nether palace's defenses and descend upon various continents. As the meteorites burn and shrink, they transform into figures and make their way towards the 9th continent. Among them, the first figure moves with the greatest speed, absorbing the other figures along the way and eventually reaching the stone gate of the 9th continent. This figure bears the exact likeness of the 9th continent's ancestor on the stone statue. It is an incarnation of the Luotian will. The Luotian will breaches the stone gate and arrives at the transcendence altar, interrupting the transcendence ceremony performed by the Celestial and others. It then strips the nether palace ghosts of their reincarnation and agency. But its gaze remains fixed on one spot: Meng Hao, who is in the process of merging with the wooden carvings. At this moment, the wooden carvings before Meng Hao have melted by half, and he is on the verge of complete fusion. He must race against time, completing the merger before the Luotian will can intervene. As the first meteorite shatters, the first figure emerges and swiftly closes in on the 9th continent. The faster Meng Hao's fusion progresses, the greater the challenge he presents to the Luotian will, and an intense battle of wills is about to unfold. The will of the Luotian Starry Sky materializes, attempting to merge with Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao seals his senses, focusing on integrating the wooden statue. As the will of Luotian figure approaches, it eerily immobilizes all surrounding specters. The will of Luotian figure stands before Meng Hao, but looks confused. At this moment, the parrot pierces through its body, while the stone statue emits a majestic sound, repelling the will of Luotian figure, revealing its mangled body. Simultaneously, Azure Ancestor's avatar emerges from the stone statue, battling the will of Luotian figure. Their clash releases immense power, shaking the heavens and earth. Meng Hao's mind sea wood carving fully dissolves, and 100 drops of black liquid fly into his brow. Accompanied by thunderous roars, Meng Hao's mind sea explodes, unleashing the 9th prohibition within his body. The will of Luotian figure, enraged, directly rams into Azure Ancestor's avatar, generating cataclysmic force. Meng Hao withstands the 9th prohibition's power with his body, trembling violently and coughing up blood. As the will of Luotian figure nears Meng Hao, Azure Ancestor's avatar strikes again. using spectral power to counter the will of Luotian's power runes. Thwarting its attempt to capture Meng Hao's will, the avatar of primal ancestor held off the avatar of heavenly will. Within, Meng Hao formed the ninth taboo, composed of 9 imprints. It was known as the Seal of Heaven, superseding all laws. As Meng Hao prepared to unify the 9 taboos, the avatar of heavenly will summoned power from beyond the primordial darkness. However, the Slayers and the Necromancer youth from the immortal god continent intervened. The avatar then turned to absorbing the power of countless worlds and lives from the heavenly starry sky. Strengthening itself, the avatar of primal ancestor could not stop this. So he severed time and brought forward the apocalypse within the Nether Palace, returning to the day heavenly will extinguished everyone. The avatar exhausted its divine sense, conveying a will throughout the primordial annihilate the primordial starry sky. Upon a continent engulfed by celestial bodies, a myriad of cultivators' divine senses coalesced into a formidable storm, opposing the embodiment of Luotian mandate. Concurrently, within Meng Hao's body, 9 restraints underwent a merger. He unleashed the 1st to 8th restraints: the Genesis restraint, the true-false restraint, the ancient present restraint, the self-restraint, the life-death restraint, the cause and effect restraint, and the form-spirit restraint. As the embodiment of Luotian mandate neared its escape, Meng Hao deployed the 9th restraint, the heaven-sealing restraint. An irrepressible force repelled Luotian mandate. At this juncture, the avatar of Patriarch Kangming resurfaced, hindering Luotian mandate's advance. Luotian mandate manifested a colossal finger and black flowers, unleashing a menacing figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. In that instant, Meng Hao harmonized the 9 restraints into 9 sources, elevating his cultivation to 9 nascent souls. With crimson eyes, he let out a thunderous roar, merging the 9 sources and shattering the portals of heaven and earth. Vanquishing Kangming's constraints, a celestial thunderclap reverberated across Luotian's starry void, heralding Meng Hao's transcendence. Meng Hao's declaration resounded, shaking all worlds. In an instant, the world around him froze as an aura surpassing the firmament's starry sky exploded forth, shattering the fetters on his body. With the raging of the aura, Meng Hao's momentum rivaled the will of the Luotian starry sky. He realized his cultivation had transcended the rules of the vast expanse and had been replaced by earth-shattering demonic chi. However, he also sensed a repulsive force, as if the starry sky was trying to expel him. The embodied finger of the Luotian starry skies will trembled, afraid to approach, while the 3-headed, 6-armed figure watched Meng Hao in awe. Meng Hao saw through the essence of the world, determining that the only path to transcendence was through the breakthrough of cultivation. Body and soul. Seeking further fortune, he ignited the bronze lamp within his body. Despite the desperate obstruction of the will of the vast expanse and the Luotian will, Meng Hao simply blew with his transcendent cultivation, extinguishing the bronze lamp. As the bronze lamp vanished, a wisp of azure smoke entered Meng Hao, granting him immense fortune and changing the nature of his fleshly body. Currently, Meng Hao's palm opposed the finger transformed by the Luotian's will, his fleshly strength earth-shattering. Forcing the finger back, he declared that his fate would be controlled by no one. And with the momentum of thunder and earth-shattering creation, he took a step forward, proclaiming his transcendence. Meng Hao let out a thunderous roar, his powerful momentum surging in all directions. His body emanated a brilliant red light, fusing with his soul and eyes. With the appearance of this light, Meng Hao's physical strength transcended into the transcendence realm, and a boundless starry sky was born within his body. This starry sky turned into a vortex within Meng Hao, spinning without end. Meng Hao took a deep breath, his physical body transcending, surpassing the laws of heaven and earth. With a loud shout, he waved his right hand, and the giant finger instantly collapsed and retreated. At this moment, Meng Hao's strength far surpassed the avatar of the desolate ancestor. He stood alongside the ghosts, gods, demons, and immortals. Although his transcendence was only 70 complete, his momentum was already sufficient to resist the finger condensed by part of the desolate starry sky's will. After Meng Hao repelled the finger, the surrounding space was dyed red. He took a deep breath, and the massive suction force caused all life in the void to dissipate, turning into withering. At the same time, his physical strength and cultivation resonated, and his soul underwent a transformation. The moment his soul transcended, all of the aura on Meng Hao's body instantly disappeared, and his entire being returned to mediocrity. like an ordinary mortal. However, his appearance caused the ancient time to dissipate, and the heavens and earth returned to the ninth continent of the Netherworld Palace. The desolate realm was rebooted. The supreme beings of the 9 provinces and the creatures of the Ghost Sea all knelt down and respectfully addressed Meng Hao as transcendent. News of Meng Hao's transcendence spread throughout the desolate starry sky, and countless lives felt the suppression coming from their souls and lowered their heads. Throughout history, 3 transcenders had appeared in the Luotian starry sky, namely the ghost, the demon, and the god, and today, Meng Hao became the 4th. The finger condensed by the desolate starry skies will descended once more. Its momentum even more formidable. Meng Hao met it with a finger, forming a giant finger that collided with the finger of the Luotian will, triggering a violent shock. The finger of the Luotian will shattered into crystalline light, which then transformed into countless bolts of lightning that struck Meng Hao. This was the tribulation of transcendence. Each bolt of lightning could annihilate a cultivator at the peak of the 9 sources. Meng Hao sighed softly and condensed his residual energy into a single horned skull, which devoured all of the thunder and lightning. The skull turned into a vortex, containing a resplendent starry sky. In the boundless silence, the avatar of the desolate ancestor gazed at the starry sky vortex in Meng Hao's hand. An outline of a figure appeared in the starry sky. It was the reconstructed body of the desolate starry sky's will. Meng Hao looked up and met the gaze of the outline. The outline addressed Meng Hao as half-ancestor, signifying that after his transcendence, Meng Hao had reached the completion of the Tao source, half a step into the ancestor realm. Meng Hao expressed his gratitude to the avatar of the desolate ancestor. The avatar of the desolate ancestor expressed his satisfaction and indicated that he would dissipate and return to nothingness after 10,000 years. Meng Hao has broken through into the transcendence realm and the Netherworld Palace has returned to normal. He withdraws from the Netherworld Palace together with the monastery head and others. But they are met with rejection by the will of Luotian. Meng Hao probes with his divine consciousness and discovers that the desolate starry sky is filled with countless cracks, carrying the aura of death and on the verge of collapse. He realizes that there is nothing beyond the desolate sky, but there are 5 pillars within that void. Exploring further, Meng Hao's divine consciousness breaks through the barrier and he witnesses the vast and boundless universe. There are countless star eddies in the universe, each of which is a world. The desolate realm is just an insignificant star eddy in the universe. Meng Hao understands that previous transcendents have all entered the universe, but transcendents are rare and few in the universe. After some hesitation, Meng Hao retracts his divine consciousness and suppresses his urge to explore the universe. He realizes that there are still unfinished matters in the desolate realm and changes his title to Demon Venerable. The monastery head and others bow in submission, and the golden-robed youth requests to become the vanguard of the Demon Venerable and lead the desolate sect to conquer the realms of immortals, gods and demons. Bai Wuchen kneels and begs the Demon Venerable to send her outside the desolate realm. The Demon Venerable agrees and uses his divine consciousness to extract the real Ninth Supreme of the desolate sect, a man with a third eye on his forehead. Meng Hao promised Ninth Supreme that he would release his spirit after 1,000 years. Now, he fulfilled his promise and recreated Ninth Supreme's physical body. He invited those who yearned to transcend to follow him, and then disappeared before their eyes. Meng Hao followed his memories to the place where Pai Dong died. He performed a forbidden spell to reverse time and summon Pai Dong's spirit. The laws and rules of the vast starry sky were distorted, and the river of time appeared. A gigantic crocodile-like being, the guardian of the river of time, was horrified upon learning of Meng Hao's identity. Meng Hao, without hesitation, solidified the river of time and searched for Pai Dong's spirit. He found Pai Dong's dissipating spirit at the moment of his death and held it gently in his hand. Just as Meng Hao was about to integrate Pai Dong's spirit into his armor, the will of the vast starry sky roared and tried to stop him. Meng Hao ignored the obstruction, forcibly tore through everything, and retrieved Pai Dong's spirit. The vast starry sky returned to normal, and the crocodile-like being hurriedly retreated into the river of time. The confrontation between Meng Hao and the vast starry sky was about to begin again. Meng Hao distorted the ripples around him, separating himself from the vast starry sky. He integrated Pai Dong's spirit into his armor and injected it with vitality, bringing it back to life. The will of the vast starry sky descended, but Meng Hao used the ninth prohibition to expel it. Pai Dong woke up, witnessed Meng Hao and the parrot's smiles, and felt long-lost happiness. Meng Hao led the parrot and Pai Dong to another area, where they met the giant lizard that had been waiting for them. The giant lizard recognized Meng Hao and, trembling with fear, realized that Meng Hao had transcended. It hurriedly fawned and flattered him, praising Meng Hao as a genius. However, the parrot and Pai Dong on the side scoffed at the giant lizard's flattery. Pai Dong even pointed out the mistakes in their words, and claimed that Meng Hao was an unparalleled genius in the vast starry sky. The giant lizard was shocked when it heard this. Meng Hao enjoyed the interaction between the parrot and Pai Dong, feeling the long-lost warmth. His journey in the vast starry sky continued, and accompanied by these two friends, he felt that even the greatest hardships were no longer a cause for concern. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, Meng Hao and his companions encounter a lizard named Pigu. In order to gain Meng Hao's favor, Pigu resorts to extreme flattery and theatrics, even threatening self-destruction. Under Pigu's persuasion, an elder lizard is swayed and also submits to Meng Hao. Meng Hao travels with Pigu, a parrot, and the elder lizard through the desolate void, subduing formidable creatures, including a 9-source pinnacle termite, a colossal head, and a gigantic flower. Upon arriving at the flower world, Meng Hao finds the glaciers thawing and the sea of fire extinguishing, signaling the impending end of life there. He wields his divine powers, altering the laws of the land with a single finger, refreezing the glaciers and rekindling the flames. Meng Hao's purpose is to unravel his connection to the desolate cosmos, and this journey serves as a means to fulfill his mission. His subjugation of beings is not for the expansion of his own might but to fulfill a vow he made long ago, to transcend boundaries and mend the wounds of the desolate cosmos. After Meng Hao's departure, the iceberg in the world transformed into a giant, and the fire phoenix was startled. This world was once in despair, with the merging of ice and fire. But suddenly everything was reversed, and a stronger spiritual energy appeared. The fire phoenix wondered if his old friend Meng Hao had returned. But the ice mountain giant denied this. In the vast starry sky, the promised day arrived. The 9 sects of the Vast Sect gathered, waiting for Meng Hao with 1 billion troops. The supreme one of the 9th sect saluted Meng Hao and called him the Demon Lord, followed by the other sects. The cultivation base on Meng Hao's body erupted, surpassing the 9 sources and reaching the realm of the source of the Tao. At the same time, and supreme divine consciousness coercion enveloped all directions. Meng Hao announced his transcendence, which shocked countless cultivators present. The cultivators below Zhu Supreme shouted frantically, and the disciples of the 9th sect were even more excited. The white ants and giant skull behind Meng Hao also showed a look of submission. All those present knelt down and bowed. Only Meng Hao was the only one who was revered. Meng Hao asked everyone to go back to his hometown with him. The world of butterflies sealed by 33 heavens. Within the realm of the mountain sea butterfly, Wang Yukai, who has cultivated for thousands of years, senses the return of Meng Hao's presence. Once isolated from the world, mountain sea butterfly was protected by the ancient bronze coffin, shielding them from the attacks of the 33 heavens, where fallen heroes are reborn. Meanwhile, Little Fatty, perceiving Meng Hao's aura, is thrilled and reveals Meng Hao's legendary status. The former demon venerable who once saved the mountain sea world, Meng Hao's sister, Fang Yu, and her husband, Sun Hai, also sense a familiar energy, indicating Meng Hao's imminent return. Meng Hao's nephews hold great reverence for their legendary uncle, while his maternal grandfather, a 7th source paragon, laughs joyfully, tears streaming down his face. The once sealed paragon golems awaken, releasing a 7th source aura. In the underworld's realm of reincarnation, Dizang, the strongest mountain sea lord, bursts with an 8th source aura, shaking the heavens and the earth. In the distant seas, Keiju Sea strides upon the waves, a massive true spirit whale beneath his feet as he also reaches the 8th source realm. 4 paragons gaze up at the vast sky, sensing Meng Hao's approaching arrival. A colossal island emerges from the ocean, and the hidden mountain progenitor looks on with narrowed eyes. While Ji Yuyi, Ding San Yu, and Dong Hu also recognize Meng Hao's presence. Li Linger, Zixiang, and countless cultivators hear of Meng Hao's return, moved to tears and exhilaration, as the vast army of the 33 heavens draws near mountain sea butterfly. Dao Fang, the guardian of the immortal and demon continents, appears unaware but trembles uncontrollably. In the vastness of the starry sky, A colossal army descended, its presence causing the void to shudder. The army exuded an aura of terror. And atop an ancient, gargantuan lizard stood Meng Hao. Above the lizard's head swirled a vortex of shadows, radiating an unfathomable dread. The aura of the immortal world and the demon world surged forth from the endless tribulation, warning the invaders to stay away. However, the army's momentum remained undeterred, growing even more violent. With a single gesture from Meng Hao, the mist enveloping the endless tribulation shattered, and the seals of the immortal world and the demon world were instantly erased. The army swarmed in, the barrier of the endless tribulation flickering precariously. Several golden-robed youths, white-haired elders, and 9 esteemed cultivators emerged to defend the barrier on the verge of collapse. Supported by a dozen or so peak 9 esteemed cultivators, the army's power astounded them. Most terrifying to them were 3 beings standing beside the lizard, their auras almost approaching transcendence. Dao Fang cried out in desperation, demanding the reason for the army's attack, but was met with an indifferent response. Dao Fang, do you remember me? In this moment of crisis, Dao Fang recalled an incident where he had annihilated an 8th mountain many centuries ago. It dawned on him that the vast army before him had arrived to avenge his past actions. In the depths of the vast starry sky, Meng Hao's vengeful voice echoed from beyond the immeasurable tribulation, shaking the cultivators of the 33 heavens. Meng Hao's figure gradually became clear, and his appearance shocked Dao Fang, who trembled in disbelief. Meng Hao walked step by step over the old lizard's head, and wherever he went, the cultivators of the 33 heavens knelt down and called him the demon venerable. Meng Hao's eyes were sharp as he stared at Dao Fang, who was in panic behind the light screen, and asked, "Don't you recognize Meng Mo anymore?" Dao Fang opened his mouth with difficulty, his voice trembling. "Impossible. You're dead." Meng Hao asked back, "Did you see me die with your own eyes?" Dao Fang was speechless. He couldn't deny that the person before him was indeed Meng Hao. Meng Hao's hatred had burned for 1,000 years, and he would not easily destroy the 33 heavens. Instead, he would torture them ruthlessly, allowing the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm to vent their grievances over many years. Meng Hao's voice echoed in the immeasurable tribulation, causing the cultivators of the 33 heavens to be filled with fear. Realizing Meng Hao's strength in his return, Meng Hao stared at the immeasurable tribulation light screen, his eyes filled with killing intent. This light screen sealed off the mountain and sea realm, preventing the mountain and sea butterflies from flying out. Meng Hao declared, "From now on, throughout the starry sky, there shall be no more immeasurable tribulations." His voice shook the starry sky, as if he were responding to the will of heaven. Meng Hao pointed a finger, and the immeasurable tribulation light screen immediately roared and trembled. Cracks spread, turning into countless fragments, which collapsed with a crash. At the same time, Meng Hao ordered that the cultivators of the 33 heavens should not self-destruct, exposing his hatred to the fullest extent. A brutal revenge battle unfolds as the cultivators of the Vast Sect, led by Meng Hao, invade the 33 heavens, under orders to slowly and ruthlessly eradicate all foreign races. Meng Hao seeks retribution, making them pay for their past betrayal of the mountain and sea realm with prolonged terror. Commencing with the conquest of the 33rd heaven, the cultivators, under Meng Hao's command, advance towards the myriad calamities where he confronts his nemesis, Dao Fang. Overwhelmed by Meng Hao's formidable cultivation, the once indomitable Dao Fang is unable to escape. Meng Hao relentlessly crushes Dao Fang's limbs, torturing his flesh, and extracts his blood, seeking out and eliminating his descendants and disciples. In an act of unspeakable cruelty, Meng Hao extracts Dao Fang's soul, casting it into an eternally burning sea of fire where it suffers unimaginable torment for all eternity. Dao Fang's desperate pleas for mercy fall on deaf ears as he endures endless agony. Meanwhile, the Vast Sect cultivators, acting on Meng Hao's directive, spare the foreign races of the 33 heavens, preserving their souls for future annihilation. The heavens are engulfed in a bloody maelstrom as Meng Hao's vengeful flames burn unquenched, demanding an unimaginable price for their past transgressions. Meng Hao arrived on the 33rd heaven, ruthlessly sweeping away all foreign races. He burned their souls with fiery flames, crushed their bodies, and extracted their memories and bloodlines, leaving nothing behind. Facing the armies of the Vast Expanse School, Meng Hao snorted coldly, criticizing them for their excessive slaughter. He ordered them to take a day to destroy each continent. Meng Hao shattered the continent of the 33rd heaven and descended upon the 32nd heaven. A former sovereign from a foreign race tried to resist, but Meng Hao cruelly killed him, casting his soul into the inferno. Grievances filled the 32nd heaven, but Meng Hao's cold snort dispelled them all. He mercilessly destroyed the 32nd heaven, revealing the 31st heaven below. Just then, a roar of rage came from the 31st heaven. A foreign race threatened to kill the mountain and sea butterfly, but Meng Hao laughed in anger, his killing intent blazing. He used divine abilities to freeze the foreign race's bodies, rendering them unable to move. The foreign races screamed in agony as they were tortured to death. Meng Hao remained unmoved by their pleas for mercy, seeing their deaths as atonement for the extermination of the mountain and sea realm. The destruction spread to the 15th heaven, where Meng Hao sensed the presence of 3 9-source supremes among the foreign races. He ordered them to show themselves. The 3 9-source supremes trembled and tried to flee, but Meng Hao's divine sense locked onto them, capturing them alive. These supremes had been artificially created, so their strength was weak, and they could not resist Meng Hao's pressure. Meng Hao tortured the supremes with terrifying methods, burning and tearing them until they were mangled and bloody. Finally, he pinned the former strongest of the 33 heavens to the ground and smashed him to pieces. Meng Hao's fire of revenge burned brightly, as he was determined to make all foreign races in the 33 heavens pay for the destruction of the mountain and sea realm. Meng Hao remained silent, frantically attacking the 9 essence aliens. The aliens howled and revealed their serpent-like bodies. Meng Hao pinned their heads down and mercilessly smashed them into the ground, shattering their bones and nearly extinguishing their vitality. Meng Hao seized the aliens' souls and stood up majestically. All the aliens on the 15th heaven continent were filled with terror, and despair enveloped them. Meng Hao's figure appeared before their eyes, a terrifying existence like the might of heaven. Previously, the Supreme 9 Essence was brutally slaughtered in Meng Hao's hands, his body incinerated, and his soul eternally dissolved. Another was torn in the black wind, his flesh and blood blurred. The last one was seized by Meng Hao at the throat and smashed into the ground, creating a deafening roar. Even more terrifying, the 16th to 33rd heaven continents transformed into a boundless sea of fire, and the souls of the aliens wailed and struggled within, becoming the source of their terror. The aliens who participated in the destruction of the mountain and sea realm 1,000 years ago were even more terrified. They recognized Meng Hao, recalling the miserable scene when the mountain and sea realm was destroyed. Pleading and screams continuously came from the 15th heaven continent, and even the aliens from other continents trembled. They realized that with Meng Hao's current strength, annihilating them was effortless, but he chose to use cruel methods to torment them bit by bit. This fear was boundless. Meng Hao was silent for a moment, recalling the grisly scene of the mountain and sea realm when it was massacred. He vowed to treat these aliens in the same way. An eye for an eye. The cultivator army of the Limitless Sect wanted to follow Meng Hao, but they were stopped. Meng Hao released countless clones that covered the entire 15th heaven continent. Each clone mercilessly seized the aliens by the throat, absorbing their cultivation into them. The aliens suffered in agony, but they were unable to let out a scream. Above the sky, the cultivators of the Limitless Sect gasped, witnessing Meng Hao's boundless hatred for the 33 heavens. They could not comprehend, as they had not experienced the cataclysmic war in the mountain and sea realm. They had not seen the tragic deaths and mortals that were devoured. Meng Hao remembered it all, and he also remembered the heroic spirits who fought during the war. He laughed out loud, and all the clones simultaneously tightened their grip on the aliens' throats. A deafening roar echoed, and countless blood flowers burst forth. The aliens on the 15th heaven continent instantly collapsed, their bodies shattered. However, Meng Hao did not stop there but gathered all their souls and tossed them into the sea of fire. The alien souls endured unimaginable suffering in the sea of fire. With a single step, Meng Hao turned the 15th heaven continent into fragments, bombarding the 14th heaven continent. The aliens on the 14th heaven continent were filled with despair, and a surge of madness surged within them as they launched themselves at Meng Hao. Meng Hao remained indifferent, pointing with his right hand, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. At Meng Hao's finger's direction, the foreign race on the 14th day trembled instantly. A ripple spread out, and the flesh and blood of all foreign races detached immediately, turning into white bones. The excruciating pain caused the foreign races to cry out in misery, which reverberated through the heavens and earth. Meng Hao walked calmly among the skeletons. His ripples covered the entire continent. And all the foreign races were stripped of their flesh and blood. They turned into skeletons and were then crushed into dust. But their souls were sealed in their skulls, enduring unspeakable torment. The cultivators of the Kangming sect witnessed this scene, their hearts filled with trepidation. Meng Hao resembled a god of the underworld. Wherever he passed, flesh and blood dissipated, leaving only white bones. When Meng Hao traversed the entire 14th day continent, all foreign races had become skeletons. Their souls begged for mercy amidst the pain. However, Meng Hao remained indifferent. He condensed the skulls into a sea of skeletons, allowing the souls of the foreign races to experience eternal torment. He slowly shattered the skulls, causing the souls to endure unimaginable pain, even compelling them to attempt suicide. Eventually, Meng Hao engulfed the souls in a sea of fire, burning them eternally in the flames. The lingering resentment in his eyes dissipated slightly. But when his finger touched the ground, the 14th day continent collapsed instantly, becoming debris that struck the 13th day continent below. The 13th day continent trembled, and the foreign races were filled with terror. However, at this moment, an elderly foreign race appeared and knelt down, pleading for mercy, hoping that Meng Hao would spare the innocent. Meng Hao remained silent for a moment before turning his gaze towards a plain. There, he discovered countless skeletal remains of the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm. When the mountain and sea realm was destroyed, these cultivators were imprisoned and tortured by the foreign races. The killing intent in Meng Hao's eyes flared once again, and he reversed the rules, causing each foreign race to recall the memories of killing cultivators from the mountain and sea realm. The vengeful spirits from those memories pounced upon the foreign races, and their cries of agony shook the heavens and earth. Meng Hao watched coldly, discovering that even the newborn foreign races had once tortured cultivators from the mountain and sea realm. In the end, Meng Hao waved his arm, and black fumes emerged from the heads of all the foreign races. The more fumes there were, the more cultivators from the mountain and sea realm they had killed. Across the entire continent, not a single foreign race was without these black fumes. Meng Hao declared that they deserved their fate and exterminated them with a wave of his hand. On the 13th day, the continent collapsed abruptly, and the alien race was killed by the immortal cultivators from the mountain and sea realm in their memories. Meng Hao, as a transcendent being, possessed omnipotent power and deprived the alien race of the 12th day continent of their minds, causing them to kill each other. Despite this, Meng Hao was still filled with sorrow, realizing that he was no different in nature from the alien race he had once been. With the destruction of the 12th day continent, the 11th day continent became a pill furnace, and the alien race became medicinal ingredients, which Meng Hao refined into a great flesh and blood pill. Subsequently, Meng Hao deprived the alien race of the heaven and earth continents of all their cultivation, divine consciousness, flight power, and recovery power. The immortal cultivators of the mountain and sea realm were blessed by Meng Hao, gaining divine consciousness, the ability to cross the starry sky, and recovery power. Meng Hao told the immortal cultivators of the mountain and sea realm that he wanted them to offer a blood sacrifice to the alien race on the 10th day continent to reshape the mountain and sea realm. Meng Hao's gaze fell on the mountain and sea butterfly, staring at his parents and a woman in white. The woman had become much thinner, but she was as strong and gentle as Meng Hao remembered. As Meng Hao's gaze turned to the heavens, Xu Qing sensed his attention and gave him an expectant smile. In an instant, an imposing group of figures charged out from the world of the world sea butterfly, led by Meng Hao's Grand Master, Ksitagarba, the Supreme Puppet, and Kjusi. These four Supremes, along with familiar companions like Little Fatty and Wang Yukai, led countless cultivators from the world sea realm to attack the first heaven. Their strength and resilience multiplied, as if the shackles that had once bound them had been released. The Supreme Puppet, too, seemed more alive than ever, as if it had been reborn. Faced with resistance from the foreign races, the world sea realm cultivators erupted with 1,000 years of pent-up hatred. Unleashing a frenzied vengeance, they slaughtered mercilessly, tearing and crushing the aliens. The elders who had witnessed the destruction of the world sea realm fought with eyes filled with anger and grief, screaming for revenge. As the days of conquest progressed, the vengeance of the world sea realm cultivators reached its peak. Li Linger, the Fang clan, and Ji Shang all joined the battle, fighting for their loved ones, their sects, and the world sea realm. Most eye-catching of all was a colossal turtle that carried countless cultivators, ramming it into the mainland. As the World Sea Realm cultivators fought their way to the eighth heaven, the eighth heaven transformed into a vast ocean. Meng Hao gazed at the sea and said softly, "Spirit of the World Sea Rebellion. The ninth sea." Meng Hao gazes over the ninth sea, a hidden realm concealed within the eighth heaven. During the Great Mountain and Sea War, the ninth sea's betrayal had disrupted plans, leaving some cultivators in the mountain and sea butterflies unabsorbed, resulting in immense consequences. Ever since, the mountain and sea cultivators have harbored a deep-rooted hatred towards the ninth sea. With the continent submerged in the sea, the ninth sea reveals its true form, an enormous woman's face emerging from the surface, accompanied by countless marine beasts. The mountain and sea realm cultivators are furious, including Earthstore Bodhisattva, Meng Hao's maternal grandfather, and Reliance Patriarch, who all launch attacks. The ninth sea's marine beasts rush forward, but are quickly dispersed by the mountain and sea cultivators, transforming the area into a sea of blood. As the ninth sea retracts, the path to the ninth heaven is revealed, and the mountain and sea cultivators continue their killing spree, pressing on towards the 10th heaven. Upon reaching the 10th heaven, the mountain and sea cultivators are astonished to find Meng Hao and kneel in reverence. The foreign races, seeing this, attempt to attack but are instantly reduced to ashes. Meng Hao's power and aura intimidate everyone present. As he advances, all foreign races on the 10th heaven collapse in terror. The mountain and sea cultivators gather around Meng Hao and return to the 10th heaven continent, leaving behind only trembling and shrinking seawater. Little Fatty excitedly embraces Meng Hao, tears streaming down his face. Fang Yu, Earthstore Bodhisattva, Meng Hao's maternal grandfather, Li Linger, Sun Hai, and other familiar faces appear, their joy evident. Meng Hao's gaze finally falls on the mountain and sea butterfly, where his parents and wife are, filling him with warmth and longing. Amidst the clamor of the mountain and sea domain, Meng Hao emerged, his presence electrifying the mountain and sea cultivators. At that moment, the ninth sea rumbled and retreated, attempting to flee, but Meng Hao's gaze sealed its escape. Confronted by the fury of the mountain and sea cultivators, the ninth sea pleaded that her betrayal was coerced, but Meng Hao discerned her inherent treachery. After a fierce confrontation, Meng Hao cast the ninth sea into the skyfire, incinerating her body and leaving her soul to burn eternally. He then summoned the souls of those slain by the foreign races in the past mountain and sea war, liberating them into the fire, granting them vengeance. The act drew tears from the mountain and sea cultivators as they mourned their lost kin. Purging their pent-up hatred, Meng Hao gazed into their eyes, declaring his completion of the first part of their vengeance and vowing to reunite the mountain and sea realm. Meng Hao proclaimed his essence of shackles as the first shackle for the mountain and sea realm, bestowing upon it the laws of the changing seasons. The first mountain and sea realm coalesced amidst the thunderous roar, stirring the souls of the mountain and sea cultivators with a profound sense of longing for their homeland. Meng Hao's actions not only fulfilled their revenge but also initiated the creation of a supreme treasure, a new mountain and sea realm. When the former world collapsed, the 9 seals accommodated people in the treasure they created, the world of mountains and seas, to protect them from invaders. However, the 9th sea rebelled in the ancient war, and the world of mountains and seas shattered into countless fragments. Over time, a whirlpool formed around Meng Hao, and accompanied by the rumble of the starry sky, fragments flew in like rainbows, beginning to reconstruct the world of mountains and seas. Meng Hao recreated the new world of mountains and seas using his transcendent power and band seal technique for demons. The band seal became the skeleton, and the mountains and seas became its flesh and blood. With the emergence of the first mountain and sea, Meng Hao named it the Band Seal of Eternity. The one who reigns over this mountain and sea will enjoy the advantage of the Band Seal of Eternity. Furthermore, the first mountain and sea controls the changing of seasons for the world of mountains and seas, and he who reigns over it will hold the Band Seal of Eternity. Similarly, Meng Hao used 9 types of Band Seal techniques to reconstruct the world of mountains and seas. The second mountain and sea, which he named the Band Seal of True and False, deepens the understanding of true and false. The third mountain and sea, named the Band Seal of Cause and Effect, grants the power to control time. The fourth mountain and sea, named the Band Seal of Oneself, reigns over the world of ghosts and hell, and he who reigns over it can control the souls of the dead in the world of mountains and seas. And the fifth mountain and sea, named the Band Seal of Opposites, governs the power of the five elements. Thus, Meng Hao created a new world of mountains and seas. The master of each mountain and sea can become the inheritor of the clan of demon sealers by comprehending the band seal technique in it and gain the power to make the world of mountains and seas prosper. Within the boundless sea of stars, Meng Hao, with his transcendent strength, shapes an entirely new world of mountains and seas. He integrates the 9 forbidden laws that he commands into it, with each mountain and sea ruling over a unique power, governing different laws and cultivation systems. Initially, Meng Hao creates the mountain and sea of life and death, ruling over tribulations and laws, giving order and punishment to the entire world of mountains and seas. Next, he forms the mountain and sea of karma, controlling the cycle of cause and effect, leading all living beings to bear the influence of karmic retribution. Proceeding, Meng Hao awakens the mountain and sea of body and spirit, ruling over space, granting the world of mountains and seas limitless flexibility. This is a mountain and sea that embodies Meng Hao's affections, where his maternal grandfather once dwelled, possessing the ability to control the origin of space. Aside from these 8 great mountains and seas, Meng Hao also leaves behind the 9th mountain and sea as the mastermind of the world of mountains and seas. It symbolizes the last hope during the annihilation war of mountains and seas. And as Meng Hao's hometown, the 9th mountain and sea blends with the wings formed from Meng Hao's parents, containing limitless potential and significance. Thus, the world of mountains and seas gathers together 8 great mountains and seas, each possessing formidable power and a unique mission. From genesis to purification, reincarnation, order, laws, space, and karma, together, they form a magnificent epic of cultivation. As for the 9th mountain and sea, as the mastermind, it governs all these, becoming the unshakable pillar of the world of mountains and seas. Meng Hao gazed at the empty space by the 8th sea, lost in memories. With an overwhelming force, he pointed his right finger forward and declared that the 9th forbidden seal of the heavens would become the 9th sea, the sealing heaven sea, making it the dominant force for sealing the heavens in the sea realm. Countless runes gathered in the empty space, forming a gigantic storm that was imbued with the aura of sealing the heavens. The first 8 seas submitted to it, signaling that the 9th sea was destined to become the most powerful sea. The outline of the 9th mountain appeared in the runes, surrounded by the eastern sacred star, northern star, western felicitation star, and southern heaven star. Meng Hao's former friends were all excited, seeing their home about to take shape. However, just as the 9th sea was about to appear, thunder roared through the sky, attempting to disrupt the sealing heaven seal from becoming its skeleton. Meng Hao was undeterred, unleashing his immense power to resist the thunder, while using his divine sense to fight the barren will. The barren will gradually dissipated, taking with it the interruptions. The 9th sea was able to condense, becoming an unparalleled existence in the starry sky, overwhelming the first 8 seas. However, the 9th sea was still incomplete, as there was only the 9th mountain. Meng Hao thought of the 3 lunar mansions and invited them to become the 9th sea. Under Meng Hao's sealing, the 3 lunar mansions turned into a lake as beautiful as a mirror. Blending into the runes of the 9th sea, the sealing heaven seal, as the skeleton of the 9th sea, allowed its cultivators to comprehend the sealing heaven seal more deeply than others. But it also required them to understand at least 3 marks to become a sea lord. The emergence of the 9th sea unleashed a powerful transcendent aura in the sea realm, shocking the cultivators of the 9 sources. Meng Hao exerted his transcendent power, sealing a sun and a moon, which became the sun of the seas and the moon of the seas respectively, illuminating the sea realm. Thus, the sea realm was complete with 9 seas and 9 mountains, becoming the first treasure of the barren, marking a major step in Meng Hao's journey to subvert the barren. Amidst the thunderous cries and reverent prostrations, Meng Hao molded the mountain and sea realm, becoming its demon venerate. With a heart filled with joy, he boarded the mountain and sea butterfly and returned to his family. The delight of their reunion and the long-awaited gathering finally brought solace to Meng Hao's heart, offering him comfort after years of wandering. Cultivators of the mountain and sea butterfly world began preparing for their relocation, moving everything to the newly born mountain and sea realm. Returning to their original home, Meng Hao took Xu Qing to visit her maternal grandfather's family, where they were grandly greeted by the entire clan, and he paid his respects to her grandfather. They then arrived at Patriarch Earthstore's sect. Xu Qing's master, Earth Store welcomed Meng Hao's arrival, cautioning him that the lands of the immortals and demons were about to descend. Meng Hao indicated that he had already anticipated it, but needed to personally venture there to confirm. Finally, Meng Hao and Xu Qing visited the ancient immortal demon sect, meeting Xu and Zhao. Zhao's heart was filled with complex emotions, regretting her missed opportunity from years ago. The reunion and happiness of Meng Hao and Xu Qing made her realize once again that health and happiness were the most precious things. As they awaited the arrival of the lands of the immortals and demons, Meng Hao cherished the warmth of family and love, patiently anticipating the final battle. Upon his return, Meng Hao reunited with the demon venerable, Zhao. Zhao was overwhelmed with emotion and buried the regrets of the past deep in her heart. Meng Hao visited his elder brother, Xu, learned of his father's longing for him, and shared stories of his experiences beyond the vast expanse. In the world of the mountain and sea butterflies, Meng Hao encountered the supreme puppet and learned about its path of atonement. Eventually unsealing it, Meng Hao traveled with Xu Qing, visiting old friends and reminiscing about the past. They met Little Fatty and learned that he had many descendants. Wang Yukai and Dong Hu also visited Little Fatty's family, putting aside their grudges to reflect on the past. Little Fatty's mention of the Great Azure Mountain evoked memories in everyone. Meng Hao and Xu Qing continued their journey, Xu Qing's eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Little Fatty envied Meng Hao's devotion, but Meng Hao believed it was Xu Qing's happiness. They had faced countless trials together, relying on each other and vowing to spend their lives side by side. As the friends reminisced about their past, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Little Fatty brought up the incident where Xu Qing had taken him away as a child, jokingly admitting that had been childish and had never met his supposed fiancée. Xu Qing blushed and argued that she'd given Dong Hu candy to get him to follow her back then. The group learned that Wang Yukai had considered Meng Hao his brother for years because Meng Hao had visited his family, putting his mind at ease. Wang Yukai admitted that after seeing Xu Qing flying through the air, had sought her out to become her disciple. Little Fatty exposed Meng Hao's misconduct after joining the sect, framing others, selling elixirs, opening a shop, and even seducing Xu Qing. Xu Qing glared at Meng Hao, but soon burst into laughter and rested her head on his shoulder. Meng Hao beamed with pride, and amidst the teasing from his friends, he kissed Xu Qing passionately. The group laughed and chatted throughout the night. By the campfire, Little Fatty shared his sorrow over the passing of his wives and children, expressing his longing for Meng Hao. Dong Hu and Wang Yukai engaged in a playful fight, releasing years of pent-up frustrations before embracing in tears. After getting drunk, Xu Qing confessed her feelings to Meng Hao, who gently patted her back until she fell asleep. Days later, Dong Hu and Wang Yukai bid farewell. Meng Hao and Xu Qing visited Li Linger, who greeted them with a smile and wished them eternal happiness. Meng Hao and Xu Qing departed hand in hand, resembling a divine couple bound by fate. Meng Hao and Xu Qing travel around the world of sea mountains and butterflies, visiting old friends. However, the change in their status creates a sense of distance, with only a few like Meng Hao's sister Fang and brother-in-law Sun Hai maintaining their past camaraderie. Sun Hai, who was initially haughty, lowers his head and smiles obsequiously at Meng Hao's address of Little Hai. Meng Hao repeats it, causing Sun Hai to tremble. Seeing this, Fang punches Sun Hai out the door, leaving Meng Hao with mixed feelings. When they say goodbye, Sun Hai sends Meng Hao and Xu Qing off with a bruised face, as does Meng Hao. Meng Hao pats Sun Hai's shoulder in sympathy, but Sun Hai professes a masochistic fondness for strong, violent women. Continuing on, Meng Hao stops at a sea to visit his old friend, Taoist Reliance. Taoist Reliance feigns anger but agrees to Meng Hao's request to become the sole black tortoise of the world of sea mountains, suppressing the realm's fortune. Meng Hao seals the position in his own name and designates Taoist Reliance's abode as the ninth mountain. The ground beneath Taoist Reliance shifts, revealing the characters this tortoise on its back, amusing Meng Hao. Meng Hao and Xu Qing depart, leaving Taoist Reliance secretly satisfied with his cleverness. Upon learning of his new status as the sole black tortoise and the accompanying fortune and esteem, he becomes elated. Meng Hao understands Taoist Reliance's capricious nature but is willing to compromise for the sake of his old friend. Ultimately, Taoist Reliance becomes the sole black tortoise of the world of sea mountains, suppressing fortune and guarding Meng Hao's path. Meng Hao successfully condensed a trace of the Mountain Sea artifact spirit's divine sense and integrated it into the body of the Back Mountain Patriarch. Awakening his fate within, the Back Mountain Patriarch transformed into a black tortoise and suppressed the fate of the Mountain Sea realm, while the Zhao nation became a special entity within it. Should the realm be faced with annihilation, the Zhao nation would safeguard those within it. Meng Hao left the world of the butterfly of the mountain and sea and traveled to the Kunlun Dao to visit his mentor, Dan Jiyu. Before Dan Jiyu laid a coffin, inside of which rested the soul of Meng Hao's former beloved, Chu Yuyan. Meng Hao reminisced his past with Chu Yuyan and her choice to slumber in order to evade her pain. After learning about Chu Yuyan's story, Xu Qing suggests that should she awaken and still be unable to forget Meng Hao, all three of them should cultivate together. Meng Hao and Xu Qing departed from the Kunlun Dao. Half a month later, they opened the Mountain Sea realm and absorbed all of the cultivators from the butterfly of the mountain and sea world, returning to the 9 great mountains and seas. As everyone departed, Meng Hao's parents appeared before him, transforming into 2 butterflies that entered the 9th mountain and sea. Xu Qing was the last to leave, assuring Meng Hao that she would wait for him there before entering the 9th vortex. Meng Hao remained alone. He stored the Mountain Sea realm away and expressed his gratitude to the copper coffin. The copper coffin responded to his words, gradually calming down, and was concealed by the vortex once more. Meng Hao raised his head, his gaze piercing through the sea of fire to the starry sky. His ultimate journey of revenge was about to begin. Amidst the vastness of space, 2 colossal continents thundered toward each other, cloaked in an ethereal mist. The closest to Meng Hao was the Immortal Continent, resembling a colossal dragon hurtling forward. The cultivators of the Azure Mountain Sect stood ready, their nerves jangling from the palpable killing intent emanating from the Immortal Continent. Meng Hao calmly traversed the raging heavens fire sea, claiming it as his own. 3 days remained before the Immortal Continent's arrival. Meng Hao's words ignited a fierce determination within the cultivators, who roared in unison, kill. Their adversaries were not limited to the Immortal Continent but also the Demon World Continent. Yet, their faith remained unshaken, for they believed that with Meng Hao, a grand cultivator, leading them, victory was assured. 3 days later, the Immortal Continent crashed onto the scene with earth-shattering force. Its tyrannical pressure weighed heavily on all within its vicinity. The Azure Mountain Sect's patriarch and 3 elders joined forces to confront it, their combined energies causing the heavens and earth to tremble. From the Immortal Continent, countless cultivators surged forth, engaging the Azure Mountain Sect's forces in a relentless battle. The deafening clash of weapons echoed through the air, and the pungent smell of blood filled the atmosphere as both sides fought with unmatched ferocity. The Azure Mountain Sect's army advanced relentlessly, their momentum pushing back the Immortal Continent's defenders with each step. Meng Hao observed the carnage with an impassive gaze, his sight penetrating the void to the massive statue on the Immortal Continent. It had undergone a subtle transformation, its contours obscured by a swirling mist. It's different, Meng Hao muttered to himself. As the battle raged on, he sensed that the true orchestrator was not the immortals or the demons but the very will of the boundless cosmos itself. It was their greatest adversary. Meng Hao chances upon a woman on the battlefield who is, to his surprise, the early nascent soul cultivator who had once hunted him down. Over 1,000 years have passed since then, yet her cultivation has not advanced, arousing Meng Hao's suspicions. As Meng Hao's gaze sweeps over her, the woman trembles convulsively from the intense power of Meng Hao's will to ignore all rules. She coughs up blood and retreats. At the same time, an unprecedentedly powerful aura comes from the Immortal God Continent. An ashen-robed elder bearing 3 grand swords makes his way onto the battlefield, his imposing presence suppressing the Kangming sect cultivators. Meng Hao recognizes him as the nascent soul pinnacle figure from the Immortal God Continent who had once nullified the self-destruction of the mountain and sea realm. The ashen-robed elder intends to cut across the battlefield to kill Meng Hao. But countless ants are unleashed by a colossal white ant next to Meng Hao and block his path. The white ant monarch then unleashes a powerful vortex that clashes with the ashen-robed elder in a fierce battle before Meng Hao. Meanwhile, the Immortal God Continent is in peril as its legions are steadily defeated. However, another powerful aura then erupts from the Immortal God Continent. The expressionless face of a middle-aged man appears, bearing a horsetail whisk. The 3,000 strands of his whisk contain the power of the Great Tao. the two nascent soul pinnacle figures from the Kangming sect, the gold-robed youth and Sha Judong, join forces to resist him and prevent him from advancing further. In this earth-shattering war, the middle-aged man summoned 3,000 white-armored wooden soldiers to fend off the Kangming sect's army. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the immortal continent, and countless black chariots appeared. Each chariot was the size of 10,000 feet, and the front was filled with the roars of vengeful spirits while the back flashed with deadly black thorns. Faced with such a formidable force, the leader of the Kangming sect summoned the sect's treasure, the turtle shell, to withstand the onslaught of hundreds of thousands of black arrows. The turtle shell trembled but remained steadfast, protecting the Kangming sect cultivators within. The elder leader led his followers in a counterattack, but were intercepted by 3 rainbows from the immortal continent. Meng Hao summoned his subordinate giant, who wreaked havoc on the immortal continent, drawing retaliation from the continent. At this moment, the statue of the immortal continent's ancestor erupted in light, severing the giant's life force and amplifying the continent's repulsive force. The giant was forced out of the continent and then attacked by the middle-aged man's bronze flying sword. The giant used a secret technique to distort the surrounding void, neutralizing the middle-aged man's sword energy. The two engaged in a fierce battle. While outside the immortal continent, the war raged on, shaking the heavens and earth as if the world were on the verge of collapse. In the vast battlefield of the starry sky, a thunderous battle of cultivators rages. The 9 source powerhouses, 8 source paragons, and 7 source paragons from the immortal continent, the demon continent, and the desolate faction engage in an intense battle, their bodies torn apart in the carnage. Below them, cultivators from the ancient realm and the immortal realm become the main force of the conflict. Clashing like 2 vast seas of blood and flesh, the cultivators from the immortal continent believe their fight is guided by an unknown force, while the desolate faction seeks transcendence as their ultimate glory. However, Meng Hao discerns something amiss, as these cultivators from the immortal continent seem to dissipate strangely, as if influenced by some external force. Suddenly, 100 volcanoes erupt on the immortal continent, releasing hundreds of formations of 7-colored puppets. These puppets wield immense power and an unstoppable momentum, invigorating the cultivators from the immortal continent. Undeterred, the desolate faction deploys the powerful desolate blood formation, summoning countless blood-colored giants that clash with the 7-colored puppets. The starry sky trembles as both armies face a stalemate. At a crucial moment, the immortal continent unleashes another surprise. Millions of mountain peaks rise from the ground, transforming into millions of colossal dragons that charge towards the desolate faction's cultivators. Meng Hao summons his pet lizard, which transforms into an immense galaxy, blocking the assault of the storm dragons. The immortal continent's hidden power astounds Meng Hao, but he realizes that the battle is far from over. The conflict continues with unabated intensity, both sides facing unprecedented peril. Meng Hao senses a sharp and domineering red light, known as the Ancestor Light Boundary, erupt from the immortal god continent, boosting the morale of its cultivators. Meng Hao takes action and halts the red light with a palm, before crushing it. Subsequently, enormous cracks spread across the immortal god continent's surface, and numerous divine race giants emerge, exuding formidable auras. Meng Hao speculates that the immortal god continent is not genuine, and employs the power of years, causing the divine race giants to rapidly wither and dissipate. The final divine race giant unleashes an otherworldly punch, but vaporizes within half a zhong of Meng Hao. As his transcendence has reached the half-ancestor level, Meng Hao declares, "I will sever the strings of your puppets," and proceeds towards the immortal god continent, determined to verify his speculations about its nature. However, certain unsolved mysteries continue to linger in his mind, awaiting revelation. Meng Hao seeks to enter the immortal god continent, but is rejected by the entire continent. At that moment, the sky turns dark, and 9 suns rise, tearing through the night. Meng Hao senses the danger, recognizing it as a divine art created by the immortal god continent's transcendent. Suddenly, 9 figures in black robes appear, forming a killing formation. However, Meng Hao is fearless. He allows the 9 suns' divine art to strike him, and rebounds with hundredfold, thousandfold force, instantly killing 8 of the black-robed figures. The only surviving black-robed elder's soul is searched by Meng Hao, but no memories are found. He realizes that the elder is an unconscious puppet. Meng Hao speculates that the immortal god continent and the demon realm have already been destroyed by Luotian. And the cultivators they encounter are likely puppets with altered memories. At that moment, a frozen river in the shape of a bow ascends into the sky. And a young man resembling the statue on the immortal god continent flies out. Meng Hao suspects that he is a descendant of the immortal god continent's transcendent. As the Kangming sect army invades the immortal god continent, a fierce battle ensues. On the divine immortal continent, Meng Hao is attacked by a young archer. The archer draws a divine bow, firing an arrow imbued with immense power, which is shattered by Meng Hao's finger. The archer is severely wounded, and statues on the divine immortal continent emit a light, blocking other cultivators from entering. Undeterred, Meng Hao passes through the light and reaches the statue. The archer fires another arrow, which Meng Hao again deflects. At this point, an old priest appears, using divine power to create a well and attempting to crush Meng Hao with a void hand emerging from the well. Meng Hao unleashes a transcending aura, smashing the hand. The old priest desperately uses a secret technique, draining his life force but losing his memories. Meng Hao suppresses his cultivation, disguising himself as a 9 sources cultivator, and searches the priest's soul, only to find chaotic memories. When Meng Hao lowers his cultivation, the cultivators on the divine immortal continent become animated and roar at him. The old priest suddenly explodes with intense malice, prophesying that Meng Hao will die without a doubt. A thick fog shrouds immortal continent. Meng Hao's cultivation falls after he voluntarily dispels his transcendence, allowing him to observe beings from the Tao origin realm. However, as his realm rises to the quasi-ancestor realm, the fog surrounding the continent dissipates, revealing a colossal statue before him. Meng Hao discovers that the cultivators of immortal continent are not physical entities but are made of qi and blood, with their souls enveloped in a black gas that flows into the statue. This black gas contains traces of the will of the Luo heavens, suggesting that it is fundamental to the cultivators. Aside from the Wang family, who possess formations that hinder the spread of the black gas, 8 individuals stand out as they are not affected by it. Meanwhile, the desolate sect invades a mortal continent with a formidable army. At that moment, a mortal continent trembles, and countless cultivators kneel in worship, chanting implore the ancestor to descend. A foreign will descends, devoid of sentience, as if branded onto a jade slip. Meng Hao senses the icy coldness of this will and speculates that it may be a sealed or detached existence. A grand will descends upon the celestial continent and possesses a young archer. The will in the youth awakens and unleashes 6 formidable divine powers, calling forth wind, summoning rain, turning beings into soldiers, creating landslides, causing earth cracks, and brightening a moonless night. Meng Hao endures the full force of the divine powers, witnessing the youth's body wither and die during the process. Realizing that the youth was merely a surge of vital energy, Meng Hao examines the structures and formations of the celestial continent, discovering that the Wang family is about to activate a formation to transport themselves away. He observes an emaciated elder within the Wang family, sensing the passage of time in his presence. After leaving the Wang family, Meng Hao travels to where Daotian is located. Years ago, the Sea Dream Supreme transported Daotian to the celestial continent, but his plan failed and Daotian is a misfit here. Meng Hao senses Daotian's sacrifice for the mountain and sea realm, dispels the black energy within his Taoist body, and learns that Daotian has been living there for over 1,000 years and has discovered an anomaly among all the people in the celestial continent. Meng Hao speculates that all the people here are aberrations rather than cultivators. He ventures to one of the 8 locations with the vital energy phantom but without the black energy and encounters a burly man. Why the man has no soul thread becomes the next secret Meng Hao seeks to unravel. The immortal realm has been turned into a living hell by the invasion of the Kangming sect. The sky is ablaze, the earth is shattered, and its inhabitants are apathetic, as if they have experienced countless destructions before. Meng Hao discovers that the continent was once called Xiangang and was destroyed by the will of Kangming. Now, the Kangming sect seeks to reshape it, but is thwarted by a mysterious colossus. This colossus possesses overwhelming might, and he, along with 7 others, left behind a trace of their divine consciousness to witness the end of the continent. The colossus shatters 9 of the 8 statues, turning himself into blood rain that envelops the continent, instantly melting its inhabitants. This is the true purpose of the Kangming sect's invasion, to absorb the will of Luotian through the destruction of sentient beings. The will of Luo Tian, residing within the statues, is awakened, revealing its monstrous nature. Meng Hao steps forward, using his detached power to block the will of Luo Tian's attack. At this moment, the demon realm arrives, forcing the Kangming sect's army to withdraw from the immortal realm and confront them instead. Meng Hao faces the will of Luo Tian alone. Countless grotesque heads emerging from the black fog around him. But they are all dispelled by Meng Hao's destructive power. The will of Luo Tian counterattacks, its entire statue transforming into a giant finger, pressing down on Meng Hao. In the immortal and divine continent, Meng Hao engaged in an intense battle with the Luotian statue. The statue's black hole-like fingers absorbed the vast mist, forming a terrifying power that bombarded Meng Hao. Meng Hao was undeterred and returned with a finger strike, instantly disintegrating the statue's fingers and body, reducing it to dust. However, Luotian's probing did not cease, as he transformed the immortal and divine continent into his body, creating a colossal being that roared at Meng Hao. Meng Hao utilized the power of time, drawing the Milky Way from the starry sky and fashioning it into a whip to strike the giant. The giant retreated under the power of destruction, but its eyes gleamed, and it enveloped the starry sky around Meng Hao with the power of rules. Nevertheless, Meng Hao absorbed and crushed these destructive forces with his vortex hand. Subsequently, he pressed his palm against the giant's brow, uttering a single word, shatter. The giant immediately exploded into countless pieces. Luotian let out a cold snort, and the fragments coalesced into a vicious dragon that devoured everything in its path. Meng Hao uttered a single word, seal, and the dragon instantly petrified, its life extinguished. With this, all of Luotian's probing methods had been skillfully countered by Meng Hao. Luotian realized that he could not defeat Meng Hao by conventional means. And thus, an even more sinister plot began to unfold. As the cultivator army of the Azure Mountain sect gazed up at the might of Meng Hao, he focused his attention on the demon world continent. He discovered that this continent mirrored the immortal world continent, down to its secluded Li family, but with the addition of Yuan Jian and a massive coffin, sweeping through the continent with his divine sense. Meng Hao's expression grew heavy as he realized the decay hidden beneath the surface prosperity. Just as he was about to retract his sense, a familiar figure caught his eye. Ugly Altar. Meng Hao's arrival was no surprise, and Ugly Altar rose, an unwavering determination and a smile on his face. You have come. Meng Hao had assumed Ugly Altar was awaiting the transcendent of the demon world continent. But to his surprise, Ugly Altar revealed that his master had returned following the destruction of the mountain and sea realm and that he had been waiting for Meng Hao specifically. Ugly Altar struck the massive coffin, causing it to wither away and vanish, scattering dust like ashes, revealing the true face of the demon world continent. The ground turned a bloody red, vegetation withered, and rivers dried up. All life here was composed of decaying blood, and the mountains and structures were mere ruins. Ugly Altar unveiled two secrets to Meng Hao. Firstly, the destruction of the mountain and sea realm was not the doing of either the demon or immortal world continents, but the will of the azure sky. Secondly, to slay Luo Tian, it must be done when he is at his weakest, and Meng Hao was the final chance. Ugly Altar stressed that Luo Tian was currently at his most vulnerable, but the opportunity would only present itself once. Failure would cost Meng Hao his qualification to slay Luo Tian, a qualification bestowed upon him by the laws and rules above the patriarch realm and the cosmos itself. Ugly Altar ended by asking Meng Hao if he knew how Luo Tian came to be, to which Meng Hao's eyes flickered as he requested Ugly Altar to enlighten him. Ugly Monster insinuates the possibility of extraterrestrial existence beyond Meng Hao's universe, speculating that the primordial will of the Vast Starry Sky has given way to deities known as Luo Tian. Ugly Monster, a messenger in touch with gods and demons, now transcends the vast sky alongside his master. He prophesizes Meng Hao's destined path of transcendence and reveals that someone awaits him in the universe. With his last words, Ugly Monster transforms into a vortex, sucking in the inhabitants of the Devil World continent before vanishing. The vast sky trembles, as the Devil World continent gradually regains tranquility. Ugly Monster's parting words echo through the celestial dome. Deeply affected by the witnessed struggle between deities and demons, cultivators on the Devil World continent speculate, their gazes fixed on Meng Hao. After pondering, Meng Hao realizes his grudges with immortals, deities, and the Devil World have been resolved. However, A lingering sense of weariness remains, as the true decisive battle has yet to conclude. In the distant sky, countless figures approach rapidly, all races within the vast starry sky, under the control of the primordial will, aim to hunt down Meng Hao. Meng Hao understands the irreconcilable conflict between himself and the primordial will, leaving only the options of his own or its demise. The Devil World continent trembles, transforming into a colossal figure exuding the primordial will's aura and launching a fist towards Meng Hao. Simultaneously, numerous figures from various races charge forth. Undeterred, Meng Hao fights alongside the old lizard and the Queen of Ants. Meng Hao resolves to overturn the primordial will and replace it with the original Luo Tian. His battle against the Devil World giant sees him leave enormous fractures with every step. Finally, he ascends to the giant's head, causing a cataclysmic collapse with countless rays of light bursting forth from the cracks. Meng Hao's terrifying explosive power from the seventh step made him unstoppable. He exerted this powerful incantation with transcendental power, shaking the heavens and earth. As his seventh step landed, the avatar of Luotian's will, the embodiment of the Devil World continent, was shattered into pieces, turning into a storm that stirred up the dust. Meng Hao roared at the void. "Luotian, come out and fight me." His voice transformed into a rule, shocking all sides, making all the approaching species tremble and even vanish. The vast starry sky roared and vibrated. Stars trembled, continents shattered, and secret realm vortexes churned. At this moment, Meng Hao ascended to the throne of the strongest and challenged Luotian. Luotian did not respond, but instead issued a killing order to all species. Countless species turned red-eyed and charged towards Meng Hao at the cost of their lives, including many supreme and nine sources. Continuously self-destructing, Meng Hao closed his eyes and then reopened them, his gaze flashing with ruthlessness. He sealed the life of a region, causing countless cultivators to instantly turn into corpses under the changed rules. In the face of the fear of the various species and Luotian scourges, he used the means of depriving the right to cultivate and extinguishing the fire of life to completely collapse the four-sided species. In the end, the clamor of the myriad species' submission resounded through the heavens, including the species that came later. Meng Hao stood majestically in the starry sky, looking into the distance, his killing intent evident. "Luotian, come out to me." Amidst the vast expanse of the starry sky, all races bow down and witness the rise of Meng Hao. The disciples of the Reliance Sect are thrilled, sensing an impending cataclysm. Suddenly, a cold snort echoes from the void, warping the laws of the entire starry sky. Countless specks of light converge, forming an immense silhouette. Its oppressive aura makes all beings tremble. The silhouette gradually shrinks, transforming into a towering youth of 10 zhang, clad in the celestial robe of the starry sky. His sword-like brows and starry eyes exude unmatched nobility. It is Luo Tian, the supreme ruler beyond the azure heavens. However, what appears here is merely an avatar. Luo Tian's avatar glares coldly at Meng Hao, accusing him of defying fate and claiming that Meng Hao's existence is to aid in his own recovery. Meng Hao responds firmly, vowing to devour Luo Tian and sever all connections. Luo Tian's avatar unleashes a cavalcade of punishments, causing Meng Hao's Luo Tian bloodline to surge. However, Meng Hao has transcended the bloodline. Behind him emerges a colossal figure, entangled with countless iron chains that tether it to Luo Tian's avatar. With a single stroke, Meng Hao severs the chains, releasing the colossal figure. This symbolizes the complete severance of his connection to Luo Tian. From this moment forward, Meng Hao is free and unfettered, liberated from the constraints of bloodlines. His Tao reaches its apex at this very instant. As Meng Hao severed his bloodline connection, his cultivation surged, advancing him slightly within the quasi-ancestral level. At that moment, Luo Tian's avatar appeared, claiming to be the will of the starry sky, the soul of the starry sky, possessing the ultimate power to establish rules. Luo Tian established a new rule, expelling Meng Hao from his territory. Under this rule, the void around Meng Hao collapsed, forming a colossal black hole, intending to drive him out of the starry sky. Facing Luo Tian's rule, Meng Hao remained resolute, using his Tao as the source to distort and shatter the surrounding laws, causing the black hole to dissipate. Luo Tian subsequently stripped Meng Hao of his 5 elements power in the starry sky light. But Meng Hao countered with his Tao origin light and his own divine soul, dissolving them all. Luo Tian attempted to prohibit Meng Hao from burning his divine soul in the existence of the mountains and seas. But Meng Hao declared his eternal existence with unyielding authority. A battle of rules ensued, with Luo Tian creating them and Meng Hao trampling them. Although Luo Tian held an advantage, Meng Hao's power to trample rules was formidable. He proclaimed that if he ceased to exist, the starry sky would perish, leaving Luo Tian helpless. Moreover, the battle staggered the surrounding supremes of all races, granting them insights into the mysteries of the transcendence Dao. At this juncture, Luo Tian's avatar surged in power, executing the Luo Tian first transformation, transforming into a nine-headed serpent of earth-shattering might. His 9 heads roared simultaneously, blasting cultivators away, demonstrating his unparalleled strength. The 9-headed serpent roared towards the sky, its scales twisted into grimacing human faces, emitting a horrifying aura. Cultivators were blown away by the gale, and only Zhuyuan cultivators could barely hold their ground. The old lizard was terrified upon seeing the serpent, recognizing it as the extinct 9-headed tribe. The 9-headed tribe possessed unrivaled power and had once ruled the boundless void for 10 epochs. Now, controlled by Luotian, the 9-headed serpent unleashed the true strength of the 9 transformations of Luotian. Its 9 heads with 18 bloodshot eyes menacingly locked onto Meng Hao. It swept its tail across the void with immense speed. Meng Hao met the attack head-on. As their powers collided, the void shattered. However, the serpent unleashed the 9-headed tribe's ultimate technique. 9 heads weeping, 18 teardrops transformed into streaks of tearful light, carrying resentment as they surged towards Meng Hao. Meng Hao activated beginning prohibition, freezing and dissolving the teardrops. The serpent then split into a myriad of ethereal figures, launching tribe consciousness kill, using the power of the entire tribe to besiege Meng Hao. Facing the 9-headed tribe's ultimate technique, Meng Hao remained composed. He cast completion prohibition, letting loose his power, annihilating all the ethereal figures. He then activated the second prohibition of the demon sealing prohibition, true prohibition, causing the void to tremble. Concurrently, Luotian's figure coalesced in the void, unleashing the 9th transformation of Luotian. 9 heads transforming into a dragon. Dragon Sovereign transformation. His body transformed into the majestic Dragon Sovereign. In the boundless annals of celestial history, the ephemeral Dragon King re-emerges. This incarnation, cloaked in ebony and adorned with 9 claws and an imperial crown, is the second transformation wrought from nothingness by Luo Tian. Its overwhelming presence fills Meng Hao with an unprecedented sense of peril. As Meng Hao enacts the ferocious sealing prohibition, a mirror image of the Dragon King coalesces. The 2 Dragon Kings confront each other, unleashing their formidable auras in a furious clash that threatens to annihilate both beings. However, Luo Tian's Dragon King, empowered by the overbearing blood of heaven technique, hurtles towards Meng Hao like a celestial projectile. Meng Hao's imitation is shattered, clearing the path for Luo Tian's Dragon King to close in. Meng Hao, invoking the true false prohibition within the ferocious sealing prohibition, instantaneously inverts the Dragon King's authenticity. The Dragon King trembles before Meng Hao, its form imploding as its formidable presence vanishes. Luo Tian's avatar, his countenance drained of color, acknowledges his diminished power, yet vows to continue their relentless conflict. With that, he unleashes the 3rd transformation of Luo Tian. Under the mark of the Vast Starry Sky, Luo Tian transforms his body into the most perfect form, the Ghost Shadow transformation. Ghost flames burn in his eyes, and Luo Tian's body turns into a shadow, with a cold aura to come rushing, as if he has transformed into another being. Meng Hao takes the initiative to attack, using the 3rd forbidden technique of sealing demons, the ancient and modern forbidden, but finds that the ghost shadow is strange, and his spell cannot harm it. The ghost shadow disperses, casting shadow heart tribulation, summoning billions of malicious ghosts to devour Meng Hao. Meng Hao's sealing demon forbidden technique is ineffective, and after the malicious ghosts turn into ashes, they become nourishment for the ghost shadow. The ghost shadow pounces forward, merging with nothingness, devouring the starry sky to form a shadow. Intending to abolish Meng Hao's sealing demon forbidden technique, Meng Hao allows the shadow to enter his body and casts the ancient and modern forbidden within himself, destroying the shadow with a crushing force. Luo Tian vomits blood and appears. Meng Hao's killing intent erupts, transforming into a sharp blade, and heads straight for Luo Tian. In an intense battle, Meng Hao uses the powerful ego prohibit and numerous avatars with the same origin appear, surrounding Luo Tian's avatar. However, Luo Tian's avatar retaliates with demon soul war body, surrounded by billowing demonic flames and imposing aura. Both sides engage in a fierce clash. Ego prohibit avatars suppressing Luo Tian's demon soul transformation. But as Meng Hao gains the upper hand, Luo Tian unleashes a thunderous divine sense, wounding Meng Hao for the first time. Following this, Luo Tian utilizes the Nether tribe's soul seizure technique, sending countless black red demon souls into Meng Hao's body. In a critical moment, Meng Hao activates Ego Prohibit once again, merging his body with the surrounding cosmic sky, creating a protective shield of golden light that combines the strength of all his avatars and the sky itself to resist the soul seizure. After a fierce fight, Meng Hao successfully repels the demon souls. However, as they are expelled from his body, they rapidly condense, causing a thunderclap-like sound that signifies Luo Tian will execute his fifth transformation. The Divine Transformation. At Luo Tian's command, countless fiend souls instantly transformed into an ancient, dark gold, exuding an aura of righteousness. Amidst a thunderous roar, a colossal golden giant emerged from the void, its height reaching the heavens, its presence shaking the cosmos. The giant's bellowing reverberated through the 9 heavens, causing the hearts of cultivators from distant clans to tremble. 10 golden stars adorned the giant's brow, radiating a sacred light, revealing its identity as the heavenly god transformation. As soon as the giant manifested, it unleashed its ultimate strike, an unparalleled punch aimed at Meng Hao. The force of the punch shattered the laws of the cosmos. Unstoppable and relentless, Meng Hao countered with his own transcendent power and killing god fist. But under the giant's immense might, he was forced into a desperate retreat, blood gushing from his mouth. The heavenly god giant struck again, its roar summoning a tempest that battered Meng Hao further. Yet, Meng Hao refused to surrender, employing his fiend-sealing forbidden technique. However, the giant evolved, its flesh coalescing into its right arm, transforming it into an infinitely thick weapon. The power of this punch surpassed the limits of the cosmos. Approaching the realm of grand ancestors, Meng Hao faced imminent demise. But in his despair, he activated his fifth forbidden technique, the Paradox Forbidden. A vortex of contradictory forces appeared before his palm, forcibly halting the giant's fist. The heavenly god giant furiously erupted its stars, gaining even greater might and finally breaking through Meng Hao's palm's resistance. With a mighty blow, Meng Hao's palm crumbled, his bones and blood on the verge of shattering. Yet, just as the heavenly god giant prepared to strike once more, the stars on its brow exploded, the violent backlash heavily damaging the giant itself. The earth-shattering battle came to a temporary halt. Meng Hao gravely wounded but his fighting spirit undiminished. The heavenly god giant's emergence had shown him the limits of power in the cosmos and ignited an even more fervent desire for combat within him. After a fierce battle, the fifth transformation of the divine giant had failed. However, the giant's chest suddenly cracked open and emitted dense immortal energy, which condensed into countless immortal jades. A man with a strong immortal aura walked out of the crack, wearing a robe made of divine giant leather that emitted a cold immortal aura. The man attacked Meng Hao with lightning speed, but Meng Hao dodged the fatal blow with his strong body and agile figure. During the battle, Meng Hao used his sixth forbidden spell, Life and Death, but it surprisingly had no effect on the man. The man revealed that he was deducing Meng Hao's forbidden spell, and Meng Hao realized that he wanted to understand the immortal ascension. In order to counter the man's immortal technique, Meng Hao unleashed his own forbidden technique, condensing a giant forbidden hand with the unification of the 6 forbidden techniques. The man, on the other hand, used his immortal technique, One Mountain One Person. This immortal technique had the power to suppress all non-immortal forces. Meng Hao's forbidden hand greeted the man's One Mountain One Person, and the collision of the two forces made an earth-shattering battle inevitable. Amidst the vastness of the cosmos, Meng Hao's transcendent power condensed into a terrifying giant palm that united the 6 forbidden seals, its might shattering the heavens. Facing him stood the Celestial Immortal, an incarnation of Luo Tian, who manifested as a towering celestial mountain. With the speed of lightning, the giant palm crashed into the celestial mountain, causing the heavens and earth to collapse and the starry sky to buckle. The deafening boom sent jagged fissures sprawling from the point of impact like shattered cracks in a mirror. The cultivators' hearts trembled in terror. This was a clash between the pinnacle of forbidden sealing and immortality. An evenly matched battle. Meng Hao's giant palm shattered inch by inch. But it did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into a storm of countless shards that swirled around him. Within the storm, Meng Hao gazed coldly at the celestial mountain. His hair billowing, the celestial mountain crumbled relentlessly, transforming back into Luo Tian's incarnation, who retreated with a combination of anguish and madness. However, his escape was incomplete, and he soon reassembled the mountain, merging it into himself and unleashing an unprecedented surge of immortal qi. A cold glint flashed in Meng Hao's eyes as he gestured with his hands, causing the surrounding storm to coalesce into a sixth forbidden demon sealing blade. As it manifested, weapons throughout the starry sky quivered and prostrated themselves in awe. Meng Hao unleashed his full might, cleaving the blade down with unstoppable force. Luo Tian's incarnation was unable to withstand the blow and was grievously wounded. His body splitting into two. One half, consisting of shattered celestial fragments, fell into the abyss, while the other half, the true Luo Tian, fled in terror. Unrelenting, Meng Hao unleashed the blood demon method, summoning a howling sea of blood that consumed the celestial fragments. With the absorption of this fragment of celestial essence, Meng Hao's cultivation soared once more. As Meng Hao ascends the firmament, his divine sense, body, and soul surge to unimaginable heights. Absorbing the firmament's essence, his cultivation skyrockets, propelling him toward the ancestor realm and the position of master of the starry sky. Meanwhile, Luo Tian's avatar lies heavily wounded, his soul severed and life ebbing away. In his desperation, he rends his body, revealing 9 immortal mountains and 9 boundless seas, representing Luo Tian's 7th transformation, the mountain and sea demon transformation. Undeterred, Meng Hao unleashes the demon sealing prohibition and the law of cause and effect, severing the connection between the 9 mountains and seas and the true mountain and sea realm. He also cuts off Luo Tian's causality with the starry sky within the expanse. The mountains and seas collapse, and Luo Tian's avatar is severed from the starry sky. Meng Hao replaces Luo Tian's will, dominating the starry sky within the expanse. Henceforth, though Luo Tian's true body exists, he cannot step into the expanse, and all sentient beings within it sense the shift in heavenly will, portending a changing reign over the firmament. Ultimately, Meng Hao vanquishes Luo Tian's avatar, becoming the new master of the starry sky within the expanse and inheriting Luo Tian's once vast power. However, the disintegrating Luo Tian laughs maniacally, leaving behind an enigmatic riddle. In the ultimate battle of the vast starry sky, Meng Hao confronts an avatar of Luo Tian and discovers a shocking secret curse. Luo Tian had created the curse in his prime with his essence, potent enough to annihilate Meng Hao's bloodline and those connected to it. Appalled by the curse's horrific power, Meng Hao refuses to surrender. He learns that the curse requires an equal exchange and prepares to pay the price to dissolve it. As Luo Tian's avatar dissipates, he unleashes a curse, declaring that anyone who eradicates him will face an eternal curse upon their bloodline and connected individuals, dooming them to fruitless cultivation and hopeless reincarnation. Luo Tian's avatar perishes in the curse, infusing his power into Meng Hao, significantly enhancing his divine soul, body, and cultivation, enabling him to break through his limits and ascend to the ancestral realm. Meng Hao gains the ability to dominate the starry sky, but he cannot erase Luo Tian's curse. Meng Hao proclaims himself the demonic venerate and orders the dispersal of the fog enveloping the starry sky, renaming it the mountain and sea starry sky. He also utilizes the power of the river of time to resurrect fallen warriors from the Vast Sect. Despite his triumph, Meng Hao's heart remains heavy. Luo Tian's curse lingers over him, preventing him from fully enjoying the fruits of victory. In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, the once formidable Luotan emerges as a colossal one-eyed remnant, witnessing the crumbled ruins of the cosmos. Its weakened form seethes with bloodlust and vengeance. Its plan is to absorb Meng Hao's fiend celestial power, utilizing the Luotan bloodline to undergo nirvana and regain its former glory. However, Meng Hao's transcendence thwarts Luotan's scheme. Its avatar is slain, denying it entry into the cosmos, leaving it stranded amidst the stars, awaiting Meng Hao's return. Despite its simmering hatred, Luotan bides its time, confident in future opportunities. Meanwhile, Meng Hao grapples with Luotan's curse. Unable to unravel its enigma, he returns to the celestial expanse where the mountain and sea realm once existed, restoring it to a vibrant and colorful land, recreating the mountain and sea realm, seeking to mend past regrets. Meng Hao utilizes his transcendent power to reverse time. From the vortex of the past, he summons departed souls and fallen warriors, including Shui Donglio and the Sea Dream Paragon. As the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm erupt in jubilation, the departed are resurrected, reunited with loved ones. The Sea Dream Paragon gazes at Meng Hao with gratitude, while Shui Donglio laughs with exhilaration, filled with overwhelming emotion. Yet, the saga remains unfinished, with Luotan still lurking in the shadows, patiently anticipating the final chapter in their vendetta. Where the sea and mountain realm once stood, a vortex gleamed, resurrecting the fallen sea and mountain cultivators, bringing jubilation to the realm. Meng Hao's grandfather returned, and Meng Hao was moved to tears at their reunion. A figure emerged from the vortex, the goddess Fandonger from the Nine Seas divine realm. She had endured endless nothingness with the white-robed female corpse that had accompanied her. And now they had both returned. Seeing Meng Hao and others, Fandonger wept freely. After resurrecting all the fallen sea and mountain cultivators, Meng Hao, with his ancestral realm cultivation, reversed the image of the immortal demonic sect, reviving Ke Yunhai. Ke Jusi was overjoyed and kneeled before Ke Yunhai. Meng Hao also bowed to Ke Yunhai, calling him foster father. Initially bewildered, Ke Yunhai soon understood, his face filled with a gentle smile. All the fallen heroes, including the 9 great figures from different sea and mountain realms, had returned. The new sea and mountain realm was established, and Meng Hao lived with Xu Qing, his parents, and Ke Yunhai. However, Meng Hao couldn't forget Luo Tian's curse. The words time has an end haunting him relentlessly. Despite Meng Hao's efforts, he couldn't break the curse. Its influence extended to the sea and mountain realm cultivators, greatly reducing their lifespans. Meng Hao realized the curse was consuming the realm, threatening even his loved ones. Meng Hao minimized the curse's power but couldn't dispel it entirely. Seeking Luo Tian's entity beyond the wilderness, he found nothing. Luo Tian seemed to evade Meng Hao, unwilling to engage in their final battle. In the vast cosmos, Meng Hao searches for Luo Tian but finds nothing. He realizes that Luo Tian is intentionally letting him witness the demise of everyone around him. Returning to the mountain and sea cosmos, Meng Hao goes on a rampage of creating rules and analyzing curses, desperate to break out of this destiny. As time passes, 1,000 years later, Sovereign Sea Dream passes away. Meng Hao collects her soul seed, with the hope of having her reincarnate after breaking the curse. But the curse still continues to spread, and more of his loved ones die, their soul seeds slumbering in the iceberg. Meng Hao once again searches for Luo Tian. With no success, he realizes the depth of Luo Tian's resentment and hatred. Returning to the mountain and sea cosmos, he feels a calling from the vast expanse star system. In the desert oasis, he encounters the aged white mist dust immortal, who begs to return to her former home outside the vast expanse. Meng Hao remembers the white mist dust immortal's false memories and tells her that her home is in ruins. But the white mist dust immortal insists, and Meng Hao sends her outside the vast expanse. 2,000 years later, Meng Hao has become a forgotten relic of the past. The curse continues to wreak havoc, and the cultivators of the mountain and sea cosmos pass away one by one. Meng Hao, despite knowing the power of the curse, is unable to stop it, and can only collect the soul seeds of his loved ones. Li Linger and Ji Shang pass away in succession, leaving Meng Hao with immeasurable sorrow and loneliness. He knows that only by breaking the curse can his loved ones be reborn. Yet, Luo Tian remains elusive, and Meng Hao faces the abyss of helplessness and despair. Meng Hao, a powerful cultivator with the ability to seal the heavens, has been cursed by Luotian. He was destined to endure endless loneliness and sorrow as he watched all his loved ones die. 1,000 years ago, his sworn father, Ke Yinyu, perished. Grief for Ke Yinyu surged through Meng Hao like a violent storm. As time passed, the Shanhai realm continued to evolve and a new generation of powerful cultivators emerged. Yet, the shadow of the curse loomed over them. Another millennium passed, and Di Zhang, Wei Gong, Zhu Fu, Fan Donger, and countless others passed away. Each funeral was like a knife piercing Meng Hao's heart. Meng Hao's wife, Xu Qing, was also aging rapidly due to the curse. And her only lifeline was Meng Hao's blood. Though she was fading, her love for Meng Hao remained as strong as ever. Meng Hao learned of a glimmer of hope to break the curse from a jade slip left by Shui Dongliu. He memorized the contents of the jade slip and vowed to do whatever it took to break the curse. As time moved forward, the elderly cultivators of the Shanhai realm gradually passed away, leaving only a few behind, including Meng Hao, Xu Qing, and Dan Gui. Meng Hao's sister, Fang Yu, and brother-in-law, Sun Hai, also succumbed to the curse, leaving Meng Hao filled with immeasurable grief. Meng Hao's closest friend, Xiao Pengzi, also couldn't escape the curse and closed his eyes with a smile as Meng Hao watched. Xiao Pengzi's death filled Meng Hao with unbearable pain, and he swore to avenge his friend. He also vowed to find a way to break the curse that bound all of his loved ones. In the present day, only a handful of cultivators remain within the Shanhai realm. But Meng Hao continues to fight against the curse, believing that one day he will shatter the curse of Luotian and bring everyone back to life. After leaving the Star Sea realm, Meng Hao returned to the 9th mountain to accompany Xu Qing on her deathbed. In order to prolong his loved ones' lives, he spent thousands of years deducing a method to isolate the curse. Meng Hao exhausted his own essence, freezing Xu Qing in a tiny world that protected her from the curse. The demise of the soul seeds of Dan Gui and Dong Hu also inspired Meng Hao's deductions. The parrot fused with a bead, emitting a light that made Meng Hao despair. As time passed and Meng Hao witnessed the passing of his loved ones one by one, his loneliness grew. Through the slumber of the mountain Reliance ancestor, Meng Hao discovered a way to isolate the curse. He deduced a tiny world that was cut off from the outside world using the laws of heaven and the sealing technique. Meng Hao froze Xu Qing in this world, making her fall into a deep slumber that protected her from the curse. Meanwhile, Meng Hao's parents were also nearing the end of their lives. They refused to be frozen, choosing to spend their remaining days together and pass away peacefully. Meng Hao respected their decision and accompanied them until their final moments. After his parents passed away, Meng Hao transformed them into mountain and sea butterflies and froze them in a coffin. He placed the coffins of Xu Qing and his parents side by side, accompanying them for eternity. Meng Hao's grief and loneliness grew with each passing day. 10,000 years after becoming the Starry Sky Lord, he sealed his soul seed in the coffins, and set off alone from the mountain and sea realm. Witnessing the passage of time in the ever-changing world, over 5,000 years have passed. Meng Hao remains in seclusion from the world, his existence gradually fading from memory. The mountain and sea realm has undergone countless changes and suffered countless losses. But compared to the vastness of the starry sky, these losses are insignificant. The will of the starry sky has been forgotten, and the memories of the Battle of Luotian linger only in the minds of a few supreme beings. Meng Hao dwells in solitude in an iceberg that holds his memories. Accompanied by the soul seed of his beloved Maynor, he occasionally emerges in the mountain and sea realm, but he feels out of place and increasingly feels the weight of time passing. Over the past 10,000 years, as the power of the curse has waned, the cultivation speed of the mountain and sea realm has increased significantly, and countless talented individuals have emerged. They have expanded their reach, conquering other races in the starry sky. Meng Hao watches these events unfold without interfering. He has no interest in the future of the mountain and sea realm. His only concern lies deep within his heart. With Chu Yuyan, who slumbers within the Violet Fate Sect. With a heavy heart, Meng Hao sets foot on the Violet Fate Sect's territory. Snow falls heavily on the southern sky star, and a carriage carrying a scholar reading a book travels along the official road. Meng Hao gazes at this scene, lost in memories of his past. He ascends the Violet Fate Sect's sacred mountain, a mountain without a peak. This is the forbidden land of the Violet Fate Sect, and no one has ever reached the summit in 10,000 years. But Meng Hao walks steadily toward the peak, approaching the Violet Fate Sect's greatest secret. On a picturesque mountaintop, Meng Hao discovers a mysterious empty coffin. He realizes that his lover, Chu Yuyan, has vanished. Despite his cultivation and divine abilities, he cannot detect any traces of Chu Yuyan's disappearance. Meng Hao deduces that Chu Yuyan's disappearance was not of her own volition, but rather, she may have been taken by someone of unfathomable cultivation. Although he finds no clues, Meng Hao senses that Chu Yuyan's disappearance is a blessing in disguise, signaling that they will meet again in the future. For this reason, Meng Hao chooses to seal the mountaintop, awaiting the opportune moment. Years later, Meng Hao returns to the mountaintop, reminiscing about the past, though Xu Qing remains asleep and Chu Yuyan's whereabouts are still unknown. He has not given up searching for them. He believes that one day he will be able to break the curse of the Luo heaven. Meanwhile, a wild thought germinates in his mind after sealing 9 ancient monsters. Could there be a 10th? Time flies, and 20,000 years pass since Meng Hao's battle with the Luo heaven. The mountain and sea realm has undergone expansion and infighting, fragmenting into 9 major forces. However, the desolate sect has risen during this time, vying with the mountain and sea realm for supremacy over the starry sky. War escalates, producing numerous supreme powerhouses on both sides. Although Meng Hao has been dormant for many years, forgotten by the world, he has been silently cultivating, waiting for the day to change his destiny. A fierce battle a millennium ago bred animosity between the boundless sect and the mountain and sea realm. And although a truce was called, the hatred proved difficult to dispel. 5,000 years later, Meng Hao remained in secluded meditation, while Luo Tian grew increasingly anxious. Deeply aware of the boundless sect's hostility, Meng Hao chose not to strike first, leaving Luo Tian to endure the torment of anticipation. War erupted once more, with the boundless sect summoning their ancient ancestor, Sha Zhudong, who had been in seclusion for 30,000 years. Sha Zhudong possessed unrivaled strength, annihilating the many supremes of the mountain and sea realm with ease, bringing the realm to the brink of extinction. Abruptly, the power of the 9 mountains and 9 seas of the mountain and sea realm surged forth, pulverizing Sha Zhudong into nothingness. In his final moments, he exclaimed in horror that he had sensed the formidable power of an ancient ancestor. Silence enveloped the battlefield, with the boundless sect cultivators fleeing in terror. Those of the mountain and sea realms stood stunned, realizing they knew little of their own origins. Sha Zhudong's words became an enigma, setting off a journey to unravel their past. Millennia later, the boundless sect expanded across the starry sky, but dared not encroach upon the mountain and sea realm. Another ancestor of the boundless sect, the golden-robed patriarch, emerged from seclusion, his extraordinary physical form and cultivation shaking the cosmos. The golden-robed patriarch was a survivor of the ancient transcendence altar, deeply influenced by Meng Hao. Ultimately, he failed to transcend in spirit, but remained a quasi-transcendent being. After breaking through the transcendent realm, the golden-robed elder left seclusion and challenged all the 9 sources peak experts in the starry sky. He remained invincible throughout his journey and was hailed as the strongest expert in the mountain and sea starry sky. However, his ambitions did not stop there. He set his sights on the mountain and sea realm, which had been transformed by the 9 great rules. He made countless divinations and confirmed that Meng Hao had either left or was severely injured. He thus decided to seize the treasures of the mountain and sea realm as an opportunity to transcend his divine soul. He led the cultivators of the vast expanse school to attack the mountain and sea realm, using his transcendent power to suppress countless cultivators. Faced with the golden-robed elders' coercion, the mountain and sea cultivators resisted fiercely, praying for the treasures of the mountain and sea realm to come to their aid. However, the golden-robed elder nonchalantly modified the rules, causing the light of the mountain and sea to collapse and dissipate. Just as the mountain and sea cultivators were on the verge of despair, the golden-robed elder revealed his purpose to seize the treasures of the mountain and sea realm in order to transcend his divine soul. He declared that no more transcendent experts would be born within the mountain and sea realm. In response to the golden-robed elder's provocation, the treasures of the mountain and sea realm finally unleashed their power. The 9 mountains and 9 seas transformed into beams of light and bombarded the elder. However, the golden-robed elder's transcendent power once again manifested. With just a flick of his finger, the light of the mountain and sea shattered into pieces. This attack shattered the hopes of the mountain and sea cultivators and struck fear into the entire starry sky. The golden-robed elder was unstoppable. The mountain and sea realm was in grave danger, and Meng Hao's life and death hung in the balance. An old man in a golden robe descends upon the Shanghai realm, claiming dominion over it, his imposing aura compelling the cultivators to submit. However, within the Shanghai realm lie 9 prohibitions left behind by Meng Hao, the most formidable of which the Seal of Heaven erupts within the 9th mountain and sea. The Seal of Heaven transforms into an engraving knife and strikes the old man in golden robes. In his shock, the old man shields himself with the cultivators of the Kangming sect. But they are instantly slaughtered, their bodies reduced to a bloody rain. The old man employs the Kangming sect's supreme treasure to combat the engraving knife. But it ultimately pierces through his body, tearing him into pieces. However, the old man in golden robes swiftly revives and recovers his physical form. Albeit significantly weakened, he proceeds to taint the Shanhai realm, intending to seize complete possession of the ninth mountain and sea. As he approaches success, a familiar voice echoes behind him, "Long time no see." The voice's sudden appearance jolts the old man in golden robes. He recognizes that Meng Hao is not truly deceased but has been observing in secret. Fear courses through the old man's heart as he realizes his failure to supplant Meng Hao. The majesty of the former sovereign of the Starry Sky will ultimately be restored. After eons of silence, an enigmatic figure emerged in the mountain and sea realm, stirring the heart of the old man in a golden robe. The figure named Meng Hao was once the overlord of this cosmos, but vanished without a trace 10,000 years ago. His sudden arrival filled the old man with trepidation, for Meng Hao's aura was unfathomable, even surpassing that of the old man. The old man could not comprehend Meng Hao's realm. His transcendence and formidable physique were nothing before Meng Hao. With a serene flick of his finger, Meng Hao froze all, immobilizing the old man who had unleashed his full force. Realizing his inadequacy, the old man inquired about Meng Hao's realm. But even Meng Hao was unsure. Meng Hao informed the old man that his divine soul lacked something, and advised him to venture beyond the cosmos in search of fortune. However, the old man refused and challenged Meng Hao. Meng Hao flicked his sleeve, confining the old man for a decade, warning him that the destiny of the cosmos would remain unchanged. With the crisis averted, the old man retreated into seclusion. Meng Hao gazed into the void, beyond the boundless expanse, and muttered, "Luo Tian, it's time for a final choice." He stepped out of the mountain and sea realm, venturing into the vast unknown, where a decisive battle for the cosmos loomed on the horizon. Beyond the desolate ruins, Meng Hao arrives in a solitary oasis, searching for traces of his old friend Bai Wudichen from tens of thousands of years ago. He stumbles upon an abandoned sect, where Bai Wudichen has long since passed away, choosing to return to her home in her memories, dwelling within the ruins forever. Filled with reminiscence for Bai Wudichen, Meng Hao continues his journey, reaching the vast starry sky beyond the desolation. He has long been aware of Lu Tian's schemes, and he is determined to confront him here, fighting for his own fate and that of all beings. As Meng Hao sends out his summons, a woman in a purple dress identical in appearance to Han Bei arrives slowly from the distant stars. Claiming to be Lu Tian's daughter, she attempts to beguile Meng Hao with false tenderness, urging him to fuse with Lu Tian and give birth to the unparalleled strongest Lu Tian. Meng Hao unravels Lu Tian's deception. With the force of thunder, he strikes mercilessly with a single finger, heavily wounding Han Bei. Han Bai's hideous flesh and blood are revealed as she unleashes dreadful techniques. But she is still firmly suppressed by Meng Hao. Under Meng Hao's interrogation, Han Bei finally exposes her true nature, Lu Tian's eighth transformation, the Age Remembrance transformation. She was once the first transcendent in the vast starry sky countless eons ago. But she was possessed by Lu Tian and named Gui Lin. Upon learning the truth, Meng Hao unhesitatingly unleashes his full strength. The forces of the five elements converge into a single fist, tearing Gui Lin's body apart once more. A deep voice emanates from Gui Lin's flesh and blood. Meng Hao. Lu Tian's eighth transformation, Age Remembrance transformation. Countless eons ago in my starry sky, the first transcendent, I called him Gui Lin. Meng Hao's eyes flash, and a cataclysmic battle ensues. As his flesh and blood dissipated, a dark rainbow ripped through the sky, transforming into a finger that stabbed at Meng Hao. Meng Hao's Dao eyes between his brows opened and clashed with the finger. In their clash, Meng Hao was forced back, but his fighting spirit flared. The man who had appeared was the desolate ancestor that Meng Hao had seen in the gloomy palace, the ghost. The first transcendent that the eighth transformation of the Luo Heaven, Year Memory transformation, had emulated. Behind the phantom of towering demonic energy, a middle-aged man coldly regarded Meng Hao, pointing a finger at his Dao eyes. Meng Hao did not dodge or avoid, and simultaneously cast the eighth seal of the monster sealing art, body and soul seal, which imprisoned the middle-aged man. Meng Hao seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, sending the middle-aged man spraying blood and suffering wounds. However, the Phantom Devil Emperor's shadow towered like a mountain, and it opened its mouth wide to devour. Meng Hao summoned his life soul, the Demon Venerable, to fight against the Phantom Devil Emperor. The Demon Venerable and the Phantom Devil Emperor fought fiercely, while Meng Hao and the middle-aged man continued to clash, launching hundreds of thousands of thunderous blasts. Although the middle-aged man was evenly matched with Meng Hao realized that this was the ghost from Luo Heaven's memories. And he surmised that the transcendent at that time was also extraordinary. Meng Hao cast the mountain-swallowing art, summoning mountains and boulders to smash into the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man summoned a giant hand from the demon realm gate, which effortlessly crushed the fist. As the giant hand attacked again, Meng Hao cast the body and soul seal, imprisoning everything. The middle-aged man's figure dissipated, and Meng Hao's eyes flashed as he proclaimed, "Eighth seal of the monster sealing art. Body and soul seal." Amidst the celestial ruins, Meng Hao executes the eighth restriction of the monster seal, using the power of space to seal the gate to the netherworld, shattering the projections of the ghostly hand in the middle-aged man. Yet, as he prepares to continue sealing, a sense of danger overwhelms him. A black beam pierces his shoulder, blood gushing out. Meng Hao swiftly shifts his position but is met with an attack from an eerie finger. Summoning the power of the monster Lord Shadow, Meng Hao valiantly resists, but another figure emerges, the transcendent from the demon continent. Destiny. The monster lord and the demonic shadow clash, creating a colossal wave of energy. Meng Hao retreats again, his arm swiftly regenerating. He recognizes Destiny, whose treacherous attack has left him injured. Meanwhile, the eighth restriction begins to break down, with the ghostly shadow and the middle-aged man nearing freedom. Meng Hao and Destiny engage in a fierce battle of spells and divine abilities. They are evenly matched. However, Meng Hao senses that both Destiny and the ghostly shadow are holding back some secret weapon. At that moment, the seal shatters, and the ghostly shadow and middle-aged man emerge, joining forces with Destiny to launch a relentless attack on Meng Hao. The middle-aged man's fist unleashes a power magnified thousands of times. Meng Hao fights back, but his injuries worsen. The battle is at a stalemate, and Meng Hao is in danger. He must find a way to break through, or he will be unable to withstand the combined assault of the ghostly shadow, Destiny, and the middle-aged man. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, amidst cosmic ruins, a fierce battle rages on. Meng Hao finds himself cornered, his hair disheveled, as he desperately fights off the combined assault of phantom and demonic shadows. However, the eighth transformation of Luo Tian aims not for Meng Hao's defeat but for his consumption. As phantom and demonic shadows besiege Meng Hao, the middle-aged man summons a colossal black hand through the gate of hell, while the black-clothed youth manifests Mount Five Fingers and the Blood Moon. The arrival of this cataclysmic force reshapes the surrounding cosmos, merging with the gate of hell to create a desolate realm. Meng Hao finds himself trapped within this savage world, where every element turns against him. As the world relentlessly shrinks, threatening to obliterate him, Meng Hao's eyes blaze with crimson light, his expression shifting radically between dominance and malevolence. From his mouth erupts a piercing cry as the parrot emerges, the copper mirror transforming in concert, fusing with the pearl Dong Hu bequeathed to Meng Hao. Empowered by the parrot's presence, the mirror's strength surges, materializing into a suit of armor that cloaks Meng Hao and a three-zong-long war weapon. Meng Hao's cultivation skyrockets under the copper mirror's augmentation, and he brandishes his war weapon, unleashing a force capable of cleaving the heavens and creating a new world. The middle-aged man and black-clothed youth are forced to retreat, spraying blood from their wounds. Meng Hao's form radiates an AWE-inspiring aura, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. He surveys his surroundings, his voice booming like thunder as he demands the appearance of the final god. Almost instantly, a figure emerges from the distance, draped in white robes and with an icy demeanor, a star revolving at its forehead. This is the god puppet Meng Hao had seen depicted in statues and identical to Lu. However, it is a construct of Luo Tian's creation. Witnessing the arrival of the god puppet, Meng Hao throws back his head and laughs, his fighting spirit surging. An even more intense clash is about to unfold. In the vastness of the cosmos, a merciless battle rages. Meng Hao is confronted by three formidable figures: God, Ghost, and Devil. The apparition of God unleashes a torrential aura of death, his piercing finger strike aimed at Meng Hao, Meng Hao counters with the 8th prohibition. But God's mere utterance of a single word, halt, paralyzes him. God then summons a tempestuous gale that transforms into gruesome specters and pulverizes the earth. Meng Hao severs the black winds but succumbs to the spectral reign of the devil. His moon shadow armor is shattered by God's icy glare. The middle-aged ghost lunges as a spectral shadow, while the black-clad youth employs his soul-devouring ability, pressing down on Meng Hao's chest. God delivers a cataclysmic strike that saps him of all tangible matter. Meng Hao, wounded and weary, retreats, seeming on the verge of defeat. Yet, he refuses to yield, unleashing the Devour Mountain art, 9-fold collapse, and 7-step stride techniques. He engages the 3 titans in a desperate battle. The carnage intensifies, and Meng Hao's wounds deepen. But his transcendent body heals rapidly. The adversaries possess similar regenerative abilities. God unleashes his decisive gambit. A dying sun emerges beneath the inky firmament, incinerating all in its path. The star-shaped mark on his forehead spins, his colossal divine form swelling. A single punch shatters the fabric of space. Meng Hao discerns the limitlessness of this 8th transformation. Luo Tian requires him to deploy the sealing heaven prohibition. He persists in battle, evading lethal threats, his laughter booming with defiant spirit. The middle-aged ghost employs a flawed ghost Dao technique. The black-clad youth attempts an imperfect soul capture. And God wields remnants of the divine Dao, martial Dao, demonic arts, and devilish magic. Faced with these fragmented yet formidable techniques, Meng Hao finds himself on the brink of annihilation. However, his resolve remains steadfast. He comprehends that perseverance is the key to unraveling this perilous encounter. The combined Dao techniques of the 3 exalted ones shook the heavens and earth, forcing Meng Hao to unleash his ultimate skill, the seal of the heavens. Meng Hao raised his hands, summoning a statue and carving knife that emanated strange energy, releasing a light that surpassed the capacity of the starry sky. The light swept through the boundless inner and outer starry skies, dispersing the darkness as an overbearing aura spread. Meng Hao lowered his left hand and condensed the character seal in his right hand, drawing upon all laws and wills. The divine powers of the 3 exalted ones were stripped away, causing the stars to rage. Meng Hao uttered seal of the heavens softly, and the character seal expanded, transforming into a boundless seal that collided with the Dao techniques of the 3 exalted ones. A deafening roar ensued, and the spells of the 3 exalted ones were absorbed and crushed by the character seal one after another. However, the 3 exalted ones imitated by Luo Tian remained unyielding, transforming into a rainbow and charging toward the character seal. The starry sky exploded, causing the character seal to fracture. But it continued to expand violently, forcing the 3 exalted ones back. Meng Hao bellowed, and the power of the seal of the heavens swept away everything, sealing the 3 exalted ones. Their bodies transformed into black threads, condensing into Luo Tian's eye. Without hesitation, Meng Hao swung his carving knife down, severing Luo Tian's eye and sending energy through the starry sky to strike the pillar representing the demon. With a thunderous roar, the 4th pillar was severed, and the boundless starry sky shook once more as Meng Hao broke through the 8th transformation of Luo Tian with the seal of the heavens, accomplishing an unprecedented feat by severing the 4th of the 4 supporting pillars. Meng Hao casts the heaven sealing restriction, causing the demon pillar to collapse. At this moment, the starry sky splits open, and Luo Tian's true form, a gigantic eye, slowly emerges. Luo Tian was once the lord of the starry sky, who taught the masses the arts of cultivation. However, due to his weakness, he became insane and desired to devour Meng Hao to be reborn. Meng Hao confronts Luo Tian, their beliefs at odds. Luo Tian utilizes his 9th transformation, gathering the power of the boundless outer starry sky within himself, transforming into the colossal Luo Tian. Possessing immeasurable strength, the starry sky crumbles and withers, and Meng Hao endures immense pressure, forced to retreat step by step. Luo Tian proclaims himself as the creator of all things, demanding that all repay him in his time of vulnerability. However, he is enraged by Meng Hao's defiance, deeming him worthy only as nourishment for his rebirth. Yet, Meng Hao adheres to his path of unfettered freedom, unwilling to be dominated. A fierce battle is on the verge of eruption. Meng Hao exerts the full force of his heaven sealing restriction, while Luo Tian's 9th transformation reaches its zenith. The starry sky trembles, the sea surges, and Meng Hao's lone boat drifts amidst the storm. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, an earth-shattering battle erupted. Meng Hao faced his former ally, Luo Tian, who had transcended the limits of the starry sky and reshaped his body. Wielding unparalleled power, Meng Hao understood that if he let this continue, he would inevitably be defeated. Thus, he unleashed the forbidden technique, the ninth seal of monster sealing and the seal of heaven. The former sealed all things, while the latter contained the laws of the universe, carrying an unrivaled force that bombarded Luo Tian. Moreover, Meng Hao drew upon the power of the starry sky to enhance the might of the seal of heaven. Upon seeing this, Luo Tian let out a cold laugh and also cast the seal of heaven. However, he used the black seal of heaven, which formed a stark contrast to Meng Hao's white light. The collision of the two forbidden techniques produced a deafening roar, causing the starry sky to collapse continuously. With the power to annihilate any transcendent being, Meng Hao mustered all his strength and condensed the white light into a character seal, representing the pressure of the universe, and bombarded Luo Tian. Luo Tian was not to be outdone and condensed a black character seal to counter it. The two colossal characters seal clashed in the starry sky, shaking the entire outer sky, causing the origin of the universe to split and become visible. In the end, Meng Hao's seal of heaven shattered, and Luo Tian was severely injured, losing his left eye. However, Luo Tian let out a strange smile and devoured Meng Hao's life force and divine soul in one gulp, gathering it at the location of the original 99th monster fruit in his chest. Attempting to consume everything that was Meng Hao. In the midst of a fierce battle, Meng Hao, gravely injured and on the brink of death, performs his ultimate forbidden technique and bestows the 99th spirit fruit upon Luo Tian. Luo Tian, filled with elation, discovers that this spirit fruit contains Meng Hao's nirvana aura and 9 spirit seals, instantly entrapping his body and blocking his escape. Meng Hao, using the 10th spirit seal as a foundation, channels his power through Luo Tian's body, unleashing an ultimate divine ability. The boundless void of space gathers in Meng Hao's palm, forming a faint sphere of light while Luo Tian's left eye is sealed. His gaze reflecting despair, unwillingness, and resignation, Meng Hao strikes Luo Tian with his right palm, causing his body to disintegrate into a white mist, dissipating into the universe. Meng Hao's form recondenses, having lifted Luo Tian's curse and discovered a way to break the seals. Gazing into the starry sky, he witnesses 3 blurry silhouettes, the ancestor of the limitless, the black-robed youth, and the phantom of the immortal god continent. They smile at Meng Hao, inviting him to join their ranks. Meng Hao realizes that he must grow stronger to meet them. Sighing softly, Meng Hao meditates in silence for a long time, then opens his eyes, his gaze unwavering toward the celestial expanse. He will continue his cultivation, seeking the ultimate key to breaking the seals and standing shoulder to shoulder with these 3 beings. Meng Hao contemplates the possibility of other supremes existing in the universe and is enlightened by the golden-robed elder. He realizes that the 3 supremes who severed Luotian's finger are merely representatives, and there may be more supremes in the universe. Meng Hao sets off to the depths of the universe, the land of supremes, while needing to crack Luotian's curse and send his relative souls away. Despite his weakening connection to the mountains and sea's starry sky, he is determined to break the curse before leaving. Meng Hao returns to 9th Mountain and retrieves Xu Qing and Butterfly's ice coffins, deciding to resolve Luotian's curse with his own remnant will. Over 30,000 years, Meng Hao witnesses the rise and fall of new and old forces in the mountains and sea's starry sky and the demise of the parrot and jelly. He gradually detaches from the mortal realm, becoming a solitary being. After 100,000 years, the golden-robed elder leaves 9th Mountain and becomes the last lucid elder from the mountain and sea's realm. As time passes, Meng Hao's existence is forgotten by the mountains and sea's starry sky. However, every million years, a half-supreme comes to the mountain and sea's realm, seeking a way to ascend. In the end, the mountain and sea's realm is destroyed by internal strife and corruption in the 50 millionth year, leaving only 9th Mountain and sea. After 100 million years, a cataclysmic calamity sweeps through the starry sky, as if marking the end of an era. Amidst a cataclysmic cosmic rebirth, the Black Tempest heralds both destruction and genesis, bringing forth celestial bodies, worlds, and life. Ancient ruins offer beings an opportunity for transformation, ushering in an era of cultivation. Meng Hao, a man, awakens with amnesia, remembering only that his body is decaying. As epics unfold, the nascent civilization thrives and falters. Meng Hao awakens time and again, witnessing the dissipation of his body. In the 8th epic, the 9 sea mountains of the Sea Mountain realm become a sacred cultivation site for countless cultivators. Meng Hao's decay worsens, and his legs dissolve. Over countless subsequent epics, life in the Sea Mountain firmament cycles through reincarnation. Meng Hao's body diminishes until only his left eye and 5 fingers remain. Meng Hao's primal fear of dissolution compels his primal essence to assimilate into the cosmos, birthing a transcendental being. However, this entity severs his fingers, severely injuring him. Meng Hao awakens, enraged, and plots his rebirth through nirvana. He scatters his bloodline, awaiting the arrival of destined souls who will become his nirvana fruits. After an arduous wait, Meng Hao gathers 99 nirvana fruits and consumes the final one. Imbued with nirvana's power, he opens his eyes, regaining his memories. He realizes he is an avatar of Luo Tian, severed from his main body and instinctively possessing a portion of the cosmos. Luo Tian's avatar senses his original self's formidable aura and overwhelming presence. He understands his connection to his source, instilling him with both awe and trepidation. In the depths of boundless starry skies, Meng Hao felt a sudden palpitation. A mysterious mark appeared in his mind. Radiating a suppressive aura, he instinctively raised his right hand towards the void, uttering inexplicable words, "My curse." Lifted. As the words fell, a deafening thunder roared, shattering the iceberg that sealed the soul seeds. Releasing a blinding light, countless dormant soul seeds were instantly activated. Pulsating with the vitality of revival, the gate of reincarnation opened for them. Meanwhile, Meng Hao's mind rumbled violently, forgotten memories flooding in like a torrent. He recalled his past, his family, his friends, and the fateful battle with Luotian. He realized Luotian's last will hidden in the jade slip, that only by becoming Luotian could he break his curse. Under Shui Donlius' insane plan, Meng Hao willingly let Luotian's remnant seize his body, hoping to unravel Luotian's thoughts. He eventually succeeded. The sealed soul seeds were rescued, and Meng Hao's body and will recovered. However, he recalled Luotian's memories before death, shocked to discover that Luotian was but a clone of a supreme being, the true celestial of the universe. He realized no transcendent could ever surpass Luotian's existence and become a real celestial being. This secret both terrified and exhilarated Meng Hao. He yearned to venture into the depths of the universe, to learn the truth about the unknown existence and perhaps even confront it. He suppressed his inner turmoil and focused on the mission at hand. Meng Hao arrived before Xu Qing's ice coffin, tenderly kissed her forehead, awakening his wife who had slumbered for countless years. Parrot and Jelly panicked out of the shattered ice coffin, evading Meng Hao's affection. Looking at the scene before him, Meng Hao felt a deep sense of contentment. This was his most joyous moment in countless ages, eclipsing all his sorrows and frustrations. After both his parents transform into monarch butterflies of the mountains and seas and enter the gate of reincarnation, Meng Hao watched as countless familiar souls also entered the gate, witnessing them being granted the opportunity for a new life. At the same time, the withered 9th Sea and 9th Mountain regained their vitality, and Fuxi, the patriarch of Back Mountain, was also reborn. In the following decades, the influence of cultivators spread throughout the starry sky, and a new era began. A group of celestials with exceptional talent was born into the starry sky at the same time. Although they did not know each other, they felt a strange familiarity, as if they had connections from a previous life. These people were the cultivators of the former world of the mountain and sea who had been reincarnated after the curse was lifted. Meng Hao's blessing endowed them with immortal souls, allowing them to constantly reincarnate in different eras of the starry sky. On a certain star, a chubby young man with a face full of freckles harassed a woman, claiming that he was the most talented person in the starry sky and that he wanted the woman to become his Dao partner. This fat man was the reincarnated Li Fugi, and his shameless behavior elicited a chuckle from Meng Hao and Xu Qing. Meng Hao and Xu Qing decided to leave, and before parting, they looked back into the distance, their hearts filled with a mixture of reluctance and determination. They had witnessed the rebirth and hope in the starry sky, and it was time to embark on a new journey. Amidst the vast cosmos of mountain sea starry sky, Meng Hao and Xu Qing embarked on a journey to reunite with lost comrades. Along their path, they crossed paths with countless familiar faces. Witnessing their remarkable lives, Zhixiang became princess of a common realm, While Li Linger joined a sect as a core disciple, Wang Yukai and Dong Hu forged an unbreakable bond, gaining renown as rogue cultivators. Sun Zi continued to shine brilliantly, while Supreme Sea Dream chose a mortal life of contentment. Earth Spirit became a fair magistrate, upholding justice for the people. Alchemist Ghost showcased extraordinary talent in alchemy, hailed as a once-in-10,000 years prodigy. Fandonger led commoners against tyranny, and Sun Hai and Fang Yu defied sectarian barriers. Their fates intertwined. With Meng Hao's aid, Ke Yunhai and Ke Jusi reunited as father and daughter. Many inherited Meng Hao's lineage, becoming the most radiant woman in the starry sky. Accompanied by Wolfhound, Meng Hao left a soul mark on many, preserving their father-daughter bond. He chose to protect Mountain Sea Starry Sky, making it his home and safeguarding his loved ones. They ventured to a continent of shifting climates, where they encountered Shui Donliu. Shui Donliu prophesied Meng Hao's cosmic brilliance and hinted at the connection between the parrot and Luotian. Meng Hao vowed to help the parrot regain its lost memories, and they ventured into the depths of the universe, seeking the trajectory of their own destiny. On the edge of the starry sky of the mountains and seas, there is a star that is very similar to the Southern Star. Meng Hao and Xu Qing arrive here, filled with emotion, because this is where his parents reincarnated. In a city on this star, Meng Bancheng is holding a unique matchmaking event for his daughter, where background is irrelevant, and only fate matters. Whoever the embroidered ball lands on will become the son-in-law of the Meng family. In the crowd, a scholar makes eye contact with a woman in an attic, as if they were reunited from a previous life. The scholar's heart is filled with excitement, as he faintly remembers their past lives together. Just as the embroidered ball is about to land, a cultivator interferes. Meng Hao is enraged and intervenes, allowing the ball to land in the scholar's hands. The Meng family's retainers escort the scholar into the attic, where he becomes the son-in-law of the Meng family. Meng Hao and Xu Qing attend the wedding banquet for the newlyweds. Meng Hao gives them a calligraphy, which reads, "May you live happily ever after, for all eternity." Days later, Meng Hao bid farewell to his parents, wishing them eternal happiness, and left with Xu Qing. A few days prior, the cultivator who had meddled with the hydrangea had vanished, as if he had never existed. Meng Hao would not have been so ruthless, but this cultivator had crossed his line, leaving him with no choice but to take drastic measures. Before leaving, Meng Hao encountered a fisherman, elder brother Zhao, by the capital's riverbank. The fisherman had fished out a gourd, which contained a wooden stopper. Meng Hao recognized the gourd as the one from his days as a scholar in a green robe, where he had owed 3 taels of silver. Meng Hao bought the gourd for 10 taels of silver and gave elder brother Zhao 3 taels, repaying the debt with interest. He also gifted him a priceless pill, ensuring the Zhao family's well-being for generations to come. This marked the fulfillment of Meng Hao's karma with the Zhao family, making him feel more agile and leading to a breakthrough in his cultivation. With the debt repaid, Meng Hao took the gourd and embarked on a journey into the vastness of space with Xu Qing. In the depths of the cosmos, a seemingly dilapidated boat was slowly moving. Aboard the boat were his fellow cultivators, Mie Sheng and Lu. Meng Hao and Xu Qing asked to join them on board, and their request was granted. Inside the boat's cabin, a charming woman emerged from behind a curtain. It was Chu Yuyan. Her eyes sparkled with joy upon seeing Meng Hao and Xu Qing, and her cheeks flushed slightly. As it turned out, Chu Yuyan had been following Mie Sheng and had been arranged to accompany them on the boat. Meng Hao, Xu Qing, and Chu Yuyan were reunited, filled with emotion. With this, Meng Hao cast off all his restraints and returned to his former carefree nature. In the boundless universe, they would continue their journey, exploring the unknown, while Meng Hao's promissory note and bashfulness would forever find a place in this expansive realm. In the vast expanse of the starry sky, Meng Hao returns with an aura that shakes the 8 directions. He leads an AWE-inspiring army of cultivators, advancing relentlessly towards the region where the mountain sea butterfly resides. The army's momentum is unstoppable, their passage dispersing mist, diminishing whirlpools, even causing the will of the starry sky to retreat in fear. The 9th sect surrounds Meng Hao, while the white ants and the colossal skull exude the aura of the 9 sources, their might reverberating through the cosmos. This army, like an unstoppable force, sweeps away all resistance with ease. Meng Hao's transcendental aura, like raging flames, heralds his reign supreme. Throughout his journey, Meng Hao's heart is filled with excitement and anticipation. He longs for his old comrades and family, especially the mountain sea butterfly. After the fragmentation of the mountain sea realm, he pledged to rebuild it. And now, he is about to fulfill his promise. As the army nears the mountain sea butterfly, the myriad tribulations formation within the 33 heavens emerges. 33 landmasses suppressing the mountain sea butterfly. Meng Hao gazes upon the mountain sea butterfly. His voice low but firm, "I have returned." Though uttered softly, his words shake the hearts of old friends within the 33 heavens. Meng Hao's parents, Xu Qing, and others are filled with an overwhelming sense of joy as they sense his aura. Meng Hao's transcendental power shakes the starry sky. His thoughts can alter the rules. His return ignites fervent belief in his comrades, who trust that Meng Hao will tear asunder the 33 heavens and exact revenge for their suffering. Through the boundless cosmos, Meng Hao's vow echoes, "I have returned." In the realm of Shanhai Jia, Wang Yukai, after thousands of years of arduous cultivation, finally senses Meng Hao's aura. At the same time, little Fatty feels Meng Hao's presence as well, and cries out in joy. Disciples and elders of a grand sect are shocked to hear of Meng Hao's return. Meng Hao's sister Fang Yu and brother-in-law Sun Hai are thrilled, and so are their 3 children, as they realize Meng Hao's legendary status. Meanwhile, Meng Hao's grandfather, the puppet sovereign, Dizang, and true spirit Yi all sense his aura, and release powerful energy. The entire Shanhai Jia realm is in turmoil, as everyone knows that Meng Hao, the foremost expert who saved the Shanhai realm, is finally returning. Meng Hao leads a mighty army of cultivators to the border of the immortal and divine continent. A warning resonates from within the boundless fog, stating that the immortal and divine continent and the demon continent are under their protection. Undeterred by the threats, Meng Hao waves his hand and the fog trembles violently. 2 Peak 9 source imprints shatter. The cultivators charge into the fog with roars, tearing a path through. Dao Fang, within the fog, is horrified, witnessing the ease with which the 2 imprints are destroyed and the black threads that trace their origin. He realizes the extraordinary nature of this army. He trembles, hoping they are mere passers-by. However, Meng Hao's killing intent is palpable, his gaze fixed on the vast fog. With a gesture, the immortal and divine continent and demon continent imprints on the great calamity shatter into dust. The army surges forward, the high priests leading the charge and blasting a passage. Dao Fang watches in despair as the fog outside collapses, the realization that this place is no longer protected washing over him in waves of terror. A millennium ago, the 33 heavens betrayed the mountain and sea butterflies and suppressed the mountain and sea realm. Now, Meng Hao, after 1,000 years of adversity, returns, standing outside the immeasurable screen of tribulation, his eyes blazing with hatred, glaring at the 33 heavens. The Supremes who had once clashed with Meng Hao are aghast, unable to believe that he is alive, let alone that he commands such a formidable army. However, a glimmer of hope ignites within them as they anticipate the imminent arrival of the celestial and demonic legions. Convinced that Meng Hao's doom is inevitable, unmoved by the 33 heavens' taunts, Meng Hao advances towards the screen. Step by step, within the screen, Dao Fang trembles, struggling to accept the reality of Meng Hao's return. Questioning his guise, Meng Hao counters, asking if Dao Fang witnessed his demise firsthand. Dao Fang falters, forced to acknowledge the undeniable truth that the figure before him is indeed Meng Hao. As Meng Hao draws closer, the cultivators of the 33 heavens despairingly realize that he seeks not their annihilation but their prolonged torment. A cathartic release for his millennia-old grudge. Chaos ensues, the Supremes who once engaged Meng Hao facing him as their greatest adversary. However, the divine and demonic reinforcements they eagerly await remain conspicuously absent, while Meng Hao's vengeful anger continues to simmer, poised to erupt at an opportune moment. Meng Hao led the cultivators from the vast expanse school into the 33 heavens. Launching a merciless retaliation, he ordered his cultivators to slow their slaughter, prolonging the agony and fear of the 33 heavens cultivators. The mighty figures of the 33 heavens fled in terror, but their defenses were easily broken by the cultivators from the vast expanse school. Meng Hao alone entered the collapsing infinite calamity to confront Dao Fang. Dao Fang was filled with dread, realizing that Meng Hao's strength far surpassed his wildest imagination. Meng Hao, without hesitation, crushed Dao Fang's limbs one by one, torturing him mercilessly. He ordered the cultivators from the Vast Expanse school to follow his example, inflicting a slow and painful death upon the cultivators of the 33 heavens. The shrill cries of the 33rd heaven echoed through the heavens, filling other alien races with fear. Meng Hao pressed down on Dao Fang's chest, a mix of anguish and vengeful pleasure contorting his face. He resolved to continue tormenting Dao Fang, making the 33 heavens pay a heavy price for their betrayal of the mountain and sea realm. The lamentations of the 33 heavens cultivators became a symphony of despair, a testament to their annihilation and the mountain and sea realm's resolute vengeance. Meng Hao entered the 33rd celestial layer and activated his divine ability, instantly killing all the foreign races, severing their bloodline and memories, and extracting their souls. The Azure Mountain Sect disciples offered their souls to Meng Hao, and he cast them into a sea of flames. Meng Hao ordered the disciples to exterminate one continent per day. In revenge for the 33 celestial layers, Meng Hao shattered the 33rd celestial layer with a stomp, revealing the 32nd celestial layer below. The foreign races were terrified, but were swiftly massacred by the Azure Mountain Sect disciples. Meng Hao recognized a former overlord and tortured him for a day before killing him. The resentment spread, but Meng Hao dispelled it with his heaven thunder voice. Meng Hao continued to destroy the 32nd celestial layer, and the foreign races emitted mournful cries. Upon learning of the threat to the mountain and sea butterfly, they attempted to charge towards its location, only to be sealed by the power of the coffin. Emitting piercing screams, Meng Hao deemed his revenge not excessive, for the mountain and sea realm had suffered immeasurably during the foreign race's invasion. Under Meng Hao's command, the legion of disciples continued to slaughter the foreign races for a fortnight. Meng Hao inquired of the ghosts of the mountain and sea realm whether they had heard the foreign race's pleas and was met with a negative reply. He resolved to repay blood with blood and halted the Azure Mountain Sect disciples' massacre, letting the foreign races live in guilt and fear. Meng Hao ruthlessly swung his heavy fists, smashing the ninth source of the alien sovereign on the 15th day continent into the ground and shattering its enormous body into pieces. The other ninth source sovereigns met with similar fates. One was trapped in blazing flames, its flesh melting away and its soul unable to escape. Another was ripped apart by a black wind, its blood and flesh separated. The last was personally strangled by Meng Hao and slammed heavily into the ground, creating a deafening boom. During this massacre, the aliens on the 15th day continent witnessed the suffering of their ninth source sovereigns and were filled with fear and despair. They had seen for themselves the might of Meng Hao, a power that made all the aliens in the 33 heavens tremble. The ninth source sovereigns, who had once been so high and mighty, were now utterly helpless at Meng Hao's mercy, being ruthlessly tortured and slaughtered. This sight reminded the aliens of the fall of the mountain and sea realm over 1,000 years ago, where Meng Hao had been a horrifying figure who had polluted the realm and turned immortals into demons. Fear spread through the aliens, and they begged for mercy. However, Meng Hao continued to swing his fists relentlessly, his brutal methods aimed at shattering the 33 heavens. Meng Hao's killing intent knew no bounds, and he reveled in the despair of the aliens, a reminder of the tragic fate of the mountain and sea realm. Determined to take matters into his own hands and prevent the cultivators of Vast Expanse Sect from participating, Meng Hao's divine sense covered the entire 15th day continent, summoning countless avatars. These avatars spread across the continent, appearing beside each alien and mercilessly seizing them by the throat. The aliens' struggles were futile, their screams strangled in their throats as agony racked their bodies. Meng Hao's avatars injected their own cultivation into the aliens, causing their bodies to collapse from within. In this massacre, countless aliens were crushed by Meng Hao's right hand, their cries of anguish ruthlessly suppressed. Only hatred burned within Meng Hao, fueled by the fire of vengeance. He was determined to use his own power to make the aliens in the 33 heavens pay for the destruction of the mountain and sea realm. As Meng Hao stepped onto the 14th heaven, he flicked his finger, sending out a visible ripple. Wherever it passed, the flesh and bodies of the aliens instantly separated, turning into skeletons that emitted ear-splitting screams. Meng Hao's expression was calm, and he walked through the skeletons. The ripples swept across the continent, turning all the aliens into skeletons that collapsed and shattered into pieces. Their spirits were trapped inside their skulls, suffering indescribable agony. Meng Hao swiped his palm, and countless skulls gathered to form a sea of skeletons that emitted mournful pleas for mercy. But Meng Hao's resolve was firm. and his finger descended, causing the skulls to crack. With every new crack, the spirits' pain multiplied. They violently banged their own skulls, trying to end their suffering. But it only caused more cracks and unbearable torment. Several hours later, after enduring a pain that surpassed hell, the spirits were swept up into a celestial sea of fire by Meng Hao, where they would be eternally burned. The 14th heaven then collapsed under Meng Hao's palm, its fragments crashing onto the 13th heaven below. On the ground, the aliens panicked. But just as Meng Hao was about to strike again, a mournful growl erupted. An elderly alien flew out, his voice bitter as he clasped his hands before Meng Hao, pleading for mercy. He begged Meng Hao to grant them a quick death, to end their torment. Behind the elder, the aliens on the continent prostrated themselves, their pleas for mercy filling the air. Meng Hao remained silent, but his gaze suddenly shifted to another part of the continent. There, where a basin once stood, a flat land now lay, filled with countless bones. When Meng Hao saw the bones, his eyes became bloodshot, and he took a step forward, appearing on the flat land. On the 13th day, the continent shook violently, and the alien race, enveloped in dark energy, collapsed in agony, annihilated by the counterattack stored in the memories of the Shanghai cultivators. Meng Hao ascended, unleashing his omnipotent power, shattering the continent of the 13th day, and capturing the souls of the alien race to be burned in the celestial sea of fire. Fragments fell onto the continent of the 12th day, causing chaos and death. Meng Hao's divine awareness enveloped the continent of the 12th day, depriving the alien race of their intelligence and nature, making them slaughter each other. Their souls remained intact, only able to watch helplessly as their bodies carried out Meng Hao's orders. Meng Hao witnessed the carnage, filled with sorrow, realizing that his actions were no different from what the alien race had done before. After the continent was laid waste, Meng Hao waved his right hand, and countless alien souls flew into the sea of fire, while the continent of the 12th day also shattered, revealing the continent of the 11th day. Meng Hao pressed through the void, distorting and warping the continent into the shape of a pill furnace. The alien race within became ingredients, refined by Meng Hao into a single, enormous, flesh and blood pill. The pill furnace exploded, and the souls were absorbed into the sea of fire. While the crimson red pill flew out, Meng Hao gave it to the old lizard, allowing it to regain its youth. Staring at the continent of the 10th day, Meng Hao felt lonely and selfish. He decided to no longer solely seek revenge for himself but to avenge the cultivators of the Shanghai realm. On the first heaven, Meng Hao gazed at the trembling Xu Qing, his eyes overflowing with anticipation and joy. At the same time, within the heaven of the sea and mountains, the strongest of them, Meng Hao's maternal grandfather Dizang, Kju, and the venerable puppet led countless sea and mountains cultivators in a grand assault on the first heaven. The venerable puppet's mobility had been restored, and the battle strength it unleashed was earth-shattering. Familiar faces such as the little fatty and Fang appeared before Meng Hao, along with veterans and young successors of the legacy that had experienced the fall of the heaven of the sea and mountains. This vengeful army carried the pent-up anger of 1,000 years, vowing to sever the roots of hatred. Throughout the first heaven, the foreign races wailed as their cultivation and divine sense was suppressed, leaving them helpless against the furious attacks of the heaven of the sea and mountains cultivators. Meng Hao and the others fought with all they had to avenge themselves, slaughtering every foreign race they encountered. A white-haired elder wept during the vengeance. Mourning his fallen mentor, a middle-aged cultivator tore foreign races apart with both sorrow and joy. An old man used the blood of the foreign races to sacrifice to the martyrs of his sect. Although the younger generation of heaven of the sea and mountains cultivators had different experiences, they were ignited by the influence of the seniors, the memory fragments in their bloodline raging with hatred. They fought side by side with the veterans, unleashing a frenzy of vengeance. They vowed to avenge the heaven of the sea and mountains and their lost loved ones. On the 8th day, the hidden 9th sea was revealed, a land of traitors that had once wreaked havoc upon the realm of mountains and seas, leaving its cultivators with an undying grudge. As the 8th day continent transformed into the 9th sea, a colossal female face emerged from the waters, surrounded by countless sea beasts. Zhang, Meng Hao's grandfather, and the ancestral patriarch of the Reliance Sect arrived swiftly, joining the realm of mountains and seas cultivators in their campaign against the 9th sea. Hordes of sea beasts surged forth from the 9th sea, only to be decimated under the relentless onslaught of the cultivators. turning the ninth sea into a bloody abyss. The cultivators of the realm of mountains and seas fought their way into the ninth sea, with some ascending to the 10th day. It was there they encountered Meng Hao, a name revered by the veterans of the war and known to the younger generations. Upon setting their eyes upon Meng Hao, the cultivators were overcome with emotion. Their blood boiled, their breaths quickened, and their cultivation energies surged, as if the sight of him was the very essence of their power. They prostrated themselves, their voices thundering with exclamations of demonic venerable ancestor, and other terms of profound respect. A barrier separated the 10th day from the invaders, shielding it from their intrusion. As more cultivators from the realm of mountains and seas ascended to the 10th day, Meng Hao's old comrades appeared, their triumphant cries echoing through the heavens. Meng Hao stood upon the heights of the 10th day, gazing upon the ecstatic cultivators below, tears glimmering in his eyes. After millennia spent away, he had finally returned victorious, reunited with the people he had sworn to protect. Amidst the excitement of countless cultivators of the mountain and sea realm, Xu Qing and Meng Hao's parents wept with pride and joy. At this moment, the ninth sea roared and, freed from the entanglement of the supreme puppet, rapidly shrank. As the ninth sea attempted to escape, Meng Hao's gaze fell upon it, instantly sealing its retreat, facing the angry stares of the cultivators from the mountain and sea realm. The ninth sea transformed into a woman's face, furiously accusing Meng Hao of forcing her betrayal through his oath. However, Meng Hao calmly pointed out that, even without the oath, she would have betrayed due to her treacherous nature. The ninth sea fell silent, then pleaded for freedom, but Meng Hao deemed her unnecessary for the future of the mountain and sea realm. With a grasp from Meng Hao, the woman's face of the ninth sea was cast into the skyfire, her screams echoing as she was ultimately reduced to a soul, enduring endless torment within the flames. Meng Hao summoned the souls of the foreign races who had been slain during the ancient mountain and sea war, casting them into the flames as well. This sight stirred the hearts of all the cultivators from the mountain and sea realm, releasing a mix of cathartic sorrow and triumph. The elders who had witnessed the destruction of the mountain and sea realm wept, mourning the loss of their loved ones. Meng Hao's eyes held sadness as he recalled the bitter memories. Amidst the condolences of Little Fatty, Wang Yukai, and Earth Spirit, Meng Hao silently bore this weight, realizing that the cultivators from the mountain and sea realm could not rely solely on him for their revenge. Meng Hao instructed them to join the campaign to annihilate the 33 heavens. The cultivators of the mountain and sea realm knelt before Meng Hao, expressing their gratitude. Meng Hao understood the importance of this revenge, his heart filled with a complex mix of emotions as he watched them off. In the boundless expanse of the starry sky, the once prosperous realm of Shanghai was shattered by war into countless fragments. Now, with the advent of Meng Hao, these fragments were reforged by his power of transcendence, coalescing once more into the magnificent treasure of the Shanghai realm. Meng Hao created the first Shanghai, everlasting prohibition, using his own demon sealing technique as its skeleton and the mountains and seas as its flesh and blood. Practitioners within it would possess unparalleled advantages, holding sway over all aspects of time, controlling the cyclical changes of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Subsequently, Meng Hao created the second Shanghai, illusion-breaking prohibition, which dominated the deities of light, cleansed heart demons, and liberated Shanghai cultivators from the shackles of illusions. It also bestowed upon them an extraordinary understanding of the Tao of illusion and truth. Finally, Meng Hao created the third Shanghai, ancient modern prohibition, which governed the laws of time and possessed formidable combat capabilities. Practitioners within it would have excellent control over the flow of time, commanding the passage of years throughout the realm of Shanghai. As Meng Hao continued to create Shanghais, the cultivators of the realm were filled with fervent excitement and prostrated themselves in worship. Even the mighty legions of the Reliance Sect from the outside world were deeply astonished, realizing the unparalleled might of Meng Hao's transcendent power. The new realm of Shanghai was thus born, with Meng Hao's transcendent power providing a haven for his people, shaping an unprecedented cultivation world, and composing a new chapter in the annals of legend. Meng Hao, from the lineage of demon suppression, carries the mission of reshaping the mountain and sea realm. With his 9 forbidden laws, he has forged the 7 great mountains and seas, each embodying a unique power. The 7th law of causality formed the 7th mountain and sea, governing the realm's cycles of cause and effect. The eighth law of body and spirit manifested the eighth mountain and sea. Controlling space. With the emergence of the 7 great mountains and seas, the mountain and sea realm grew even more vibrant and formidable. Meng Hao's gaze settled on the vacant expanse of the eighth mountain and sea. The remnants of what once existed. Using his eighth law, he transformed the law of body and spirit into the eighth mountain and sea. Dominating space. As the eighth mountain and sea materialized, it radiated brilliantly, as if coalesced from countless overlapping images, causing the starry sky to pause. This was Meng Hao's forbidden law of demon suppression, the transformative art that had accompanied him throughout his life. Meng Hao's mission remained incomplete, as he would continue to mold the 9 great mountains and seas, mastering the 9 forbidden laws, and ultimately transcending to dominate the mountain and sea realm. Meng Hao arrives at an empty space beside the 8 mountain seas and points his 9th taboo. Sealing heaven taboo, towards the boundless space, transforming it into the 9th mountain sea, calling it Sealing Heaven Mountain Sea, which towers over the other mountain seas. The sealing runes in the 9th mountain sea are boundless in number, forming a majestic storm that exudes a heaven-shaking aura that makes the first 8 mountain seas submit. However, just as the 9th mountain sea is about to take shape, a vast storm of thunder strikes from all sides, attempting to prevent its formation. Meng Hao delivers a powerful blow that shatters the thunder and confronts the boundless will with force, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. With the dissipation of the boundless will, the 9th mountain sea finally takes shape, becoming the most powerful entity in the starry sky. But the 9th sea is still only gathered taboo runes, and it requires flesh and blood to be transformed. Meng Hao remembers his promise to Jiyu Yiting March and invites him to become the 9th sea of the mountain sea realm. Jiyu Yiting March is overwhelmed with emotion and transforms into a crystal-clear lake that merges with the runes of the 9th sea. From this point onward, Sealing Heaven Mountain Sea is complete, and the 8 mountain and 8 seas all bow their heads in worship. Meng Hao, with his unparalleled will, has shaped the 9th mountain sea of the mountain sea realm, making it the most dazzling pearl in the starry sky. With the mountain and sea realm tablet in hand, Meng Hao's immense divine power forms a supreme treasure, earning him the title of Demon Venerate, revered by the cultivators of vast expanse in the mountain and sea realm. Carrying the bonds of family and love, Meng Hao embarks on the mountain and sea butterfly, reuniting with his parents and Xu Qing. Over 1,000 years of separation dissolve into a heartfelt embrace, restoring peace to Meng Hao's mind. The cultivators of the mountain and sea realm prepare to relocate to the newly formed realm. Meng Hao and Xu Qing pay a visit to the Meng family, where they are greeted with great honor. Meng Hao's maternal grandfather shows his affectionate smile and entrusts Meng Hao with his vendetta. Subsequently, Meng Hao and Xu Qing visit Earthly Origin and the ancient order of monster immortals, where Earthly Origin alerts Meng Hao to the imminent threat posed by the immortal and devilish continents. Meng Hao discerns their intentions and resolves to venture into their territory to unravel the mystery. Zhixiang witnesses Meng Hao's transformation and feels a mixture of emotions, regretting her past decision to let their relationship slip away. Meng Hao and Xu Qing's reunion teaches Zhixiang the true meaning of happiness. As the immortal and devilish continents approach, the starry sky falls into silence. Meng Hao cherishes the brief tranquility with his loved ones. However, the battle of destiny is yet to conclude, and Meng Hao stands ready to settle the vendetta once and for all. Meng Hao returns as a powerful demon venerable, stirring up memories in the mind of the venerable of the ancient demon immortal sect. Zhixiang. When Meng Hao and Zhixiang meet, she is overcome with emotion. Meng Hao goes to visit his sworn brother, Keju, and they reminisce about the past. Meng Hao talks about a mysterious world he encountered beyond the vast expanse, which sparks a response and memories in Keju. After Meng Hao and Xu Qing leave, they visit the supreme puppet in the world of the mountain and sea butterfly and free him from his constraints. The supreme puppet reveals that he had regained consciousness 500 years ago but chose to forget his past in order to guard the world of the mountain and sea butterfly. Meng Hao understands his choice. In the world of the mountain and sea butterfly, Meng Hao and Xu Qing travel around, visiting friends and reminiscing. Their affection for each other is strong, and Xu Qing's love for Meng Hao remains unwavering. Little Fatty is envious of Meng Hao's high cultivation and only one wife Meng Hao responds with a calm smile. Wang Yukai and Dong Hu visit, and the 3 men put aside their old grudges and reminisce about the past. Little Fatty's teasing breaks the heavy atmosphere, and they all recall the old times in the Grand Mountain, bringing up warm memories in their hearts. Meng Hao and Xu Qing walk hand in hand in the world of the mountain and sea butterfly. Their love is everlasting as the mountains and seas. Former companions from Daqingshan Mountain gathered and reminisced about their past abduction by Xu Qing. Breaking out in laughter, the chubby man shared the embarrassing story of wetting his pants while being captured. As Xu Qing refuted it with a blush, Meng Hao chuckled, remembering the scene of himself lifting his buttocks and throwing the rope. Dong Hu also admitted that he had asked to be Xu Qing's disciple back then. While Wang Yukai expressed his gratitude to Meng Hao for visiting his father. The chubby man revealed Meng Hao's past within the sect, framing Wang Tongfei, selling pills, opening a grocery store, and even capturing Xu Qing's heart. Xu Qing glared at him again but soon laughed and leaned on Meng Hao's shoulder. The group chatted and laughed, spending an enjoyable evening. The chubby man lit a bonfire and danced wildly, while Meng Hao also indulged in the revelry. Drunk, the chubby man cried about his wives, parents, and longing for Meng Hao. Dong Hu and Wang Yukai fought each other, shedding tears. Intoxicated, Xu Qing confessed her love. At daybreak, they sobered up, and Dong Hu and Wang Yukai left. Meng Hao and Xu Qing visited Li Linger, who offered her blessings and watched them leave, reflecting on their broken engagement with a heavy heart. Meng Hao and Xu Qing visit old friends, including Fang Yu and Sun Hai. Sun Hai is terrified of Meng Hao's past reputation but gets beaten up by Fang Yu. Meng Hao sympathizes with him, but Sun Hai expresses his deep affection for his domineering wife. Meng Hao and Xu Qing continue their journey and encounter their old friend the tortoise ancestor at sea. The ancestor resents Meng Hao for surpassing him in cultivation, but when he shows his back, Meng Hao discovers the words the tortoise knows. Meng Hao bows to the ancestor and asks him to guard the 9th sea mountain, becoming the only black tortoise in the sea mountain realm. The ancestor is moved and agrees after some hesitation, but he inquires about cultivating the sea mountain realm's fortune. Meng Hao promises that, emphasizing that the sealing fiend lineage only includes Meng Hao and the ancestor. The ancestor accepts after learning that he is a protector and also belongs to the sealing fiend lineage. Meng Hao seals the tortoise ancestor as the only black tortoise and appoints him to the palace of the 9th mountain and the dojo of the Great Blue Mountain. Meng Hao used the strength of the mountain and sea artifact spirit to remove the seal on ancestor Reliance, turning him into the mountain and sea world's fortune black tortoise to safeguard Mount Daqing. Then, Meng Hao and Xu Qing embarked on their journey to find the ugly door stage. In the Kunlun Dao, Meng Hao met his former master, Dan Gui, gazing at the woman in the coffin in front of his master. Meng Hao recalled events from over 1,000 years ago in the desolate continent. He recounted the ties he shared with Han Bei, Yanner, and Little Treasure, and how Yanner's shattered memories returned to her body. Xu Qing empathized with Chu Yuyan's plight and declared that if Chu Yuyan could not forget Meng Hao upon awakening, she would cultivate alongside Meng Hao. Later, the cultivators of the mountain and sea butterfly world migrated to the 9 great mountain and sea worlds. After Meng Hao put away the mountain and sea world, he solemnly expressed his gratitude while gazing at the bronze coffin in his hand. After the coffin answered, it grew still. Meng Hao turned his gaze and looked up at the sea of fire in the sky, ready to set out on his path of vengeance. With the 2 vast continents rapidly approaching, Meng Hao calmly withdrew his gaze and extinguished the blazing inferno before him. The cultivators of the desolate cloud sect were filled with determination, knowing that the true battle was about to begin, with the immortal god continent and the demon world continent as their adversaries. Meng Hao announced in a low voice that the immortal god continent was about to descend, and the cultivators erupted with killing intent, shouting kill in unison. 3 days later, the immortal god continent arrived with a thunderous roar, shaking the starry sky and exuding immense pressure. The sect master and 3 other powerful cultivators joined forces to resist. But the immortal god continent also released countless cultivators, with over millions charging out with murderous intent. Without any pause, the 2 forces engaged in a fierce battle. The desolate cloud sect, led by the sect master, advanced relentlessly, while the immortal god continent struggled to hold its ground. Meng Hao observed coldly, his gaze piercing through space and landing on the colossal statue on the immortal god continent. However, he noticed that the mist surrounding the statue was unusual. and the statue itself seemed to have undergone a transformation. Meng Hao spots a woman he once pursued on the battlefield who is now a ninth source cultivator. Although the woman is engaged in a fierce battle with a ninth source almighty from the Violet Fate Sect, she is like an ant in Meng Hao's eyes. As Meng Hao's gaze falls on the woman, her body trembles violently, realizing that Meng Hao has become an unimaginable existence. At the same time, a ninth source peak old man clad in a grey robe appears from the immortal god continent, his aura causing the cultivators of the Violet Fate Sect to retreat. The old man is the one who neutralized Meng Hao's self-destruction of the mountain and sea realm in the past. He releases a billowing grey mist that explodes with thunder, charging towards Meng Hao. The giant white ant beside Meng Hao immediately releases countless ants, forming an ant cloud that attacks the old man. The Ant King also releases a powerful aura, forming a giant vortex 10 miles in front of Meng Hao. The old man is trapped by the white ants, unable to continue attacking Meng Hao. On the battlefield in the distance, the Violet Fate Sect is gradually pushing back the Immortal God Continent army. But from within the Immortal God Continent, another aura is released, revealing a middle-aged man with an expressionless face. He holds a dust whisk with strands as fine as 3,000 great dows, sweeping through the crowd, causing the Violet Fate Sect cultivators to momentarily pause. The youth in a golden robe and Sha Judong team up to fight the middle-aged man, blocking his path. Meng Hao's expression remains unchanged as he does not believe that these are the only forces the Immortal God Continent possesses. He prepares to take his revenge gracefully, causing the Immortal God Continent to be utterly destroyed, and the lives of the Violet Fate Sect cultivators mean nothing to him. Crisis strikes. A middle-aged man on the Immortal Continent wields 3,000 armored wooden figures to resist the vast army of the Azure Vast Sect. Dozens of thousands of pitch-black war chariots emerge from nowhere on the Immortal Continent, firing destructive black beams straight at the Azure Vast Sect's forces. The sect leader, an elder, deploys the sect's most treasured artifact, a turtle shell which barely withstands the impact of the black beams, causing the sect's 9 grand elders to spew blood. In response to the Immortal Continent's reinforcements, the sect leader and the others prepare to counterattack but are blocked by the Immortal Continent's formidable warriors. At this moment, Meng Hao summons a colossal skull, its aura reverberating across the Immortal Continent. The skull spews soul fire, incinerating the war chariots, but its flames are extinguished by a radiant glow from the Immortal Continent's ancestral statue. The middle-aged man on the Immortal Continent emerges on his flying sword and engages the skull in an intense battle. The Mon's swordsmanship is unstoppable, but the skull warps insubstantial, obliterating the sword's energy. The two adversaries trade blows in a fierce duel. Meanwhile, the 9 Grand Elders of the Azure Vast Sect launch a counter-offensive, with Bai Wucheng and others flying towards the Immortal Continent. The Immortal Continent's rules bar entry to outsiders, but the skull rebels and forcibly shatters mountains and plains. The Immortal Continent's statue unleashes its power again, repulsing the skull, giving the middle-aged man the opportunity to charge forth and engage the skull in a fierce battle with a bronze flying sword. In the expanse of the starry sky, the battle rages on, with the Azure Vast Sect and the Immortal Continent locked in a heated confrontation. The victor remains uncertain. On the starry battlefield, the fierce battles of the strong shook the world, and countless cultivators fought in melee, blood raining down like a storm. The Immortal God Continent and the Kangming Sect held a deep grudge, and their cultivators fought fiercely. The Immortal God Continent unleashed its foundation. Hundreds of volcanoes erupted, releasing 100 phalanxes of multicolored puppets with astonishing combat power. However, the Kangming Sect also cast the Kangming Blood Formation, summoning countless blood-colored giants that engaged the multicolored puppets in a fierce battle. Subsequently, the Immortal God Continent once again displayed the spectacle of 1,000,000 mountains thrusting up from the ground, with dragons charging out of them, forming an endless storm, and attacking the Kangming Sect. The old lizard transformed into a river of stars, blocking the storm dragons. The war escalated, and the Immortal God Continent faced a crisis. As Meng Hao pondered, he realized that the Immortal God Continent still had hidden depths. He kept his eyes fixed on the Immortal God Continent, waiting for the unknown force to emerge. Meng Hao suddenly senses a surge of powerful aura erupt from the Immortal God Continent. A domineering crimson light bursts forth from the depths of the earth, known as the Extreme Ancestral Light. The cultivators of the Vast Expanse Sect are filled with despair and excitement. while Meng Hao discerns that the light's power far exceeds the sect's resistance capabilities. Without hesitation, Meng Hao intercepts the crimson light, condensing it into a bloody rainbow with a palm strike and directing it at himself. Meng Hao's entire body is engulfed by the crimson lightning, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Moments later, the crimson light dissipates, leaving Meng Hao unscathed, effortlessly crushing the remnants of the lightning. At that instant, a rift suddenly appears in the immortal god continent, and a giant with a 9-star brow emerges, roaring towards the heavens. Dozens of other rifts follow, spewing forth more giants who emanate an intimidating presence. Meng Hao realizes that all may not be as it seems on this continent. He extends his arm, distorting the void with the power of time, withering the giants and turning them into dust. Even the full force of the final 9-star giant proves futile. Meng Hao's transcendence encompasses not only his physical form but also his cultivation, soul, and innate source, reaching the realm of a demi-ancestral being. He comprehends that the giants are not acting of their own volition, and he resolves to sever the strings controlling them. With this, Meng Hao embarks on a journey into the immortal god continent, determined to uncover the hidden mysteries of its true nature. Meng Hao's arrival on the world of immortals and celestials is met with intense repulsion, as the cultivators and all living things of this world reject his presence. However, this resistance proves insufficient to deter Meng Hao's resolve. As the world of immortals and celestials plunges into darkness, a sound like chanting and murmuring fills the air, and 9 suns rise, their formidable light aiming to pierce the night. Meng Hao senses a threat from this phenomenon, recognizing it as the divine ability of the world of immortals and celestials' ascendants, and confronts it from afar. Unleashing a thick black fog, he obscures the darkness and counters the brilliance of the 9 suns. 9 figures clad in black robes emerge and unleash a deadly formation. But Meng Hao promptly devours their divine ability and deflects it back at them, severely injuring the 9 suns. Meng Hao seizes the sole survivor, an elderly man, and attempts to search his soul, but discovers that his mind is devoid of memory. He deduces that the world of immortals and celestials is not inhabited by living beings but rather puppets that have emerged from the destruction of the Luotian realm. However, these puppets differ from ordinary ones, possessing both flesh and blood and some unknown purpose. Leading the army of the Vast Sect, Meng Hao storms into the world of immortals and celestials, encountering constant obstacles. Abruptly, a river on the world of immortals and celestials transforms into the shape of a bow, and a young man soars from a mountaintop. Meng Hao discerns a resemblance to the descendants of the world of immortals and celestials' ascendants. A murderous youth draws a bow and fires an arrow at Meng Hao. Meng Hao effortlessly deflects the arrow and the youth retreats. A gentle glow appears over the immortal god continent, preventing foreign cultivators from entering. Meng Hao ignores the glow and pierces into the continent. In desperation, the youth fires another arrow, but it is met with a flick of Meng Hao's sleeve. An elder appears, pointing his finger at the sky. Ripples and a well appear around Meng Hao, and the elder attempts to crush Meng Hao with a giant hand. Meng Hao releases an aura of transcendence, shattering the hand. The well collapses, and the elder vomits putrid black blood. Meng Hao searches his soul, but finds nothing. Meng Hao suppresses his cultivation. Returning to the 9th Yuan realm, he discovers that the elder still has memories, but they are altered and indistinguishable. After Meng Hao's demotion, the cultivators on the continent become hostile towards him, with some even declaring that he will face certain death. Meng Hao's cultivation dropped to 9 nascent, but he discovered that the fog on the continent of immortals and gods had cleared out, revealing 9 towering statues. The faces of the statues were no longer vague, filled with dignity. However, Meng Hao found that his cultivation was insufficient to see through the secrets of the statues. So, he raised his cultivation to the Tao source, released an extraordinary breath, and used the power of the parrot to cross the half-ancestor realm. Reaching near the ancestor realm, with the help of the extraordinary Tao eyes, Meng Hao witnessed a shocking sight. The cultivators on the continent of immortals and gods transformed into outlines of qi and blood and were absorbed into the statues by the black air in their bodies. This black air was their souls and the soul threads of the heavenly will. Meanwhile, Meng Hao found that the series of the Tao heavens of the Wang family in the first mountain and sea were not affected by the black air. Plus, there were 8 more special figures whose bodies didn't have any black air, and they looked Meng Hao in the eye. Just then, the army of the Desolate Sect invaded the continent of immortals and gods. However, the cultivators on the continent of immortals and gods suddenly kneeled and begged in unison. Ancestral Founder, come back. An unknown will descended, carrying a chilling aura, but Meng Hao sensed that this will was not agile. Like a tree without roots. In the depths of the boundless cosmos, an immense will descends upon the divine immortals continent, inhabiting the body of a youth. The youth trembles as his body swells, hair whitens, and eyes turn icy. This will, with an aura surpassing the 9 originators, materializes into 6 miraculous techniques, launching a ferocious assault on Meng Hao. Technique 1: Catalyzing the wind summons 9 dark dragons breathing black gales, transforming the world. Technique 2: Summoning rain condenses black rain into gruesome figures. Technique 3: Scattering beans into corpses, droplets of rain morph into terrifying specters. Technique 4: Shattering mountains and earths, causing the earth to heave and mountains to crumble. The final technique, dark moons shining radiance with the youth's full force, imbues Meng Hao with a mark resembling a crescent moon. The youth's body withers as he releases all his will. The techniques rumble, bringing forth dark winds, rain, specters, earthquakes, and the dark moon's mark, engulfing Meng Hao. Meng Hao endures all techniques without flinching. He gazes upon the collapsing youth, commending the power of his techniques. The youth laughs bitterly as his body fragments, revealing his true nature as an incarnation of blood chi. Meng Hao, having found his answers, continues his exploration of the divine immortals continent. He encounters a peculiar sight: 8 individuals of blood chi who lack the dark soul threads. He deduces that these beings are anomalies, not cultivators. In a mortal kingdom, he meets a burly man who also has no soul threads. The man asks Meng Hao if he finds it strange, to which Meng Hao agrees. Amidst the man's laughter, Meng Hao realizes that these soulless figures may hold a hidden secret on the divine immortals continent. Filled with questions, he leaves the Wang clan and seeks out the whereabouts of Dao Heaven. Dao Heaven, an enigma on the divine immortals continent, receives Meng Hao's assistance in dispelling the dark chi within him and is sent back to the sea and mountain realm. Before parting, Dao Heaven confides in Meng Hao his belief that everyone on the divine immortals continent is anomalous, not cultivators. Meng Hao vanishes and heads to another place of interest. A man clad in lavish robes sits on a palace's steps, drinking wine. Setting down his jar, the man chuckles and asks Meng Hao if he finds it peculiar that he lacks soul threads. Meng Hao nods, to which the man only smiles. On the 8th day of the 12th lunar month, Meng Hao continues his investigation into the enigma and strangeness of the divine immortals continent, seeking the secrets hidden within the boundless cosmos. Amidst the upheaval on the immortal divine continent, an invasion by the cultivators of the Azure Expanse sect unleashes an apocalypse. However, the beings of the continent remain indifferent, as if devoid of emotions. Meng Hao discovers that by lowering his cultivation base, he can perceive the joys, sorrows, and heartrending despairs of the masses. Meng Hao encounters a magnificently robed giant who reveals that this continent was once known as Immortal Gang. Its timeline disrupted by the Azure Expanse's will, imprinting cultivators upon it. The giant and his 7 companions left their divine consciousness here, unable to part with their ancestral home. As the giant rises, 8 storms erupt across the continent, and the figures of the group ascend into the sky. Lost in memories, they teleport the Wang clan members away and transform into a sea of blood essence, which rains down as a crimson downpour. The blood rain dissolves the masses, and the entire continent falls silent within moments. The Azure Expanse sect's cultivator army witnesses this scene as countless streams of dark energy emerge from the fading beings and enter 9 statues. 8 of the statues shatter, leaving the central one shrouded in a raging torrent of black mist. Embodying the will of the Azure Expanse Starry Sky, its eyes open, unleashing an astonishing aura. Meng Hao intervenes to halt the black mist's advance, as the Demon Realm continent simultaneously emerges, forcing the Azure Expanse sect's army to retreat and engage in further combat. Meng Hao remains alone on the immortal divine continent, facing the statue cloaked in black mist. The statue's right forefinger presses forward, causing the black mist to surge back. A cataclysmic confrontation is about to unfold. Meng Hao stood undaunted before the statue of the Luo heavenly deification. As the statue's finger transformed into a black hole, absorbing the fog of the firmament and condensing a powerful blow, Meng Hao met it with only his own finger. Instantly, The statue's finger shattered and turned to dust at Meng Hao's attack. Once again, Luo Tian tested him, causing the earth to quake and form a face that roared aggressively. But Meng Hao's punch collapsed the face, causing the earth to crumble and reform as a colossal titan. The titan was composed of the immortal god continent and emanated an awe-inspiring aura. Confronting the titan, Meng Hao drew forth a river of stars from ancient times and fashioned it into a whip to strike it. The titan resisted vigorously, but the celestial whip's power was overwhelming. Tearing it apart, the titan employed divine abilities and attempted to obliterate Meng Hao with the laws of the cosmos. However, Meng Hao gathered them and crushed them into a ball of light. Meng Hao flashed before the titan and pressed a finger to its brow. Bellowing, shatter, the titan collapsed, disintegrating into pieces. But these fragments swiftly coalesced into a vicious dragon that lunged towards Meng Hao. With a palm strike, Meng Hao shouted, "Seal!" The dragon instantly transformed into a gray stone statue. Devoid of life, Meng Hao remained calm and collected in the face of Luo Tian's repeated trials. With his power that transcended the 9 origins, he effortlessly countered Luo Tian's attacks. Demonstrating his formidable strength, Luo Tian's tests did not shake Meng Hao but instead ignited his fighting spirit. And he resolved to let Luo Tian fully exhaust his arsenal. Before the astounded eyes of the Kangming army, Meng Hao unleashed an unimaginable force that sealed away the evil dragon from the demon world continent. Intense covetousness radiated from the sect leader and the young man in the golden robe. Upon observing the demon world continent, Meng Hao spotted the Li clan and Yuan Jian. Unlike the numerous statues scattered across the immortal god continent, the demon world continent held a colossal coffin, but not a single sentient soul thread of the Kangming will. Though the continent's surface seemed prosperous, it concealed corruption. Near the coffin on the demon world continent, Meng Hao encountered Zhao Mentai, a former mountain and sea realm cultivator, who revealed the truth behind the demon world continent. The will of the starry skies of Kangming had created the life on the demon world continent, implanting it with the memories of deceased cultivators, leading them to believe in their own existence. The true reason for the destruction of the demon world continent had nothing to do with the immortal god continent but was linked to an ancient catastrophe. The survivors had escaped the starry skies of Kangming together with the transcenders. Zhou Mentai disclosed the essential condition for eradicating Luo Tian as the last transcender. Meng Hao must strike when Luo Tian is at his weakest. Should he fail, he would forfeit his qualification, resulting in Luo Tian's continued existence. This qualification was stipulated by the highest laws and cosmic rules that governed above the ancestral realm. Finally, Zhou Mentai asked Meng Hao how Luo Tian had come into being. Meng Hao's eyes flickered, and with a solemn expression, he requested that Zhou Mentai reveal the truth. The gears of destiny turn once more. And the ugly gate brings astonishing news. Meng Hao hails not from the vast expanse starry sky, but from a distant universe. An existence beyond comprehension has prophesied Meng Hao's path to transcendence. Yet the true battle has not ended. The will of the vast expanse manipulates the demon world continent into a colossal being, engaging Meng Hao in an intense clash. Concurrently, countless races from the vast expanse starry sky swarm, vowing to exterminate Meng Hao. Meng Hao faces the challenge head-on, meeting the giant fist with his own, shattering the giant's body with thunderous force, ultimately stepping onto its crown, triggering a cataclysmic collapse. Meng Hao is determined to overturn the will of the vast expanse. He seeks to break the dominance of the Luo heaven, to end the eons-long feuds between the ghost, demon, and divine worlds. His goal is transcendence, to reach the place where the masters of the universe reside, to reunite with them. In the cataclysmic confrontation between the will of the vast expanse and Meng Hao, he displays extraordinary power and resolve. He joins forces with his comrades, the ancient lizard, the insect empress, and others, resisting the siege from the numerous races. Meng Hao's gaze is unwavering, steadfast in his belief that he can shatter the shackles of the vast expanse's will, usurp the starry sky's will, and usher in an era of transcendence that belongs to him. Meng Hao unleashed divine 7 steps, shattering the giant of the demon continent, an avatar of Luo Tian's will. With unparalleled might, he challenged Luo Tian, demanding a confrontation. In response to Meng Hao's provocation, Luo Tian rallied the clans of the vast expanse starry sky, launching an all-out slaughter against him. Witnessing the cruelty, Meng Hao's emotions were complex, but his resolve unwavering. With his power, he sealed all life in the western region and stripped all clans in the northern region of their right to cultivate in their life flames. Against Luo Tian's will, Meng Hao slowly raised his hand. As if with its descent, all existence would be extinguished. This transcendent power devastated the tribes of the vast expanse, driving them to their knees in submission. At that moment, all tribes bowed to Meng Hao, his gaze filled with killing intent as he issued another challenge to Luo Tian. Beneath the boundless starry sky, where the myriad races had submitted, Meng Hao transcended and became an entity capable of challenging Luo Tian's will. The cultivators of the boundless sect rejoiced, sensing that the heavens were about to change. However, a cold snort echoed through the sky, and the rules and laws of the boundless starry sky distorted and coalesced into an immeasurable silhouette, finally condensing into the appearance of a handsome young man in a starry robe. Luo Tian's avatar. Luo Tian's avatar exuded an aura of death, but his coercion was earth-shattering. Before him, all beings could only kneel and submit. However, Meng Hao saw through his weakness and recognized that Luo Tian's main body could not enter the boundless. Although this avatar was strong, it was still only a fraction of his power. Luo Tian's avatar had appeared to eliminate Meng Hao as a threat, to prevent him from continuing to grow and to gather more information for his entity. Meng Hao remained steadfast, stating that he did not seek conflict with Luo Tian but that the boundless could not be controlled by an outsider. Luo Tian's avatar pointed out that Meng Hao's existence stemmed from his bloodline and that the bloodline's retribution would erupt, causing the blood within Meng Hao's body to surge uncontrollably. However, Meng Hao had already transcended his bloodline. Behind him, a colossal figure emerged, bound by chains. With a single strike, Meng Hao severed the chains and his final connection to Luo Tian, wielding the starry sky as a blade and the heavens as light. From that moment on, Meng Hao's Dao sword, no longer bound by the shackles of Luo Tian's bloodline. Amidst this intense confrontation, Meng Hao severed his connection with the starry sky soul, resulting in a surge in his cultivation. However, the avatar of the starry sky soul, Luo Tian, retaliated, declaring new rules. Meng Hao has no place in the universe. The heavens of the starry sky transformed, creating a black hole to banish Meng Hao. Undeterred by the formidable rules, Meng Hao asserted the freedom of his Dao source, unbound by such constraints. With the power of his Dao source, he shattered Luo Tian's rules, restoring his freedom. Luo Tian continued his rule-wielding, stripping Meng Hao of his 5 elements and extinguishing his radiance, which Meng Hao resisted with his Dao source power. He even declared that without his presence, the starry sky would perish. Realizing the ineffectiveness of his rules against Meng Hao, Luo Tian escalated the rule confrontation by activating the Luo Tian first transformation, morphing into a 9-headed serpent body exuding unparalleled ferocity. Despite his seemingly disadvantaged position, Meng Hao's unwavering Dao source kept him standing, trampling upon the rules established by Luo Tian. This battle of rules not only astounded the cultivators of the Star Realm but also provided invaluable insights to the supremes of the 9-source realm, enhancing their understanding of the transcendent realm. Confronted by Luo Tian's doppelganger, a Hydra, Meng Hao discovers its peculiarity. Each scale of the Hydra depicts a distorted face, emitting an air of terror. Its violent sneak attack leaves the surrounding cultivators in horror. But only the 9 Genesis practitioners manage to maintain their composure. The old lizard recognizes the identity of the Hydra, revealing its might as a fearsome beast of the ancient era. Luo Tian's Hydra savagely focuses on Meng Hao, swinging its tail to stir a storm and attempt to engulf him. However, Meng Hao doesn't hesitate to retaliate with a punch that unleashes power beyond the 9 Genesis realm. As the Hydra trembles vigorously, its 9 heads turn and shut their 18 eyes, shedding 18 drops of resentment-infused, 9-headed tears that simultaneously strike Meng Hao. The old lizard exclaims that these 9-headed tears represent the trump card of the 9-headed race. Faced with this deadly technique, Meng Hao doesn't dodge but instead executes the Seal Fiend restriction, instantaneously freezing the 18 tears and dissolving them. The Hydra roars and its body splits, unleashing tens of thousands of resentful 9-headed serpent apparitions that form a tidal wave of attacks. Meng Hao counters calmly, unleashing the concluding character of the Seal Fiend restriction, which bursts forth with supreme power and crushes the 9-headed tears and all the apparitions. Subsequently, He unleashes the second seal restriction's true character, causing the starry sky to shudder. Simultaneously, Luo Tian completes his second transformation, evolving into a Dragon King. A fierce battle erupts within the starry sky as Meng Hao executes the second seal fiend restriction, while Luo Tian's avatar transforms into a Dragon King, exhibiting its majestic nine-clawed dragon form. The confrontation between the two is about to escalate to new heights. In the vastness of the starry sky, there once existed a race known as Dragon Kings, but they have long since vanished. However, a mysterious force has transformed a dragon whelp into a Dragon King, becoming Luo Tian's second transformation. The Dragon King possesses extraordinary physique and cultivation, and its ultimate skill is Dragon King turns. Destroys the world. As long as it turns to gaze at its opponent, it can inflict devastating damage. Luo Tian transforms into a Dragon King with overbearing blood divine abilities, charging recklessly and ignoring all rules. Meng Hao senses the crisis brought by the Dragon King, but he chooses not to confront it head-on. He casts the second seal of the monster sealing art True and False, creating a false Dragon King. The two Dragon Kings collide fiercely in mid-air, but the false Dragon King is destroyed, and Luo Tian, transformed into the Dragon King, charges towards Meng Hao like a rampaging force. At a critical moment, Meng Hao casts True and False again. He declares Luo Tian's created Dragon King to be false, erasing all its power and causing it to dissipate into thin air. Meng Hao admits that if Luo Tian only has these means, he will not be able to see the full extent of the monster sealing art. Luo Tian turns pale, acknowledging his weakness. He declares an unrelenting battle, and his eyes suddenly ignite with ghost fire. Initiating his third transformation, Luo Tian creates the perfect body. Ghost Shadow Transformation. Using the Transcendent Mark, after transforming, Luo Tian becomes sinister and completely different from his previous self. Meng Hao takes the initiative to attack, but Ghost Shadow is elusive, and Meng Hao cannot cause any substantial damage. Helplessly, Meng Hao uses the third seal of monster locking Ancient Ban, which speeds up the passage of time and dissipates the countless evil spirits summoned by Ghost Shadow. Seeing this, Luo Tian uses Shadow Heart Tribulation to transform himself into a shadow, trying to invade Meng Hao's mind. However, the power of Ancient Ban from Meng Hao's seal of monster locking erupts within his body, destroying the invading shadow with overwhelming force. Luo Tian suffers a backlash and vomits a mouthful of blood. Witnessing this, Meng Hao's killing intent explodes, and he transforms into a blade, striking Luo Tian directly. Luo Tian is horrified and realizes that he has exhausted all his options. Meng Hao's seal of monster locking is too powerful to be broken, and his Shadow Heart Tribulation has failed. In the end, Luo Tian is killed by Meng Hao, signifying the end of their feud. Amidst a shattered starry void, Meng Hao unleashes his ego seal, summoning countless avatars connected to his origin, forming a formidable army. Each avatar possesses Meng Hao's strength and can transform into celestial bodies. Even the void itself, Meng Hao's avatar army clashes fiercely with Luo Tian's avatars. The battle intensifies as both sides remain evenly matched. However, Luo Tian unleashes his fourth transformation, demonic soul form, manifesting as a colossal demon, his aura surging manifold. Unmoved, Meng Hao intensifies his ego seal, gathering his essence. He incorporates the surrounding void into his domain, merging all avatars and the collapsing cosmos into himself, creating a gleaming golden barrier. Meng Hao becomes an unyielding fortress, his divine soul impenetrable. Luo Tian's divine soul seizing art proves ineffective. With a roar, Meng Hao expels Luo Tian's divine soul. Yet, as the soul is cast out, Luo Tian employs his heavenly god form, condensing the soul into an ethereal, divine avatar. Prepared, Meng Hao has integrated his ego seal with the cosmos laws, creating an inviolable nation. Luo Tian's fifth transformation, heavenly god form, proves futile, leaving him no choice but to retreat in frustration. As Luo Tian whispered, the black demonic soul transformed into an archaic gold, exuding a solemn aura. In an instant, a towering giant stood tall in the starry sky, its body as vast as the cosmos. The giant was the celestial metamorphosis that had undergone its fifth transformation, possessing 10 star points that emitted a dazzling golden light. Wherever its gaze fell, the starry sky turned gold. Meng Hao's expression changed, and he retreated swiftly, But the giant melted its surroundings, forming a sphere of corruption that pursued him relentlessly. The giant threw a punch that shook the starry sky with unstoppable force. Meng Hao countered with all his might, using transcendent body and fiend-killer fist. But he was still forced back, blood gushing from his mouth. The giant punched again, simultaneously opening its mouth and releasing a roar that whipped up a storm, bombarding Meng Hao. Meng Hao spewed more blood, retreating even further. The Celestial's power filled him with shock, but his fighting spirit burned brighter. Meng Hao cast the soul-sealing prohibition, and the Celestial's eyes flashed with killing intent. Its right arm rapidly withered, but its flesh and blood surged into its right arm, making it incredibly thick. This arm contained the pinnacle of power, surpassing the limits of the starry sky and approaching the realm of an ancestor. Faced with this devastating blow, Meng Hao unleashed the fifth prohibition opposing prohibition. A whirlpool appeared, unleashing opposing forces that repelled the Celestial's fist. The two sides reached a stalemate, but the Celestial exploded all of its star points in a frenzy, boosting its power. As the 10th star point burst open, the Celestial's fist struck Meng Hao, shattering his palm and sending blood spraying everywhere. Meng Hao felt as if his bones and blood had been crushed, the most grievous injury he had suffered since battling Luo Tian. In the 6th transformation, Luo Tian unleashes his remaining immortal qi. Emerging from the chest of the divine giant is a man brimming with immortal intent. He wears a robe formed from the skin of the divine giant, exuding a cold and detached immortal aura. Confronting Luo Tian's immortal qi clone, Meng Hao remains undeterred, casting his 6th prohibition, the prohibition of life and death. However, Luo Tian's clone remains unscathed, shattering Meng Hao's prohibitions. Luo Tian taunts Meng Hao for being unable to unleash the full extent of his transformations, goading him to reveal his prohibitions. Meng Hao reveals his plan to have Luo Tian observe his prohibitions, while also grasping the essence of his Luo Tian transformations. To demonstrate the might of the immortal, Luo Tian performs his Luo Tian transformation immortal. A person, a mountain, forming a humanoid and a mountain peak that combine to suppress Meng Hao. Sensing the formidable power of the immortal mountain, Meng Hao acknowledges that a person, a mountain is the true essence of the immortal. He decisively casts the fusion prohibition, condensing a colossal four-fingered hand of prohibitions to confront Luo Tian's immortal mountain. An earth-shattering battle is about to unfold, as Meng Hao and Luo Tian reach the pinnacle of their confrontation. Amidst the boundless expanse of the cosmos, an earth-shattering confrontation unfolds. Meng Hao, wielding transcendent might, condenses the 6 interdictions into a single entity, transforming it into a colossal hand that strikes with thunderous force towards the celestial mountain that is the incarnation of Luo Tian. Hand and mountain clash, reverberating through the void, as fissures spread across the heavens, threatening to rend the very fabric of the cosmos. Luo Tian's incarnation, unwilling to cede ground, fuses with the celestial mountain, unleashing an immeasurable surge of immortal energy that once more suppresses Meng Hao. Undeterred, Meng Hao harnesses the power of a storm to forge a blade of demon sealing, composed entirely of the 6 interdictions. With a single swing, the blade cleaves through the expanse, shaking the heavens. This strike, infused with the full might of Meng Hao, shatters the immortal body of Luo Tian's incarnation, cleaving it into 2 halves. Fragments of the celestial mountain plummet while the weakened true form of Luo Tian escapes. Unrelenting, Meng Hao unleashes the blood fiend transformation, engulfing the shattered mountain in a crimson sea. This act bolsters his cultivation, bridging the gap between him and Luo Tian's true form. As Meng Hao absorbed the essence of the Luotian realm, his cultivation base, physical body, and divine soul skyrocketed. The killing intent in his eyes turned into a boundless sea of blood, continuously devouring the shattered celestial mountains of the Luotian realm. The Luotian avatar screamed tragically, watching its power being stripped away, knowing it could not escape. In despair, the Luotian avatar tore open its body, revealing 9 mountains and 9 seas, casting the sea and mountain transformation demon technique, condensing its life and will into the sea and mountain realm. However, this incomplete 7th transformation was a joke before Meng Hao. Meng Hao cast the demon lock seal, connecting countless threads of karma to the sea and mountain realm. He then severed the causal links with the karma of sealing the mountains and the karma of sealing the seas, separating it from the true sea and mountain realm and the vast starry sky. Finally, Meng Hao cast the Karma Seal, cutting off Luotian's connection to the starry sky within the vast expanse, expelling him beyond it. As Meng Hao's will replaced Luotian's, the heavens and earth of the starry sky within the vast expanse trembled, and all living beings felt the birth of a new power. Meng Hao proclaimed, I have slain the Luotian avatar. From now on, I am the heavens within the vast expanse. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the power of the entire starry sky, declaring his rule. However, Luotian, on the verge of collapse, laughed maniacally, prophesying that Meng Hao's reign would face a great catastrophe. Luo Tian, who was once at the peak of the vast starry sky, cast a terrifying curse before his demise. This curse, fueled by Luo Tian's power at his prime, was capable of annihilating Meng Hao. Recognizing the potency of the curse, Meng Hao swiftly severed Luo Tian's connection to the starry sky. Yet, the power of the curse was still formidable, and Meng Hao learned that it was connected to cause and effect, demanding an equivalent price to be lifted. However, the extent of Luo Tian's curse was astonishing, encompassing Meng Hao, his bloodline, those connected to him by cause and effect, and even their existence and causal ties. The essence of the curse was that all those afflicted by it had a finite lifespan, and no cultivation methods, bloodline powers, celestial treasures, or rules of reincarnation could alter this fate. This curse was exceptionally potent, enduring even outside the realm of those who surpassed detachment and achieved eternity. Luo Tian's words resonated with the starry sky, as if two voices had merged, shaking all things. After Luo Tian's avatar self-destructed, his light entered Meng Hao's body, significantly enhancing his soul, flesh, cultivation, and Tao source. He finally transcended the quasi-ancestor realm, becoming an ancestor. Meng Hao became the demon venerable and declared that the vast starry sky would no longer bear the name fog, renaming it Shanghai Starry Sky. He used the life force to resurrect the fallen army of the vast expanse school and embarked on a solitary journey to the region where the former Shanghai realm once stood. Despite his victory, Meng Hao remained troubled by Luo Tian's curse, knowing that he needed to find a way to break it to protect himself and those he held dear. On the edge of desolate ruins, a gigantic crimson eye emerged subtly, the embodiment of Luo Tian. It had suffered severe injuries because of Meng Hao's transcendence, and its eye was filled with rage and fear. Its avatar had been exterminated, and it could only await Meng Hao's appearance on the outside of the desolate land. Plotting revenge, Meng Hao perceived Luo Tian's curse from the mountain and sea starry sky, but he was unable to break it. He went to the former whirlpool of the mountain and sea realm, using vitality to ignite this place, making it regain its vitality and restore it as the homeland of the mountain and sea realm. The new mountain and sea realm he created flew above the whirlpool, allowing the mountain and sea cultivators to return to their home. In order to revive his fallen comrades, Meng Hao reversed the time of the whirlpool, retrieving the deceased one by one from the brink of death. Water flows east. Sea Dream Supreme, the 9 mountain and sea lords, the Li family imperial clan of the southern heavenly star, and countless other figures appeared one after another, causing the mountain and sea realm cultivators to go wild with joy. They wept in each other's arms, cheering excitedly for the return of their loved ones. The revived Sea Dream Supreme looked at Meng Hao, her eyes filled with gratitude. Water Flows East laughed with joy at finding his lost companions again. Meng Hao stood in the starry sky like a deity, witnessing all of this. In the old site of the Shanghai realm, a whirlpool emanated brilliant light, and familiar figures were resurrected, including Meng Hao's grandfather. Meng Hao cried out of joy and knelt before him. Then, a figure emerged from the whirlpool. It was Fang, the goddess of the 9 seas god realm, who became teary-eyed after witnessing the resurrection. As everyone gradually learned the truth, the whirlpool spun again. With his ancestors' realm, Meng Hao used the time-reversing technique to resurrect Ke Yunhai of the ancient Yaoshen sect. Ke Jusi was thrilled and knelt down in front of him. Meng Hao also approached Ke Yunhai and addressed him as foster father. All the fallen warriors were now resurrected, but Meng Hao felt a sense of fatigue. Yet, seeing the jubilant Shanghai cultivators, his heart was overwhelmed with joy. The new Shanghai realm stood tall, and cultivators thrived under the laws taught by Meng Hao. The Kangming sect in the Starry Sky also returned to its territory, with the will of the Starry Sky changing hands as Meng Hao became its master. Although Shanghai had become a sacred place, Meng Hao's secluded life could not conceal the impact of Luo Tian's curse. Time passed, and the lifespan of cultivators shortened drastically, leading to deaths. Meng Hao noticed the spread of the curse and tried various ways to counteract it. But nothing worked. He searched beyond the Kangming. Yet he could not find Luo Tian's main body. Luo Tian seemed to be avoiding him intentionally, refusing to engage in a decisive battle. Watching his loved one's lifespan decreasing, Meng Hao became increasingly anxious. Still unable to break the curse, Luo Tian's words, "The end is in sight," pressed on his mind, causing him to search for a way out. Outside the vast expanse starfield, Meng Hao's search for Luo Tian proves futile, leading him to believe that Luo Tian has been observing the demise of those close to him. Upon returning to the mountain and sea starry sky, Meng Hao becomes consumed by his quest to break the curse, working day and night, while Xu Qing helplessly witnesses his tribulations. Time passes, and a millennium unfolds, with Meng Hao intentionally retreating into obscurity, his existence known to few. In this year, the Sea Dream Supreme Being succumbs, and Meng Hao extracts her soul, placing it within a soul seed, intending to send her into reincarnation after breaking the curse. Sea Dream's departure leaves Li Linger heartbroken. Returning to the vast expanse starfield, Meng Hao still fails to find Luo Tian. He senses Luo Tian's mockery and resentment. Upon his return to the mountain and sea starry sky, he receives a summons from Bai Wuchen, who pleads to be returned to the vast expanse. Despite knowing that Bai Wuchen's memories are false, out of respect, he sends her back. Time continues its relentless march, and another millennium transpires. The cultivators Meng Hao resurrected gradually reach the end of their lives, making him realize the true horror of the curse. Although he once restored them, they now have only this one lifetime. Meng Hao's understanding of Luo Tian's power deepens. This year, Li Linger and Ji Shang pass away. Meng Hao and Xu Qing accompany Li Linger, witnessing her lonely end. Xu Qing's appearance has also aged, and her tears bloom into sorrowful flowers on the back of Li Linger's hand. Ji Shang lived a life of unequaled beauty, retaining her charm even in her old age. Her death devastated Meng Hao because of the curse of Luo Tian, which tormented him by forcing him to witness the death of his loved ones, leaving him to watch time pass in solitude and sorrow. Luo Tian's curse was an ingenious plot, designed to destroy Meng Hao from within as his enemies grew weaker. Meng Hao understood this, but could not ignore the passing of his loved ones. He was especially heartbroken when his adopted father, Ke Yunhai, was nearing his death and knelt on the ground, weeping in anguish. Time flowed on, and the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm grew stronger. A new generation of powerhouses emerged, but with them came the seeds of internal conflict and strife. 1,000 years later, Dizang passed away, and in his final moments, he gazed upon Xu Qing and Meng Hao with an expression of rare kindness. His maternal grandfather, paternal grandfather, and Fandomer passed away one after another, their deaths piercing Meng Hao's heart like 1,000 knives. Although Xu Qing was still alive, she was aging rapidly due to Meng Hao's daily blood offerings. Her eyes remained filled with tenderness, but her one regret was not having children with Meng Hao. Another millennium passed, and the death toll reached unprecedented heights. As Shuidanliu lay on his deathbed, he entrusted Meng Hao with the hope of breaking the curse. Meng Hao crushed the jade slip, his determination unwavering. The patriarchs who had supported him for so long, including the old ancestor Kuaishan, chose to fall into slumber, and the other old-timers of that era also passed away. Meng Hao's beloved Fang Yu and her husband, Sun Hai, died together, and Meng Hao was inconsolable. He vowed to find a way to reincarnate them. Then, Wang Yukai died with a somber laugh, and the little fatty followed his wife and children in death, leaving the heavy burden of lifting the curse to Meng Hao. In the mountain and sea realm, all but Xu Qing, Meng Hao's parents, Wang Yukai, and Dan Gui from that era had passed away. The weight of death left its mark on Meng Hao's face, but his sorrow had been tempered by an unyielding determination to emerge victorious. As the years pass, Meng Hao witnesses the deaths of his loved ones. Dan Gui and Dong Hu's soul seeds become a medicinal pill and a bead, while the parrot and Pai Dong silently accompany him. Time goes by, and Meng Hao has been the lord of the starry sky for over 7,000 years. His name gradually forgotten. However, the shadow of death still looms over Xu Qing. Meng Hao keeps her alive with his blood, but her life force is exhausted. Through contemplation of Mount Magma Ancestor, Meng Hao devises a method to seal the heavens with rules and isolate the curse. He freezes Xu Qing in an ice coffin, creating a small world to isolate the curse. Meng Hao's approach stems from his understanding of the source of the Tao. While he cannot bring someone into his inner world, he can seal them in a microworld isolated from the curse. Meng Hao's parents choose to end their lives in the mountain and sea realm, which Meng Hao freezes to protect them from the curse. 10,000 years after becoming the Lord of the Starry Sky, Meng Hao seals all the soul seeds in coffins. He gazes at the mountain and sea realm, feeling the world's changes. Loneliness overwhelms him like a tide. After thousands of years have passed, the river of time has erased Meng Hao's existence, and his name and memories have gradually faded away, as the older generation of cultivators in the mountain and sea realm passed away. Meng Hao's mark also dissipated. The will of the Starry Sky, Meng Hao, and the battle with Luo Tian were also forgotten, and only a few venerables vaguely remembered. Meng Hao was alone in the mountain and sea Starry Sky, accompanied only by unforgettable memories in his heart. He witnessed the changes in the mountain and sea realm as the power of the curse gradually weakened, and the cultivation of mountain and sea under the blessing of the forbidden law became stronger and its territory continued to expand. As the smoke of war filled the sky and the bloody smell spread through the starry sky, Meng Hao calmly looked on, not interfering with the mountain and sea realm's choice. In his eyes, the strength and crisis of the mountain and sea realm were no longer important. The most important thing in his life had passed with time, leaving only his lonely figure. This year, Meng Hao looked as old as an old man and walked around the mountain and sea realm. Coming to the Purple Lux Sect, thinking of Chu Yuyan, his eyes became even darker. Snow fell from the sky, covering the ground with white. He stood in mid-air, looking at the snow scene, reminiscing about the past. The forbidden area of the Purple Lux Sect, a mountain without a peak, had been strictly forbidden to anyone for tens of thousands of years. Legends abound, but the cultivators guarding this mountain do not know its secrets. There have been powerful venerables who intended to take treasures but stopped halfway up the mountain. Meng Hao came to the foot of the mountain, which was the third time he had set foot here. He took a step and walked towards the top of the mountain step by step. Unnoticed, as he climbed to the top, this mysterious peak finally unveiled its veil. On a picturesque mountaintop, an empty coffin lay silent. Chu Yuyan, who once resided within it, vanished without a trace. Meng Hao speculated that her disappearance was not her own doing but an act of abductions by someone whose strength rivaled his own. Through subtle clues, Meng Hao learned that the abductor harbored no ill will and that Chu Yuyan's disappearance might have been a blessing in disguise. Thus, he refrained from interfering and sealed the area off in the past. Now, standing by the coffin, Meng Hao reminisced about the past and Chu Yuyan. Leaving a void in his heart, he departed the mountaintop, traversing the starlit sky, eventually returning to the 9th mountain and meditating beside the ice coffins of his parents and Xu Qing. Meng Hao's efforts to break the curse of Luo Tian remained steadfast. Harboring a wild notion, could there be a 10th prohibition beyond the 9 seals of demon sealing? Time flew by, and 2 tens of thousands of years passed. The mountain and sea realm underwent division and infighting, leading to escalating conflicts with the Vast Expanse School. Yet, Meng Hao had long been forgotten by the world, silently awaiting his time in seclusion. His tales and legends became distant, buried memories of an ancient past. Thousands of years ago, the war between Shanhai Realm and Kangming Sect had a truce, with neither side able to defeat the other. However, the war left behind an intense hatred that was difficult to resolve. 5,000 years later, Meng Hao was still in seclusion, deducing curses and consolidating his cultivation. He had not left Kangming, letting time pass by. In the third 10,000th year, the Shanhai Realm and Kangming Sect erupted into war once more. Kangming Sect invited an ancestor who had been silent for 30,000 years. Sha Zhudong. When Sha Zhudong emerged from seclusion, his cultivation was earth-shattering, killing many 9 Source Supremes from the Shanhai Realm. However, when he stepped into the Shanhai Realm, the power of 9 mountains and 9 seas erupted, crushing him instantly. Sha Zhudong's appearance and death shocked the cultivators of the Shanhai Realm. They realized that they knew nothing about their homeland and began to search for its origins. Thousands of years later, Kangming Sect expanded greatly, hesitating only when it came to the Shanhai Realm. After another 10,000 years, the Golden Robe ancestor of Kangming Sect emerged from seclusion. The Golden Robe ancestor was one of the few cultivators who remained from that era, and had once been influenced by Meng Hao. Before his lifespan ran out, he had brought his physical body and cultivation to the Transcendence realm, becoming an existence second only to Meng Hao, an elderly man in a golden robe, who has broken through to a transcendent realm, challenges all 9 source peak powerhouses in the starry sky and eventually dominates the starry sky, becoming the first power in the Shanghai starry sky. His ambition swells, and he desires to conquer the starry sky, setting his sights on the Shanghai realm. The golden-robed elder speculates that Meng Hao may have left or sustained serious injuries, so he decides to go to the Shanghai realm to seize the Shanghai treasure to improve his chances of transcending the divine soul. He summons the Meng Sect cultivators, tears apart the Shanghai realm barrier, and invades the Shanghai realm. The Shanghai cultivators are powerless to resist, but the supreme-level powerhouses attempt to resist. The golden-robed elder suppresses the supreme powerhouses with transcendent power and modifies the world's rules, rendering the Shanghai treasure ineffective. The light of the 9 mountains and 9 seas bombards the golden-robed elder, but he easily disintegrates it. The Shanghai cultivators are filled with despair, realizing that the Shanghai treasure cannot resist foreign enemies. An old man in a golden robe arrives in the mountain and sea realm, attempting to conquer it and usurp Meng Hao's position as the supreme ruler of the starry sky. He unleashes a formidable aura, forcing the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm to submit, declaring his intent to possess the realm. However, the seal forces of the 9 mountains and 9 seas erupt, resisting the old man. Using his transcendental power, the old man shatters the first 8 layers of the seal and attempts to fuse his will with the mountain and sea realm, seeking to transform it into his own magic treasure. As the old man is about to taint the 9th mountain and sea, the seal of sealing the heavens left by Meng Hao suddenly breaks out, transforming into a carving knife that shoots towards the old man. Despite the old man using the supreme treasures of the Desolate Sect and other treasures to block it, the carving knife still heavily wounds him. Although the old man narrowly escapes death, his body is severely weakened. Unwilling to accept defeat, he attempts to taint the 9th mountain and sea once more. At this moment, Meng Hao's voice suddenly echoes from behind him, causing him to turn pale with terror. With Meng Hao's appearance, the old man's plan for conquest is shattered, and the mountain and sea realm is saved from falling. Tens of thousands of years later, Meng Hao appears in the mountain and sea realm. His arrival horrifies an old man in a golden robe, once the supreme of the mountain and sea realm but now seems insignificant before Meng Hao. The old man in the golden robe had assumed Meng Hao had already departed or died in battle. But Meng Hao's appearance shatters that illusion. Meng Hao's terrifying strength leaves the old man in the golden robe in despair. With a single finger, Meng Hao effortlessly neutralizes the old man's most potent attack. In his desperation, the old man in the golden robe questions Meng Hao's realm, but the latter does not know himself. Meng Hao finds the old man in the golden robe's soul imperfect, and tells him to leave the realm and seek providence in the cosmos. However, the old man in the golden robe refuses, believing he has already attained power beyond the realm and can rule over it. In the end, Meng Hao flicks his sleeve, sealing the old man in the golden robe for 10,000 years. The crisis in the mountain and sea realm is thus resolved, and the old man in the golden robe goes into seclusion. Meng Hao, his gaze far-reaching, knows that the final battle with the Luotian is inevitable, and steps outside the realm to begin the confrontation. Amidst desolate ruins, Meng Hao discovers the remains of Bai Mudust, an old acquaintance who chose to end her life there, lingering in a bittersweet memory of their past. Respecting her choice, Meng Hao leaves her resting place behind. Venturing into the vast cosmos, Meng Hao resolves to confront Luo Tian, knowing he has but one chance to slay him. He makes his move. At his summons, a woman clad in a purple robe, Han Bei, emerges, identifying herself as Luo Tian's daughter. Han Bei attempts to sway Meng Hao, claiming their union would birth an unparalleled supreme Luo Tian. However, Meng Hao sees through her Luo Tian 18th transformation, gravely injuring her with a single finger strike. Enraged, Han Bei charges at him as a bloody glow. Unmoved, Meng Hao effortlessly neutralizes her assault, unleashing a relentless barrage of fists upon Han Bei's form. As she desperately reassembles her shattered body, Meng Hao's attacks prove too overwhelming for her. In her final moments, a faint voice echoes from Han Bei's flesh, Meng Hao. Luo Tian. 8th transformation. Aged reminiscence. Countless eons ago, within my starry sky, the first transcender, I called him Ghost, appear. Amidst the roar, flesh and blood turned into flying ash. A spectral rainbow suddenly arrived, transforming into the middle-aged man. The ancestor of desolation. His transcendent aura and mysterious presence were heart-pounding. This was Luotian's 8th transformation. The Eon Remembrance transformation, imitating the first transcendent in the starry sky. The ghost, the middle-aged man moved swiftly, pointing at Meng Hao's brow, while Meng Hao simultaneously used the 8th seal to lock down the mont's body and mind. Meng Hao, disregarding his own injuries, attacked the man with all his might, heavily wounding the mont's brow. However, the silhouette of the ghost emperor behind the man descended, bringing a sense of crisis. At the critical moment, Meng Hao summoned his true form, the demon venerable, to confront the ghost emperor. The two sides clashed fiercely, shaking the starry sky. Meng Hao and the middle-aged man continued to fight. Evenly matched, the middle-aged man used the gate of the ghost realm, summoning a powerful, scale-covered hand that attempted to crush Meng Hao. Meng Hao, undeterred, used the 8th seal of the demon emperor, sealing all void in existence, restricting the middle-aged mont's ghost emperor's hand. The intense battle continued, and Meng Hao suffered severe injuries. But his fighting spirit remained unyielding, preparing to unleash his even stronger seal of the heavens. Meng Hao unleashed his strongest forbidden technique, the 8th seal of the devil sealing, intending to seal the ghost realm. However, he encountered resistance from the phantom from Luotian's memories and the transcendent. Fate. From the devil realm, Fate launched a surprise attack, injuring Meng Hao's right arm and summoning a colossal devil shadow to battle the shadow of the devil venerate. As the two massive shadows fought, the sealed phantom and the middle-aged man broke free and joined the battle. Despite being outnumbered, Meng Hao remained fearless, engaging in a magical duel with Fate, where they proved to be evenly matched. However, the phantom and Fate possessed hidden trump cards that filled Meng Hao with a sense of unease. Meng Hao once again unleashed the 8th seal, unstoppably sealing the phantom and the middle-aged man, continuing his fierce battle with Fate. At that moment, the sealed phantom and the middle-aged man abruptly broke free and teamed up to attack Meng Hao. The phantom's fists carried superimposed illusions, multiplying its power. Fate also unleashed the 4th step, his aura surging. Meng Hao, despite fighting with all his might, was forced to retreat. However, in the midst of their intense battle, the phantom and the middle-aged man seized the opportunity to break free from their seals and joined the fight, leaving Meng Hao besieged from all sides, facing the joint attack of the specter and the black-clothed youth. Meng Hao retreated steadily, falling into a dangerous situation. Luo Tian did not appear, but his 8th transformation specter and demon shadow attacked with full force, attempting to devour Meng Hao. The gate to the underworld descended, and a black hand reached out toward Meng Hao. The black-clothed youth's 5-finger mountain changed shape. A blood moon descended, and the power of extinction enveloped everything. The world twisted, and everything became Meng Hao's enemy, crushing down on him. At the critical moment, Meng Hao summoned his parrot, and the copper mirror behind him merged with the pearl given to him by Dong Hu before his death, its power greatly increasing. The copper mirror transformed into battle armor, covering Meng Hao's entire body, and the black battle soldier emerged ferociously. Meng Hao's cultivation erupted, and he held his battle soldier high and soared into the sky. He brandished his battle soldier, slashing out a massive fissure that tore through the ghost hand. Blood-colored sky, bats, tribal figures, 5-finger mountain, and the earth. The entire world disintegrated under this slash. Luo Tian's remaining 8th transformation god Shadow Lu suddenly descended, dressed in white and exuding murderous intent. Meng Hao threw his head back and laughed, his fighting spirit surging, facing all of Luo Tian's 8th transformation puppets. Meng Hao showed no fear and brandished his battle soldier to meet them. In the boundless starry sky, a battle of cosmic proportions rages. Meng Hao faces 3 formidable adversaries: a ghost, a demon, and a god. Standing tall and imposing, the trio manifests colossal whirlpools behind them, exuding immense malevolence. The only one without a towering silhouette and able to move freely is a swift figure. His piercing finger strikes directly at Meng Hao's vitals. Meng Hao counters with the 8th prohibition, but the opponent's command of freeze immobilizes him. Seizing the opportunity, the god unleashes gale force, A vortex of darkness swarming with ghastly figures. Amidst cataclysmic tremors, the surrounding cosmos is shattered. Meng Hao summons Moon Shadow to defend. But it is instantly pulverized. The ghostly middle-aged man, the black-clothed youth, and the god employ formidable techniques in quick succession: ghost claws, devouring power, and fists of imprisonment. Meng Hao's body is riddled with wounds, and his injuries grow severe with each blow. Despite his all-out resistance, Meng Hao cannot withstand the combined assault of his three adversaries. Yet, instead of despair, his fighting spirit intensifies. He unleashes Devour Mountain, Ninefold Collapse, Seven-Step Trampling, and other celestial abilities. Engaging in a furious cosmic battle, the clash intensifies, with Meng Hao repeatedly wounded. However, his transcendent body's remarkable regenerative powers sustain him, while his opponents also face immense exhaustion. Their weakened forms expand, transforming them into true manifestations of ghost, demon, and god. As the battle reaches its climax, the ghostly middle-aged man unleashes an incomplete ghost path. The black-clothed youth executes a fragmentary soul snatch, and the god employs an imperfect divine path. Summoning troops, demon arts, blazing inferno, demon arts, cycle of life and death. Meng Hao astutely detects the flaws in his adversary's incomplete ultimate techniques and seizes the opportune moment to let out a hearty laugh. Though gravely injured, his fighting spirit burns brightly, guided by his indomitable willpower and the gradual depletion of his opponent's energy. He resolves to persevere until the bitter end. Meng Hao is forced to use his strongest spell, the Seal of the Heavens, against Luo Tian's persecution. The spell combines the power of three supremes, shattering the starry sky outside the vastness. Meng Hao uses the statue in the carving knife to release a brilliant light that covers the entire starry sky. Exuding an overbearing and frenzied aura, this light dispels the darkness, penetrates the barriers, and illuminates the inner and outer starry skies. The figures of the three supremes imitated by Luo Tian become blurred, and their divine abilities are stripped away. Meng Hao lowers his left hand and raises his right hand, condensing the light of the starry sky into the character seal, which has a suction force that draws everything in. The figures imitated by the three supremes attack Meng Hao with ghost claws, the aura of the underworld, and the divine path. But Meng Hao utters Seal of the Heavens through his mouth, and the seal character in his hand spreads rapidly, colliding with the divine abilities of the three supremes. The loud noise is deafening. The divine abilities of the three supremes collapse, and they are absorbed by the seal character. They transform into a long rainbow, displaying their source power to resist the seal character. But they are still shaken and show signs of breaking. Meng Hao roars, and the power of the Seal of the Heavens turns into a storm, sealing the three supremes. Luo Tian's eighth transformation is broken by Meng Hao, and the three supremes turn into black silk and condense into the eye of Luo Tian. Meng Hao wields the carving knife, cutting off the eye of Luo Tian, and with its overbearing power, he cuts off the demon pillar that supports the starry sky. This is the fourth pillar that Meng Hao has cut off after the ghost, the demon, and the god, shaking the entire vast starry sky. Facing Luo Tian, the former lord of the starry sky, Meng Hao unleashed the Seal of the Heavens, destroying the demon pillar. Luo Tian's eye emerged from the rift, exuding an ancient and feeble aura. Luo Tian, who once created the civilization and rules of this starry sky, had become insane after falling into weakness. Meng Hao resisted Luo Tian, adhering to his own path of freedom. Luo Tian unleashed the Luo Tian transformation, sacrificing his own weakness for a strike whose momentum and pressure surged like a tidal wave. Luo Tian's eye transformed into a colossal form, with 98 fruits liquefying and covering the form. A second eye, face, and body emerged from the transformation, creating a complete Luo Tian. Under the overwhelming pressure of Luo Tian's ninth transformation, Meng Hao was forced back into a corner, facing a crisis. In the vastness of the starry sky, Meng Hao and Luo Tian engage in a battle for the ages. Luo Tian's form grows infinitely large and his aura becomes violent, constantly materializing bones and flesh, exuding a terrifying sense of life and death. Meng Hao realizes he must go all out, utilizing the ninth seal of the demon sealing and the Seal of the Heavens to seal all forces against Luo Tian. Luo Tian, however, is surprised to find Meng Hao in possession of the Seal of the Heavens, but proclaims he too can wield it. As their techniques collide, white and black light clash across the starry sky, causing thunderous rumbles that shake the celestial realm. Meng Hao continuously gathers the power of the seal of the heavens, forming it into a colossal seal character that clashes with Luo Tian's condensed black seal. In the fierce confrontation, both Meng Hao and Luo Tian sustain severe wounds, with Meng Hao's seal of the heavens shattering and Luo Tian's right half turning to ash. However, Luo Tian unleashes a secret devouring technique, seizing Meng Hao's life force and soul, absorbing and concentrating them all within his chest, just as Meng Hao is on the verge of being wholly consumed. Luo Tian suddenly grins, his left eye enlarging and emitting a gray aura of death. He takes a deep breath, devouring all of Meng Hao's essence and condensing it in the space where the 99 demon fruits were originally located. During the life or death fight with Luo Tian, Meng Hao was heavily injured, but his expression remained calm. He released all of his life force, soul, and cultivation for Luo Tian to absorb, helping him condense his 99th demonic fruit. Luo Tian's body recovered quickly, preparing for nirvana rebirth. However, just when Luo Tian was overjoyed, he suddenly discovered that this nirvana essence did not belong to him but to the 99th demonic fruit that Meng Hao had transformed into. The power of the first to 9th seals of the demon seal quickly enveloped Luo Tian, locking him up and cutting off his path to survival. Meng Hao's voice echoed within Luo Tian's body, revealing his ultimate divine ability, the 10th seal of the demon seal. The 10th seal unleashed a domineering and maddening force, compressing the entire desolate outer space into a dim sphere of light. Luo Tian gazed at the depths of the universe in despair. His left eye gradually lost its life force, and Meng Hao's gaze replaced his. Lifting his right hand, he shattered Luo Tian's left eye with a palm strike. Luo Tian's body collapsed, and countless wisps of white fog condensed into Meng Hao's figure. He stood there with mixed emotions, pondering the past battles with Luo Tian and the three transcenders. He believed that he had found a way to break the curse, and all he needed was time. Meng Hao looked up at the starry sky and saw three familiar figures. The figures of the desolate patriarch, the black-robed youth, and the immortal god continent seemed to smile at him, waiting for his arrival. Their voices echoed in Meng Hao's heart, "We're waiting for you. Will you come?" Meng Hao ponders over the enigma of the universe, realizing that there are entities hidden in the depths beyond previous supremes. He envisions the cosmos as the territory of supremes, an ideal place to seek the realm beyond the ancestral realm. However, Meng Hao has unresolved concerns, the curse of Luo Tian and the familiar faces he yearns for. He resolves to break the curse first, to unseal the soul seed. He understands that becoming Luo Tian is a path to undo the curse, and he has acquired remnants of Luo Tian's memories. Meng Hao embarks on an extended period of waiting. He secludes himself on the 9th mountain, nourishing Luo Tian's residual memories. Time flows, spanning 30,000 years, watching the rise and fall of generations of cultivators in the mountain and sea region. Meng Hao's connection with the outside world gradually wanes. After 100,000 years, an old man in a gold robe emerges from seclusion, still plagued by the curse. He chooses the path Meng Hao had guided, leaving the region for the universe and paying his respects to the 9th mountain before departing. With that, the mountain and sea region is devoid of any of Meng Hao's acquaintances. Over millions of years, countless powerful beings emerge in the mountain and sea region, including demi-supremes seeking ways of ascension within the mountain and sea realm. Yet, the region's downfall comes not from them, but from internal strife and decay. On the cusp of 100 million years, a cataclysm engulfs the region, eradicating all life. The journey's end remains unknown, but Meng Hao's quest continues. His trajectory is toward the cosmic expanse and the transcendent realm. In a mysterious starry sky, a devastating dark wind passes, from which all things revive, giving birth to a new world and life. Within this newborn starry sky, relics become the source of transformation for all beings. A person named Meng Hao awakens from his slumber, but finds himself amnesiac. As time passes, countless civilizations and strong individuals are born within the starry sky, experiencing cycles of prosperity and decline. Meng Hao's body gradually decays with the passage of time, yet he remains unaware of this. After experiencing countless epochs, Meng Hao's body nearly dissipates, leaving only 5 fingers and a left eye. The starry sky also welcomes more cycles of birth, decline, and renewal. One day, Meng Hao's source power spills into the starry sky, resulting in the creation of the strongest individual to surpass all epochs, successfully breaking through the realm. At the moment of transcendence, Meng Hao instinctively resists, but due to his weakness, one of his fingers is severed. The pain causes Meng Hao to tremble, affecting the entire starry sky. With the passage of time, 2 more transcendents appear, severing Meng Hao's second and third fingers, provoking his anger and will to survive. After the third transcendent appears and severs his third finger, Meng Hao finally awakens. In order to be reborn, Meng Hao plans to use the method of nirvana. He scatters his bloodline throughout the starry sky, collecting the power of nirvana. Over time, he finds 98 nirvana fruits. When the final person becomes a nirvana fruit, the transcendents who severed 3 of his fingers attempt to obstruct him, but fail. Ultimately, Meng Hao fuses with 99 nirvana fruits, activating the power of nirvana. During the nirvana process, Meng Hao experiences severe pain in his mind, and he recalls his forgotten memories. He realizes that he is not complete, but rather a part of a clone from a powerful being in the depths of the universe. He was banished to this barren corner and instinctively seized a starry sky. Meng Hao harbors an intense fear towards his main body, and also understands that the devastating dark wind is part of a cosmic war. He resolves to return to where his main body resides and recover his strength by fusing with more nirvana fruits. A torrent of memories flooded Meng Hao's mind, a seal imprinting itself upon his soul. Instinctively, he raised his right hand and pointed to the distance. "My curse, undone." As the words left his mouth, the starry sky quaked, and a thunderous boom echoed throughout the universe. The iceberg that held his spirit seeds shattered, releasing countless dormant seeds that surged with renewed vitality. Simultaneously, a piercing force tore through Meng Hao's mind, bringing agonizing pain. Lost memories poured forth like a deluge the mountain and sea realm. His parents, Xu Qing, the ninth sea, all flashed before his eyes. Meng Hao recalled his battle with Luo Tian and the jade slip scheme left by Shui Dongliu. Shui believed that the curse originated from Luo Tian, and only by becoming him could the curse be broken. Thus, Meng Hao willingly allowed Luo Tian's remnant consciousness to possess him, hoping to shatter the curse. It was a reckless and dangerous gamble, with life or eternal damnation hanging in the balance. Filled with unwavering determination, Meng Hao engaged in a final struggle with Luo Tian. Ultimately, Meng Hao used Luo Tian's obsessions to form an avatar, becoming Luo Tian himself. As the iceberg shattered and the spirit seeds revived, Meng Hao successfully lifted the curse. However, he also discovered a stunning secret: Luo Tian was merely an avatar of a supreme being, the legendary immortal. Meng Hao realized that even an ascendant couldn't become an immortal. Remembering Luo Tian's gaze before his death and the memories he'd gained after becoming Luo Tian, an immense yearning filled him. He resolved to venture into the heart of the universe, unraveling its mysteries and challenging the existence of the immortals. Suppressing his anticipation, Meng Hao approached the ice coffin containing Xu Qing. As the ice melted away, he gently kissed her forehead, expressing countless years of longing. Xu Qing awoke, her eyes filled with a profound tenderness. Meng Hao turned to the ice coffins of his parents and pets. The parrot and Pudge were seized with terror, screeching as they dodged his embrace. Meng Hao laughed heartily, for this was the most blissful moment he had experienced in ages. In the vast expanse of the starry sky of mountains and seas, Meng Hao and Xu Qing witnessed the melting of the ice coffin, marking the reincarnation of Meng Hao's parents into specks of light entering the gate of reincarnation. Simultaneously, the iceberg containing the soul seeds dissolved, releasing countless hazy figures that drifted towards the gate of reincarnation, including Meng Hao's relatives, masters, grandfather, and others. Meng Hao sorrowfully bid farewell while also finding solace in their departure. The ninth sea and the patriarch of the mountain in the mountain regained their vitality, bursting with renewed vigor. Decades later, the starry sky of mountains and seas flourished anew, with cultivators expanding their influence across stars and realms. In this glorious era, numerous exceptional geniuses emerged as if destined by heaven. Unbeknownst to each other, these geniuses shared a sense of familiarity upon their encounters, as they were reincarnated cultivators from the former realm of the starry sky of mountains and seas. Their curses now lifted. Even those who chose mortal lives as former starry sky cultivators received Meng Hao's blessing, their divine souls remaining intact with the chance to trace memories from all their past lives. The will of this starry sky bestowed eternity upon them, granting opportunities for transcendence beyond the mundane. In this prosperous era, the rotund Li Fugi reincarnated as an exceptional youth, retaining his amorous nature. Meng Hao and Xu Qing, witnessing these events, decided to depart from the world they had fought so hard for. They understood that it was time to move on, carrying the joy of reunion with loved ones and the anticipation of the future. Across the vastness of the mountains, seas, and starry sky, Meng Hao and Xu Qing journeyed, reminiscing about the past glories and reincarnated encounters of their old comrades. They met familiar faces such as Zhixiang, Li Linger, Wang Yukai, Dong Hu, and Ri Zizi, witnessing their respective achievements. The Zephyr Sovereign married and became a wife. Dizang protected the people. The Pill Demon became renowned in the Tao of Pills. Fandonger resisted tyranny. Fang Yu and Sun Hai reunited. And K Yunhai and K Jusi, father and son, met again. Meng Hao rejoiced in their happiness and established a soul imprint connection with his daughter. Maynor. He resolved to protect his loved ones in the tranquility of their home in the starry sky. With Shui Donglia's farewell gaze, Meng Hao and Xu Qing embarked on a journey to explore the cosmos. Shui Donglio, a man of mystery, deduced a method to break the curse, restoring his memories. He cautioned Meng Hao that the Tao is infinite and revealed the parrot's origins beyond the Luotians. Meng Hao vowed to restore the parrot's lost memories and journey through the vast universe together. On a star similar to the former mountain and sea realm, Meng Hao and Xu Qing quietly emerged. This star was the reincarnation of Meng Hao's parents. The eldest daughter of the Meng family was holding a marriage recruitment event, open to all regardless of origin, based solely on affinity. A veiled woman on the 7th floor of a pavilion was both beautiful and noble, with a heart filled with inexplicable sensation. At that moment, a scholar passing by met the woman's gaze, and time seemingly stood still. He vaguely saw his beloved from the past incarnation as a butterfly, dancing through the starry sky. The woman also felt the scholar's gaze, a sense of indescribable familiarity rising within her. She threw the silk ball towards the scholar, but a cultivator tried to interfere. Meng Hao frowned and intervened, holding the silk ball firmly in place as it descended into the scholar's hands. Meng Hao and Xu Qing observed with a sense of contentment. A few days later, the scholar married the Meng family's daughter, with Meng Hao and his wife also attending. Meng Hao gifted a calligraphy that read, "From generation to generation, eternal happiness." Days later, Meng Hao bid farewell to his esteemed teacher and took Xu Qing with him, blessing them with eternal happiness. Meanwhile, the cultivator who had offended Meng Hao vanished without a trace, as if he never existed. His memory erased. Meng Hao was filled with rage because the cultivator had crossed a boundary within his heart. Before departing, Meng Hao felt a premonition and took Xu Qing to a fishing village downstream from the capital city. He met a middle-aged fisherman who retrieved a gourd from the river, and Meng Hao was touched by the fisherman's kindness. Meng Hao purchased the gourd for 10 taels of silver, repaid the fisherman's old debt of 3 taels, and gifted him a pill, blessing the well-being of his family for generations to come. Meng Hao held the gourd and, with a smile, explained to Xu Qing that it was the gourd he had thrown into the river beneath the great azure mountain when he made a wish years ago. It had now mysteriously reappeared. He cast the gourd into the depths of the cosmos and made a new wish. Unfettered, Meng Hao embarked on a journey into the cosmos with Xu Qing, the parrot, and Pai Dong. They encountered a vessel carrying Mie Sheng and Lu. Meng Hao suggested they travel together, and Lu nodded with a smile, while Mie Sheng also welcomed them. A woman emerged from the vessel's cabin, and it was none other than Chu Yuyan. She explained her presence with a mixture of shyness and joy. Meng Hao and Xu Qing were overjoyed and took Chu Yuyan's hands. Meng Hao gazed at the vast cosmos, his eyes gleaming with ambition. He and Xu Qing were about to embark on a new chapter, where deities, demons, and ghosts awaited them in the depths of the cosmos, and Meng Hao's goal was to make them all sign IOUS. End of the book.